This is your daily Chuck Norris fact. Chuck Norris can see round corners with his penis. This concludes your daily Chuck Norris fact. This is your daily Chuck Norris fact. Chuck Norris reads the dictionary every night before he goes to sleep. This concludes your daily Chuck Norris fact. This is your daily Chuck Norris fact. Chuck Norris invented the internet just so that we could talk about him. This concludes your daily Chuck Norris fact.
I shall leave you as you left me, as you left her, marooned for all eternity in the center of a dead planet. Buried alive, buried alive.
Hello and welcome to another video on doing stuff and filming it. Once again, it's letter time. Alright, here we go. We are back to the big scary red envelope with an official notice. Once again addressed to the legal occupier, and on the back we've got the same Darlington return address using sustainably sourced paper, which they needn't have sent to me in the first place.
How dare you!
I've got to the point now where, let's be honest, we've probably seen this one before. I know we've seen the red envelopes before, but we're going to open it up, have a look, see if there's any changes to it. There's not much else to be gleaned from the outside of this, so yeah, let's just have a look. Using my lovely Swiss letter opener again. Now, rather annoyingly, I'm back in the studio filming this. I mean, I don't mind being back in the studio, that's fine, I quite like it in here. But I have recently had another stay in a hotel with work, and the letter arrived whilst I was away. I mean, it could have come a couple of days earlier, you know, and then I could have filmed it in a different location, which seemed to be quite popular in the last video, and we came up with a more inventive way of destroying it. I mean, come on, TV licensing, you meant to have detector vans for this shit. Right, here we go. Now, let me just double check, see if we have seen this one before, or rather see which episode it was. Hey, look at that. It was letter number 1, the first TV licensing letter I ever did. How cool is that? And it was letter number 6 as well. Right, I've got some fucking complicated ass editing to do now. Right, let's go through them anyway, and we shall compare them to the last ones that we had. Alright, so the envelope is identical as far as I can see, but it's just apart from being red and having their return address on, it's just an envelope, there's nothing fancy about it, so yep, chuck that. So, the letter itself, so we've got the usual legal occupier, that's the same on all the letters. Got the QR codes, which I've already scribbled over. We covered what those do in the last episode, in letter number 10, which I did from the hotel room. We also covered why returning to sender isn't perhaps the best idea. So yeah, if you missed that, go back and look at number 10. I'll still be here when you get back. Alright, so status under investigation, that is the same. Obviously the date is different. This one's dated June 2023, although it was actually July by the time it arrived. I think the reason behind that is Royal Mail are in a lot of trouble at the moment. So they're having some real staffing issues, a lot of disputes with the union over pay. I know this because the chap that one of the chaps anyway that I was on a training course with, which is why I was in the hotel and everything, was an ex-post. He had been for about 23 years, so he had some horror stories to tell me, so no surprise it's late. The reference number obviously is the same. All of this looks to be the same as well. We've got the official notice in big letters. Please read carefully. You're in breach of the Communications Act if you watch or record live TV programmes at any channel or device. That's all the same. Download or watch BBC programmes on iPlayer at, and then it's your address or their victim's address, whatever, without being covered by a TV licence. And it goes on, as we still have no record of a TV licence at this address, by law we have no option but to continue with our investigation. Okay, go right ahead. It's going to go nowhere like the last 600, 700 investigations that you've done on my address. You should now expect a visit from Cambridge enforcement officers. I've given up on you lot, Cohen. If enforcement officers find evidence of illegal TV viewing, you could be interviewed under caution in accordance with national criminal law, which could lead to prosecution. And then, obviously, down the bottom, Scottish criminal law applies, so we've done that. Maximum penalty is a criminal conviction, £1,000 fine plus any legal costs or compensation you may be ordered to pay. Again, we've covered that several times before as well. It's almost never that amount. They're just trying a bit of scaremongering. It is a criminal conviction, does show up on DBS checks or CRB checks as they used to be called, but yeah, as to whether or not a prospective employer actually gives a shit, who cares, who knows. To stop a visit to current victim's address, buy TV license, no. Tell us you don't need one. I've told you once, well, told you twice before, I'm not repeating myself. Fuck off. Please get in touch now to stop this investigation. No. We can help you check if you need a TV. Choose the best way to spread the cost if you need one. So, if you don't need a license, we will, of course, stop our investigation. So I'm just going to correct this here as well. There we go. If you don't need a license, we will, of course, stop our investigation, but still send you a load of bullshit letters. See overleaf to find out how to stop our visit. You're not coming. Stop lying to me. Yours faithfully, the non-existent Scott Robson. Please do not write below this line. I'm going to remember to do that this time. Flip it over, and yeah, I think that's the same as the other two. If I'm honest, it's pretty much the same on all the letters. It's the back page. I'm not going to go through it, other than it perhaps sometimes changes colours of the font occasionally, but it's all the exact same wording. Still bollocking on about bloody VHS recorders. Yeah, alright. So, one we've seen twice before, which is interesting because I bet I can predict what next month's is going to be. So, not much left to do with this. First thing is we need to write below the line. Now, rather than engage a brain cell, which I don't really want to do, because I want to go to bed, because I've got work in the morning, I just googled the random swear word. And it came up with two things. Firstly, it came up with the word turd. Okay, fine, whatever. Then the next suggestion down the list was this. William Shatner. I mean, what the fuck? Why is that a swear? Oh, never mind. Fucking Google. Right. Let's get it destroyed. Right. We're not going to do the Wheel of Destruction this time round, because I've already decided what I want to do. I've got a new wood chipper. Loud noises. Alright, enjoyed that. Thank you for watching. Right, we're not going to do the Wheel of Destruction this time round, because I've already decided what I want to do. I've got a new wood chipper. Loud noises. Alright, enjoyed that. Welcome back to Strange Things from Across the Pond. Today, we're doing tackies again. But this time, with a bit of a twist. let's have a look at these. Alright, now, Takis we did back in episode 5 of Strange Things from Across the Pond. Specifically, we did these Takis, the purple ones, Takis Fuego. Or Fuego.
Wow, Stuart, you are such a monolingual.
These are perhaps my favourite thing in the world ever, and I'm really glad I've got another packet. But we're not really going to be looking at these today. We're going to be taking a look at these. These are Takis Crunchy Fajitas. Now, in the picture, they look pretty much the same, these crisp things, but obviously they're not. There's going to be some differences. So, yeah, I'm glad we've got both packets. We're going to do a bit of a comparison. Let's just have a look at the packaging on this one first, though. Okay, so besides the obvious, you start off with the purple colour. It's green here, and yeah, they're called Crunchy Fajitas. As far as I can tell, just glancing at the front of it, it's going to be the same thing. The crisps themselves aren't going to be made from anything different. This is perhaps just a different flavour, and I'm basing that on the fact that here it says mild, whereas on these it says extreme. And then it says down here, fajita artificially flavoured tortilla chips. Whereas over here it says hot chili and lime artificial flavoured tortilla chips. So it's going to be the same, but a different flavour, I think. But I've never tried this flavour before, and I'm really quite excited to try it. Right, let's have a look at the back. Nutritional facts going up on the screen over there or wherever I decide to put them when I do the edit. So we've got ingredients: corn flour processed with lime, vegetable oil, which is palm and or soybean and or canola oil. Okay. Seasoning, which is maltodextrin, salt, monosodium glutamate, citric acid, chili pepper, brackets chili. Okay. Or chile, rather, with an E. Anyway, onion powder, natural and artificial flavours, dextrose, red 40 lake, yellow 6 lake, sugar, blue 1 lake, whey, and in brackets milk. And that all looks the same, just advertising their other flavours. Follow us on Instagram and Twitter and Facebook. I should probably have a look at their Instagram and Facebook pages. Yeah, this channel is on Instagram as well, so yeah, have a look at that. And we'll just compare that to the other one. So they are almost identical ingredients. There's a few extra ones in this, which is just your flavouring, really. I was thinking when I first got these were going to be made from something different, and we were going to have a look at textures and appearances, but I think they're going to be exactly the same. But we've got 2 bowls for comparison. So we'll get them both open and we'll have a look. Yeah, like I say, I think texture and crunchiness and such like is going to be the same, but there may be some differences in colour and other appearance. All right, we'll start with these. Right, pour some in there for your viewing pleasure. Hello. So, well, I mean, first thing, as you're already seeing on camera, different colour. These are the typical bright red that I've come to expect from these from Takis. These, however, are sort of a burnt orangey colour. I'm not going to say brown, I'm going to say burnt orange. I am right though, they are exactly the same product but with different flavouring on them. Alright, we already know what these are, so we don't need to talk too much about these. I don't see much point in comparing textures and such like. It's the same product, we're just going to go straight in with the flavour. Interesting for 2 reasons. These ones are making a bigger mess of my hands a lot faster than the others do. Tastes like fajitas. And I'm not talking about just one part of a fajita. If you were eating an entire fajita, that's the flavour. That's great. Let's have another one. They're nice. They have almost no heat to them. These are quite spicy, especially when you eat a lot like I do. These, there's a hint of it just at the back of the throat, but not very much. Yeah, it tastes just like a fajita. Yeah, I can taste the grilled meat, the peppers that are in there, they're normally cut into little strips, they're normally bell peppers or something like that. Apart from the fact that I'm eating a taki, the flavour is that of just a nice fajita. It's good.
Yeah, they've even got that sort of floweriness.
That's a made-up word.
It comes in the tortilla that goes with it. You know, they're normally made of corn tortillas or floured tortillas. You can even taste that coming through. They haven't just used the filling. I remember seeing a short program once on how they make the flavouring for crisps. And if you're doing it properly, you literally take the thing that you're trying to get the flavour from, freeze dry it, turn it into a powder and put it on your crisps. I mean, it's a bit more complicated than that, but that's basically what you do. Now, you can use artificial flavours, but it depends on what quality of product you're going for. These, even though it says artificial flavours on them, taste just like the real thing. They're great. Yeah, they're good at those. Texture and consistency, exactly the same as these. They are the same product but with a different flavour on, so we don't need to go too far into that. I think if you've tried these, which I highly recommend, maybe you didn't like them, maybe they were too spicy for you. Not everyone likes spicy food. Personally, I fucking love it. Then try these instead. If you like mild crisps or just milder food, but still with great flavour, intense flavour, go with those. Highly recommend those. Let's have another one. Now that I've eaten a few of them, I think that heat that I was detecting last time was because I went and ate one of these before I did all else. That's going away now. There's an ever so slight amount of spice just as you finish eating it, but it is so mild. The majority of it is just that really nice fajita type flavouring. You know, I can taste the tortilla, I can taste the meat, the grilled vegetables that go into it. It's lovely. I've got my eye on these bits though. Look how dark they are. There's a lot of flavour on that. Let's eat that bit. Yeah, it's the same flavour, just a lot of it. As good as that. Just tried a few, alternating one after the other. Ever so slightly, these are a little crunchier. But it's minuscule. I would say these are more crunchy, these are more crumbly. They're just a little bit softer. But it is so imperceptible. If I didn't have them lined up next to each other, like if someone's eating one then the other, I'd say they were exactly the same thing. So, yeah, ever so slight difference there, but it's so small, you won't notice it. In fact, it may even just be confirmation bias. I'm looking for something to be different about these two. These ones are ever so slightly harder and crunchier. These ones are a bit softer and crumblier. Still very nice though. Let's have some more. Alright, we're going to call that it for now. I found a double one. We're going to try that one, because, yeah, the double ones are normally the best. They carry the most flavour. Yeah, we'll try that one now. Yeah. I wish I could get a bag of the double ones. And they're the best ones. Alright, yeah, we'll call that it. Made a bit of a shorter episode, this one, because, well, we didn't really have to talk much about these, because we've already covered what takis are. Yeah, episode 5. So yeah, all we had to do is talk about the flavour. Like I said, they are almost exactly the same product, just with different flavouring on them. Highly recommend, if you don't like spicy food, get these instead. You will not be disappointed. Alright, we'll call that it. Thank you for watching.
And on today's episode of What's Going On with Stuart's Bike Now, I believe that to be slightly out of specification. Yeah. Only tightened it last month as well. Fucking hell. Right, well, I think it's safe to say that the chain is definitely gone. To give it some context, it was perfectly okay when I rode this bike to a meet on Thursday. It was perfectly okay when I took it out for a bit of a joyride on Sunday. It's now Monday, and I wanted to spend pretty much all day on the bike 'cause it's bank holiday and I've got nothing else to do. And I've ridden it 20 miles, and that's happened. Great. So, we're going to do chain and best practices to do sprockets as well. If I'm honest, I can see the rear sprocket, it looks okay, but they're not expensive, so we'll get a new one put on as well. It's best practice. The only thing is I don't know how many teeth are on this front sprocket, so I've got to start taking it apart, which is going to render the bike unrideable. Mind you, it's pretty much unrideable now anyway. I don't really want to ride it with that slapping around. So yeah, I've got to start disassembling it before I've even ordered the parts. So I'm going to take that cover off, count them, and then go and order stuff. I forgot to mention as well, whilst I was out riding, if you're in any doubt of your chain being this slack, if you doubt at all that that's a problem, not only could I hear it rattling away, but there was at one point I thought it had come off, where there was this horrible sort of clacking and clattering and grinding noise, and the engine is revving up, but I'm not accelerating. Then all of a sudden it grabs, and away we went. It may not have been that. It may have been something else. Maybe I wasn't very good with the clutch, but the noise made me think that perhaps the chain did come slack. You know, it's come away from the front socket, and then it's managed to get back on before I broke down completely. Also, there were times when I'm riding it home. So I basically just, what is it, Archer? Come on, get off. Also, there were times when I was riding it home, because I've only been to the cafe on it, I noticed that it was almost impossible to get smooth acceleration. As in, I would come onto the throttle as gently as I could, but because of the slack in the chain, the engine was spinning before the back wheel was, so I'd always get a jerk, which was then no doubt putting further stress on the chain and making it worse. So, let's get this undone. I do like the heads on these little nuts that are on here though. They have the Lifan logo stamped into them. Nowhere else on the bike is like that. That's a nice touch. Right, and there she is. That cylinder needs a fucking clean, doesn't it? Look at the state of that. Yeah, I'll have to get some parts cleaner on this before we put it all back together. Look at the state of my fingers. Oh, that is metal after all. It sounds like plastic when it's on the bike, but it's not. Alright. See, I was about to say the sprocket isn't in too bad of a condition, but if I look closely, the teeth are worn on it. I can't quite pull the chain off by hand. That would have been an excellent demonstration of just how loose it is. It is going to have to come off though, so that I can count the number of teeth on it. Okay, that's not good. How am I going to undo this if it's rotating it? I can't reach the back brake either. Or can I? Yes, I can. Oh, come on. I may need more leverage. Oh, I think that went. Yeah, there we go. What does it they say? Give me a lever large enough and I shall move the earth. That looks... it's a bit rusty and mucky, but it's otherwise in good nick. That's it, off you come. There we go. Yeah, that is properly worn, is that? Question is, how many teeth does it have? So, starting with there, 15 teeth. Right. I'll explain why that's important back in the studio. Alright, back in the studio. Now, it's been 6 days since the bit that you watched just a couple of seconds ago, and the parts that we need, or that I need, rather, I keep saying we, you're not doing anything, I'm doing it all myself. The parts that I need have arrived. They came, I don't know, midweek, but it's now Sunday, and I'm finally in a position to start doing something about it. So, we have a sprocket, a new chain, and then we have another bigger sprocket. Now, we'll start with this one. The reason I was counting the teeth, I've gone for a different size. I'll get this one out of its bag and I'll show you. These are my two front sprockets, old and new. The Eagle-Eyed Monster, you will notice I've gone down a size. I've gone down a size by 1 tooth. Now, what does that mean for the bike and why have I done it? Well, I needed a new sprocket anyway, but the reason being is my motorbike has a top speed of 60 to 65. In 4th gear. That's an issue because its top speed in 5th gear is about 50 to 55. Quite a considerable amount slower. You wouldn't have thought it'd be like that, you'd have thought, you know, go up a gear, go faster. But no, it's really weird. The absolute red line on that bike is 10,000 RPM. Now, if I am absolutely flat out in fourth, it will be doing about 9.5. If I really pin it some on the downhill, it will go up to 10,000. But it's absolutely screaming at me by then. And it's doing, well, at 10,000 in fourth, it's probably doing a bit over 65, probably closer to 70. I then change into fifth, and the revs drop to about 6.5, 7,000, which is okay if you're not that fussed about what speed you're travelling at, because the bike quietens right down and you're just gently cruising along. The problem is it can't maintain that speed at those revs. You start to lose speed. You go up even a very slight incline, sort of incline where you would barely notice it if you were walking. But yeah, slight incline, you go around a corner and the wind is blowing on me, I start to lose speed. It can't maintain it. I'm full throttle and I'm losing speed, and eventually I have to change down into fourth, pin it, get back up to the speed that I want to be at, which most of the time is 60 miles an hour. 99% of the roads around here are A roads anyway, A roads and B roads, where the limit is 60. So most of the time that's the speed I want to be doing, so I have to absolutely pin it in fourth, get it back up, and then my choice is stay in fourth, revving the engine harder and then obviously using more fuel and more wear on various things, or change down to fifth and hope that it maintains the speed for as long as possible before I have to keep doing it. And that seems wrong, because as I go up all the other gears, first, second, third and then into fourth, we don't have that massive drop in revs. It's only about 1,000 RPM to 1,500 that it's dropping by. And what I've worked out by paying attention as I ride it as well is, all engines have a power curve, and at certain rev ranges they will make more power. For example, my main car is a 1600 diesel. That makes the majority of its power between 2,000 and 3,000. Now you can rev it up to 4,500 RPM, but it doesn't really feel like it's accelerating that much anymore. You're just making noise. If I go through the gears, keeping it between 2,000 and 3,000, the car can absolutely fly. But revving it up to the red line, it doesn't feel like I'm going any faster. That's because its main power curve is between 2,000 and 3,000. And that's because the turbo kicks in at about 1,800 RPM, and it's just right where it can really make the most of that low-end torque that you get with diesels. Motorbike engines, obviously slightly different. They tend to make a lot of their power high up in the rev range. And it seems to me that we're dropping off the power curve, and unless I can find a way to get the bike up into that rev range whilst it's in fifth gear, there's no way to get around that. I'm going to drop off the power curve, and then I'm just going to start losing more and more speed. Unless I start going down a hill or get a toe off someone, the only way to get it back is to drop down a gear, get back on the power curve and accelerate again. So that brings us on to these. Now when you go down a sprocket size, you're changing the gearing of the bike. So this, being smaller, will have to spin at a higher rate than this in order to make it move. That's just how gears work. You have a smaller one, has to spin more often than this. So let's say this was, I don't know, 3 to 1. It's not 3 to 1, I don't actually know what it is, but let's say it's 3 to 1. So this spins 3 times, this spins once, and that translates to 1 turn of the back wheel, and I'm going at a certain speed as a result. By going down a size, this will then have to spin at, say, 4 or 5 to 1. So 5 rotations of that to 1 of those, which then means that your engine has to spin faster to achieve the same speed. What that does, because you're also changing the leverage. Now, it's harder for the bike to reach higher speeds. You normally have a drop in top speed when you do this sort of change, because the engine can only spin so fast. But what that means is that your acceleration is boosted. You will accelerate much, much faster, but you sacrifice top speed as a result. If you go the other way, if you go from a small one to a big one, you gain top speed, but at the cost of acceleration. And if your bike has ample power, as in it's a large engine, then that's fine. It can also help with things like fuel efficiency. Your engine doesn't have to work as hard, so will therefore use less fuel to maintain the same speed. What I'm hoping is going to happen here is by essentially dropping all of my gears, because we're going to affect all 5 gears, essentially dropping them down a ratio by putting a smaller sprocket on, is when I change into fifth, I'm going to be higher up the rev range, and the bike may then be able to maintain the speed that I want from it. Now, I do then lose theoretical top speed, and I say theoretical top speed because the bike doesn't have that much power anyway. If I could get the bike to the red line in 5th gear, it'd be doing probably over 100 miles an hour. But there's no way it could ever do that because the 125 engine just doesn't give me enough power to reach 100 miles an hour. Going with this, the engine will be revving faster and harder in 5th to maintain the same speed. But because it's on its power curve, it should be able to maintain that speed and still be at a lower rev than it was in 4th. So current configuration, top speed 65 in 4th gear at 10,000 RPM. New configuration, top speed may still only be 65 or thereabouts, but it will be in 5th gear at say 8,000 RPM, which is better. So in conclusion, normally down a sprocket size on the front, better acceleration, lower top speed. I'm hoping though the unique situation that I'm in with the gearing, the difference between 4th and 5th, and the way the engine's set up and the power curve and all that lot, I'm going to get better acceleration, same top speed, maybe even better top speed, but that might be too much to hope for. So that's why I've done that, and as you can see it is one size down. It's 14 teeth rather than 15, which doesn't sound like much, but if you work it out percentage wise, it is a bit of a change. Now, worst case scenario, I completely ruin it. The engine is revving its arse off and I've lost any speed it used to have. Even in top gear, flat out, I end up doing like 40 miles an hour. That would be a bit extreme, but absolute worst case is I've miscalculated something and I ruin it. Not the end of the world though, because sprockets in this size are available and they take 5 minutes to fit. So that's why I've done what I've done. Right, let me talk briefly about the others, because that was a long ass explanation. I'm probably going to have to edit a lot of that out. So that's me back sprocket. Isn't that nice and shiny? There's no grease on it either. Well, it probably is now that I've handled it. One thing though is I ordered the sprocket with the backing plate on. That doesn't look like it has any backing plate. Not a problem, I'm sure I can just swap the other one over, but paid extra for the backing plate because more stuff. But yeah, that's it. There was only one choice of rear sprocket, so I'm assuming that's the same size. I haven't checked yet, but yeah, we'll find out. Hope it fucking fits. He also told me it was a genuine Lifan part, but that says JT Sprockets on it. Right, and the last thing is the chain. Now, again, I ordered, this was listed as a genuine Lifan chain. As you can see, it's JT again. Again, not a problem. It was also listed as a heavy duty chain. I'm hoping that gives me a bit more longevity on it. But I somehow got it in my head that this was going to come as a chain designed for my bike. Instead, it's open. It's not a complete loop yet, which is a bit of an issue. Because I've now ordered them, didn't have the tools for dealing with chain links, motorbike chain links, so I've had to order that, and I'm going to have to learn how to use it. Also, I have no idea if this is going to be the correct length. It might be too long, I might have to take links out. It came with an extra link as well, which I've left downstairs. Maybe it'll be too short, I don't know. So it's already more of a job than I thought it was going to be, because I've got to make the chain myself. At least I know I don't have to order genuine Lifan chains anymore though. Now that I've got the tools and we're going to go and learn how to do it, then I'll just order any old chain next time. Right, it is a gorgeous day outside, and as far as I can tell my neighbour's finally stopped mowing his lawn, so we're going to go out and get it done. We're going to start by putting the sprockets on. We'll do the front one first because it's partially disassembled already. And then we'll do the back one, because getting all that back wheel off is probably going to be most of the work. Then we're going to do the chain. I'll show you quickly the tools that I've bought. But yeah, that's what we've got. Chain pressing tool. I'll be honest, I don't currently know how to work it. I could probably have a go and figure it out. What I'll probably do instead is go and watch some YouTube videos about how to work it, and then we'll get it put together. But we're going to do the sprockets first. Right, let's go back outside. Almost forgot, I've got to take my gloves off now. Let me move you in a touch. We're going to have a quick look at the teeth on this thing. Let's see if you can see it on there. Look at the shape of these teeth, dead on, this top one, then compare it to that one. See the difference? Notice how this side is worn smooth. It looks almost like the spoke is bending over. It's more of a wave shape. Now if you continue to wear this, eventually that will wear right over, and it will also look like a hook. If the chain was okay, could that keep going in that condition? Yeah. If I just chose not to change this and put a fresh chain on it and leave everything else, would it be okay? Yeah, it probably would, but the chain may not last as long, and come the next time it's almost certainly going to need doing. So best practice, you're taking them, you've got to take it off anyway. I had to take the front one off if I was going to get this chain off, so you may as well just change them. They're not expensive at all, really. So yeah, I hope that answers the question. If anyone's wondering if they really should or shouldn't, just get a new one and compare them and you'll see the difference. Right, now let's go outside. Oh, look at me bloody fingers. This is only going to get worse. Right, let's just take this off again. Here you come. I'm going to go out tomorrow and get some brake cleaner. Clean that shit up. Seems okay. Bike must be in gear. Okay. Obviously it's a tight fit, but then I won't expect anything else. I'll just get all that retaining plate out. Right. So. There we go. Worked as that plate then went on a particular way, and then it rotated. I've got this little cutout in the teeth. What's up, Muffin? The idea is your sprocket goes the other side of that. That then goes in there and rotates somehow, if you can line it up properly. And then there's no way to get that out because that then screws to your sprocket to stop it rotating. So there's no way your sprocket can come away. So. And of course, because of this plate, now that you've twisted it, can't move backwards or forwards, it stops your sprocket going, not just coming off the end, but also going further in, so it keeps it exactly where you want it to be. I have to say, I'm not overly impressed with how much that wobbles. That is a bit disappointing. Maybe I should order a new retaining plate. Alright, yeah, you know what? Let's just take it back off. It's frustrating, but I think I'm going to order a new retaining plate. Probably should have done that the first time round. It's hard to tell. I get the feeling these little teeth on here are worn out, which is why it's allowing it to move on this spindle. I think that's what it's called anyway. That's frustrating because it's going to delay this job possibly for another week, because I'm working all week after today. Alright, we can still put the back sprocket on and we can still start work on the chain. It's just that that'll have to be our cherry on top. Fuck's sake. Alright, so that's our sprocket. It's attached to the wheel, so that's all going to have to come off. Now, I was just going to attack this with the mindset of unbolt stuff until the bit I need comes off, and then try and remember where I put all the bolts and put it all back together. I thought I'd best be a little prudent, check the manual, and that more or less says do the same thing, unbolt it all until it comes away. So, step 1, position the motorcycle on its centre stand. We've done that, lovely. Step 2, check that the rear wheel is off the ground. Yep, that's fine. And create some slack in the chain. That should be enough. Oh, then on drum brake models, which this is, I have to start by undoing the brakes, which means this camera angle's all wrong. Fuck. Finished adjusting all this back brake like 2 videos ago. And I'm going to have to do it all over again. What I might do is take the opportunity whilst all the back wheel's off to give the rear brake a good service. It has been binding somewhat. Nothing noticeable when you're riding, but yeah, enough to stop the wheel just turning freely when it's off the ground. There we go. Right, next step. Right, next step is remove the axle, which is this big ass bolt here, and then it slides out apparently, and then the whole wheel comes off. Excellent. There's a nut or a bolt obviously on each side. They are different sizes. One's a 21, the other's a 19. I don't know if that's done on purpose or not. I mean, 2 ways of looking at that. It could confuse the hell out of you, or if you're an amateur mechanic like me, you only have 1 socket set. So being different sizes, you're guaranteed to be able to undo it. How cool is that? Sweet. There we go. Lovely. Right, okay. Let's pull this wheel out then. You can't see it, but there's an arm that attaches to this plate here and goes up onto the chassis, and presumably as the suspension moves up and down it's rotating this plate and doing something to adjust how the brakes work and interact. I need to figure out how to get it off. Looks like there's a split pin and a single nut. I hate split pins. I know they serve a purpose and it's safety critical and yada yada yada. Doesn't mean I have to like them. Oh. Well, that's one half of the split pin out. Guess I need a new split pin. Never mind. Come on. Off you go.
Why so weak? So weak.
There we go. Oh, the wheel is free. And, but it doesn't clear the mudguard. Fucking hell. There we go. There we go. Oh, look at that. This is how we wheel it away. The sprocket falls off. Even better. Also, I realise now, and I feel an idiot for not realising it sooner, I was always going to have to split the chain to get it through the chassis. It goes over the swing arm, round an arm of the chassis as well, or the frame rather, then comes back under the frame and under this swing arm. So I was always going to have to split it. Oh well, I suppose it comes pre-split then. Let's put that back in there. Can't remember which way around it went now. Alright. Finally get a good look at this wheel as well. Besides it needing a thorough good clean, which is actually quite hard to do whilst it's on the bike, unless you've got arms like Mr. Tickle. You can see why places charge so much for fitting new tyres though. That's a lot of work. More work than would be required on, say, a car. I said I wanted to have a look at these rear drum brakes, see what adjustment. I was expecting a similar design to what you find on a car. But, look at this. That's it. And all that happens is when this lever is pulled, it rotates that and pushes them out. Look at that. How cool is that? And it's very stiff to apply and it doesn't retract back all the way automatically. So I think maybe these springs need looking at. A good bit of lubrication. but the pads themselves look to be in good nick. The inside of there is in good nick as well. That's our wheel bearing, which I can't feel any roughness in that either. Put that back on there now. You're very much in the way there, Muffin. Right, let's have a look at this sprocket. It's what we came here to do. Right, I've moved to the garden step. Guess I'm aching after crawling around in the dirt.
Ha ha, you're old!
So this is our existing sprocket. That's the bit part of the wheel. This is our new one. So that's just going to sit nicely like that. Something like that anyway. Same size, same number of teeth. Interestingly, this back one doesn't look... It looks barely worn, if I'm honest. In fact, comparing the size of the teeth, I can't see any real wear on them. If I didn't already have this, I'd be tempted to leave it on. In fact, these look like rivets. Big fucking huge ones. And I have neither the tools to remove them nor the tools to put new ones in. So I am tempted to reuse this. I mean, I'm curious to know what this little plate is actually for. Do I even need it? It's just a backing plate. It's not doing anything to hold the chain on. It appears to be cosmetic more than all else. In fact, all it's doing is covering up these big holes, which this one doesn't have. Yeah, I'm thinking I don't actually need that. Alright, let's just undo these nuts. We'll just offer this up for size. I mean, it looks to fit like that. Let's just check. Some of these holes are bigger than the others. Let's just see what goes on. I am at some point as well planning on building myself a little workshop so I can do these jobs indoors. That's a way off yet. There we go. There we go. Now that I'm able to line them up fully, I can see very little difference in those teeth. Yeah. You know what, we're going to put the new one on anyway. It's best practice, and I've gone to the trouble of taking it off, but I don't think I'll throw that away. I think I'll keep that. Okay, not happy with that. These nuts have a flared base on them. It doesn't fit in this groove. We'll flip it over. Right, happy with that. That goes nicely back on there. Looks alright. It's obviously not a Lifehand one like it was advertised. It's obviously a generic one, but it fits and it has the same number of teeth on. So that's what I wanted. Right, next stage is I need to get that chain off, and I also want to have a look at those drum brakes before I put it all back together. So we're starting to lose the light. What I'm going to do is go away and do some research on how I use that new tool that I've got, and then we're going to come back bright and early in the morning, because with a bit of luck we'll get it all back together. Yeah, at least as much. Alright. Alrighty then. Oh, it is the following day, and I think I've got a semi-reasonable idea of how this thing works. But what I've decided to do is I can practice with it if I decide I need practice on the old chain, because it's knackered anyway. But first thing we need to do either way is press one of these links out on one of these rivets and then remove the old one. So yeah, let's do that first. I have to say, this was dirt cheap. I can't remember how much, but cheap. And it's actually a pretty decent quality bit of kit. Okay, so breaking chain. This tool may be used for breaking all changes from number 35 to 630. I've no idea what that means, but that sounds good. If working on cam chain, I don't think I am working on cam chain. The rivet head must be ground off first. Oh, you are fucking joking. Do I just keep shoving this through? These instructions aren't making sense. It says this should be a smooth action, but it doesn't feel very smooth. Right, let's just undo it and try this again. It is coming out. You can feel the link being pushed out the other side. Alright, let's carry on with it then. On the internet they make this job look so easy. It's doing it, it's on its way out. Oh. Tip's fucked though. We've managed to break the tip of our tool. We'll just fucking got this thing. Great. Maybe should have gone a size down. Never mind. That's great, isn't it? Brand new tool. It's all bent and knackered. Alright, we'll go size down. That'll help press it out. No, get out of the way, Muffin. That is much smoother. Should be winding nicely. Out the other side. A bit of luck. Yep, I can feel it, it's coming out. Get a bit of resistance there now. There we go. Needed a bit of help, didn't it, Muffin? Who's a good girl? That is our chain. Right, now before I go putting my nice new shiny chain and everything else on the bike, I do want to give it a good clean, especially behind that cover where that small sprocket is. So I've been out, got some brake cleaner, let's get that done now. It's trying to rain on me as well, hopefully that'll hold off whilst we do this. Right, shift up, Muffin. You don't want to be around this. Also, I get all this gunk out of here. Probably shouldn't be doing this on my patio, but never mind. Ugh. Good thing about this stuff is it's really fucking good. Look at that. And all I'm doing is just using a nylon brush just to take the larger chunks of it off, just to loosen them off. But for general cleaning, just the pressure coming out of the can is enough to blast everything away. I don't want this perfect, it doesn't need to be perfect. I just want to get rid of most of the crud that's in here. Go, that's better. One more spray. Look at that. Now I could go further and keep scrubbing it and get it all nice and new and shiny. Don't really need to though. The part isn't in the best of condition anyway, as you can see, so there's really not much point going further with it. I just want to get rid of all that grot that was in there. I am, however, I'll just give this bit in here a bit of a clean as well. Alright, next stage is get that chain back on. I need to thread it through where it needs to go and then I need to press it in. Now this is one of those jobs where if I get it wrong I'll fuck the part and the job stops, so I think cup of tea, double check the instructions, and then we'll have a go. Hello, Stuart doing the edit here. So we're going to call that it for part 1 of the chain and sprocket replacement video. There's only going to be 2 parts, I promise. We are at more or less the halfway point in this repair. Everything's off, it's just a matter of putting it all back together now and testing it. Part 2 will be out for channel members, because I have channel membership now. Just as soon as I've finished editing it and uploading it, they go live for channel members instantly. If you're not a channel member, it will be out on schedule, which for the biking series is the second Friday of every month at 5 PM. So for now, thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.
Right, I must have watched this 100 times now. Just this 5-second bit, I can't stop laughing at it. Here we go.
Emotional damage! Where's the therapy button?
Where's the therapy button? Fucking hell. Oh, dear me.
I shall leave you as you left me, as you left her, marooned for all eternity in the center of a dead planet. Buried alive, buried alive.
How dare you!
Welcome back to Strange Things from Across the Pond. Today, I right fancy some jerky. Squid jerky. Right, here we go. So, this is Orchid's prepared shredded squid. And it says Saki Ika. I may... Actually, let's not say may. I almost certainly am pronouncing all of this wrong. Anyway, we'll carry on. Kizami Surum? Surum? Yeah. So,
Wow, Stuart, you are such a monolingual.
30% more. Don't know what that says. We'll try Google Translate on it in a minute. And net weight 1.06 freedom units, or 30 grams. Product of Taiwan. Now, like I said in the introduction, I'm not limiting this to American foods. No, not at all. This is anything that comes from outside the UK. We're an island, so if it comes from across the sea, that's good enough for this series. But yeah, it appears to be, if you can look through the packet, it's jerky, but it's squid. I like both those things. They're combined. My mind is blown. Fantastic. Alright, let's have a look. Ingredients are squid, I should fucking hope so, sugar, salt, MSG, sorbic acid and lactose, and it says wild caught. That's alright, isn't it? Nutritional information will be on the screen over here. I like this. Allergy information contains lactose, but not squid. Oh, whatever. I don't know. Maybe they don't have to tell you that it contains squid when it says squid on it, but the amount of times I've bought like fish fingers, it says warning contains fish. Yeah, whatever. Distributed by CTC Food International in Oakland, California, but it's also a product of Taiwan. Anyway, this did actually come from the American supermarket, the commissary, that I am fortunate enough to have access to, so I suppose it's across the pond in 2 ways. It's come from Taiwan via America, imported to the UK to be sold to Americans, but was then sold to me. Happy days.
How dare you!
Alright, let's open it up and see what's inside. Oh, see if we can make sense of these symbols first. Right, let's see here. So, if I just angle it like that. Okay. So it did briefly show me that this top one was squid. The bottom one is fragrance. Let's see, what's that say? Excellent, it says now. Okay. What about that one? Oh no, it's squid. Okay. What's that middle one say? Zong. Okay. vegetables 20, fish, squid again, turtle now, kang, oh, squid, vegetable, oh, it could mean fucking anything, who knows. Right, let's move on. Let's open it up and eat it. Now this is interesting. It feels just like beef jerky does, but stringier. I suppose it's been jerked just the same, so, yeah. It has, as soon as I open the packet, but especially when I hold it to my nose, yeah, very strong fishy aroma. The dogs have all come and sat right round me. As soon as I opened it, they want some of this. It's not a bad fishy smell. You know, there's two types of fishy smell. There's, you know, as in like bad rotting fish, you know, when you go down to the docks or something like that and some of the catch gets dropped in the sea or ends up on the side, you know, and it just smells minging. And then there's that good fishy smell when you go to like a fishmonger's and everything is fresh. It's like that. It's nice, but with just a hint of salt, you know, it's salted. Yeah, it's nice stuff. Yeah, look, it just comes apart. It's all nice and stringy. And yeah, there's some sort of powder getting on my fingers. Yeah, there is some sort of powder getting on my fingers. It's just... It's salt. The dogs are going mad as well. They want some of this. But they're not having any until I've eaten some. Right, let's have that piece, shall we? Okay. First thing that strikes me there, that is tough. I had to tear that apart. I couldn't just bite a chunk off. And I'm still chewing it even now. Blimey. Right, let's try another piece. Yeah, that's... I'm not sure if I like this or not. I was really excited to try that because I love seafood and I love jerky, but... Also, I thought it was salt that's on it. Now I've realised it's not going to be salt, is it? It's going to be MSG. Which is great to put in food. I do use it when I'm cooking, but I don't really want to eat it raw. Which is, yeah, I tried it raw and it tasted minging. Right, let's try one more piece. I'll try and tell you some more about the flavour, but so far I'm not liking this. Right, what I will say about the flavour is, it's fish. It's squid, but it's not fresh. I mean, I know it's not fresh, obviously it's jerky, but it doesn't taste fresh, it doesn't taste very nice. And that's not just the seasoning as well, you know, the raw MSG that's on it. It's just... yeah, not impressed with this. I'll keep eating it for the sake of the channel. Yeah, this is less rare treat, something a bit different, and more... It reminds me of dog treats, which is not good for human food. And yes, I have tried the dog's treats, because, yeah, why wouldn't I? Yeah, I'm not fairly sure I'm not going to be able to finish this, which is saying something because I was brought up with, you know, oh, you're not going, you're not leaving the table till you've finished it. I will eat pretty much fucking anything, but this is not very nice. I mean, I feel strangely compelled to keep eating it, even though it's just getting worse the more I do. Yeah. I know Uncle Roger says MSG is pure flavour, but I could do with fucking less of it right now. Oh dear.
Why so weak? So weak.
That's a shame. I was quite excited to try this as well, but it's just not very nice. The texture is too chewy. The flavour is pretty gross. In fact, the smell, I've just realised, reminds me of the fish food that I put in my aquarium to feed my fish. Yeah, the texture is that of dog treats. The smell is that of fish food, and the taste is of, well, it's off fish. And now, March 24, it's well within date. Oh, yeah. Not happy with that. Oh. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to get a piece, and I'm going to go wash it. They're coated in something. It's probably a combination of this sugar, salt, and MSG. Because it's all over my fingers. You probably can't see it on camera because it's really fine dust, but it's all over my fingers. It's a bit sticky. I'm going to wash it off and see if that changes the flavour. Maybe it's the coating that's ruining it. I'll be back in a minute. Right, there we go. I just ran a piece quickly under the tap. It does look different. Again, I don't know if it's going to come across on camera, but I have washed something off. Let's try this now. No, that's not any better. I feel like my body is rejecting this. It's not nice. Disappointing. Disappointed! Alright, I'm not gonna... yeah, I'm eating it now because it's in front of me, but it's not very nice. So we'll separate out a few pieces for the dogs. There we go. Look, dogs, you can have the big pieces. The rest of it is going back in the packet, and see if what my partner makes of it. I imagine they're gonna pull a funny face at me, but disappointing, really disappointing. It's just gross. I mean, I love jerky, I love fish, I do like squid, I especially love foreign food and trying new things, but so if you like that, there's something wrong with you.
Right, let's find out if it's canine approved. Oh, you want some of it, don't you, Bella? Sit. Sit. Good girl. You want a piece? You want some? There you go. What do you think? You want some more? You want some more of it, don't you? Eh? I think it's safe to say it's Bella approved, isn't it? Do you want one more piece? Do you want one more piece? Right. Sit. Good girl. Yes. See, you can be good, can't you, when I have treats? No, you're not having any more. Get down. Who's a good girl?
Okay, so that was Orchid's prepared shredded squid, 30% more. Gotta be honest, they could have gone 80% less, it'd have been perfectly acceptable. It's always a bit disappointing when I get something on this series that I just can't eat. I mean, we had the Vienna sausages, which were okay, but yeah, certainly the broth was a bit minging, but I wouldn't recommend them. I unfortunately can't recommend this. I mean, if you see it and it's not expensive, if it's say, you know, 50p or, well, let's say less than £1, by all means get it and try it, but don't say I didn't tell you so. It's not very nice. Alright, I'm gonna go get a drink to wash this out my mouth because it's actually pretty gross, and yeah, I'll see you in the next episode. Thank you for watching.
Tell you what, though. I know, Bella. Sit. Embarrassment. Tell you what, though, I think it's safe to say it's going to be canine approved. They are desperate for some of it. I'll give you a bit in a minute. Look at this one here. And that one. Fucking hell, dogs. You can have some in a minute. No.
I shall leave you as you left me, as you left her, marooned for all eternity in the center of a dead planet. Buried alive, buried alive.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
Hello and welcome to another video on doing stuff and filming it. This is part 2 of the chain and sprocket replacement on the Lifan King. If you missed part 1, the link to it is in the description. You're welcome to go and have a look at that first. I'll still be here when you get back. Excellent, you're back. And that is a really overdone trope, I apologise. One more thing before we get fully into part 2 of this particular repair. One of my favourite biking YouTube channels, Fort9, released a video talking about rev ranges on motorbikes, which is one of the big things I was talking about in part 1. He's not quite on the same track that I'm on, he doesn't talk about power curves, but it is the same sort of field, you know, why motorbike engines prefer higher revs to being kept at lower revs. So by all means go and give that a look. Naturally, he explains it far better than I did, so yeah, give that a look, but in the meantime, I'm going to crack on. Okay, right, cup of tea on the go. I've been reading through the instructions and I think I know what I'm doing, but what we'll do in a minute is just we'll take his time with it. We'll, you know, do it a step at a time and we'll get it right. One of the things it does say to do in the Haynes manual, but not in the instructions that came with the actual tool, is you feed it over the rear sprocket first. Of course, at the moment the rear sprocket isn't there because the rear wheel isn't there. So, before I put all the wheel back on, it does give us a bit of an opportunity having it off. I want to do something with these drum brakes because they're not working properly, and do something with the wiring under the rear fender or mudguard, whatever you want to call it, because it's all sort of a bit loose. The wheel doesn't need to be off for me to do that, but it's certainly a lot easier to access it. I think there might be someone at the door. Alright, that's enough of that. What was I doing? Ah yes, so basically I want to try and lubricate this part, this arm that goes in here, because it should just spring back. Hopefully, bit of WD-40, work it loose, the job will be a good one. Let me go get some fresh gloves on, we'll do that. Alright, I'm hesitant to take this fully apart, partly because these springs will be an absolute penis to get back on once I remove them. We're not going to do that if I can avoid it. What I'm going to do is apply the brake like that. Well, someone's fired up their ruddy lawnmower, great. It does look like there used to be some grease in there. It's obviously just dried up. Alright. Being careful not to get it on the friction material of the actual brakes, of course. Ah, that's much better already. So you would apply it, and then you want it to snap back, but yeah, that's much better already. See, if this was working normally, I'd be able to let go of that and it just snap back, but like that, it doesn't seem quite able to achieve that. Indeed, that little spring just isn't quite strong enough. See what I mean? If I were to brake, and then, yeah, well, it's starting to do it, look. Alright, we'll let that penetrate and do its job. Penetrate. Let's get a bit more on first. That's certainly freeing off though, which is good. See, I'm trying to think how much I would actually move this lever were I braking, and I don't think it's that far. I think it's like there at the most. You picture I'm going along like that, I'm pulling on it. That is some pretty heavy braking right there, and it snaps back from that position, which is what we want. So what I'm thinking is let that dry a bit and let that grease penetrate, and we'll put some more permanent like finger grease on here, clean it all up so we're not contaminating our friction material. We've got a bit on, but that's not the end of the world, and then that'll be ready to go back on. Hopefully the weather holds as well. Now, I know you can't really see from there, but I can't really get the camera in any other angle. These wires, it's from where I changed these back indicators, they were just too long. Now I could snip them off to shorten them, but I'm just going to try and hide it first. Alright, okay. Look at that. There's an inner fender and an outer fender, and all the wiring sort of goes in between. So all I've done is, that looks a little worn. I think I shall just check that. I think that wire might be worn through. That's not good. I shall just double check that indicator's even working. Okay, right. That wire's obviously chafed on something, because this indicator doesn't work unless I fold this wire up. Well, that's wizard, isn't it? Alright. Well, that just means we'll just have to trim this wiring off anyway, won't we? Yeah. Looks like it's been doing it to both. Alright, well, we'll just trim that wire off, reattach it to the block connector. Job's a good one. This isn't even the right screwdriver set. Feck. Sure there's going to be people on the internet now saying things like, oh, you've put WD-40 on your electrical, as soon as you indicate you're going to explode.
Start it! That's spend once on this for
No, I won't. I don't have a spare, so I'm just going to have to keep trying to undo this one. It's always a bit disconcerting when a massive spider comes out towards you. Oh, God, Hatcher. Jesus, animal. Oh, what are you doing? What are you doing? Why do you have to climb on me? Can't you see I'm trying to make videos for YouTube? Alright, I am pretty tired. Who's lie here? Oh! Don't stand on me neck. Right, get off. Alright, that's the wiring repaired and tidied up. I was planning on doing something with this chain guard whilst the wheel was off, but looking at it, these two bolts and it should come off. So I'm not going to delay the current job just to attempt that. Alright, let's go and check on the brakes, see if they've cleared up a bit. Well, considering I left this with the brake applied when I went off to do my other stuff and it's now not, that seems like a good sign. That's much better. Yeah, even if you apply it really hard, it just snaps back. Lovely. Good, right, that's where it go back in the wheel then. I was going to try putting some finger grease on, but the WD-40 seems to have done the trick. It literally just snaps back into place, which is exactly what you want. No more binding brakes for Stuart. See, I'm really happy with how those brakes have freed up. That's a massive improvement. Alright, slide the axle back on, shall we? There we go. That's a nice bit of rotation there as well though, look at that. Good to know we haven't broken anything. Right, next stage is the chain. Let's go and get it. Alright, here we go then. It's starting to come together now. I've had an idea whilst I was going through all this as well. If I can find one that is reasonably priced and will actually do the job, a chain oiler. It's a bit old hat, you don't really see them on modern bikes. I guess they don't need them. This obviously doesn't come with one, but could be an interesting little project to put on. But yeah, we'll look into that later. So let's get this threaded through. I've given up on the gloves. Seems like every time I put a pair on, 5 minutes later I have a reason to take them off and then I need a new set. Right, so let's start. I'll start at this end. should have removed this guard. Never mind. It's done now. Right. Come on, round you come. Oh, fucking hell. I've got shit all over my new chain already. I'll have to give this a clean once it's put together. Right. That appears to be fitting nicely onto that sprocket though. Look at that. How good is that? So, to get this little link apart somewhere, these are my little rivets. So I've got 2 plates and my rivets, and we've got the riveting tool. So get this apart. How am I getting that off? Why are they stuck together? Really? I need to separate these 2 little plates because they go either side of the chain. They're stuck together. Like really stuck together. So we can get the blade of this really fine screwdriver in. That is intensely annoying. There we go. Right, there we go, that is on. That's my soft link. Now we need to press those rivets. I need to wash my fucking hands again, is what I need to do. So, I've already put this together, and I've put it together the wrong way round, as far as I can tell. I'm going to use the press plate instead. Right, we are just going to skip right through the bit of me trying to press the link into the chain, for the simple reason it took way too long. There's like 38, nearly 39 minutes worth of footage of me just laying on the ground struggling to get this done. It's harder than it looks. It's reasonably straightforward to do, at least after you've done it the first time. This is the first time that I've done this, but now that I've done it and I know how to do it, I could probably do it a lot better the next time. But it's really boring. I'm literally just lying there. If you want to watch it all, it'll all be in the slow TV version of this that I'll bring out sometime after this video's released. But yeah, we're just going to skip through it for the purposes of this, because, well, it's just far too long. If you want to know what happened, I basically had the wrong attachment on the tool, so I ended up snapping that off. So then I went to the correct one, but because it was working correctly, it was actually pressing the rivet in, and that was hard. Both my wrists were killing me by the end of it. I was putting so much force into twisting this rivet through. There must be an easier way. Maybe I need a higher quality tool for next time. Who knows? But yeah, finally got the rivet in, and then it felt like there was still some play in that joint more than all the other links in the chain, so I farted around with it. I wasn't too happy with how the rivet looked, you know, on the sort of mushroom head that you meant to put into it, but there was no play in it. It was pretty secure in there, so yeah, I was happy with it. Alright, next bit. Right, I can't feel any more play in it now than what I can in all these other links, so that will do. I need a break. Alright, had a bit of a break. I'm still not 100% happy with the rivet on the chain, but rather than keep playing with it, I'm just going to do the other bits and then come back to it. I'm not going to be able to test ride the bike anyway until this the plate for this has arrived. I do just want to get the chain on though, so I'm going to put that on there, like that, and I'll try and get the chain around it if I can, which I can't. I need to slacken this off. I'm trying to do it how I used to put my old push bike chain on. You get one link on and then just rotate the cog. It doesn't want to work like that. So we'll slacken the adjusters all the way off. Come on you go. There we go. That is on. Lovely. It's obviously still a bit slack because I haven't adjusted it, but it is on. That is what we like. Yeah, we'll use the old plate for now. The reason being is I can always come back and do it up properly later. But this will allow me to do things like chain tension in the meantime. I'll give it, well, we'll call it a bench test, shall we? I'll basically just leave the bike on its centre stand and rev it up through the gears and see what happens. There we go, that'll do for now. See if we can spot the soft link that I put in. Oh, here it comes. It seems to be doing its job. Now that I see it going round, and in the context of the other rivets, it's actually not that bad. Alright, let's do chain tension. This is a job we've done before with the old chain. So let's do chain tension. Yeah, that's about all there is to do after that, except wait for this retaining plate to come. And then road test it. Yeah, okay, let's do that now. Alright, so, first things first, I suppose let's pull this back. Right, guys and gals, for the sake of brevity, we're not going to look at me doing the chain tension again, for the simple reasoning that I've already done a video on adjusting the chain tension. So if you want to see me do that, just go back and watch the first video. I'll put a link to it on the screen now, and there'll also be a link in the description. So we're just going to skip over this bit and move on to the next stage of this repair. Right, I think we're ready for a test. Right, happy with that. One thing left now is we need to wait for that plate to arrive, retaining plate, but it looks okay so far. Just got to put the brakes back together, may as well do that now. Yeah, alright, let's do that. Right, and try not to get stung by nettles while I'm here as well, that would be nice. Okay, so same again. All I'm doing in this bit is reattaching and readjusting the rear brake on the bike. That's something else that I did in the other video, the chain tension and broken brakes, so it doesn't need to be included in this one. I'm just going to skip right past it. If you want to see how I did it, it's literally the exact same process as was in the other video, so we'll move straight on to the next bit. Right, so I thought for a moment there that I was losing the light. It turns out it's actually just about to rain, so I'm going to quickly screw that plate on and then go inside and wait patiently for the front sprocket retaining plate to arrive. And once that's on, I'm going for a test ride. Right, here we go. It's finally arrived. Well, actually it came a few days ago, but I've been working. I've finally got time to fit this, so we're going to bolt this on. I could tell pretty much as soon as it arrived that it looked so much better than the old one, so this should be a good fit. But yeah, get it bolted on, and then I think I'll let this hangover wear off a bit more before I go out for a ride. Oh dear me. So since the segment that you watched a few seconds ago, about a week has gone by. In that time I have nailed a new job, which is made me immensely happy, and I think I'm going to be so much happier, well, than I am in my current job. It's a fucking better be. But I also managed to remortgage the house. Well, not remortgage, switch deals, get a much cheaper rate, so I'm not facing imminent financial ruin anymore. Actually managed to get a rate below the Bank of England base rate, because those unelected millionaires seem hell-bent on making everyone as poor as possible. Because that's an appropriate way to behave during a cost of living crisis, isn't it? And if you don't have a mortgage that's due to jump up in price by more than 50%, it's probably going to be hard for you to understand this, but the weight that was lifted off my shoulders by nailing that new rate, I've still got to do the paperwork on it, but they've offered it to me. The weight that was lifted off my shoulders was immense, and couple that with getting the job, yeah, it's been a pretty decent week for me. So yeah, me and my partner had a little bit too much to drink last night. Let's just put this into gear so this stops fucking rotating on me. Okay, it doesn't want to go into gear, whatever. There we go. I'll show you on camera. Yeah. You can see the difference. These little bits here are obviously worn. Not by much, but obviously enough to make a difference. Right, put this case back on. The little box I keep all my removed parts in, I've talked about those before. I just opened it to get this this one bolt out, and the old chain is still in there. And my God, it stinks. I don't know what's going on, but it fucking hums. That combination of burning and rotting. Also, I've just realised something a bit daft as well. Let's just take this back off. This cover came with new nuts. Why don't I fucking use them? These seem different. They've got a flared base. Are they even going to fit? Now that's an issue. They're interfering with the chain and lifting it up. Alright, we shan't use the new nuts then, or bolts or whatever the fuck they're called. That's not going anywhere. Chain tension is fine. Right, go and sort my life out and then we can go for a test ride. Right, well, I've just got back from the ride out. Well, about half an hour ago. I've been in, got changed, obviously, had a cup of tea. That has worked brilliantly. I am really happy with it. The chain noise is gone. The problems I was having with the power take-up, as in it was taking up the slack before the power was transmitted to the back wheel, gone. I was a little concerned about the condition of the tensioners. They seem to have done okay. I was trying to get this external microphone working along with my helmet as I was riding. Unfortunately, a couple of miles after I set off, the mount broke for the camera and nearly lost the thing down the road. So I don't have a way to mount the camera on the bike at the moment. It's yeah, it's shagged. I suppose that's what I get for spending £2 on eBay. The actual thing that came with the camera is fine, but it's the anti-vibration mount that snapped. I'll show you. This thing. There should be 2 parts to it. One part is in pieces. It's snapped in 2 places on the 2 limbs, and the whole camera sort of flopped backwards and was just pointing up at the sky. Yeah, I thought I was gonna lose my expensive action camera, so I had to pull over, put it in the top box. But yeah, it's done exactly what I was hoping it would do. So we've gained lots of acceleration in the lower gears, 1, 2, 3 and 4. It really does pull. That was immediately evident to me when I first set off out of the driveway in first gear. The bike went, but I haven't lost any top speed from the bike either. That has stayed exactly the same. The difference is that I'm now using more revs in 5th gear, which means I can sustain that speed. Because what was happening before was I'd get it up to, say, 60 in 4th gear, absolutely revving the arse off it, changed from 4th to 5th, and it dropped down to 6,000. And it will now sit at 8,000 RPM doing 60-65 miles an hour, which is great. So yeah, I've gained acceleration, kept my top speed, possibly even gained some fuel efficiency as well, because to maintain a solid 60 mile an hour, I don't have to keep revving the arse off in 4th into 5th, slowly drop the speed away because I can't pull anymore, then rev the arse off it again. I'm just sitting cruising. It's great. So yeah, I'm really happy with it. I did get stopped 3-4 times whilst I was out riding. I've been out for about 3 or 4 hours this afternoon. Check the soft link on the chain, so I was a little worried about it. Nope, that's working fine. The chain has kept its tension perfectly as well. The bike feels great, you know, it really pulls, and of course I'm going a lot faster than I was before. Yeah, I have a ride out in 2 weeks' time. At the time of recording this, there's still a fair bit of work to do. It's going to be about 8 to 10 hours worth of riding. It's the biggest trip I've been on so far. I've got some saddlebags to go with it, a number of other stuff off eBay, and we've also, yeah, I want to give this a full service. So there's at least 2 videos worth there for you to look out for. So for now, yeah, we'll call this one it. It's long enough as it is. Thank you for watching. See you next time. One more thing. This sticker adds 10 horsepower, putting me on 11 horsepower. It also covers up a little bit of that rust. Right, next stage is I need to get that chain off, and I also want to have a look at those drum brakes before, and I also want to have a look at those drum brakes and I also want to have a look at those drum brakes before I put it all back together. So we're starting to lose the light. What I'm going to do is to brake, and then yeah, well, it's starting to do it, look. Alright, we'll let that penetrate and do its job.
Penetrate.
Let's just get a bit more on first. Welcome back to Strange Things from Across the Pond. Owing to a change in the shift patterns for my partner, I am home alone on an evening and have to make dinner for myself. So I've got one of these. Let's have a look. So what have we got here? Well, this is a Heidelau? Oh, that says high, so I'm going to go with Heidelau. Hi. New upgrade. Yeah, HDL self-heating beef hot pot spicy flavour. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, 15-minute heating process. Contains 4 packs. I didn't notice that. Blimey. I thought I got all this to myself. Look at the thing, it's massive. No, it looks like I get 4 portions. Bloody hell. If it's good, I'm going to eat it 4 times. Right. This product contains a burn hazard. Use at your own risk. Jesus. Oh dear. I've never had a food product that says contains a burn hazard. Use at your own risk. Fucking hell. Right, okay. Let's get this plastic off. We'll have a proper look at the packaging, shall we? Ooh, that's a fancy tub, isn't it? Let's have a look at that in a minute. So, carry on with this. Yeah, use at your own risk. I can't believe that. Right, contains 380 grams, 4 packs. Spicy flavour hot pot seasoning pack, 75 grams. Pickled vegetable pack, 200 grams. Cured beef pack, 80 grams. A bean vermicelli pack, 25 grams. Oh, right, okay, so it's not that I have 4 servings here. It's just that there's 4 things in it and they add up to 380 grams. Lovely. Right, let's have a look here. Oh, nutritional information is printed in all the languages all at the same time. Here we go, ingredients. Right. HDL self-heating beef hot pot spicy flavour. Ingredients. 1. Spicy flavour hot pot seasoning. That contains soybean in big capital and bold letters. Oh, these are the allergens. Right, okay. Oh, that's nice, isn't it? They've put the allergens in bold letters so they're easy to find. Good product design there. Soybean oil, right? Salt, chili pepper, 1%. Broad bean paste, chili pepper, broad bean, water, salt, wheat flour, Sichuan pepper, 0.4%. Grain, spirit, ginger, garlic, sugar, spring onion, and fermented soybean, which is soybean water, salt and wheat, yeast extract, white pepper, fennel, star anise, cassia, licorice, ooh, I like licorice, orange peel, flavouring, okay, flavour enhancer E635, that's all in the seasoning. That's a lot of seasoning. This should be good, I'm looking forward to this. Number 2, the pickled vegetables, which is salted lotus roots. Ooh. Ooh. Lotus root, salt, preservative, E223, and sulfites. Potato Jew's ear. What the hell is that? Salted kelp, and then in brackets kelp and salt. Okay. Salted bamboo shoots, which is bamboo shoots, salt, and preservative, E223, and sulfites. Water, salt, acidity regulator E330, flavour enhancer E621 and E635, and preservative E202. Excellent. And then number 3, the cured beef is beef 17%, soybean sauce, which is soybean water, salt, wheat flour, colour E150C, acidity regulator E260, E270, sugar, salt, spices, water, orange peel, seasoned wine. Ooh. Ooh. Excellent. And then number 4, which is the bean vermicelli, which is peas, mung beans, and water. That's all they're made of. Fantastic. Oh, cured beef packet is produced in the UK. Ah, the hell. Oh, using beef from the UK. The rest of the ingredients are from China. Oh, okay, so at least some of it's from across the pond. I was about to get disappointed then. I bought this from the Asian food shop down in Ely. I've had a few things from them before. Yeah, quite a regular shopper. Right, well, this is going to be good looking at those ingredients. So what do I need to do with this then? Keep the room circulation during heating, it says to begin with. Okay. I mean, the fan, I've got a desk fan on, that'll have to do. Number 1, remove the outer film sleeve and lid, take out the upper white meal box, and put the vermicelli, beef, pickled vegetables, and the hot pot seasoning in order. Right, okay. Add drinking water to the maximum fill line on the white meal box and put it aside. Add cold water to the maximum fill line of the black box. Tear the plastic bag of the heating bag to confirm that the non-woven fabric is not damaged and place it in the black box in the water. Right, okay. Put the white box into the black box quickly and fasten the lid. Set aside for 15 minutes. Open the lid, stir well, do not touch box and cover the hole on the lid during heating. Okay. Be sure to cover your holes, and then it's going to play music and bring you an ice cream or something and spill your coffee. Right, okay. I need to get myself a big bottle of water and I've got cooking this. I'm quite excited about this. So, can I just say, before we go any further, this is some really nice product design as well. And this is a really substantial pot. I mean, provided it's not damaged or anything after I've used this, I'm going to keep this. This is a full-on Tupperware box. I mean, normally you get ready meals and the plastic is so flimsy, you feel like it's going to melt apart when you microwave it. But this, I'm keeping this tub. But look, it's going to vent the steam through the lid as it cooks, and they've put the hole in the little eye on the high, which is a chili. I mean, a little touch, that's really cool. This is some nice product design. I mean, it cost me like $10.99, but still, look at the ingredients list, I'd say it's going to be worth it. Right, let me go get this water and we'll get on with it. Okay, here's hoping that a litre of water is going to be enough. Let's just pop this lid off to start with. This is really cool. Look at this. Send this up to the space station. How cool is that? Oh, hey, look. You get cutlery with it. That'll be the self-heat pouch. I like these warnings. Prohibit eating. Be away from fire. Disabled in the confined space. Be careful of scald. Prohibit hot water. Okay. Right, so what did it say to do? It said, take out the upper white meal box, which is this. Put the vermicelli, beef, pickled vegetables and the hot pot seasoning in order. That's why they're numbered as well. So we've got 2, 3, 4 and 4. Okay. Goes into number 1. Well, now I'm confused. Alright, we'll take a guess. We'll do this first because, well, that's noodles, so they're going to want to be in the water to cook. This has got to be the coolest thing I've had on this series so far. How cool is this? Right. That in there. Look at that. And then, alright, then let's do number 2. These are vacuum packed by the feel of them. Okay, put that on there. That's really nice. I mean, they're pickled, obviously, but they are fresh. Sweet, alright. Let's do the cured beef. See, that looks less appetizing, but it has the strongest smell so far. And for once, it doesn't look or smell any worse than any tinned product. It's certainly no worse than your average ready meal. Right, we'll put this on last, shall we? This is the seasoning mix. Oh wow. Oh, that's a lot of chilies. Oh Jesus, it's going all over the place. It's going all over my tablecloth. Alright. Oh, I've just tried to add a little bit of that oil off of there. Oh, that's spicy. What's next? Add drinking water to the maximum fill line of the white meal box and put it aside. Right, okay. That's about 400-ish millilitres of water. I'll put it over there for now then. Add cold water to the maximum fill line of the black box. Right, took me a while to find it. The maximum fill line, from the pictures, it made out like it was going to be up here. But no, the maximum fill line is this little bit down the bottom. It's like little, you can see it better on the outside. I fill it to there. Suppose that makes sense. I don't want an enormous chemical reaction going off in my recording studio. But that's about the same amount of water again, maybe a bit less. I feel like this is the sort of thing I don't want to handle too much. Interesting sort of powdery texture inside. Right, let's adjust the camera angle. Right, some idiot forgot to press record, but yeah, put the white bag in, put the box, just sits in there like that. But look, you can see it in there. Oh, the chemical reaction has started already. Fucking hell. Oh, it's off. Fucking hell. Right, put that on there. Jesus. Right, 14.5 minutes and dinner should be ready. Alright, let's eat! Here we go, it's dinner time. Let's open her up. Oh, look at that. Fucking hell. I'm gonna say it right now before I go any further. This is the best ready meal I have ever bought. I mean, it was £11, but fuck me, this is nice. Alright, let's see if we can lift this out of here. Ooh, that's fucking hot. Right, okay, maybe we won't lift that out of there. There's still steam coming up the sides. I'm not going to be able to get that out there without burning my hands. Maybe this packet offers a way to do it. Let's have a look. Alright, it doesn't, but I will show you what we get in it. You get this little thing here, which contains a toothpick. Right? And then you get these little things, into which these slot. To make you some chopsticks, and these have got weight to them. They're plastic, but they're really top quality solid chopsticks. And of course you also have a spoon, which is better than most ready meal cutlery on its own. I mean, it's a bit flimsy still, but yeah. And then you get a napkin with it as well. This is like full on restaurant service here. Bloody hell. Well, I'll tell you what, we'll lay the napkin out so I don't ruin my nice chopping board. I'll keep the toothpick for later. This is top-notch stuff. Let's have a bit of a poke around in here, shall we? Oh yeah, look, there's me noodles, nicely cooked. There's all my veg. There's all my beef gone. That's just mixed in. Yeah, look at this. That's your bamboo. Looking nice and cooked. Your noodles there, sort of in a lump, but you can always just stir it around a bit. That's really cool. I am liking the look of this. And the smell is hard to describe. Everything that went into it, I can smell. Mainly the chilies and the spice. I think I'm going to be burning my arsehole off eating this.
Why so weak? So weak.
That is really, really good. I'm keeping these chopsticks as well. These are nice chopsticks. Before anyone says, oh, yes, this is the correct technique. When I was at university, one of my housemates in our shared accommodation was from Guangdong in China. And she showed me the correct way to eat with chopsticks. So yes, this is the correct technique before anyone says anything. Well, maybe a little out of practice, but yeah, this is cool. Yeah, you can see all these chilies in it. Yeah, the smell. Think go into any sort of Asian restaurant. Yeah. Right, change the camera angle so I can get my mouth around this properly, and I'll tell you what it tastes like. Here we go. Let's get a hold of this properly. And, you know, I'm just going to start with that because it's right in front of me. Let's get some noodle as well, shall we? Oh, I am definitely out of practice with my chopsticks. Let's just have some noodles. That's nice. I want that. Get in my face. It's certainly spicy. The chilies really get you at the back of the throat, but that is good. It's so good, I'm struggling to find the words for it, but that is easily the most flavourful ready meal I think I've ever had. Every one of those ingredients that was on the ingredients list is having an impact on this flavour. The noodles, they're the sort of noodles that you cook for literally a minute in boiling water. Even though they've been in here for 15 minutes, they're still perfect. I don't know how they've managed that. So the vegetables, although they were pickled and now they've been steamed, they're still crispy and fresh. The beef is just sort of like mixed in. I can't actually find any of that at the moment, but you can tell it's adding to the flavour. That's a bamboo shoot. Let's try some of that. The chilies definitely get you at the back of the throat, but it's worth it. Let's try a bit of, there's some beef here in the middle. Try a bit of that. Tastes just like stewed beef. It's really soft, comes apart in your mouth. Let's try a bit of the broth. It's quite oily, which is fairly normal for food from this part of the world. It's very nice. Oh, that's gorgeous. It's spicy. If you don't like spicy food, don't get it. I love spicy food, and this is about on the limit of spiciness for me. But this is fantastic. This is a dinner. I'm going to have to get some more of these. Oh, dearie me. Let's get a nice bit of beef and some veg and a nice bit of broth. Yeah, that's gorgeous. Obviously, I've just had a spoonful. I made sure to get some broth. I don't know how well it's coming across on camera, but as you see, there's quite a bit of oil. Oh, there you go, look, it just dripped on my hand. There's quite a bit of oil, which is normal, like I say, for this sort of food. I can see why they've included the napkin now. So yeah, you do get the oiliness first on your lips, around your mouth. If you don't like that, fine, but you're going to struggle with this sort of food if you don't. It's a really aromatic flavour. All those herbs and spices that I mentioned earlier, they're all coming through. The veg, like I said, is still crunchy. The beef, whilst you only get tiny bits, you still know it's there, and it just breaks apart in your mouth. It's sort of almost like it's been slow cooked. Cracking. And then after all of that, thankfully, then you get the heat from the chilies, and it's a real kick. My lips are burning right now, and it does get you at the back of the throat, especially if you inhale as you put it in your mouth. You will cough, but it's gorgeous. So let's get some noodles. Big old mouthful of noodles. They're lovely. I think this is going to be Strange Things from Across the Pond first. 10 out of 10 for this. Yeah, that's nice. Right, let's summarise before I scoff all of this into my face. In a nutshell, really impressed. Really, really nice. Yeah, fantastic bit of kit is this. Food-wise, textures and flavours, yeah, you've got the veg, which has managed to stay crunchy. The noodles are perfectly cooked, they just slip down. Yeah, they are a little difficult to pick up with chopsticks, but that's because I'm out of practice. The beef is right there. That is perfectly cooked as well. It just falls apart on your tongue. And of course, you've got all the different seeds and chilies in there as well. The oil, I like it. I like that sort of thing. Remember, I grew up on like Bradford curry houses. I was born in Bradford, lived there for 19 years. So oil in food does not bother me one bit. But if you don't like that, you're not into it. I can see that being a downside for you, but it isn't for me. The spice, if you like spicy food, yeah, fucking go for it. It's cracking. And the packaging as well. I don't normally talk about the packaging other than to read it out to you. But you've got a fantastic ingredients list. All these instructions, really detailed instructions on how to do it. You need about 700 millilitres of water to make it work. Other than that, it's entirely self-contained. It is really hot. This tub is still giving off heat, but the food is piping hot. Yeah, you don't have to eat this at home. If you wanted a decent meal to take to work, take one of these. I mean, you'll stink out the whole office, but all you need is a bottle of water to add to it, and you could go anywhere. You could eat this, say, in like a work van at the side of the motorway if you wanted to. Have a proper meal there with you, and it's perfectly safe to carry around otherwise. Yeah, spot on. Cannot recommend this highly enough. If you see one of these, there's the original packaging that comes in. If you see this, buy it. If you see two of them, buy two of them. If there's like 30 of them on the shelf, blow your savings and buy them. They're great. I'm going to keep a very keen eye out for any other flavours of this, and I'm just going to snap them up. I don't care how far overdrawn I am on my account. Fantastic. Right, I'm going to close this episode off and stuff this in my face. So for now, thank you for watching. Right, I've just finished eating. Thought I'd quickly show you this. This is what the bag at the bottom does. As you can see, it's absorbed nearly all of that water. The yellowy stuff is because I spilt soup over the side of the bowl and got it on the bag. It would otherwise have been white. But yeah, it's puffed right up.
Friend! Motorbike friend!
This is what happens when you drink wine and show an American the in-betweeners. So... friend!
Friend!
Motorbike friend! and welcome to another video on doing stuff and filming it. Today we're going to be giving the old Life and King a bit more eBay treatment. We're mainly going to be doing two things here today though. One of them is I've got this rather lovely USB set adapter kit. Basically you've got that attaches to your battery, or you can put them on ignition live, or you attach them to a power source. You've got a fuse, and then you can position that wherever you like, and you've got in there nice USB port, or charger rather, and it's nice and waterproof. That's nice and rubberized. Yeah, we're going to be fitting that. That is then going to allow me to power my sat-nav. I've ordered this lovely waterproof case off eBay for it, which perfectly fits my old Garmin sat-nav. I have to say, these, the Garmin Nuvies, I've had this 15 years by my reckoning, at a guess, and I plugged it in thinking, can I even get updates for this, or do I need to buy a new one? Turns out this product was sold with lifetime updates, and they mean it. It doesn't have the storage capacity anymore to store all of Europe like it used to, but I'm not going abroad, so all of the UK, up-to-date 2023 maps. Excellent, on a 15-year-old sat-nav, and I didn't have to pay a penny for it. So yeah, happy days with that. That's a magnetic case. It's just going to slap on to the tank, and then we can run the USB cable through there to keep it charged. I've gone with sat-nav over phone for two reasons. I don't know how well this is going to charge my phone. Also, even when it's being plugged into a good source, if I'm using, say, Google Maps to navigate, charger doesn't always keep up with the amount of power that the phone's using. That, and I like to keep my phone tucked away where it's nice and safe. So, and the charging port on my phone is getting a bit worn out, so subject to the vibration of a bike, it may not be able to keep it charged. It may keep coming unplugged. So yeah, I've gone with regular old sat-nav as well. For one, this doesn't need mobile signal to keep working either. I know you can download maps with Google, but this I know will work no matter what. As long as it's got GPS signal, it keeps on going. So it's much more reliable than my phone. So that's the minor thing that we're doing. The main thing though, the main attraction for today is going to be these. These are just two ex-army bags. Specifically, they're bread bags, you could call them, or food rolls. Basically, they give them to soldiers, sling over their shoulder, and they'll have a day or two's worth of rations in there. Bought these online. Now, they're quite special. They're not just any ex-military ones, these are East German. So yeah, these are really old, and of course, there's no such country as East Germany anymore. Not since the heyday of the Soviet Union. So yeah, we've got these, and what we're going to do with them, we are going to turn them into saddlebags, because I think that's going to go great with my ammo can top box that I made, and it really fits with the style of the bike that I'm sort of slowly moving towards with this. I've got a few other ideas in the pipeline as well of what I want to do with the bike, various modifications, so these are really fitting in with the style. They are supposedly grade 2, which was, poor, likely to have holes in them, but apart from that little cut there, they're actually in pretty good condition. I'm going with that stain being rust. It could be blood, but I'm going to say it's rust. It's got an orangey colour. And we've got these nice straps on the back to hold them on. We are going to put a more permanent solution on at least one of these, but yeah, nice straps for holding it on there. And on this one, you see it's a slightly different colour, but I'm not that bothered. It's in remarkably good condition as well. They did grade 1 and grade 2, and I ordered grade 2 thinking I can just sew up the holes, but these are in pretty good nick as well. So yeah, bit of an antique, and we're going to turn them into something good. They need to be waterproofed, which we'll do in a minute, and they've also had these straps added to them. The idea is that people use these as like satchel bags, messenger bags, handbags, for example. So they've put these big straps on them, which obviously aren't original. So we're just going to pick those off because I don't want all that flapping around. But the rest of it can stay. So yeah, we need to get them waterproofed, get the straps off, and get them firmly attached to the bike, and then I'll have a set of cool saddlebags. I've got a ride out coming up in a week or 8 days at the time of filming, and it's going to be a long one, sort of 8 to 10 hours. So the bike needs some prep work doing to it, starting with this stuff. And of course it's going to need a service, but that will be subject to another video. Yeah, alright, let's get on with it. USB first. Now, unfortunately, I haven't really given any thought as to where I'm going to put this. Now, well, the obvious, one end of it, obviously, is going to have to go behind here on the battery. That's easy enough, and the wiring I can tuck away and hide, you know, just follow the routing of the main wiring loom. But it's this thing. Where am I going to put this? There's nowhere sort of around this tank. I'll show you up top. There's nowhere sort of up around here by the controls that I can put it. I wanted to put it there, but you're using that screw that's already there. But it'd have to go either side of it on a little bracket, and the problem with that is, as you bring this round, it interferes with it. It's going to crush it. It's unlikely I will get to full lock, but it is limiting my steering lock putting it there. So that's out. There's not really anywhere to attach it up here. So what I've decided, there's various places on the handlebars I could put it, but what's the point in that? It needs to be close to where I'm actually going to use it, which is this area here, which is where I'm going to put my sat-nav. You know, it's going to have to stick on the tank or down here or something. So what I've decided is, battery's there, under this seat, we have this little cubbyhole. Now it just lifts out, and as far as I can tell, all it's designed to do is keep water away from those relays there. There's a little drain hole at the bottom to let the water out. That's all it really does. So what I was thinking of doing was, we widen the hole that's there and we put this just in there. Now I could leave it just loose, rattling around, or I think I want to try and mount it sort of there like that, so it looks a little neater. But for the time being, I mean, it could just sit loose if it wanted to. This is waterproof, so even if any water did get into this, it's not really going to cause an issue. Although, if I'm honest, I've never seen water in this. I mean, it's just got all this dry dirt in it, but that's about it. So I'm not overly concerned about it. I put that in there, and my sat-nav, which is what I primarily bought this for, has its own wire which will easily reach wherever I need it to. Plus it keeps the connection, because when that cap is removed, it's no longer waterproof. So if I do find myself riding in the rain, at least this is tucked away nicely under the seat. So that's where it's going to go. It does leave me with all this bloody wire that I've got to try and tuck away, but if I'm honest, most of it can probably just go in there as well. Let's do that. Let's get this cover off. Let's get it connected, and we'll figure out, yeah, which way around we're going to do this. Because this will need to be, occasionally I do need to remove this for other reasons, like getting to the air filter. So we'll have to figure out how we're going to make this removable still. But yeah, let's get that off first. There we go. Take that off of there. It should just pop off. There we go. And what I think I'll do, it has this connector on it here. If I can get this connector outside of this, what I'll be able to do is lift this out and then just disconnect this, so that bit stays on that side, this bit stays battery side. I do have way too much wiring for this though. This was obviously designed for a much larger bike. Now I wanted to try and hide this fuse away as well, but it's probably just going to have to sit there next to the battery. But that's okay. And then that, well, if I'm honest, I can just cable tie it off with all this other wiring, and it can just go there like that. There's nothing in there that it can interfere with. Right, so that is going to go through that hole, so I need to make that wider. Let's get a drill. Right, hopefully this is big enough.
Giggity, giggity, giggity.
Can you see there? Not quite. Still not quite. Bloody hell. Surely now. There we go. Right, okay. Let's get the rest of it connected up now then. Now the battery connections on this battery aren't the best anyway, so I try to avoid messing around with them too often. Especially this one, which doesn't want to come off. And I'm going to end up just rounding the screw off at this rate. Pliers it is then. Oh, it went a bit there. Ah, there we go. I think it's slackened. I just had to break it essentially. There we go. Let's take the negative one off as well. Oh, that's a good cap. Now, before anyone says anything, yes, I am well aware that what I'm doing here is giving this constant feed, so it won't switch off when I turn the ignition off. I did think about putting this into the ignition, but that's all the way up there on the forks, well, between the forks rather, and I just couldn't be bothered. And I also don't see the point. Now, if I was going to be leaving this bike for a long period of time with something plugged into the USB, yes, in theory it's going to eventually flatten this battery. But for one, that will take a very long time. USB draws so little power, even for a little battery like this. And for number two, I'm not going to be doing that. The only things that I'm really going to run off this are probably going to be my phone or my sat-nav, neither of which I'm going to leave on the bike unattended. Yeah, first thing I will do whenever I get somewhere is unplug the device and leave. So there's no risk of me flattening the battery. And even if I did, so what? That's what this thing's for. So let's do the negative side now, which is going to be a pain in the ass to undo as well, because of course I'll do those up too tight this time, because they were a bit of a pain in the ass to undo. Right. See, that's just going to have to live in front of the battery. There's nothing else I can do with it. I could try to pull it down there, but that's as far as it'll go. Yeah, that can just live there. There's plenty of room behind this panel. Put the fuse back in while I remember. Otherwise later I'll forget, and then I'll be like, when is it working? And what we'll do is we connect that to there, and then if I ever need to lift this out, that is easily disconnected. Let's slot this in here, angle it so that fits in there. Oh, there we go, look at that. One thing I am curious about though is, yeah, when the seat comes down on top of it, I think I'm going to have to make a bit of a dent somewhere. Maybe just snip a V into the plastic so that a wire can get in and out without being snipped, without being crushed by the seat. Okay. A bit of a crude way of approaching it, but no one's going to see this. There we go. Then my wires can get in and out. They'll go that way. Can't see there being anything else obstructing it, really. No, that should be okay then. I think maybe I will just leave that loose for now. The bike rattles enough as it is, so I'm not going to worry too much about it. Right, let's go find something to test this with before I plug my expensive sat-nav and expensive phone directly into it. And then, yeah, let's see how we go. Right, we'll use this USB reading lamp, because everybody needs a reading lamp on their motorbike. Okay, well, nothing's blown up. It works. And it's not blowing up either. Excellent. Right, let's go and let's get the sat-nav, shall we? I've just noticed a bit of a problem with this lovely phone / sat-nav holder that I've just bought. The little hole for poking your wire through is sealed. Good job there, guys. So, where's my dooba-doo? Please don't blow up my sat-nav. Oh. Well, that's a cock-up. I should have checked that when it arrived. This wire said it fits the Garmin Nuvi, but it does not. It's the wrong size. They've sent me the wrong one. I took great care to order the right one. That's been sitting on my desk for a week and I haven't noticed. Fuck's sake. Yeah, I've just gone and checked the eBay listing. It was definitely supposed to have that connector on it. That's what's shown in the picture, and that's what it's described as. And they've sent me something completely the wrong one. And the reason I ordered this is it's got the right angle on it. so it allows the sat-nav to sit a bit flatter in the case, but never mind, we'll have to make do with my existing wire, which is barely going to be long enough now. And, aha, sat-nav is on. Look at that, that is on. It's loading up. Okay, maybe the wire is just about long enough. Unfortunately, because I've now got the wrong wire in there, this doesn't sit perfectly flat on there, so it's not secure, which is not ideal, not what I wanted. There we go, she is working. Don't know if you can see that in the sun, but she is on. If nothing more, I've got an accurate speedo now. For some reason, when I plug it in though, the sat-nav thinks it's been plugged into a computer, which it's obviously not. But at least we know it works as a concept. That's something. We shall call that, let's take that out of there, we shall call that job's a good one for now. Let's move on to the main attraction, which is the saddlebags. I'm going to put all this back together first, mind. I've just noticed something as well as I'm packing up. This fits lovely right in there. How good is that?
Jag är Peter och här kommer då tre personer som tar över. Jag är med sig på den här inbörden. Men jag kan inte vara till och med 5, 4. Den är tid. Jag kan hålla sig från. Helvete. Hit kom det. Ja, personer som tar över. Jag är med sig på den här inbörden. Men jag kan inte vara till och med 5, 4. Den är tid. Jag kan hålla sig från. Helvete. Hit kom det. Ja,
Okay, right, back up to the studio for a short time whilst we get these saddlebags ready to go. So they need a bit of work doing to them. As I said earlier, these shoulder straps need to come off. They're obviously not the original shoulder straps, and even if they were, they're surplus to requirements. In fact, if I put these, left these on when I put the bags on the bike, it's probably going to make them a bit of a hazard. They're not going in the bin. I'm going to keep them because they're good straps. They could be useful for future projects, but they need to come off. This bag, which is in some places it's in better condition than this one, in other places not so much. This is going to need a little bit of stitching there to cover up that hole, to fix up that hole rather. These straps though are staying on because they're pretty good. This one doesn't have any holes in it. It's actually in pretty good condition, the bag itself. But these leather straps are useless. There's no point keeping them, so they need to come off as well. So we've got the sewing kit out. Let's get these off, and then once they're prepared that way, we need to go and get them waterproofed, at least as much as I can. I have got some waterproofing spray which we shall use in a minute. So bit of time lapse now as I do this, and then we'll move on to the next stage. Right, job's a good one. So, straps came off relatively easily. Just pick them off with one of these, which is called a pick. At least that's what I've always been told it's called. I've sewn up the little hole that was on this one. That one has the good straps on the back, which we are keeping. And this one, again, we've taken the big shoulder strap off. There's no holes in this one. I've just used these heavy-duty scissors to snip off what's left of those leather straps. They're not even real leather. They're some sort of weird plastic. It is woven, but I don't even know what it is. Something left over from the old Soviet Union, probably. But yeah, they have a nice partition inside to these. You can have a big pocket, or you've got, you can put a drinks bottle, say, in that one, like that. If else, it's just so that when I go on long rides, I can carry stuff with me, like food and snacks, and maybe camera equipment if I'm going off to film something I want to go on the bike. Right, let's go and get these waterproofed. We're going to need to go downstairs for that, because it's going to be quite a messy job. I don't want to do that on my nice linen tablecloth that I have up here. So we'll pack up, get downstairs, and we'll show you how I'm going to waterproof them. So, to waterproof my bags, I've got this this cardboard box out, which I used when I made my top box video. I use it just to help keep all of the mess in one place. And we're going to be using this. This is Fabsil Universal Protector. Essentially a silicone-based water repellent spray. Other versions of this are available. The brand name for this sort of stuff is Scotchgard, which I believe is made by 3M. This is just an off-brand version of it, but it's actually quite a simple product, so you don't really need to worry about getting the branded stuff. You're not really going to get any benefit from spending the extra money. At least that's what my research turned up. So yeah, and it says suitable for sheepskin, suede, leather and fabrics. Well, these bags are fabric. And on the back we have, say, highly effective silicone-based water repellent treatment for all kinds of outdoor kits. The bike isn't exactly an indoor bit of kit, so yep. It will bond to a wide range of fabrics, including canvas, which is pretty much what my bags are made of, cotton, polyester and nylon, providing a strong waterproof barrier against rain. Excellent, that's what we're looking for. Instructions. The fabric to be treated must be clean, dry and free from detergents. Well, they're cleanish, about as clean as they're going to get for things, you know, fabric bags that are so old. Shake well and spray evenly from a distance of 10 to 15 centimetres. If droplets are seen on the fabric, rub over lightly with a clean cloth to ensure penetration. Giggity.
Penetrate.
Do not allow rain or dew to come into contact with the fabric until completely dry. May darken some fabrics. Alright, so we just spray it on, leave it to dry, and then they're ready to go on the bike.
Give it a go. So shake well. Should do the job. And 10 to 15 centimetres, that's about, I don't know, there. So let's just start here. Right, so let's hang that one up then as well.
couple of hours I'll check on them. If they feel dry, we can maybe try putting a little bit of water over them to see how they behave. I'm more inclined to leave them overnight, actually. Yeah, I think what I'll do is I'll leave them overnight before testing them. And what I may also do is put an extra layer along the seams here, just because that's where water can ingress more easily. So let's hang this one up to dry, and we'll continue with these tomorrow. Right, following day. They've had all night to dry, and if I'm honest, it looks pretty much the same as it did before. It's lightened up a bit, it's maybe a little darker. It does have a slightly different feel to it. But I'm just going to pour some water over it, and if I end up with a soggy arm, then we know it hasn't worked. Let's give this a go, see what happens. Oh, look at that! It's just beading up and running off. How cool is that? Let's try the other side. Look at that. That's worked really well. I'm happy with that. Let's have a look inside. Lovely and dry inside as well. Excellent. Do I need to test the other one? Yeah, screw it. Let's just do it for vanity's sake, shall we? You're so vain. That one seems to be working even better. Look, it's just beading up. It runs off. It's dry inside. Excellent. Great success!
Great success.
Right, back up to the studio so that I can show you the bit that I'm going to do next. For the simple reason is that it's easy for me to show you up here than it is in the garden. Also, I can drink my coffee up here. I mean, I can drink it in the garden as well, but it will go cold faster. So, we're going to use pipe clamps to hold them onto the bike, because I've been searching around and there's various ways you can do it, but these seem like the best and most secure. They're going to be a permanent fixture on the bike, so I'm not really fussed about ease of removal later. If I really need to remove them, all I need is a screwdriver, but I'm more concerned with them being securely fastened than convenience later down the line. So, like an idiot, I went out about a week ago and bought the wrong size because I just didn't really think it through. So I've just been out today and bought, well, probably a bit too big, but the medium ones that are sort of part way between were, well, slightly bigger than these, and thought, just get the big ones. I can always trim them off if I've got too much. So I was originally going to make a hole in the back of the bag, cut it here and here, or maybe just through the canvas to make it easier on myself, put the pipe clamp through. What I've noticed though is these little straps here, I don't know what these were originally sewn on for. I can only assume these were meant to have something under them, as in you were meant to hang this bag on something once over. Well, why don't I just use that? It is that sort of weird fake leather, but these bits are in far better condition than the straps that were here. In fact, they look like they've hardly been used, some of them, especially on this one. Yeah, I'm just going to use those. So, I'll start. We shall open up a clamp and just slot it round, and then we'll just go and get it screwed onto the bike. Simple as that. Right. Right. These are ready to go on the bike. We're nearly done. Let's go put them on. So the big question is how to position these. Do I want them further forward or further back? I could put them... See, I can only go so far back before I hit my box here. What I'm thinking is, if I position them, I'm going to have to move that out of the way. There, like that. Yeah, we'll go a bit further back. We'll move this jerry can out of the way. Yeah, I'll position it as far back as I can so it's sort of married up with the box. Yeah. rewind quickly. You know what? I'm quite happy with how that turned out, you know. Let's have a look round. Yeah, I think they look alright. Yeah. And here we go, just to show you what these are for. Got a long ride out coming soon. Go in there. There's space for a lunchbox or two. Not quite, but alright. There we go, that's a drink and sandwiches. Same the other side. Yeah. I'm happy with that. Yeah, I'm proper happy with that actually. Alright, we're going to call that it for this. This bike is almost ready for its long ride out that's coming up in a few days now. So yeah, for now, thank you for watching. See you in the next one.
I shall leave you as you left me, as you left her, marooned for all eternity in the center of a dead planet. Buried alive, buried alive.
Welcome back to Strange Things from Across the Pond. Quick one today, I'm in the mood for a bit of a snack. On payday. So, what have we got here? Well, as you can see, it's called a payday bar, or a payday peanut caramel bar. It's a fairly simple product. It's just a snack bar, peanut-based snack. I imagine similar to a Snickers or something like that, although looking at the picture on the front, perhaps not. This came from the snack aisle at the BX on the RAF Mildenhall. I've never seen them for sale here in the UK, so I can only assume they're not available, or that they're just simply not shipped here. But supposedly they're really quite popular on base, so yeah, I thought I'd give this one a go. Right, let's have a quick look at the packaging on the back, and then we'll open it up and eat it. So, start with the ingredients, which I shall display along the top now, and we'll put the nutritional information there along the bottom. So, ingredients are peanuts, which would seem to be obvious from the picture, sugar and corn syrup, because America, skim milk, which I can only assume means skimmed milk, but that definitely says skim milk. Yeah, whatever. Vegetable oil, which is palm oil and sunflower oil, contains 2% or less of salt and carrageenan mono and diglycerides. That's a fairly short ingredient list there. It seems to be just peanuts held together with syrup. Yeah, fairly simple. I'm not going to read out the nutritional information, but you can always pause the video and have a look if you're interested. And then it says here, distributed by the Hershey Company, which I know them from their chocolate bars, but clearly they do other products as well. Oh, gluten-free, interesting. And then we've got this here, which I haven't seen before. It's a QR code. It says Smart Label, trademark. Scan here for more information. Let's give it a scan, see what happens. Oh, what will it do? Oh, there we go. It's picking up on it. Oh. The QR code on this package is intended for use by US customers only, so it knows I'm not in the US. Alright, never mind. But by the sounds of it, that is supposed to... that probably displays like more detailed information than what's here on the packaging. Fair play, but we're not going to be able to look into that. Right, let's open her up and have a taste. Ooh. There we go, look at that. Oh look, I've ruined my thumbnail now. Bloody hell.
Luckily, Through the magic of buying 2 of them, I have one of them right here.
Right, okay, so that is a clump of peanuts. So, and they look to be held together with, well, like I said, some sort of gloop, but it looks almost like peanut butter, if I'm honest. Let's have a sniff. Smells like peanut butter as well. Yeah, it just smells like peanut butter with a load of peanuts stuck on it. Let's break it in half. Yeah, that looks a lot like peanut butter as well. Yeah, it looks like a fairly simple product. Let's just go straight in with the taste test. Okay, salty. Yeah, definitely salty. But pretty much what I expected from looking at it. Salted peanuts with peanut butter in the middle. If you like peanuts and peanut butter, this is freaking perfect. And I do like peanuts and peanut butter. Yeah, that's good, is that? Let's have another bite. Yeah, so second bite, the saltiness obviously going up a level. You wouldn't want to eat more than one of these in one go, that's for sure. Well, you might if you're American, because they love salty foods over there, but I think I'll eat this one, and that'll do me for the day on my salt intake. But flavour-wise, it's exactly what you would expect. Peanuts with peanut butter in the middle. That's exactly what you're getting, just with a lot more salt than I'm used to. At least from peanut butter anyway. Salted peanuts, it's fairly normal, but yeah, that's quite salty. Texture-wise, well, it's peanuts. They're roasted peanuts. They have that sort of peanut texture. A little dry, as salted peanuts tend to be, but then that's counterbalanced by the peanut butter in the middle. It gives it just the right amount of moisture as you're eating it. Yeah, it's just a peanut-based snack bar. It's actually quite nice. Yeah, quite a simple product. You put it in a lunchbox or just have it, you know, as a snack, get it out of a vending machine, I imagine. Good amount of peanuts on it. I mean, it's a bit bare there, but they're really jammed on. You can't complain about the size of it or anything like that. This is, yeah, it's quite nice. So it's just the right amount of chewy from the centre, but then crunchy from the peanuts as well. Yeah, it's quite good, and I'm not getting that sort of lingering sticky sensation in my mouth that you get when you have too much peanut butter. You know, it sticks to the roof of your mouth and it's there for ages. It's just nice, is this. It's going down well. I'm gonna have one more bite. Yeah, the saltiness hits you first. I imagine it's because these peanuts are salted on the outside and it's getting on my fingers a bit as well. I don't think the peanut butter in the middle is salted, but because your tongue touches the peanuts first, that's what first hits you. But I have to say, that's very nice. I'm going to stuff this last bit in my face and then we'll do conclusions. Right, well that was, because I've eaten all of it now, the Payday Peanut Caramel Bar. Now I have to say I didn't get any of the caramel flavour in there. I forgot to mention it earlier, well, because I forgot it actually said caramel bar, but no taste of caramel there at all for me. It's just peanuts on a core of peanut butter. That's exactly what it tasted like. So if you love peanuts and peanut butter, you've basically got a bar of it. It's just crunchy peanut butter in a bar form. Would I recommend? Yes, absolutely, especially if you like peanuts, and even if you're just sort of okay with peanuts, I'd still really recommend it. It's quite good. Maybe avoid it if you're allergic to peanuts, obviously. I mean, this is just death in a small package, really, if you are allergic to them, but otherwise, get them in your face. It's nice. The saltiness is sort of limiting. Yeah, I wouldn't want to. I could probably eat a second one of these, but I don't want to eat too many too quickly. Yeah, you can tell it's made for American taste buds because, yeah, they love salty food over there. My partner, for example, is always adding salt to things. So yeah, all in all, that was a good one. Nice short snack to start the day. So for now, thank you for watching. Hello and welcome to another biking video on doing stuff and filming it. Now, we are going to be doing some so-called routine maintenance on this bike today. The reason being is it is currently Tuesday at the time of filming, and on this coming Saturday, I have my biggest ride out so far. It's going to be essentially all along the Norfolk coast. It is estimated to be about 5 hours worth of riding, plus breaks.
That may turn into more if we get lost, or that's assuming that we're doing a constant speed limit the whole way. Let's be honest, it's going to be more, probably going to be more like 7-8 hours worth of riding. I'm really looking forward to it. It's going to be a good do, but I do want to do some maintenance on the bike before I do it. So I was initially thinking of doing just the oil change. Makes perfect sense. I was checking the manual though for any other maintenance that I can do at the same time, and just to double check I'm doing it right. This is the first time I've changed oil on a motorbike. Done it on cars loads of times, but never on a bike. And well, there was a bit of a list. Let me show you. Right, so this is the maintenance schedule section of my Haynes manual. I'm having to use the Haynes manual because I don't have an owner's manual for this bike, nor does there seem to be one available to download anywhere on the internet.
Internet is really, really great.
Forward.
Yeah, we're having to go with this, and yeah, this is what it says. So, pre-ride, that's all like, check your coolant level, check your engine oil level. I definitely do all of those every time before I go out riding, honest. I do.
I can't believe he lied like that.
Initial service from new. Well, this bike is nowhere near new. Now it's a 64 plate, so it's 9 years old. So yeah, they don't apply. Every 300 miles, check, adjust, clean and lubricate the drive chain. Well, I've put a new chain on it less than 100 miles ago, so that's fine for now. The bit I'm concerned about is this bit. Every 3,000 miles or 5,000 kilometers, it goes down there and then continues there as well. Now, in here is the oil change, which I was going to do. It is, there. Change engine oil and filter, or clean the strainer. I believe this bike has a strainer rather than an actual filter. Now, the bike has done 5,500 kilometers, so I don't know the service history of this. I have paperwork. I have all its previous MOTs, and one of them it looked like it did have some work done with brake cables and such like, but I have no proof that any of this has ever been done. So, assuming it's never been done, it's overdue, and I should probably do it before I go on this ride out. I was just going to do the oil change, like I say, but screw it. Let's do the lot. I've got time. So, we are going to be doing, check the spark plug, check the air filter element, and check the crankcase breather hose. Checking just valve clearances. Don't know if I'm going to be able to do that. We'll have a look. Checking and just engine idle speed. Yeah, we'll check it, but it seems fine. I've been out riding today. Check the fuel system and hoses. Checking just throttle cable and where fitted the choke cable. Check brake pads, shoes for wear. Yeah, check the brake system and brake light switch. Yeah. Checking just clutch cable 3-player. Yeah, check the centre stand. Oh, check side stand, centre stand where fitted, and starter interlock circuit. Check front and rear suspension. Check condition of the wheels, wheel bearings and tyres. Lubricate the clutch and brake levers, brake pedal, centre stand pivot where fitted, side stand pivot and the throttle and choke cables. Okay, we can do that. Check the engine oil filter. Oh yeah, we're definitely going to do that. Check the tightness of all nuts, bolts and fasteners. Check and adjust steering head bearings. Blimey, not sure I know how to do that. We'll have a look. Check the battery. Check the cooling system on liquid cooled models. Check the air induction system where fitted. Look, there's a fair bit to do there, but they're mostly checks. There's only a couple of bits where it says change, like the engine oil, and I think there's only one, maybe two things that I'm not going to be able to do. They may be beyond my skill level. I'll read the instructions. If it looks like something I can do here, then I'll do it. If not, I shall get it professionally done when it next goes in for its MOT, probably. So, what we're going to do, we're going to start, not in order, we're going to start with the engine oil, and yeah, let me get the camera set up, and I shall tell you why.
Now, engine oil on this model is checked here through a dipstick. Move this out of the way, undo this. As you see, it lifts out. Here you check your oil. As you can see, it's reading full. If anything, it's probably reading slightly over full, but whatever. What I'm going to do, and the reason I'm starting with this, is partly because all of that big long list, it just says to check, 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 and the only thing it says that you have to actually change is the engine oil. So it makes sense to start with that. If I was doing this all in one go, you would still start with it because it can be draining out whilst you're doing all your other checks. Ask any professional mechanic when they're doing a service. First thing they do is let the oil out because it takes forever to drain out, and they'll do all their other checks that they have to do whilst they're waiting for the oil to drain out. It just makes sense, it saves time. So the second reason is because I don't know the history of this engine or how long the oil has been in there. It may well be the original oil still from the factory for all I know. I suspect it possibly isn't, and I'm just missing paperwork. That's the optimist in me, but again, there's no way of knowing. What I'm going to do is drop the oil out and leave it overnight to drain, because I will then get, I'm sure that I will get every single drop out of it. The other thing it lets me do is, because I don't have an owner's manual for this, I have no way of knowing how much oil actually goes in there. Some sources online I found a manual for a slightly different engine but made by Lifan that called for 0.9 litres, another one called for 1.1. I've got 2 litres of oil to put in it because you can only buy it in 1 litre tubs. But I'm going to let it out, leave it to drain overnight into a measuring jug so I know how much I'm going to put in it. It's going to be a bit of a weird camera angle to get under this thing. I'll figure something out, I guess. Yeah, we'll get it drained out and we'll leave it overnight, come back in the morning and we'll do all the rest of his checks then as well. Now, one top tip, and I think I've mentioned this before in some of my cars videos as well. If you are going to be doing an oil change, especially if you're looking to get it done quickly, as in within 1 day, or like me who's just quite happy to take 2 days to do everything I need to do, remove your filler cap. Now, obviously on cars you have a dipstick tube and a separate filler cap. On this, they're one and the same thing. But if you undo that, it lets air in the top of the engine whilst you're letting all the liquid out the bottom. So the oil drains out just that bit faster and a bit smoother as well. It doesn't sort of glug out and go all over the place. So yeah, we'll just let that out like that. And yeah, undo the drain plug, let the oil out. Right, so I've set the camera down on a piece of wood with a couple of coins underneath it to get the adjustment. Hopefully you can see what's going on. The drain plug for this bike is, where's it gone? There. That bolt there. So we're going to undo it. Got a measuring jug ready to catch it. Yeah, let's just undo it, see what comes out. Hopefully nothing too disastrous. That would be nice. Okay, that came out relatively easily, which makes me think it's perhaps been off before, so it's probably a good thing. Oh, there we go. So 700 millilitres roughly has poured straight out, and that's going to continue trickling probably for a good long time, so we'll see how much comes out. Let's leave that as is, go make a cup of tea. We'll come back and check on it a few times tonight. Yeah, leave that overnight so we're certain we've got every single droplet out. One thing I saw suggested online before I go inside was, on models with a kickstart, was to give it a few pumps with that as the oil's draining, just to make sure you get every last little bit out. So, obviously, keys aren't in it, but I'm going to put the kill switch on or off. Yeah, I'm going to turn it to kill.
Set your faces on force 3 to kill.
Well, I might just do it by hand, actually. Interestingly, as I do it, I do seem to get an extra few droplets coming out of the bottom. You probably can't see, but I can. Alright, okay. Let's leave it be then. Right, it is the following morning. It's shaping up to be a fucking lovely day. Great day to be outside working on your motorbike. We have had all of the oil is out. We've got almost exactly 700 millilitres, which is a bit frustrating because the guide I found on the internet said it would take 1.1 litres. So I went out and bought 2 litres because you can only buy it in 1 litre bottles. Turns out I won't need that. I'm going to have enough oil left over to do nearly the next 2 oil changes on this. But yeah, whatever. What we need to do now is pull the strainer out. It's a strainer, not a filter, apparently. give that a good clean, and then we can start putting it back together, get fresh oil in it. So the strainer is on the other side of the engine, and it is, oh, find out muffin, and it's there, that part there. Now the camera I've had to put on a piece of wood on top of a bucket with a €2 coin propping up at the right angle, so if it wobbles a bit, I apologise, not a lot I can do about it. Now unfortunately I don't have a socket that's that big. It appears to be 23mm. All my sockets and spanners only go up to 21, so we're going to use this clamp. Just be very gentle with it, because it is a plastic one. I don't want to break it off. We're just going to undo it. Hopefully once we crack it open, we can then just undo it by hand the rest of the way. Right, so right, I give up for now. I cannot get that to budge at all. I've tried 3 or 4 different tools and techniques for leveraging it off. I don't know if it's coming across on camera right well, but I'm starting to foul up the top of it. It's only plastic, so yeah, I don't want to end up breaking it off. We're going to do the other checks that need doing and come back to that. If there's time later, I'll nip out, see if I can get a 23mm socket without having to buy an entire socket set. If I do end up giving up on it completely, it's not the end of the world, because the manual does say you clean the strainer every other oil change, not every oil change. I wanted to do it this time just because I wanted to be thorough, but it would appear it's not the end of the world if we don't get it done, so we'll come back to that later. You know what, I went and had a cup of tea and I couldn't live with myself leaving it like this, so Screwfix to the rescue, got me sent another set of sockets. These are impact driver sockets, so they're really quite tough. I only need the one though, but thankfully it wasn't too expensive for the set. Well, the thing is now, I don't know how to get this undone now. Here we go. There we go, it's off. Just like that. The right tool for the job makes it so much easier. It's this weird spring-loaded affair. Oh, dropped it. There we are. All that work, and it looks like new. I think I'm perhaps wasting time and materials here, but never mind. We're too late to turn back now. Let's give this a clean. It says to use a solvent. I'm just going to use brake cleaner. And then we can get it all put back together, get fresh oil in it, and then we can, at long last, get on with the, everything else that we need to do. Not going to need much of this. Fun fact, brake cleaner is great for the skin. Yeah, right, let's get that back in. Let's crack on. Could not be more in the way there, Muffin, if I'm perfectly honest with you, girl. Why don't I get you your own mat? Hmm? Sit on this one. Good girl. No, no, not on my mat. No. Come on, over that side. Come on, over there. Good girl. What is going on here, Archer? Archer, what are you doing? There we go. Lovely. Right. Get the sump bung back in, get it filled back up with oil. The reason I'm not bothering with the right camera angles, I'm just screwing a bolt in. Yeah. So that is fine. The system is now sealed. Just need some oil in it. I have, of course, disposed of my old engine oil responsibly. Yeah, let's get it refilled. So we drained pretty much exactly 700 millilitres of oil out of it. What we'll do is we'll put 600 millilitres in to begin with, check the level once it's settled, and then we can always top up as we need to. 600 ml is probably going to be perfect actually, because I think maybe the oil was a little over full. There we go. And almost forgot to mention, I am using Motul. I didn't really choose the brand, it's just what was available. 10W40 4-stroke motor oil. This is semi-synthetic. Basically, I went to my nearest motorcycle dealership, had a bit of a word with them. Some sources have said 10W30, some have said 10W40. I just went with the 40 because that's what they had. And I told them what it was and said, probably best to go semi-synthetic rather than fully synthetic on an engine like this. So, yeah, that's what I went with. Let's undo this. Of course, it's now reading empty, as it should. And gently does it. And we'll give it a little longer to settle, but it's hard to tell because the oil is so clear. That is part way between maximum and minimum, which is what we're aiming for. So we'll leave that in there for now. Go have another cup of coffee, let it settle and recheck.
Cock it.
Let's give it a check, wipe the dipstick off. In she goes. That is spot on where I wanted it to be. That is one successful oil change. Now, the instructions do say that I should take it for a 5 to 10 minute ride and then recheck for leaks. I'll do that in a bit. I'll do all my other checks first and then take it out for a ride, and we'll check the whole lot in one go. Because if I go out riding, it's not going to be 5-10 minutes, it's going to be like 3-4 hours. Yeah, so, because I'll get carried away. So, yeah, on with everything else now. So, next up on the list is to check the spark plug. Obviously, a single cylinder engine only has the one, which is lovely. So, pull that off of there. Yeah. It was fucking finger tight after all. What the hell? That looks okay to me. Yeah, it's a bit blackened, it's obviously U, but the enamel on the inside is in good condition. I don't see any excessive wear on the points on it. Just need to check the gap and then we'll put it back in. So as usual, I don't have any specification for this particular bike, so I'll just have to go by what it says in the manual, which is about 0.7 of a millimetre. So got my feeler gauge here, and that is about right actually. Yeah, there's a tiny amount of play in it, but if I go to the next size, there's a 0.75, which is snug. Yeah, the 0.7 fits. I can move it up and down, but there's basically no movement side to side, and I can force the 0.7 in, but it's tight. So, alright, happy with the condition of that. I'll give it a quick clean, pop it back in. Yeah, it's almost certainly not going to come across on the camera, but it certainly looks cleaner to my eye. Right, let's pop it back in. So now, as with cars, it's important not to cross-thread your spark plug as you put it in. Now, if you're putting it into a car, the spark plugs are generally quite difficult to access, so you would do it with a bit of rubber hosing to make sure there's no resistance. Obviously, this is easily accessible, so I can just put it in by hand, and it's screwing straight in with no resistance, so that's not cross-threaded. Car manufacturers could learn something from the Chinese, it seems. And then we'll just do it up tight. There we go. Check the end of my lead. No, that looks good. There's no signs of corrosion on that either. It's a copper lead in there, so you're looking for like green shit forming on it, but nah, that's looking good as that. So let's pop that back on. Right, okay, next job. Next up is the air filter element and crankcase breather hose, which is here under the seat. And that is like new. Yep, I'm looking inside as well. There's not a speck of dirt on it. Okay, right. That can stay. Keeping that then. That can go back in. And it said the crankcase breather hose. Now, when I was checking the oil earlier, I could see that hose, and it wasn't connected to this airbox, which makes me think that perhaps it's not supposed to be. I'm not going to move the camera because you're never going to be able to see it anyway. It's behind the frame. There is a hose that comes in here. Obviously, air is going in there and then coming out through the filter and into here where the bike needs it. But there's a hose here. But then there's a T-junction under here and a pipe that drains down. Let's go around the other side. Alright, interesting. So it comes out of the crankcase, does the breather hose, up and goes into a T-junction, which looks like more than just a T-junction. I wonder if maybe there's a filter in there. Might pull it apart and have a look. And then there's this bit of rubber hose here, which just goes down to the bottom of the bike. And then there's a pipe that goes up to the air filter. So presumably any oil that's thrown out is going to be caught by that filter, and then it drains out through this hose and just falls onto the road or onto my nice hot exhaust. It's good design there. And any vapours would maybe make it through the filter, go into the airbox and then through the carburettor and just get burnt off by the engine. Let's go back to the other side and see if we can get us hands on that T-junction, have a look, 'cause I'm kind of curious. Oh, is it wedged between this wiring harness, the frame, another bit of the frame here? Well, all we need to do is check it, and I can see quite clearly it's in good condition. There's no oil or moisture in the bottom of the box either, so it's obviously venting oil properly, which is down and gases into the box. But yeah, it's in good condition. It's not blocked or anything as far as I can see. Right, that's fine. I'm happy with that. Next task. So next up is checking and adjust the valve clearances. I've had a read of what's involved with that. We're not going to do that in this video. It's a hell of a lot of work, more than I actually have time for. It involves taking all the fuel tank off, the valve cover has to come off the engine and everything. I'm reasonably confident I can do it, but I just don't have time to do it right now. It could take me a few days, so we'll do that another day and do it as another video. I've also decided not to do the steering head bearings. Again, a lot of work. We're going to do that in its own separate video. So next on the list is check and adjust engine idle speed. Let's get a cold drink in us and make a start with that one. Obviously don't forget to put your air filter back in, Stuart. Right, next up is engine idle speed. This should be about 1500 RPM. Now I get the feeling from memory that it actually idles about 2 to 2.5, which is not quite where I would like it to be. I would like it to be a bit lower if that's where it's supposed to be. So yeah, we'll get the bike started. It says run it up to operating temperature, which I should be about 10 to 15 minutes of stop and go riding. Again, I ain't got time to be getting all geared up and going out riding. So yeah, we're just gonna start it and let it run for a while. It also gives me a chance to check the oil system for leaks as I do it. So now there it appears to be idling just a little bit low, but that should come up as it warms up a touch. I'm going to go make a drink, let it idle, see what it looks like. Alright, well that seems to be quite happily idling at 1500, pretty much bang on, so yeah, I don't think any adjustment needed there. I must have been imagining it the other day when I thought I saw it at 2000. So yeah, alright, happy days. What's next? Right, next up is checking the fuel system and hoses, and step 1 is to remove the fuel tank, because, yeah, reasons I suppose. Oh, knocking stuff over. Now, this needs to come back off. There we go, that'll do. I don't have to unplug anything. Right, what's next? Right, and it says to basically check all of my hoses and everything. So, this is the main fuel hose down to the carburettor, and it's in lovely condition. In fact, obviously the tap is working well because there's no fuel pouring out everywhere, and there is not really anywhere else that this goes. That is about my only thing, so let's just give the tank a quick look over. Yeah, okay, I'm happy with that. Right, put that back. Inspect the carburettor, I've done that. Check the fuel tap itself for leaks, I've done that. If the tap has a bowl on its base, there's probably a filter or strainer inside to make so the fuel tap is off and unscrew the bowl. Okay, let's do that. There's our little fuel filter. Look at that. And it is in perfect condition. Yeah. Good. Right, let's put it back together then. Right, next is throttle cable check. So with the engine off, it's off. Make sure the throttle grip rotates smoothly and freely from fully closed to fully open with the front wheel turned at various angles. The grip should return automatically from fully open to fully closed when released. Yep, that's good. And if I let go of it, lovely. Still doing it. Yeah. The throttle is the one bit of this bike that's actually quite nice. Check for small amounts of free play in the cable, measured in terms of amount of twist grip rotation before the throttle opens. So there should be about 2 to 6 millimeters of free rotation, which, don't know if you're going to be able to see, but the carburettor is there, the little throttle. See if I twist this, you can see it moving, and there is, yeah, there's a tiny amount of twist on it before, but it's literally about 3-4 millimeters, which is within spec. Okay. Turn the handlebars all the way through their travel with the engine idling. Idle should not change. If it does, cable may be routed incorrectly. Correct this condition before riding the bike. Fairly sure that it's okay, but let's check it anyway. Good, seems fine to me. Next up is choke. That's the other side of the bike. With the engine off, make sure the choke lever moves smoothly and freely. That seems okay. It's a little stiffer than the throttle, but I kind of like it that way. It's certainly moving freely and smoothly. Good. Check for a small amount of free play in the lever before the cable opens the choke. If there is none, the choke could be permanently open. Too much, the choke might not open enough to be effective. Okay, alright, let's adjust the camera angle. Let's check that then. I don't know if you can see in there. I doubt you can. But the lever, so I'll make it move, is there. Right, so I'm just going to skip through this bit because there was just no way for me to get a decent camera angle for you to see what I was seeing on the side of the carburettor, mainly because of that massive coolant pipe that's in the way, but never mind. In a nutshell, the choke is working as well as can be expected on a bike like this. When I move the lever on the handlebar to the choke off position, the little lever on the side of the carburettor moves all the way down to the end of its travel, so the choke is fully off at that point. When I moved the lever on the handlebar to the fully on position, there was a little bit of extra travel in the lever on the side of the carburettor, but we're talking 1 or 2 millimeters, not really enough that's going to make any difference, so I decided not to do anything about it. Not that there was very much I could do about it, because as you'll find out in a second, there wasn't really any adjustment to be made to this, but it's working fine, so that's good enough for me. Unfortunately, however, there is no adjustment. Yeah, there's no adjustment on this end or on the lever end. It's literally just the way it is, so it's not... the cable isn't going to have stretched because there's no real tension on it. It's not like it's a brake cable where you're putting massive amounts of force on it. It's just moving a small plastic lever up and down, so I'm happy to leave that where it is. The choke does do something, because I have in the past forgotten to take the choke off when I've gone riding, and after about 5 minutes the bike starts to bog down and struggles to run, and then I knock the choke off and away I go. So, but yeah. Plus, I don't actually do that much winter riding, which is when you need the choke. So, yeah. Alright, that's fine. Move on. Next thing is checking the braking system. So, we need to do the levers and the pedal first. Let's go and have a look. Well, truth be told, I actually lubricated this one just the other day, because I was finding it was sticking. I was going along, and I'd pull it, and I'd feel like it, and then all of a sudden it would... and I'd end up jerking the brake on harder than I wanted. So I've actually lubricated this one just the other day. But as you can see, it now works just lovely. And well, I've done enough work on this back one. It works pretty well. I might give the joint a bit of a lubrication though, because that is a bit squeaky. It's doing its job, but let's just give it a helping hand. That's soaking. Doesn't seem to have made much difference, but whatever. And it says check the hoses, etc. for wear. This hose, I can tell, even with this this wire coating on, it's in perfectly good condition. But you can lift it up like that if you want to have a closer look. Maybe a bit mucky, but it's otherwise okay. When it goes up to the master cylinder, that's all looking good. All the nuts and bolts are tight on the caliper as well. I checked those earlier but forgot to press record like a fucking idiot. Check the brake pads for wear. See steps 8 and 9. There must be a minimum of 1 mm or the friction material must not be worn to the level at the base of the wear limit groove. Now there's literally no way for me to get the camera to line up and show you what's in there, but what you do is you just get a torch and have a look down, and I can see there is easily 1 mm of brake pad there. I can see the base of the pad, the metal bit, and there's probably close to 10 mm worth of friction material on there, so that's good. Now to check the rear ones, I'll show you. The rear ones are drum brakes. Now ordinarily to get in there, because they're in this bit here, I would have to take all the back wheel off, all the chain and everything. I'm not going to do that because I did that literally a couple of weeks ago at the time of filming when I was changing the chain and sprocket, so that doesn't need to be done. I already know that they're good. In fact, they were like new in there, so those are fine. Right, next bit. Next bit is to check the check the fluid level in the reservoir. That's fine as well. You can see the bubble in it. This window has gotten a bit degraded, which makes it harder to see. What you can do is if you lick your finger and then wipe it on there, makes it a lot easier to see what's in there. Yeah, this little plastic window has just the plastic's degraded and gone cloudy. Still perfectly functional. Yeah, you can see as it's dried, look, it's gone cloudy again. Lick your finger and just wet it. There you go, you can see perfectly through it. But yeah, that's fine, and the handle isn't spongy. No, I'm happy with that. I can also check this union here for leaks just by pulling this rubber bit back, and it's bone dry. Lovely. Then we have to check the lights work, so we'll start with the front one. So that's the front one, and we'll do the back one. There we go. Lovely. Brake lights are working. Fucking ought to be after the amount of work I put into making them work. Then last thing to do is I need to check the free play on this rear brake. This cable does feel a little slack. I think it's going to need tightening up. What this is, you should have 20 to 30 millimeters of movement on the pedal before the brakes apply. So spin that, and it probably won't come across on camera. I can hear them coming in at that point there, just lightly. That's a bit more. Right, so we'll just tighten this up a touch on here. Right, spanners. Changing my mind, I'm sick of using spanners, it takes too long. Slacking off the lock nut. In fact, we'll take the lock nut right off, I think. That's better. Yeah, spot on. Right, next is check and adjust the clutch cable free play. If I'm honest, perfectly happy with the clutch, how it works. I have no trouble changing gears, it moves smoothly. I'm not going to get into adjusting that because it's working absolutely perfectly. It's got just the right amount of free play, which is said to be 10 to 20 millimeters before it starts to tension, which is about there. So yeah, that's okay, and it operates nice and smoothly. Yeah, no problems there. Moving on. Next up is checking the centre stand and side stand. This bike, of course, has both, as you can see. So we need to start with the springs. It says check them for distortion or damage. Well, I can see it, it's right there. There's no distortion on it. It seems to be this strange double spring, which is nice. It says the spring should be able to hold the stand in the upright position when the bike is in motion, which it does quite strongly. You get it past a point and it snaps up and it takes quite a bit of force to push it down. So I'm happy with that. The centre stand, I'm not going to rock the bike off its stand right now. Or should I? Actually, yeah, screw it. Let's take it off the stand and I'll show you anyway. There we go. And yeah, it snaps straight into the upright position, and yeah, happy with that one as well. Right, back onto the centre stand. There we go. Lovely. Then it says lubricate the pivot points, and I did check, it does say this can be done with a simple spray lube, so that's what I'm going to do. Stuff does go fucking everywhere though. Next is to check them for cracks, bends and breakages. I can just look at them, they're fine. It also then says these can often be repaired by welding. If I'm honest, mate, I'll just buy another one. Next is to check the safety switch, which is this thing here, which is designed to stop you from riding when you've got the side stand down. There isn't one on the centre stand, because if you try to ride away with the centre stand down, you're A, a fucking idiot, and B, not actually going to go anywhere, because all that will happen is the bike will just stay on the stand. But if you manage to set off with the side stand down, first corner you come to, first left hand corner in this case, that's going to dig into the ground, it's going to flick you off the bike and you're dead, or at least hurt. All bikes have them, they work in different ways. The bikes I did my CBT on were Honda CBs. They would behave normally until such times you started letting the clutch out in gear, and then the bike would just stall and cut out. And this one, however, it's designed to stop you even starting the bike, and if you put it down whilst the engine's running, it cuts out. A lot of the times I'll pull up to somewhere, just put the stand down and and it stops the engine there and then for me. But for the sake of the video, we will test it, even though I already know it's working. So, put the stand down. It's doing exactly what it's supposed to do. Put it up. See what I mean? I literally pull up to places, flick the stand on, and yeah, it just kills the engine there and then, and it won't restart until you flick that back up. There we go. So that's obviously working. Next one is checking the suspension. Now, we're largely going to skip over the front suspension for two reasons. The first is we can't actually do most of the inspection. We need to check like the top seals for dust and leakage and everything, but we can't do that because it has these chrome covers on, and I'm not really in the mood to remove them because it looks like it's quite an involved job. You have to undo all this clamp here, and that's what's actually holding the things together. So yeah, we're not going to do that. The suspension works, it moves smoothly, it's a very comfortable bike to ride. I have no complaints about it. I am a little concerned that it is a bit soft, but if I'm honest, that's a subject for another video. So that's the reason we're going to skip over most of it. The only thing we are going to do is check the bolts are tight as it says to do. So we'll do that now, and then we'll get straight on with the back suspension. Alright, I got not even a quarter turn out of that, but that was fucking tight. I'll just do the other side quickly. Yeah, about a quarter turn out of the other one, a little more than I was expecting, but yeah, they're good. Let's do these top ones. Yeah, again, I could keep wrenching these on tighter, but they are tight, they're fine. Yeah, that one's even tighter. Good. Right, next. The next stage is checking the rear suspension. First thing to do is check the rear shock absorber, which is this cylinder inside the spring, for leaks. And there's a dust cover here, but honestly, all I see is dirt. This is at its full extension as well, because there's no weight on the back wheel at the moment because the bike's on its stand. That's good. Yep. The other side looks exactly the same as well. Got fucking bird poo on it somehow, but whatever. The next stage is, with the help of an assistant, which I don't have, compress the rear suspension several times. It should move up and down freely. I'm just going to sit on it. Now, it's a bit squeaky, but it is moving. It's rebounding nicely as well. I don't think that squeak is coming from here either. I think it's coming from the swing arm pivot. So we'll check that in a minute. The next stage is port the motorcycle on the auxiliary stand so the rear wheel is off the ground. Good. Grab the swing arm and rock it from side to side. There should be no discernible movement at the rear. Okay, so like that. Nope. The bike is moving, but that is solid. Yeah, I can't get any side to side movement in that. That's okay. I'm not getting anything out of that. Right, what's the next stage? Grasp the top of the wheel and pull it upwards. There should be no discernible free play before the shock absorber compresses. Okay. No, I'm just moving the suspension. Yeah, so that checks out. Yeah, the next bit goes on about front fork oil change. That's going to be a different video, and rear suspension lubrication, which starts with remove the swing arm, which I'm not going to do because it says to check, not lubricate. Okay, next. Check the condition of the wheels, wheel bearings and tyres. Right, wire spoke wheels, no. Cast wheels. Cast wheels are virtually maintenance free, but they should be kept clean and checked periodically for cracks and other damage. Also check the wheel runout and alignment. Never attempt to repair damaged cast wheels. They must be replaced with new ones. We'll just do a visual check of the wheel and then we'll do the front. Yeah. Apart from being a bit mucky, there's nothing wrong with this wheel. Give it a spin. It's spinning straight and true. I can't see any movement. If you focus on one spot on this line, if it was buckled you would see it move up and down. If it was bent or deformed in any way you would see it move in and out, but looking fine to me. Excellent. Check the tyre condition and tread depth thoroughly. See pre-ride checks. I don't need to measure it to see that there's loads of tread on this. I believe, although don't quote me on it, the legal minimum for tread depth on motorcycle tyres is 1mm. It's 1.6 on cars and vans and such like. If I'm honest though, if you're letting your tyres get down that low, you're asking for trouble. When I worked in the motor trade, I was on cars, and there was no end of evidence that we tried to show to customers why they should replace their tyres before they get to the legal minimum. Really, they don't want to run them beyond 3mm because their effectiveness, say in wet conditions, really drops off a cliff. So yeah, I don't know can't remember what the legal limit is for tyres, but mine are well above it, obviously. And don't let them get to the limit. Replace them well in advance. Make sure the valve cap is in place and tight. And it's tight, good. Remove the cap and make sure the core is tight. Yeah, that's fine. Right, yeah, let's do the front one. This a little harder to do because the bike naturally rocks forwards because of where the centre stand is. It's behind the engine, so the weight is generally in front of it, but it doesn't take much to lift it up and give it a spin. So yeah, so we'll just hold it up with one hand, give it a spin, and give it a harder spin. Oh. Keeping focused on one spot. It's looking good. And the tyre, well, you can see this one better, but I can get my finger in it. There's loads of tread depth on it. I will do tyre pressures later. I might actually do them tomorrow. I'm going out for a short ride tomorrow if I get all these checks done. But yeah, the tyre is fine. And you know, it said check the valve. It's there. Check the valve core is secure, which it is. If it wasn't, it would have let all the air out. So that's looking good as well. Next is wheel bearings. We'll start with the front, since we're over here. It says turn it to full lock, and it says just pull it. So let's see if it... nope, there's no movement against that in the hub. Okay, and it says rotate it, which I've just been doing, but we'll do it again anyway. Yeah, there's no roughness there from the bearings. That only noise, that slight rubbing noise, is the brakes. One of the pads just touches ever so slightly. It's probably because I've been fighting around with it all day. Right, let's do the back one. So, same again. Get a hold of it and... Hang on, you're in the way. Yeah, no movement in that. And that noise is just the chain going round. Turns nice and smoothly. If I'm honest, if there was problems, I think I'd have picked up on wheel bearing issues, especially when I had it all off when I was doing the new chain. So yeah, next. Right, next bits are Lubricate the clutch and brake levers, we've done that. Brake pedal, centre stand pivot, side stand pivot, we've done all of that as well. Excellent. Change the engine oil and clean the strainer, we've done that. That was the first thing we did. Lovely. Check the tightness of all nuts, bolts and fasteners, which we've been doing as we go along. I will just double check the instructions or make sure there isn't any that we've missed. Hang on. Pay particular attention to the following. Spark plugs, we've done. Engine oil drain plug, we've done. Lever and pedal bolts, which we've done. Engine mounting bolt, footrest and stand bolts and engine mounting bolts and nuts. Okay, yeah, we haven't done those, so let's give those a check then. I'm going to be so ready for a shower when I'm done with this. Oh. This one, you'll notice, is slightly bent up as well. That's because I fell off and bent it. Well, I didn't fall off. I wasn't actually moving at the time. I fell over and the bike landed on top of me in front of a huge group of bikers. Fortunately, the only damage to myself in the bike was a slight bend in this footrest, which I can live with. Everything else, including my leg, which the bike landed on, was absolutely fine. Yeah, that moves now. Happy with that. It's not going anywhere. Yeah, the other side is the same now. It will fold up if you force it to, but this one's, I think, is always going to be stiffer. I think it maybe got a bit more than just bent when I fell off. Not going to worry too much about that. Right, next is engine mounting bolts and nuts. They look like they haven't moved. Let's see, can I even get to them? Different socket, of course it is. Actually, I should probably tack this from the other side, shouldn't I? Just check those two. I can't even tighten them, they're already tight. Try and get to that one and check it, but if the others are anything to go by, they're not budging. So no, that's not going. Yep, they're tight. Fine.
6.5 hours later.
Last set of nuts and bolts to check. I've done a load of other stuff off camera, but I decided not to film it because this video is probably long enough as it is. And there are some bits that I'm going to skip because they've already been off once, like all the rear axle nuts. They were taken off when I was changing the chain less than a week ago. So the last one is exhaust system nuts and bolts. The only ones I'm really concerned about are these ones where it attaches to the engine, because I've had them come off once before. As in, all 4 were loose. Well, no, I tell a lie. 3 of them were missing, and 1 of them was on its last few threads, and the bike sounded great. But that was because the exhaust was hanging out. So, yeah. We're just going to tighten these up a touch now. Good. And can I get to the other one? Ugh. Extension bar. Come on you go. This one is loose. There we go. Right, I'll do the other side. That one's okay. That's as tight as I'm going to get it. Next is check and adjust the steering head bearings, which was going to be the subject of another video because the adjustment is quite involved. The tank's got to come back off. I've got to slacken the fork bolts off, which I've just tightened. Basically, half this front bit has got to come apart on this bike, but we can at least do the checks, and I don't think it's going to raise a major problem, but yeah, we'll do the check for the sake of this video, and yeah, we can always do adjustment in another one, or not at all if the check is fine. So Raise the front wheel off the ground using an auxiliary stand placed under the engine. Point the front wheel straight ahead and slowly move the handlebars from lock to lock. Any dents or roughness in the bearing races won't be felt. If the bearings are too tight, the bars won't move smoothly and freely. Okay. So I'm going to do this by sitting on it. And now they are lovely and smooth. There's basically no resistance in that at all. And then next is to point it to one side and just see if the wheel falls under its own weight. So we'll just give it a... Yep. And the other way. Which it does. Excellent. Alright, and then next is basically grab the front wheel, pull it backwards and forwards and see if you can feel any play. Nothing. Right, next is to check the battery. We're going to skip that because I've just had a quick read of what you have to do, and it talks about standard type and maintenance free types. I already know that mine's a maintenance free battery, so I don't need to be removing caps and checking acid levels and all that lot because it's just not necessary. And yeah, checking the battery terminals and leads for tightness and corrosion. I did that when I did the USB fitting for the, I don't know if it's a video or two back now. Yeah, we don't need to do that, the battery's fine. It says if the machine is not in regular use, well, at the moment it is in regular use. It says disconnect it. I don't actually need to disconnect it on this because the ignition switch acts as a kill switch. Even the hazard lights don't work if the ignition isn't on, so yeah, as long as the ignition is off, then the battery is off with this bike, which it's great really if you think about it. Great for storing them anyway, not so great for, say you break down and need to put your hazard lights on. So yeah, we don't need to do any of that. And checking its voltage, I don't need to do either because the bike has a voltmeter on it. I'll show you. There it is, look. It's got water in it somehow, but I can still see what it says. So if I put the key in, put the right key in, it goes straight up to, yeah, just over 12 volts, which is about right for it. And when I start it, there we go. See, it's gone up a little bit further, and it will, when we're riding, go all the way up to the 15 volt mark. That way I know the battery is good, it's got a good level of charge, and I also know that the alternator, or stator as it is on this bike, is working because it goes up even further. So yeah, excellent. Next, now we do the coolant level check, well, cooling system check rather. Let's do the hoses first. So the first few are quite easy to see, these bright blue things. I don't think these are original because that one looks a bit too long, but it's in good condition, it's nice and pliable, there's no cracks or anything on it. Reach through. The one on the other side is good as well. This one, I can just pull this back. That's looking good, it's still nice and pliable and still firmly attached. There's no signs of any coolant leaks. When coolant leaks, it leaves behind as well. Unless you've been putting pure water in it, in which case you're an idiot. But if you've got proper antifreeze in there, it leaves behind these whitey bluish crystals wherever it's leaking when it dries. So you should spot a coolant leak on a motorbike, unless you've got a sports bike where it's all hidden behind the fairings. But a bike like this, you should spot it straight away. So yeah, I'm happy with the state of all these. We need to check the coolant level. Now normally you do that at the bottle, but does anyone know where that is on this? I'll tell you where it is. It's behind these chrome covers. We've got these little viewing slits, see them down there. It's supposed to let me view the coolant level, but I can't see shit. Let's rock the bike. Ah yeah, I can see there is coolant in there. Can't see the minimum and maximum though, but whatever. But there is sufficient coolant in there. I'm happy with the coolant level. This one is about half full, the other side is a little more full. It's weird to have two expansion tanks, but you know, whatever.
A few moments later.
Right, I was about to say that all looks good, But then I spotted this pink shit on the floor. That's coolant. That's not good. Where does that come from? Have I just spilt that? No, I'll show you. This pipe here is leaking right there. Right, lift this up. You can see, in fact, yeah, there we go. I was able to just pull it straight off. Wonderful. You know what, if I hadn't been checking these and disturbed it, that'd have probably stayed on there a fair bit longer. But now it's snapped off. Well, that's our first thing that we need to fix off the back of these checks. So I need to get that clip off, get the old rubber remains, and then I should actually be able to just... There's more than enough hose here. I reckon I should be able to just fasten it on. There we go. As you can see, it's just the rubber that's just degraded. Yeah. And look, it's... Yeah. This has seen better days. I think we are going to have to go and get some new stuff, because the ends seem to be the worst. Yeah, oh look, there's a hole right there, innit? Alright, we need a new one of these. Thankfully, all these other much larger and more difficult to replace pipes are still in good condition. If I'm honest, clamps holding them on, like say that one there, don't look that old, so I get the feeling they're not original.
12 seconds later.
Yeah, I thought I'd just double check all the other pipes on it, and I've spotted that big kink there, which that is definitely going to be restricting flow, and that goes into the engine, and of course that is just going to piss it out everywhere. Let's see what else we've got to do, but yeah, looks like I'm going to be spending tomorrow replacing coolant hoses. Oh, right, okay, looks like we're done. Last one was check the air induction system where fitted, which I don't need to do because my bike doesn't have it. Alright, so tomorrow I need to put those coolant hoses on. I'm going to try and get all new ones if I can. If not, we'll just do the 2 that I need, and then yeah, we should be ready. I'm quite glad I've chosen to do this earlier in the week rather than the day before the ride out, so, so I've got time to fix it. Unfortunately, I think everyone's going to be shut by now, so I will have to do it tomorrow. Right, see you in the morning. It is the following day, and I have had great success this morning.
Great success.
These are my 2 old pipes. As you can see, this one is kinked, which we don't want, and this is the one that is falling apart. And these are my 2 new pipes. Literally got them the first shop I went to. I was expecting to have to drive around all sodding morning to find these, but no. First shop I went to, it was Auto Pit Stop in Mildenhall. Never been there before, and I don't know why now that I have been, because it's an absolute treasure trove, a proper Aladdin's cave if you're someone like me. They have so much stuff there. If you're in the area or if you're nearby and you need stuff, highly recommend. Yeah, it's a great little place. So it's the right size-ish. The bore on the new one is slightly wider, but I should be able to clamp that down. And the same with this one. It's almost the same. Of course, the old one is going to be slightly deformed and stretched because it's been fitted, but yeah, these should do the job. So let's start with the big one. So move those out of the way. I'm going to have to cut it to length because if I just stick it straight on the bike, it sort of sticks out and looks silly. But they only had it in metre lengths, is what I've got. What I might try and do is, if I've got enough left over, is replace the other 2 hoses that are the same size, just so I've got all new coolant hoses on it, because why not? So we shall offer it up like that. I'm going to add a little bit extra on. I can always trim it down further. The reasoning behind that is with more pipe it will be less of a bend, and hopefully we'll avoid getting another kink on it. So I'm going to cut it there, and to cut it I'm literally just going to use scissors. Heavy duty scissors. There we go. Whereas that one went round, oh, knocking everything off, oh dear me, like that. This is going to have a slightly wider bend to it, as you can see. Does mean it sticks out a bit more from the bike, and I'll try sitting on it. If I need to trim it down further I will, but because it's not turning as sharply, you could say, it's less likely to kink in the future. So let's go and get it on the bike and then we'll do the small one. Right, let's start off. I'm going to put this metal, well, it's like a slinky almost, back over it. I don't really know what it does. I suppose it stops me put my leg on a hot coolant pipe, but then the metal is just going to get hot as well. I don't know, I kind of like it from a style point of view as well, so I'm just going to run with it. I'll slide that. Oh, it doesn't fit. What the hell? They told me it was the same diameter, this pipe. I guess it's not. Yeah, that's not going on there. It's alright, it's not that important. We will, however, put 2 new hose clamps on it. It's not too bad, actually. It is, of course, sticking out a little further than the old one. Let's climb on and see what it's like. Okay, that is going to be resting on my leg the whole time. Yeah, probably not a good idea if I'm riding for hours and hours. Obviously, my motorbike gear will protect me. I don't ride in shorts, but yeah, that's still not ideal. Right, let's just trim it down a bit further. Let's trim another couple of inches off. Maybe I should have just cut it to the exact length of the other one. Cool. Yeah, that's okay. So let's get this clamped down. Just strip the teeth off that clamp. Good job I've got spares. Hopefully the same doesn't happen again. Same again, let's just strip the teeth off. Yeah, it won't tighten. Let me just go get the old ones, maybe they're a bit more heavy duty. They have a different design actually. We'll stick with the originals then. There we go. I can see that's visibly compressed the pipe now. Yeah, that's not going anywhere. Good, right. Let's do the other end then. Lovely, lovely. Right. There we go. Happy with that. Oh, it's my doorbell. What's going on there? My HelloFresh delivery had come. Don't worry, I'm not going to start talking about how great they are. It's not a sponsored video. So, I'll cut this to length, although I'm tempted not to. And the reason being is I want to try and reroute this. And the reason being, I'll show you in a minute, is this old pipe ran along the top of the radiator and it was wedged between the radiator and the frame. I'm going to run it a slightly different route around the top of the frame where it shouldn't get wedged and chafed, but it does need just that little bit extra. So leave that as is. Hopefully I can get my nice springy thing on it this time as well. Let's try the little springy thing on it first. There we go. Right, we'll do the clip up later. And let me bring the camera around. So, what this pipe was doing originally was it went through there. Which is less than ideal because this is the frame and it was wedged between the radiator and the frame. Not ideal. My plan is to just put it up around the top of the frame like that. Nice and out of the way it stays, well away from anything hot. There we go. This one's a bit harder to get in place because there's so much in the way. There we go, lovely, right. I fucking hate hose clips. If I wanted to be a fucking surgeon, I would have paid attention at school. Come on you go, you piece of shit. What's happening is the end of the little pipe that I'm trying to push it onto goes wider at the end. The clip can't be opened wide enough to fit over it. Which means it's a real pain in the ass getting this last bit of pipe on. This is not how I wanted to be spending my morning. Right, that's as on as it's going to go. But the clamp is secure, the pipe is also secure. It's not going anywhere. That was way more work than it should have been. Fucking hell. Right, I need a coffee after all that. I'm going to start the bike up, let her run for a while, however long it takes me to drink my coffee. Make sure that there's no leaks from the cooling system or the oil, I suppose. And if all that checks out, we'll go for a test ride. Coolant is flowing now. Lovely. Definitely flowing now. You could see it in the cap, which I've now screwed back on nice and tight. This pipe is nice and warm. Yeah, let's check the other side. Yeah, there's heat in these coolant pipes now as well. Not so much in the radiator. A little bit of warmth, but yeah. Oh, it's definitely hot on top though. That's good. The cooling system is supposed to be hot, because if there's heat in the cooling system, there's less of it in your engine, which, if I'm honest, feels cooler already. And normally this thing radiates heat. I think I've been running this with very little coolant in it for a while, and now I feel like a bit of a fucking idiot for it. Obviously the exhaust is still going to be hot, I'm not going to touch it, but that you can touch for a brief second now, whereas before you couldn't get your hand even close to it. Sweet. Okay, we'll let it run a little longer just to make sure it's not overheating anymore. But I think we are good to go on this ride out. Right, quite happy with that. I think it's time the old girl went for a test ride. Just a short one. Well, maybe short. I may end up just riding around for hours. No, I do have stuff to do today. Mustn't do that. Right, I am going to close this video out. This has been the 3,000 mile or 5,000 kilometre service items on the Lifan King. Ended up being a bit more involved than I thought. Hopefully it wasn't too boring for you following along. I'm going to go give this a test ride. If all goes well, then that'll be the end of the video, and I'll say thank you for watching. If something goes wrong, I guess I'll be back in a second or two. Right, yeah, thank you for watching. See you next time.
Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. It's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive and save it. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're causing them wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're causing them wrong.
It has to be said, there are worse views to start your day to, aren't there?
I shall leave you as you left me, as you left her, marooned for all eternity in the center of a dead planet. Buried alive, buried alive.
Dragons! Life on.
Bentley.
Life on. Life on. Life on.
Bentley.
Dog. Who's a good girl? Who's a good girl? Who's a good girl? Who's a good girl? Oh.
Bentley.
Dog. Go on, girl. Go on. Look at your big stupid ears. Look at your big stupid ears. Huh? Look at those big stupid ears. Huh? Where's it? Where's it? Where's it? Look at what some people just leave at the side of the road. It's not Bella. No, she just likes getting in on everything. Look at this. An entire fish tank. I haven't measured it, but I'm going to guess 200 litres? This stuff on top is just sand. They left some play sand with it, just the bag sitting on top, and it's leaked a bit. Look at that. It says free, which happens a lot around where I live, especially down into Cambridge. People, if they don't want something like a sofa, they just leave it at the end of their driveway on the pavement, write free on it, and someone will take it. But look at this. Let's have a look inside. Look at all that stuff just left in there. It's got a light, there's a heater, there's a pump and filter in there. Take all this off. There's a landscaped backing to it as well. How cool is this? And someone just left it at the side of the road. I mean, this will be my 4th fish tank now, but, I mean, it was free. Can't pass it up. I might actually get a video for my fish tank series now.
Welcome back to Strange Things from Across the Pond. Today, I'm quite snacky again. I'm going to eat this. Alright, I've got myself a Chico stick. Chico stick? Sounds like there's chicken in this. But then when I look, it says crunchy peanut butter rolled in toasted coconut. So no chicken, but it's still called a chick or stick. Okay. It says it's gluten-free and vegan, so there's definitely no chicken in it, but that's just a confusing name. With simple ingredients. Well, we'll soon see about that. Ingredients are cane sugar and corn syrup, because America. Peanut butter, which is made of fresh ground dry roasted peanuts, salt and preserved with vitamin E to maintain freshness. You can use vitamins to maintain freshness? Okay. Toasted coconut, turmeric colour, vegetable juice colour, natural vanilla flavour and palm kernel oil. Contains peanuts and coconuts. Yeah, you don't say. Manufactured in a facility that processes peanuts and uses milk, egg and tree nuts. Well, I should think it is manufactured in a facility that processes peanuts. It's a peanut product. The fuck?
That just makes no fucking sense. I mean, it's just bullshit. Fuck. Oh my.
Made by Atkinson Candy Company in Lufkin, Texas. Right, yeah, it says made in America, quite proudly, with bioengineered, it says on there, which, if I'm honest, bioengineered or GM crops aren't that bad of a thing. They've got quite a bad name, but they're actually not a bad thing. You can genetically engineer crops to be like resistant to pests and disease, and they're important in maintaining our food supply now and into the future. So yeah, it's interesting that they're proudly promoting it, whereas here in the UK, you know, GM crops seem to be something of a dirty word. So even though they're actually everywhere and there's nothing wrong with them. Well, yeah, again, another quite simple product, as it says, simple ingredients. Can't really complain about that. Those are a pretty simple list of ingredients. Let's open it up and have a taste. Here we go. Well, it looks like it's already broken, but never mind. Right, so that's certainly interesting appearance. I don't think it's meant to come broken, but it is, but that's not an issue. I'm not sure what to make of that. It's on the inside, I'm trying to show you, it's some sort of hollow, almost like a honeycomb, but hasn't quite formed properly. In the end, it's all sort of, I don't know what that is. It's almost like it's, actually, yeah, I know what that is. They've been making this, they probably make it by the mile, huge long sticks of it, and then a machine just chops it off at the right lengths. And clearly it's doing it before it's properly roasted, so it's still like squishy. And this is quite solid now, but yeah, it's clearly been chopped off before it was fully cooked. Normally, when you're mass producing and you need to cut something, you use what's called a sonic blade. It's basically like a bandsaw, but it's moving faster than the speed of sound. And it gives you a really clean cut. See, this looks almost like it's been done by someone just with a knife like that, and not a very sharp one, so it's sort of pinched the ends. Interesting. Right, I'll give it a sniff. It smells just as you would expect from the description. It's coconut and peanut butter mixed together. That's exactly what I'm getting. I'd say the peanut is probably stronger than the coconut, which is interesting considering I think this powdery stuff here is the coconut. I don't think there's any coconut in it. I think that's all peanut in there. Yeah, and I can only assume that what look like bits are the bits of peanut that have been ground up and then they're sort of pressed into this syrup. Yeah, it's certainly an interesting looking product. Let's try breaking one in half again, shall we? Oh, it's brittle. Ah, look, you can see there quite easily. That's a piece of peanut sticking out. But yeah, it's brittle. It's almost like a crunchy bar, or the inner part of a crunchy bar, but just a little bit more dense. Interesting. Right, let's give it a taste. Oh, that's not the easiest thing to bite into, that's for sure. I'm not sure what to make of that. That's interesting to say the least. Don't recommend giving this to children unless they have strong jaws and strong teeth. That was quite difficult to bite into, and it's really quite chewy once you get it going. Interesting sensation on the tongue as well. It's almost like it's got sherbet in, but I know it hasn't. But yeah, it's sort of tingling sensation. Yeah, it manages to be both crunchy but then chewy later. I imagine it's the outer part of the bar here. It's almost like hard toffee. You know, you start chewing it, warm it up a bit, and it just goes sticky and tough. Let's have another bite. Yeah, it's doing it again. It's crunchy at first, but then after a couple of chomps down, it goes really sticky and chewy and starts sticking to your teeth. Also, I have to say, the coconut is really being overpowered by the peanut flavour. I can smell it, but there's not much in the way of coconut flavouring there. If I suck on it, like you would a lollipop, then I can taste the coconut. But if I just take a bite out of it, it's completely overpowered. I just realised what it reminds me of. A stick of rock that you get from the seaside. I imagine a lot of Americans don't know what that is, but everyone in the UK knows what a stick of rock is. That's what it's like. You know, you first bite into it, it's rock hard and crunchy. Then after a couple of chews, it goes chewy. It's that texture, that exact texture it really is. It's sort of aerated and crunchy in the middle, but then the outside is what makes it hard to bite into, but chewy at the same time. Yeah, it has the texture of a stick of rock, but the flavour is something else. Obviously peanut, but there's something else going on there, and I can't quite put my finger on it. Let's try another bite and see if I can figure it out. Alright, I think it's just the peanut butter coming through, because we have chunks of roasted peanut in there, but also the peanut butter mixing with some of the sweetness of the sugar and the corn syrup as well. And now that I've eaten over half of it, I am starting to taste the coconut, but initially it is really overpowered by the peanut flavour. So I think all those flavours combined is what I'm tasting. It's very nice. I'm really liking this. I wish I had another one. I'd eat 2 of these in one go, no problem. Yeah, that's nice as that. Let's try this one more bite. Yeah, I like that. I'm going to have to ask my partner to get me some more of these. This came from the BX on RAF Mildenhall from their snack aisle. They've got quite a decent snack aisle. I quite like going in there and get lots of stuff from my YouTube channel from that aisle. And it's great. Right, I'm going to have another bite or 2 or 3 of this, and then we'll do conclusions, I think. Alright, so conclusions on Chico Stick. I'm going to say, if you want a peanut-based stick of rock, then get yourself a Chico Stick. It's actually really nice. The texture is not what I was expecting, it being crunchy but then chewy all at the same time. But I have to say, I do like it. And the flavour is something else as well. The coconut mixing in with the roasted peanuts, you got the saltiness that's coming through. Now that I'm nearly through the bar, the salt is really starting to build up, but that's to be expected when you've got salted peanuts in something. And it's to be expected with American food because they love salt. A little bit of sweetness coming through, which will be the corn syrup and the cane sugar. Yeah, it's a really interesting mix of flavours. I wonder if I could take this to a rock maker next time I'm at the beach and say, "Hey mate, start making this. This stuff's great." They'll probably just look at me like I'm weird, but you know. Yeah, I highly recommend the Chico Stick, which doesn't contain chicken, and I've no idea why it's called that, but highly recommend. Very good. Right, I'm going to stuff this in my face, so for now, thank you for watching. Welcome back to another video on doing stuff and filming it. In today's episode, the bike's got problems again. Now, the bike has been laid up for a week for, well, two reasons really. The main one being that I've just been working all week. The other one being though, I went to a party. Needless to say, I was obviously riding back at the same night, so I wasn't drinking. A lot of people stayed in tents though, and there was quite a lot of alcohol consumed. Yeah, it was a fun night. But what happened with the bike? Firstly, the frigging headlight bulb blew again whilst I was riding home, so I couldn't see. I had to finish the ride with full beam on, which is always good for other drivers. They like to then put their full beam on at me, which it's not so bad when you're in a car when it happens to you, right? But if you're driving your car and you see a biker coming the other way and he's got full beam on, don't put your own full beam on, because it's fucking dangerous for them. They can't fucking see. Flash if you really must, but if people just put their full beam on and leave it on, that biker is blind and you could kill him, so don't be a cunt. But yeah, the headlight bulb blew while I'm riding home at nearly fucking midnight. Fortunately this time I was barely a mile from the house, so we're gonna look into LED bulbs for it, because I can't just keep replacing bulbs. I have got a spare to get me back on the road, but I think LED is going to be the way forward. The other thing that happened, as you can tell by the title of the video, is the bike overheated. Got the little overheat warning light coming on. I'll show you what that is. Obviously it's not on now because the bike isn't on. So this one here, that's full beam. That little red light there, which I've only ever seen once before when I did the previous coolant repair on it. But yeah, that came on and stayed on. It came on within 5 miles of riding the bike. Now it was over 30 degrees at the time. It's not much cooler now. It's still about 30 degrees. And it's a 125. You ride them hard. You ride them basically flat out where I live, because it's all country roads. So my initial thought was, alright, I'm pushing this bike pretty hard. It's the hottest day of the fucking year. It's probably just a bit too much for the cooling system to keep up. It is a cheap bike after all. So I stopped for a few minutes because I needed to use a cash machine, and the light had gone out by the time I set off. Okay, I'll go steady. Carrying on, it keeps coming on. I stop for 5 minutes, let it cool a little, go a bit further, go a bit further. It seemed to be only when I was trying to do sort of 60, 70 mile an hour on it. If I just rode the bike nice and steady, or say I stopped at traffic lights, the light would go out. So that further affirmed that the bike isn't actually overheating, it's just it's struggling to keep up, you know, with the amount of heat being generated in this hot temperature and me riding it flat out. I do also have quite high octane fuel in it at the moment, because I bought some octane booster and may have put a little bit too much in. So I figured that's probably not helping either. However, when it came time to ride home at night, it was much cooler, but the light was on again. And initially it came on again whilst I was going flat out 60, 70 mile an hour. But then I was riding with 2 other bikers, and we stopped for a moment, the light seemed to go out, and then we had another section where I did about 10 miles flat out, light didn't come on, not at all. In fact, it stayed off all the way home, no matter how fast and hard I rode the bike, until I was about a mile from home, and it seemed to be coming on then. But it was on and off the whole way home. It couldn't decide whether or not it wanted to be on or not. Yeah, I didn't really know what to make of it. In the end, she made it home. The bike didn't perform any different or sound any different. I figured I'll look at this later. Either it is getting too hot, or there's a problem with the coolant temperature sensor, because by the time I got home, the light coming on wasn't making any sense anymore. It wasn't coming on when I was riding the bike flat out like it was earlier. It seemed to be coming on whenever it bloody well felt like it. I did have a little bit of a tinker with it, and yeah, it's lost nearly all of its coolant, which might explain the light not being able to decide whether it wanted to be on or not. It needs coolant flowing past the sensor to know if it's too hot and put the light on. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to investigate where all that coolant's gone and fix it. Let's get on with it. Alright, so first things first, let's crack this off. It's already cool, like I said earlier, the bike hasn't moved in about a week, so... Oh, I didn't undo that. That's interesting. I could have sworn that was on earlier. There is coolant in there. It appears that thread is just let go. It won't tighten down. I can just pull it straight off. Yeah. Well, we may have found the culprit already then. That's just typical. Let's remove this little plastic cover. See what's behind here. So the question is, what does this even do? It appears to just have coolant in it. Also has this little bit of pipe in it. Tell you what, let's take the other one off. See what condition this cap is in. So that's meant to be on there. These are just plastic caps, they're not pressurised in any way. And the real pressure is held by the radiator. What I'll do, I'll take them off. Oh. So it looks like they are overflows then, because that has just immediately dumped that little bit of coolant that was in the top of the radiator. This bike's fucking weird. Right, you know what, I'm going to start the bike up and see if coolant comes out of these little hoses. There's still coolant in there, and it is flowing because I can feel heat in this pipe. But the system obviously won't pressurise with this stuff off. I wonder. Right, let's let it idle for a while and see what it does. See, I was all ready to say it was the two old coolant hoses that I didn't change when this one blew. And then this frigging cap came straight off in my hand. And then the other one wasn't exactly airtight either. Maybe it was that all along. I'm not sure what to make of this. It should be easily up to full temperature by now. This pipe is red hot. It's been running fucking long enough. We're still not getting anything out of these pipes. You thought it'd be all bubbling and everything by now, especially when I rev it, but apparently not. Right, let it go away and have a think about this. Right, welcome back. It's been a couple of weeks in the real world and a couple of things have happened. So I had a bit of a think about it because I didn't really know what was going on. Obviously I'd lost the coolant, but I couldn't tell where from. I had these two bottles which appeared to be broken and worn out, but I couldn't really figure out what they did, and some research was needed. It turns out the coolant bottles, I thought they were a bit weird. This is actually a fairly common thing. They are expansion bottles, and they are designed to collect coolant, but they do work a little differently. They are only designed to have one pipe on them as well. The way it works is, I was thinking, it's my experience, my mechanical experience is with cars. I was thinking that motorbike cooling systems would work the same way, as in they have an expansion bottle, but the system is completely sealed. You know, you shouldn't ever lose coolant out of it. You know, you have the expansion bottle for, you know, changes in pressure, but it should never let anything out, ever. And that's why you have, you know, one pipe going in, one pipe coming out, or more modern systems, you have pipes going frigging everywhere. That's just how it is. These are a bit different. They only have one pipe going into them, because the way it works is the system is sealed, just like as it should be, until it reaches a certain temperature, and the pressure starts to build, because as you heat water up, it starts to expand and it starts to, it creates pressure. That's where this little spring here on the expansion cap comes in. So what it does is, as the pressure builds up, it presses against this until eventually it moves up. Now, rather than just venting that to the atmosphere, which is not really very good when that's right between your legs, what it does is it lets them out, and then there's little holes in the top of the radiator, the well where this sits, which are those two pipes that we could see. And it lets them out, and it just blasts out the coolant into these bottles. And then as the pressure's relieved, because it's let a bit out, it comes back down, seals it up again. The problem though with that is, if you're just letting it out, eventually you're going to run out. Or when it cools down, you're not going to have enough coolant in there. That's where these little pipes come in. So what you're doing there is, it works the other way. So as it cools down, obviously you've got all this water that's contracting in a sealed system, creates a vacuum. It's then able to pull that back out of them. It sucks them out. That pipe, which I have just dropped, acts quite literally as a drinking straw for your coolant system. It sits in there, it goes all the way to the bottom of the bottle, and it allows it to suck the coolant back in that it's previously expelled when it was too hot. The reason I'm replacing these is, as you saw earlier in the video, the caps on the old ones, I could just pull them off. These, however, do screw down nice and tight. They're not coming off, which is good. They also have holes in the top of them, because you're blowing water off. Some of it may or may not be steam. You're going to create pressure in these. And because you've only got one pipe that's both in and out, the pressure will build up in these, which you don't want. So it lets it out through that little hole. These are designed to be open, they're not pressurised. Now, the old ones do have that, but it's an absolute pinhole in the lid. It took me a while to find both of them. So I think what's been happening is the bike gets hot, blows it off, but there's a design flaw in those old bottles in that they can't relieve the pressure fast enough, and the caps got worn out. And we saw on one of them, the pipe was broken off, so it then couldn't suck the coolant back in. So every time it blew some coolant off, it was never getting it back, so I was always going to lose coolant just riding along. And also the system then just wasn't functioning properly. So we've got two new bottles. For one, they're nice new parts and they look great. They're not genuine ones, they're just generic bottles. It turns out this design of coolant bottle on motorbikes is quite common, especially on dirt bikes. And just for safe measure, I've gone with a new radiator cap. Doesn't seem to be very much wrong with the current one, but if it's been subjected to an overheat, I don't know how old it is. We've got new rubber seals on this one and a fresh spring. It's just good practice. It wasn't expensive, and I'll probably keep the other one as a spare just in case anyway. So we'll put these on and retest it and see how we go. Right, so let's get the bottles on first. Just offer them up, make sure they do actually fit, and I'm not going to embarrass myself. Get that out of the way. Yeah, that looks okay. The supplied bolts are a bit too big. We may have to get some smaller ones. Let's just put them in place first. Yeah, I'm doing this because I can't actually find anything else wrong with the cooling system on this bike. If you've seen previous episodes, I replaced two of these coolant pipes, and I did think, well, maybe one of the others has gone, but there's no sign of coolant leak around them. The only thing I could find faulty was these two bottles. I suspect it's maybe been a combination of the faulty bottles and the fact that I was riding in like 35-degree heat. And the thing with the 125 is you ride it flat out all the time. Maybe it was just a bit too much for it, and that's why I was getting the overheat light on. Yeah, it's not surprising what happened to it. Right, let's hook this bloody thing on. I know you're meant to have a little bit of coolant in these. I'll do that in a minute. At the moment, the radiator is rammed full, so once it warms up, it's inevitably going to fill them up on its own anyway. But I will put a little bit of coolant in them in a minute. That blue pipe is maybe a little bit long for this purpose. I wonder if I should trim that down. I think if it was, say, that long, it wouldn't be too bad. Yeah, let's just trim a bit off. Go, that's alright. Put the bolt back in. The other thing I'm going to do as well, I want to try and take the coolant fan off the radiator fan. I want to know why it wasn't kicking in. The bike says it's overheating and yet the fan isn't on. Why is that? There we go. Right, quickly do the other side. I was mighty happy when I found these generic coolant bottles that fit this bike, because the genuine ones aren't available anymore. Not sure what I would have done if I couldn't find new ones. Right, coolant cap now. Take that off of there. There we go, lovely. Right, let's start her up and let her run, see what happens. If she does alright here, we'll take that cooling fan off and have a look at that before we do a test ride. And if all that checks out, or if I'm able to fix that, I've got one more thing I want to do in this video. I've bought another thing off eBay. Now, I can't remember if I showed you this in the last video, but I was just debating to myself whether or not to put these chrome covers back over the coolant bottles. If I'm honest, I don't like chrome, I never have, and it doesn't look too bad really with the bottles exposed, so I'm probably not going to bother. But what I wanted to show you was, you see the pink marks inside? The coolant marks. Now this is, I can't remember which side this is. The left side, I think. Yeah, the other one's got some on as well, but not as much. But just further lends weight to my theory that it was the bottles that were allowing the coolant to escape, because evidently a lot of it has. So yeah, mighty glad I've got some new bottles for this then. Oh wait, hang on, it's not the left side. Look, it's got an R on it right there. That's right. Stu, you fucking blind idiot. But anyway, I think it's safe to say the bottles needed replacing, and I don't really need these chrome covers. Unless I can find a way to paint them black. I'll keep them. We might do that in another video. Right, cooling fan. This is it here. I hope you can see that alright. It's quite hard to get the camera on its tripod into it. But yeah, this is the case in. The blade is in there. And I noticed a while ago, and I didn't do anything about it, the actual fan blades are touching the radiator, which doesn't seem quite right. And I noticed that if I get hold of it, I can pull it back. That whole assembly is loose. So I'm going to undo these bolts. I get the feeling it's all going to spring apart on me, which could be fun. But either way, I need to look at why it's not working. Hopefully I can just tighten up a screw and it goes back together. I suspect I'm going to end up needing a new one. Alright, let's get it apart. Now, the manual no doubt says I should take the radiator off to do this. I don't fancy doing that. That seems like a lot of work. So I'm just going to undo these bolts that hold the fan on and see if we can just take it out instead. Oh, first time. 8mm. Other side. Come on, out you come. Come on, out you come now. Right. Oh, you come. Fuck's sake. There we go. Okay, let's go and examine this on the bench, shall we? I'll be honest, it's become immediately evident before I even set the bench up that we're not going to be able to fix this. It looks like it has been rotating against the radiator. There's marks on the radiator, and also you can see on the edges of these blades. This is a metal blade as well. You can see on the edges and on the centre here, it has been rotating against the radiator at some point. That just comes away, and yeah, it was never going to work because this wire goes nowhere, and that's the motor in there, which we can pop off. So that sits in there. It's quite strongly magnetic and makes it spin, but unfortunately that is supposed to sit on there, and the little lugs that hold it on have just come apart. So all that's happened is the whole lot then just dropped forward. It probably worked for a while. I mean, we know it did because it's managed to rub the paint off. But then eventually the soldering joints have given up, and it's just died completely. That may also have contributed to my overheating problem. I still think the main cause was those coolant bottles not working properly. But when I was stationary or at low speed, it couldn't draw air through the radiator. It was probably commanding the fan on, but of course it's knackered. And the lugs, which would normally attach to this part, sitting there, they're just broken, gone. There's no saving this. Which is a shame, because I really wanted to have a go at some fine soldering. And I was hoping that once I took this off, there would just be a nut or a bolt here that I could tighten to press the whole thing back down. But no, that is shagged. Gonna need to find a new one, and I don't think that's going to be easy. Fortunately, there doesn't appear to be any damage to the actual radiator. We can see where the fan has been rotating on it, bent some of the fins, but the actual veins where the coolant flows are all intact. There's no sign of any leaks. They may be a bit polished like this one here, but yeah, the radiator looks to have survived its encounter with a spinning blade of death. So, a bit of luck at last. We just need a new fan for it, not a new radiator. Right, well, found a coolant fan, ordered it, should be here in a couple of days. Again, not a genuine one, can't find them. Gonna have to be a generic one. Never mind, it seems to be the way this is going. Tell you what, we'll do my latest online purchase in the meantime. Look at that. This is a genuine live fan. I managed to get one. There aren't many of these left, it seems. Hardly anywhere has them. That goes there like that for the proper cruiser style. Now, I was hesitant to get one of these when I first got the bike because I didn't want any more wind resistance slowing me down than I already had. But since I did that sprocket change, the bike goes like stink, and I think it should be able to handle this. Also, I realise it can't really be much more wind resistance than having my fat ass just a few inches back sat on it, so yeah, let's get it on and give myself a bit more of a comfortable ride. I do have this big bag of bolts and bits and no instructions, so it could be a bit of an exploration getting this on, but I've got time waiting for this fan. Let's get it done. Well, that is clear as mud. Really wish this had come with instructions. I'm gonna have to be honest with myself. I could probably figure this out if I had the time. The problem I've got is it's currently 7:20 on Sunday evening. I'm due in Birmingham, which is a 2.5 hour drive away, tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. I still need to get all my work gear together. I need to pack. I'm there for 3 days. I am off Thursday, Friday, but then I'm due to go on a ride out, which I have organised, so I have to go on the Saturday morning. And it could well take me all of that time just to figure out what all this stuff does. And then I've still got to fit the coolant fan and test on the cooling system. So, I think I'm going to do the manly thing and email the guy and get some instructions out of him. Or at the very least a picture of what this is supposed to look like. That will be helpful as well. More delays, but to save myself from even bigger delays. Alright, never mind. I've been online and I found a product very similar to this one on Chinese motorcycle parts online, along with some pretty detailed pictures of how to fit it. Which means two things really. One, a good thing, I may actually stand a chance of getting this fitted tonight, but also two, this may or may not be a genuine Lifan part, because the one that was on Chinese motorcycle parts looked pretty much identical to this, and even said it fits my bike along with a load of others. But, you know, whatever, that's life. So, yeah, we'll start off these rods attach at these 4 holes, and then it looks like the top ones get bolted on where the rear view mirrors attach. I was about to say wing mirrors, but that's not really accurate on a bike. And then the bottom ones use these clamps to put it just around the lower part of the handlebars. So we shall start. I'll get the pictures back out. Right, let's head outside before we lose the light, see if we can get it on the bike. So, the pictures show that the mounting point is here, just where the rear view mirror joins with the handlebars. We put the little bracket under there, which, if I offer this up, yeah, would appear to be accurate actually. If the bottom ones go to the handlebars there, yeah, that's probably going to work. Alright, let's give that a try. So right, I think I'm going to have to call that it for tonight. It's starting to get dark. It's 9:30 and I still haven't packed, and I need to be off by 6 o'clock in the morning, no later. Well, more like 5:30. That's going to have to stay like that for a while until I figure this out. I think it's too high. I think it's meant to sit lower, but it's getting it to reach and fit. Yeah, screw it. I'll have to come back in a few days. I am back. It has been 3-4 days at the time of filming. I've been away on a training course for work, with a bit of luck the last training course, because I'm now fully accredited, qualified, ready to be inflicted on the general public. So yeah, I've managed to get the screen on. I didn't film it because I was doing it sort of the day I came back from my training course. I was pretty tired and I wasn't 100% sure it was going to work. I did get an email back from the guy I bought this screen from, that I buy a lot of my parts from. The guy did eventually send me a picture of this thing fitted to a Lifan King. It looked like it was taken on an early 2000s camera phone. It was terrible, but I was able to make out where the mounting points go. I'll show you up close. I did end up having to put the mounting brackets here and undoing this bolt, which I didn't want to undo, although I was thinking about this job whilst I was away in the hotel, and it made more sense to put them there, really, the more that I thought about it. And then we've got the other little clamps have gone around the top of the handlebars there. It took me about another hour. Like I said, I didn't film it. It would have been largely unused footage anyway. I'd have just time-lapsed through it. It was just me sort of fiddling and readjusting and reclamping, and yeah. But it's finally on. I'm happy with the overall position. I think it looks pretty darn good. Ideally, I would have liked this gap here to be less, because that's obviously designed to slot down around your headlight. Problem with that though, bit of a design flaw, these clamps here then go directly in front of your indicators. So that's as long as it can go, really, without interfering with them. So yeah, that's just how it's going to go. It is on very firmly as well. See, I can shake the whole bike before the screen starts to give. It's already getting dirty. I'll have to polish it before this ride out. But yeah, I'm happy with that. It does, however, just need one more thing doing to it. There we go. That's better. Nothing like a bit of shameless self-promotion whilst you're out and about. Into the final touches now. So, the new cooling fan has arrived. It is, thankfully, measuring up against the old one, an exact match. It's the exact same size and shape, and I've sort of offered it up to the mounting holes already, and it looks good. Only thing I am going to do before fitting it, because it is an eBay purchase, I'm just going to put some current through to test it. So I've got a bit of wire in here, just going to touch it onto the battery. If it spins, happy days, it's going on. Right, get off you. You're not helping, Archer. Oh. There we go. Good. Right, let's get it bolted on then. I think these are the original bolts. Can't really remember. Never mind. Okay, maybe they're not the original bolts because they don't actually reach all the way through. Ugh.
A few moments later.
Okay, it's more likely to be these, which are longer and which I actually left on the other footrest so that I knew where to find them. Stu, you fucking idiot. There we go, that's straight on. Stu, finger tight, do the other side. Also, I apologise for the lighting. It is extremely sunny and I still haven't had a chance to get my bike workshop built, which is why I'm doing this outside. I mean, I do have somewhere I could go inside with it where the bike is stored, but there isn't really room to move around. Move around, get the camera in, all that sort of thing. Can't be done. Archer, he really is the clumsiest animal. Right, do the other side. Wiring connector. There we go. One thing that's left to do now then, top up the coolant, take her for a run, test run. It is a swelteringly hot day, I'd say about as hot as when I first started having this overheat issue, so it's ideal test conditions. Top it up, get dressed, out we go. Hello there, Stuart doing the edit here. Now, for some reason, which I haven't been able to figure out yet, I don't have the footage when I got back from my ride out to tell you what happened with the bike. I don't really know what's happened to it. It's not corrupted or anything. I just don't have it. I remember recording it and talking about what happened on the ride, but for some reason it's not here. But whatever. That doesn't matter though, because I'm actually doing the editing several months after I did the majority of the filming, so now I can tell you what's happened long term after the repair rather than just a few minutes after. So on the actual day when I tested it, went for a ride, rode it around for a good distance. I think I was out for about an hour in all different conditions, and it was fine. Yeah, it did blow some coolant off into those bottles, which is what it's supposed to do, and they've sort of reached a level and have stayed there, you know, long term as well, so it obviously blows a little bit in, sucks a little bit back out when it cools down and so forth, but the levels in the two bottles stay roughly the same. I have yet to actually hear the fan cut in at any point. I keep meaning to do a test, just leave the bike idling until it gets hot enough for the fan to cut in. If I'm honest though, idle, I don't know if it can actually overheat, even on really hot days. It just doesn't seem to get that hot anyway. I think for such a small engine, 125cc, it's a relatively large radiator, so even without the fan I think it's able to dissipate its heat, but you know, whatever, I'm not that concerned about it. I know the fan is on there, so I might find a way of making it kick in at some point, but I'm not that fussed, not in much of a rush to do that. So at the time I was very happy with it. I thought I'd fixed it. More long term, however, I now know a bit more about it, and I think part of the reason I've been getting the overheat light come on has been my fault. So, if you've been watching the series, you'll know that I've changed the front sprocket on it, gone down a tooth. Now, as I explained in that video in great detail, when you go down a tooth on the front sprocket, you naturally change the gearing of the bike, and the way when you do it that way, what you do is you sacrifice, say, top speed for acceleration. Now, it worked a little differently on my bike because of how the gearbox is set up, but I won't go too much into that. You'll have to just go watch the video itself. I'll leave a link in the description. But what it's essentially meant now is I'm spending a lot more time at higher revs. Mainly when I'm cruising, you know, when I'm doing 60 or 70 mile an hour, I'm in 5th gear and it's doing about 9,000 RPM. The red line is at 10,500. I think, although it's not bad enough for me to make any changes to it, because I still think what I've done has improved the bike quite a lot. Riding it in warm weather or hot weather, constantly at high revs, is too much even for a relatively large radiator to keep that engine cool. Now, it's not doing it as much, but on really long trips, you're talking 10 miles, you know, when I'm just cruising almost constantly at maximum revs, the overheat light does still come on. But you slow down, you knock it down from say 60, 70 to like 50, and within half a mile the light goes out again, it catches up. So I think it's just because the revs are so high for so long with what I've done to the bike that it's gonna do this no matter what now, and I'm just gonna have to learn to live with it and manage it when it happens. It's just one of them things. Now, if it did worry me, the solution would be to put the sprocket back, go back up one size, but I don't want to do that because it's improved the bike in every other way. So I'm not going to change it, just going to manage the overheat light when I need. So there's nothing wrong with just slowing down if you're riding your bike a bit too hard. So yeah, that's a summary of it. The repairs I've done in this video, they have worked. They've worked very well, and they continue to work very well. But I don't think that was 100% of my issue. Well, I know it's not 100% of my issue now because, well, I've had time to test it over a longer period of time, and I know that it's kind of my fault. So we'll call that it. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back to Strange Things from Across the Pond. Today, I'm not entirely sure what these are. So I suppose it's best to have a look, because I've bought these. If I remember rightly, I bought them from Sainsbury's in Mildenhall. Although I can't really remember, they've been sitting around for a while, I just haven't got around to filming them. But on the front it says, Peletsky? Kirker design. Yeah, I've got no sudden idea. I really don't. I'm guessing that's product yeah. Yeah, okay.
Wow, Stuart, you are such a monolingual.
That, I'm guessing, means wheat-free, maybe? Is that the symbol for wheat? Bez GMO. I mean, that could mean genetically modified, but then, who knows? Yeah, there's some sort of corn-based snack, stick type thing. Yeah, whatever that is, yeah. Let's flip it over, let's have a look. So, oh, there is a bit in English here. Corn sticks manufactured by extrusion method. Ingredients: corn grits, non-GMO, 98.98%. Rapeseed oil, non-GMO, and salt. Right, well, they're fairly simple ingredients as well. 60 grams, this is a large packet, but yeah, they don't weigh anything, so yeah, I can believe that. No idea what any of that says, or any of that. Not a clue. Tell you what, where's my phone? Now, because this worked so well on the squid jerky, let's try it again. So, let's point it at this bit. Let's see what it says. The pails. Okay. Finger. It apparently is now. It thinks it's in Polish, which I can believe. What does all that say then? Doesn't seem to know. What about all that? What does that say? Ah, here we go. Oh, it's almost a sentence. Corn puffs are a delicious snack made from carefully selected ingredients. They are made based on our own unique recipes. They have an excellent and delicate texture, which is why both children and adults like them. Oh, I was right about that. Look, it says... bugger it. Oh, there we go. Gluten-free product. Ah, I thought wheat-free, but right, okay. I'm guessing that means non-GMO as well, so non-genetically modified. That's quite fun. Energy value. Which saturated fatty acids? Them are saturated fatty acids. Yes, okay. So...
denture with smack. Okay then.
Let's see if it can tell me what it says on the front. Oh, that says remote. Okay. Gluten-free product, no GMO. It can't translate that. Alright, okay. So, told us some stuff about it. Let's just open them up and eat them. It's why we're here. Now, from the description, I'm expecting these to be a delicate texture. Oh. Right, okay. These remind me of Wotsits, because they're so light and fluffy, but they're also frigging massive. And here's the little kitchen knife that I keep up here for this. They're about the same size, or next to my mobile phone, look. They're bloody big things, are these. But yeah, they weigh nothing. It's like handling builder's foam. It just, there's no weight to it. Let's have a sniff. They smell of nothing. Nothing at all. There is a very slight smell to them, but it's just like generic crisps. Almost like if you get unflavoured Wotsits, if you get like Smart Price cheesy puffs and they have next to no flavour to them, next to no flavour or smell to them. It's like that, except worse. There is almost no smell at all. If anything, they smell kind of like foam packaging. They look similar to it as well. Ooh, I know what they are. They're those little S-shaped things that used to like package everything in them. If you ordered a new TV, it came in them. Not really used anymore because they go frigging everywhere. But that's the texture of them and the feel of them and the weight of them. Even the smell of them is that weird polystyrene packaging that you used to get that just went everywhere. That's what they are. That's what they look like. Right, okay, let's just do a taste test. Okay. Considering I was able to snap them, they are really difficult to chew. As soon as they touch the saliva, the moisture in my mouth, they just turn into a paste. Yeah, really chewy paste. Ugh. They're easy enough to eat, but yeah, they just sort of take all the moisture out of your mouth, and then they just sort of crumple up as well. All the air bubbles disappear. There's almost no flavour to these either, which is a bit disappointing. Yeah, I was hoping that these would taste of sweet corn, like the packaging suggests. You know, I thought it'd be like eating corn on the cob or something like that, but no, they don't taste really of anything. Yeah, I know I try and describe the flavours as best I can in these videos, but there's nothing to describe. I'm sorry. Yeah, there's nothing there. Just double check, they're from Poland as well, so definitely count as across the pond. Sorry, Poland. These are... I suppose I could say they're not bad, but they don't taste of anything. So they're not good, they're just there. I don't really get the point of them. Even if you just lightly salted them, it would be better. Tell you what, let me try something. Won't be back in a second. Here we go, pepper grinder. This is an old trick, is this. Back when I was working at the golf club, whilst it was one of the worst jobs I've ever had, the chefs that worked there were top notch. They really knew the stuff, and they said a small amount of black pepper can really enhance the flavour of what you're eating. And what they showed me, and a lot of people think this is really weird until they've tried it, black pepper on strawberries. You don't taste the pepper unless you put too much on, but the flavour of the strawberries really comes out. I mean, some strawberries, they're bred to be massive things, but then they have no flavour to them. Put a bit of black pepper on, fixes it. So, let's put a tiny amount of black pepper on these and see if I can taste anything. That has not worked. I don't believe they have any flavour for the pepper to bring out, because all I can taste is the pepper. A bit disappointing, actually.
Disappointed!
Yeah, I was quite looking forward to trying these. I know I've been putting it off for a while, but then when I finally got them out, I was like, oh, these should be good, actually. Like I said, they're not bad, but they're not good either. They just exist. It's like just going, they're food.
They're food.
Poor show there, guys. Poor show. I'm still going to eat another one, though. Yeah, I'm just tasting the pepper every time. Good job I like pepper. Right, let's do a summary. Alright, so, summing up. Yeah, these, whatever they're called, I'm not going to keep mulling the pronunciation, but these things, corn sticks, a bit disappointing, really. They have no flavour to them at all, I can discern, really. Maybe if I eat the whole packet, I might start to taste something, but yeah, I was really ready for these to taste a nice bit of sweet corn, which I do like, but no, nothing. They're great with pepper on them, but if you like pepper, but they have no flavour of their own. Texture is that of polystyrene. I mean, again, it's not bad. It's what I expect when I look at these and handle them. But, I don't know, maybe a slight change to the recipe could make them more crunchy rather than spongy. Would I recommend? Not if you're a grown-up. If you're looking for something that's lightweight for, say, a child or a toddler, not too strong of a flavour, and that they're going to struggle to choke themselves on, by all means get them some of these. I'm sure they are great for kids. If you want something that has zero flavour to it as well, use these. I mean, if I had a dip, a nice salsa dip, they'd probably be quite good, you know, good for dunking in, but again, I can just get regular crisps for that as well. So, yeah, all in all, bit disappointing really. Maybe I'll have better luck next month. Thank you for watching. Tell you what, before you go, let's check them for canine approval. Oh, they know. They know. Alright, who wants a corn stick? Alright, go on then, Bella. Oh, she's off. Archer, you want one? Go on. Oh, they're not sure. Oh, Bella wants another. Right, fine. Muffin, do you want one? That's it. Check it, make sure it's not poison. No, no, you're not keen, are you? Archer, try again. Pugs aren't keen. No. Bella, what about you? Look at the mess you've made of my floor. Bloody hell, dog. You're going to have to hoover that up later. Are you going to eat that one? Where are you going? What are you doing? Are you going to eat it, Bella, or not? Sorry, people of Poland. Even my Eastern European animal. She wants them, but I'm not sure she actually likes them. She likes making a mess of my fucking floor, that's for sure. Yes. Clearly, Romanian canines don't like Polish food. Or maybe they do. I'm not sure. She's not keen. But the pugs, definitely not interested. Alright, that's it this time. Thank you for watching. Hello and welcome to another video on doing stuff and filming it. I haven't done one of these in a long time. I've been putting them off. It's TV licensing time. Okie dokie then, here we go. Now, we'll get the obvious out of the way. It does say, will you be in on the 17th of August? I did receive this back then. It's just been lounging around the studio and I just haven't done anything with it. I've been doing other things, but I finally got around to catching up with my TV licensing content, so bear with me. So, quick examination of the front. We've got the usual legal occupier at my address, scribbled out all my QR codes. Overleaf, we've got the Darlington return address, as is usual with them. And I still love this. Sustainably sourced or recycled paper. I mean, far more sustainable if you stop fucking sending them to me. Interestingly, I don't think I've seen this before. I might be wrong, but I'm fairly sure that hasn't been there before. It just seems it's ENV/C5DM/Pulse 0121E21449. Probably means absolutely nothing. Well, I mean, the whole letter means nothing, but that, yeah, anyway. So, right, let's have a look at it. I still love that they send this as well. It says moved. Well, I wouldn't be receiving it if I've moved. Oh, never mind. Alright, so, will you be in on the 17th of August? I was actually in on that day. I had a day off and I wasn't doing anything, I remember. But nobody showed up, which was hugely disappointing. I waited by the door and everything. Alright, so let's have a quick skim through it before we skip to the fun part. So, as there is no record of a TV licence at your address, you should expect a visit from an enforcement officer. I'm not expecting them to come. If they're just not coming out here. It may be on the 17th of August, or on another day, or not at all. If you are caught watching or recording live TV on any channel or device, you could face a fine of up to £1,000 plus any legal costs and or compensation you may be ordered to pay. It's never that much, it just isn't, and the only way they're going to catch you is if you, well, self-snitch really, if you talk. So, we visit around 5,000 addresses a day. I think I've looked into that before. Those are based on old statistics. They're pre-COVID, so they're like 3 years old at the time of filming. They haven't come back up to that level, so they're just lying to you. Our officers visit an address every 10 seconds, day, evening, even weekends, and if no one answers, they can come back. I mean, you could try coming around the first time, guys. I don't believe you've ever been, so stop lying to me. Stop a visit before it's too late. I mean, that does my head in. Like, they want you to be afraid of these visits, don't they? If you don't need a TV licence, then, well, I would say in theory you should have nothing to fear from them, but they're out to get you, remember. You know, you've got to treat them the same way you do any common criminal or, unfortunately, the police. Just don't talk to them, don't engage, because they're not your friend, they're out to get you. But, yeah, anyway, getting off topic. Buy a TV licence, no. Payment starting from £6 a week. We've covered before how that works out more expensive. They want you to pay the full amount in the first 6 months, and then it drops down to like normal levels. I don't know why they do that, but whatever. Move an existing licence, no, not doing that. Or tell us you don't need one, which I've already done, and it doesn't seem to stop the letters. So, for help with any of the above, do not call the number, because they'll just try and intimidate you into buying one. Turn over for more information, do that in a minute. If you do not do any of the above, you can expect a visit soon. We're coming to get you. Yours faithfully, the non-existent Scott Robson. Okay. Oh, look, it even says here. Yeah, a little qualifying mark. Made between 2019 and 2022, excluding 2020. That's what they're on about. It's mainly figures pre-COVID. So, and please do not write below this line. We'll come back to that. Overleaf, just going to quickly skim through this. This looks to be all the standard stuff. Yeah, still banging on about VHS recorders. What does live TV mean? It's the same definition. Would you like this in more accessible formats such as Braille? Except I can't find a way to get it other than by ringing up, which I'm not willing to do. It would be nice to get it in one of these, but you go to their website and all it does is just tell you it in, say, Welsh or whatever language you pick out of this list. There's nowhere to get this letter physically sent to you in any of these languages, which is a shame, really. Because I know Braille printers ain't cheap, so I was hoping to maybe cost them a little bit of money by wasting their time, but no, I think they've seen that coming. Alright, one thing to do, and then we're going to skip to the fun part. So, please do not write below this line. I'm going to go with... Ya basic.
You know what, Michael? Ya basic.
Right. Time for the fun part. Disposal. Alright, time for a bit of disposal. Now, for the record, this was not my idea. Actually, that's a lie. It was entirely my idea. We're going to make a TV license letter smoothie. So, we've got our blender, we've got our letter. Now, I don't much fancy ingesting plastic, so we'll just put the letter in. Plastic doesn't really have any nutritional value. Let's just do that bit first, I think. Now, do we put... Oh, screw it, let's just do that bit. That bit goes in there. And, oh, you know what, we'll put the whole thing in. It adds fibre. That goes in there. Now, for added nutritional value, 1 banana. There we go. For moisture, we're going to add just a little bit of water. There we go. And for extra flavour, very kindly bought for me by my wonderful partner, I have some Black Rifle Coffee Company, Just Black. Some of the best coffee I've ever had. Say what you like about the Americans, they do know their coffee. So we're just going to put, yeah, just a touch, because it's expensive, this stuff. Back in there we go. Right. Then for some added manliness, we are going to have some meat. Just a touch. Because again, there we go. There we go. And then, just in case you were thinking it wasn't manly enough, we're going to add some beer. Yes, look at that. Lovely. Screw that on there. And look at that, it looks delicious already, doesn't it? Right, here we go. Oh, it's leaking. Why is it leaking? It shouldn't be leaking. It was interesting how much colour the letter has imparted. I was expecting that to be a sort of yellowy colour, but it's almost completely white. Look at that. Isn't that clever? I'll give it a little bit longer, make sure we've got all the bits out. Lovely. Right. Oh, it's a bit lumpy. Oh. Yes, maybe could have done with a little bit of extra blending. Still, bottoms up. Ugh. Tastes like bullshit. I hope you're entertained. Fucking hell.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained?
I'll tell you what, I'll describe the flavour. It tastes like paper. The coffee has imparted no flavour, but does give it the texture of sand every now and then. Interestingly, you can taste the banana in the beer, but it mostly just tastes of fucking paper. Fuck me. Why do I do this? Right. That's it. So, if anyone out there has any more creative, if a little less disgusting ways of disposing of these letters, leave it in the comments. I'm all ears, all eyes. But for now, thank you for watching. I think I need to go throw up or have a shit. I'm not sure. Right. Time for the fun part. Disposal. Alright, time for a bit of disposal. Now, for the record, this was not my idea. Actually, that's a lie. It was entirely my idea. We're going to make a TV license letter smoothie. So, we've got our blender, we've got our letter. Now, I don't much fancy ingesting plastic, so we'll just put the letter in. Plastic doesn't really have any nutritional value. Let's just do that bit first, I think. Now, do we put... Oh, screw it, let's just do that bit. That bit goes in there. And, oh, you know what, we'll put the whole thing in. It adds fibre. That goes in there. Now, for added nutritional value, 1 banana. There we go. For moisture, we're going to add just a little bit of water. There we go. And for extra flavour, very kindly bought for me by my wonderful partner, I have some Black Rifle Coffee Company, Just Black. Some of the best coffee I've ever had. Say what you like about the Americans, they do know their coffee. So we're just going to put, yeah, just a touch, because it's expensive, this stuff. In there we go. Right. Then for some added manliness, we are going to have some meat. Just a touch, because again, there we go. There we go. And then, just in case you were thinking it wasn't manly enough, we're going to add some beer. Yes, look at that. Lovely. Screw that on there. And look at that, it looks delicious already, doesn't it? Right, here we go. Oh, it's leaking. Why is it leaking? It shouldn't be leaking. It was interesting how much colour the letter has imparted. I was expecting that to be a sort of yellowy colour, but it's almost completely white. Look at that. Isn't that clever? I'll give it a little bit longer, make sure we've got all the bits out. Lovely. Right. Oh, it's a bit lumpy. Oh. Yes, maybe could have done with a little bit of extra blending. Still, bottoms up. Ugh. Tastes like bullshit. I hope you're entertained. Fucking hell.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained?
I'll tell you what, I'll describe the flavour. It tastes like paper. The coffee has imparted no flavour, but does give it the texture of sand every now and then. Interestingly, you can taste the banana in the beer, but it mostly just tastes of fucking paper. Fuck me. Why do I do this? Right. That's it. So, if anyone out there has any more creative, if a little less disgusting ways of disposing of these letters, leave it in the comments. I'm all ears, all eyes. But for now, thank you for watching. I think I need to go throw up or have a shit. I'm not sure. Hello and welcome to another video on doing stuff and filming it. I'm trying to keep up with these TV licensing letters. So I've got another one. Alrighty then, here we go. We've got another one. This time it's in a big scary red envelope. At least it would be more scary if they didn't send me a big scary red envelope every 3 bloody months. But there we go, that's life. So, starting off at the front, as we always do, we've got the usual to the legal occupier at my address, scribbled out the QR codes and that little number across the top. And overleaf we have the usual Darlington return address, sustainably sourced paper which they needn't have sent to me. And we've got this code here again, ENV, C5R, Pulse. The end numbers are different to the last envelope I looked at. Just these end few here. Now, I will try and remember to look at what those actually mean. I don't believe they're anything to do with TV licensing. I think they're maybe just something to do with the manufacturing process for this envelope. They're probably a form of batch number or something like that. But you can't trust them, so you never know. It may have something to do with TV licensing after all. Right, let's have a look inside. Alrighty then, so, as you see, dated back in August. I do apologise, I am so far behind with these letters. I've just been stacking them up and I've been doing other things throughout my summer and autumn. Mainly riding my motorbike because it's fun. Sorry, but not that sorry. Alright, dear sir or madam, that's Colonel to you. As you have not responded to our letters yet, or all the others, yeah, you have left us no alternative but to proceed with the final stages of our investigation. An officer has been scheduled to visit my address to find out if TV is being watched, recorded or downloaded illegally. The officer may visit your property any day of the week, morning or evening. They're not coming. I mean, they never did come. I'm probably back at the start of their non-existent investigation now, and still nobody's coming. So, what does that put me on now? 3, 4 investigations? Whatever. The information below explains the procedure. You may refer to it during a visit from the officer. Yours faithfully, the non-existent Scott Robson. Alright, and yeah, they've got this lovely tear-off mark, and it's roughly folded along it. I don't like this one. This I find an especially threatening and disgusting letter from them. Because it says, you haven't responded to us, like you have some sort of duty to do it. And, you know, you've left us no alternative, we're coming to get you now, an officer is on their way. They're not officers, they're salesmen, but, you know. But then, at the same time, it makes out like the second half of this is something that might help you. It won't. Nothing about this is for your benefit. It's purely, they're purely out to get you. That's all it's for. But we'll carry on. So, visit undertaken by Cambridge Enforcement Division. They're not coming out here. I am an hour's drive from Cambridge. If they come up at rush hour, that could be 2 hours easily. So, yeah, that's not right. So, what you need to know about the enforcement process, and there's a little qualifying mark, but it doesn't. Oh right, yeah, there we go. Right, yeah. In Scotland, Scottish criminal law applies. Right, fine. Right, not interested in that. We can apply to court for a search warrant to gain access to your property. You can, but you ain't gonna. An officer may interview you under caution in accordance with national criminal law. He might do, but he's not a police officer or anything. He's just a salesman, so he can caution me as much as I like. The door's just getting closed. Anything you say to the officer may be used as evidence in court. That's why you shut your mouth. You may risk a fine of up to £1,000. It's never that much, plus any legal costs, which is probably not that much either, and compensation, yeah, again, probably not that much. If your property needs a TV licence, you will still need to buy one. And, yeah, a reminder of the law: it is illegal to watch or record live TV programmes on any channel. Download them from iPlayer without a TV licence. No matter what device you use, you can still do one of the following: buy a licence and let us know you don't need one. Again, don't call the numbers. So, I mean, that bit's fairly standard. That bit is just more threats and relying on people's ignorance should they actually bother to turn up, which they almost never do. Again, I've covered this before, but we need to keep saying it for as long as these people are still out there, still threatening our grandmothers. Apply to court for a search warrant to gain access to your property. Now, they only ever do that if you've already talked to them, you know, and given them something to go on. You know, they don't just apply to it just because you've ignored them, because it's a waste of time. And they won't force entry either. I mean, having a court order does allow them to do that, but I believe it's their, well, I know it's their policy not to do that. If you don't let them in, they'll walk away, but then you are in contempt of court. But if there's nobody in when they come, then they'll just leave. So yeah, that's that. Let's just flip it over. Now this is laid out a little differently to the last one, but it is the same information. How can you pay? Yeah, you can go online, you can call up or go to a PayPoint store, which I do actually congratulate them for using. Yeah, a lot of people, especially if you're, let's say, on a quite low income, or you're quite poor, I'll just say it, you tend to deal in cash a lot more. A lot of people find it easier to manage their money, as well as the elderly and such like. And those pay points are quite a good way to pay for bills and such like. So, credit where credit's due. I'm glad they still use that. Not many places do anymore. Would it be easier to spread the cost? And that just explains how you break it down. You can get these payment cards, etc. I think I did look into getting hold of one of those payment cards, and you basically have to, yeah, promise to pay for one, which, put it this way, I had to give them all my details and tell them that I needed a license in order to get my hands on one. All I wanted to do was show you what one looked like and then just bin it. But yeah, I decided not to go down that route. What if you don't need a license? We'd like to stop writing to you. No, you fucking wouldn't. You love writing to me. You love sending me all this crap. And then it goes on about, yeah, the law, as long as no one else living at the address, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, games console, digital box, VHS recorder, all that jazz. And it invites you to, yeah, either go to their website or send them a letter. It doesn't ask you to ring them there, but yeah, whatever. Could you get a concession? Yeah, concessions. That does remind me, I have found some information regarding how TV licenses work in, say, like care homes and such like, which I do need to make a video about. So if I've made it by the time this goes public, I will leave a link in the description. So, would you like this in more accessible format? You can't get it. And have your details changed, correspondence in Welsh. And then that's just a form to change your details. So all laid out a bit different in big scary red text in places, but it's all just fairly standard shite. Right, just a couple of things left to do with it. So we have, do not write below this line. What shall we write? We're gonna write, Yo Mama. Because somebody, for my Secret Santa, obviously I don't know who, bought me 101 hilarious Yo Mama jokes. I think they know me too well. That will be a video all of its own. Well, a series of videos, but you'll have to watch out for that. Right, just got to dispose of it now. Right, well, a lot of people, too many to mention, tens, hundreds, thousands, trillions, you've all said to just shred it. Just shred it. Just put it straight in the shredder. And I've been saying, oh, it's boring. No, let's do something more creative. And you keep on saying it. Just shred it. Just shred it. All right, I'm going to shred it. This is my shredder. As you can see, it has a thick layer of dust on it because I hardly ever use it because, well, I come up with more creative ways of disposing of things. But there we go, look. We'll do the envelope first. It's gone. And now the letter. And that's it. That's all there is to it. It's boring, guys. You know, it's just boring. I mean, Bella's a bit curious about it. What is it, Bella? No, she don't like it. Even shredded up, she knows the letters are bullshit. So, I mean, the only thing that could make this entertaining is if I read from the Book of Yo Mama. Let's see if we can find one. Let's pick one at random. Here we go. Yo Mama is so fat, when I told her to bend over and touch her feet, she said, "What are those?" Right, I'm going to do something more interesting for the next one. Hello and welcome to another video on doing stuff and filming it. It's that time again, TV licensing time. Here we go. So, this time, my IN0100A39 has arrived. Ooh. Ooh. Just kidding, it's not that important or impressive at all. It's just the same old drivel from them. We all know it is by now, but got to keep saying it to protect our grandmothers. So, let's have a quick gander at the outside. And, yeah, usual Darlington return address. Sustainably sourced paper they didn't need to send to me. That's about the only thing that's different. Important information enclosed. I mean, it's a complete lie. There's no important information enclosed at all, but you know, they like to make you think that there is. And of course, at the front, we've got the usual, the legal occupier at my address, and the little window with whatever drivel they've chosen to send me this month. Right, let's have a look inside. So, a little different from the last one, this. We've got, yeah, your status unlicensed. Yes, I'm aware it's dated September. I'm way behind still with these. I am slowly catching up with them. Now, we'll start off with this, your IN, whatever you call it. Now, two things. That is IN010A39. I don't know why they've done that, just to be weird. These numbers, as far as I can tell, they mean nothing. Well, I mean, all of these letters mean basically nothing, really. But these numbers do change. I think I've had 3 of these now. They're not sequential, so the last one I had wasn't my A38, but they do seem to roughly count back from how many letters I've had. So if I've had my IN, say 8 letters ago, it will be A31, for example. So they do seem to count up to these numbers, but they're counting every letter that they send you, which is interesting because we know these go on a loop, but they must be keeping track of them somehow. So yeah, that's worth paying attention to. Well, no, actually, what am I saying? None of this is worth paying attention to, but it's interesting that you must have a file, or they must have a file for this address. And it must be counting how many of these stupid letters it's sent out. Even though it's just sending the same ones again and again by this point, it must be keeping track of how many it's sent to you. But anyway, it doesn't matter. I don't need a license and I don't plan on getting one, so it's irrelevant whether they count their stupid letters or not. So, we'll have a quick skim through it. Dear legal occupier, your INA39 has been issued against your address. We use it to target unlicensed homes like yours. Target with a heat-seeking letter that require a visit from TV licensing enforcement officers. I mean, I don't need a visit, really. I mean, I've said before, you're welcome to visit. It'll be a wasted visit because I'm just going to shut the door again, but, you know, whatever. This letter is a formal notification that your details have now been passed to our Cambridge enforcement team and you could be visited at any time, day or evening, weekdays or weekends, so live in fear. We need to check you are not breaking the law. No, you don't. You really don't. It's just daft, is that statement. It's just absolutely ludicrous. So we need to check you're not breaking the law. Can you imagine if the police just started going door to door and just saying, oh, we've come to check you're not breaking any laws, or just started stopping people in the street, you know, and oh, we need to check you're not breaking. Oh wait, yeah, they already do that, don't they? Yeah. Oh right, okay, yeah, so maybe it's not that daft. Anyway, it's a criminal offence to watch or record live TV on the channel of the device, or watch BBC programmes on iPlayer without being covered by a TV licence. Yeah. You could face prosecution, and then it goes on about Scottish criminal law and financial penalties. If they find evidence of illegal TV viewing, which they won't do if you don't talk to them, you could be interviewed under caution in accordance with national criminal law, which could lead to prosecution. Again, they're not officers, they're salesmen. They can read out the caution to you, you know, anything you say may be given in evidence, blah, 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 blah. Just shut the sodding door. Maximum penalty is a criminal conviction, which I've looked into before, will show up on a CRB check, or whatever they're called now. I can't remember what they're called now. Criminal records check will show up as one even after it's spent. £1,000 fine, it's never that much, and yeah, legal cost compensation, they love throwing that in, it's, yeah. So, to stop this visit from the Cambridge enforcement team, and that's the usual buy, move, or tell us you don't need one. Don't phone the number. If you don't need one, don't buy one. Don't worry about stopping their visit. If you don't need one and you handle it properly, i.e. you just say no thank you, shut the door, then it's their time they've wasted. You didn't invite them round. And to stop this enforcement visit to your home and change the status of your silly reference number, you need to act now. I mean, I'm filming this in November. I haven't worked out. I'm going to schedule it in with all my other videos, so I don't know when it's going out. But yeah, I didn't act now, or I didn't act then and nothing happened. So, I obviously didn't. That's yet another lie. Yours faithfully, the non-existent Scott Robson. Let's flip it over. As always, I have a quick skim through these back pages, because it's always the same. I mean, they changed the colour, but it's always this same layout bar. I think one of their letters that's in circulation. Yeah, still banging on about ancient technology, VHS recorders. Yeah, I'm not going to go through all this in details. I've covered it many a time before. So, alright, so that is my IN0100A39. Yes, okay, whatever. Yeah. It's laughable, really, the amount of these they've sent me and all their empty threats. I mean, surely anyone by this point, having received this many letters, just give up, guys. Just give up and go away. Do the world a favour. Alright, let's write below the line, shall we? And we're going to go with... we'll go with an old favourite. I'm just going to write... arse! Spelling it correctly as well. Alright, time for the rather inventive disposal method. Welcome back to Strange Things from Across the Pond. Today we've got something a little bit different. That's right, we're doing a crossover episode. Right, what have we got here? This is a TV licensing letter. Ooh. This is specifically the IN0100A39 flavour. This is probably one of my favourite flavours. I have, full disclosure, tried these before, quite a few times, round about one a month for the past however many years, but I've finally decided to bring it to you on this show so that everyone can have a flavour of it. Right, we'll do what we always do. We'll have a quick look at the packaging and the ingredients. So the front of it, fairly standard thing. We've got, legal occupier and some QR codes here on the front and a scribbled out address and serial number. Flavour across the front, as I said, the IN0100A39 flavour this is. Flip it over, and as always, we'll have the nutritional information over here, and we'll read the ingredients out over here. And those ingredients are sustainably sourced or recycled paper that didn't need to be sent to me. That's it. There's only one ingredient, and it's that. Remarkably simple product, this. Yeah, I'm quite curious to open it up and see what's inside, really. I mean, normally I would talk a lot more about this, but it seems like such a simple product. Not much to it. It's not very heavy. Quite thin and flexible. I imagine it's designed for, well, adults and children. I bet you could feed this to a child and they could chew it up quite nicely, even with their little baby teeth. Alright, let's open it up and see what's inside. Alright, so it is... Well, that's interesting. Yeah, it's as I expected from reading that rather short ingredients list. It's a piece of sustainably sourced or recycled paper. It's as simple as that, really. There's some weird markings here on it. I'm assuming that's down to the cooking process or something like that. Can't say I've ever tasted scribbled out QR code before, but could be interesting later. Yeah, and I believe the bottom part yeah, that's probably going to taste of arse. Now, I'm hoping that's not going to overwhelm the rest of the flavours that are going to come with this, because I have to say it's not my favourite flavour in the world. Yes. Then again, I'm also expecting quite a simple flavour from this, because, I mean, it's only one ingredient. How complex of a flavour can it be? Appearance, pretty much as the packaging suggests. Very thin product, paper thin, in fact. About the size of an A4 piece of paper, again with these weird colouring and markings on both sides of it, all over this particular product. I'm not sure if they'll affect the flavour or not, or the nutritional value. Really not sure. I don't know enough about it, to be perfectly honest. Feel of it, it's quite smooth. Yeah, it's quite smooth in the hand. Let's see what it's like. Is it? Well, it's quite easily broken up. There's a little bit of resistance when you first start, but then once you make that first tear, it goes alright, actually. You feel it resist, and then it just rips. Yeah. The tearing makes me think it's going to have an almost crunchy texture, but feeling it and the flexibility, I don't believe it will. So, yeah. Let's give it a sniff. Well, it smells like arse, if I'm perfectly honest. Yeah, I can't really smell anything else. Just shit, really, is all I can smell coming off of this. Yeah, doesn't bode well for the flavour. I get the feeling there's just going to be one overwhelming flavour with this. We'll give it one more sniff and, yeah, see if we can get what else from it. Yeah, still just the same thing, it just smells of shit. Yeah. Alright, well, there's nothing for it. Let's start off with a small piece. Let's go with that bit to start with. Let's just see what it. Just dive in and see what it tastes like. Oh, that's awful. That tasted exactly how I thought it was going to taste by looking at it and smelling it. Tasted like complete and utter repetitive bullshit. That's awful. It has almost no texture. When you put it in your mouth, the moisture from your saliva makes it shrivel up into a tiny, unchewable ball that then just goes rock hard. And aside from the flavour that I've already mentioned, there's nothing else to it. I'm not even going to give it a second bite. I think this is a first for strange things from across the pond. I've had one bite and I just can't do anymore. Yeah, that is just minging. Sorry, but that is going straight in the bin. Alright, let's do conclusions about this TV licensing letter IN0100A39 flavour. Marks out of 10. It's going to have to be a 0. Just a flat 0. I mean, I was so hopeful. Really, you know, it's one ingredient. How can you get that one ingredient wrong? All it's made from is sustainably sourced or recycled paper that didn't need to be sent to me. I mean, yeah, it's just so simple and it could have been so much better. But no, 0 out of 10 for everything. Flavour, texture, smell. It smells like arse. Yeah, probably the worst thing I think we've ever had on this series. And quite possibly ever will do. Yeah. Do I recommend? Absolutely not. Yeah, it's just minging, and it has no nutritional value. It's a completely pointless product. Yeah. No. This is the first for strange things from across the pond. I hate wasting food, but that just doesn't count as food. It's minging, and it's going in the bin. Sorry. Hopefully, next episode, something actually counts as food. Thank you for watching. Hello there, welcome to another TV licensing video on doing stuff and filming it. I've got us another letter. Right, here we go, we are back to the white envelope this time. As far as I can tell, they seem to go brown, white, red, and then back to brown. At least that's from memory. I suppose I'll have to wait and see what next month's letter is. But yeah, back to a white envelope. Still the usual nonsense, the legal occupier at the address with the barcodes and numbers scribbled out. And the little window, this time an official notice that an investigation has been opened. See, the last few letters I thought there was already an investigation and it was in its final stages. You were going to come and steal my kneecaps or something daft like that, but I don't know, you've opened another one. Did the other one conclude, or is that still ongoing? How many investigations do you have open? Or do you actually close one down, or is it just that they don't exist? I think it's that, isn't it? Dickheads. Alright, an overleaf. Yep, the usual. Again, reference numbers, Darlington return address, sustainably sourced paper that they didn't need to send to me. Right, let's have a look inside. Alright, so, a few changes to this. We've now got in red Cambridge Enforcement Division. Again, could be bloody miles away, but there we go. Another investigation. In fact, you know what? I'm just gonna come in here and just write on this. There we go. Official notice. Another stupid investigation opened. This is an official warning that we are carrying out an investigation of your address. We have asked you to contact us several times, but you have not responded. There is still no record of a TV license at this property. Now, just that first few lines, I mean, it's just, I struggle to find the words for it, really. I mean, the word that comes to mind is disgusting. Now, that's a word that's overused a lot in society. The smallest of inconvenience, and people go mad saying, "It's disgusting!" Disgusting! But these letters generally are, especially when they're being sent to our vulnerable grandmothers. An official warning. I mean, you have no authority, guys. You know, there's nothing official about you. You're just a corporation trying to get money out of me. You know, you're skirting the edges of the law to do it. So, and an investigation, I don't think there is. I think you're just barefaced lying. These letters are just on a loop. There's no investigation at all. So, we've asked you to contact us several times, but you have not responded. Yeah, I'm under no obligation to respond to you. You are nothing in my life. You have absolutely no authority over me whatsoever. I'm under no obligation to respond to you. Just fuck off.
Fuck off! Just fuck off!
There's still no record of a TV license at this point, and there's never going to be. Just do one. Alright, let's carry on before I get too angry. The law. It is a criminal offence to watch or record live TV programmes on any channel, or to download or watch BBC programmes on iPlayer, unless you have a TV licence. It doesn't matter what equipment you're using, whether it be any sort of modern technology or a VHS recorder. I've taken to skimming these because they repeat a lot with them, and the video just gets far too long, and I know you all just want me to skip to the fun bit at the end. How you can stop this investigation. It doesn't exist, so I'm not going to do anything to stop it. I'm certainly not going to buy a license. I'm certainly not going to ring your stupid phone number. I haven't recently moved, and I didn't need a TV license at my previous address either. Although I did have one. Well, no, my bitch of an ex-wife had bought one, and when she moved out, she took it with her. But I never actually used the TV, so, yeah, fuck off. Anyway, that's by the by. Let us know that you don't use TV receiving equipment at this address. That's a bit crafty, isn't it? You can use TV receiving equipment as long as you don't use it to receive a live TV program. For example, you could buy a television which is capable of receiving a TV signal, but then use it as a monitor. They have HDMI and all manner of other ports on the back of them. You could use one as a monitor for your computer. It's perfectly reasonable. They are trying to make out there like you need a license for that. You don't. Like I said, they like to skirt the truth and skirt the law with this, don't they? Very careful just to stay, I won't say the right side of the line, I'd say on the line, sort of 1 foot either side of it, the gits. If we don't hear from you, which you're not gonna, our enforcement division will schedule a visit. No, you won't. Should the investigation find that you're watching, recording and downloading TV illegally, you could be prosecuted. You're not gonna, because you ain't getting past that front door, even if you do come, which you're not gonna. And the maximum penalty is irrelevant, because they never actually hand that much out. Yours faithfully, the non-existent Scott Robson. P.S. If you've recently bought a licence, thank you. You do not need to reply to this letter. I'm not going to anyway, so... Right, and overleaf. Yeah, this is just the red version of the usual. We've seen this before. How can you pay? Spread the cost. Don't need a licence. Concession. Accessible formats that you're not allowed to have. Details changed. Correspondence in Welsh, which you're also not allowed to have. And then the little form if you want to fill it out to tell them you've moved your licence. So yeah, quite a despicable letter from them, although I've come to expect this sort of thing from them, but I think this one is probably one of the worst ones. The others are quite threatening. They say, you know, we've scheduled a visit, we're coming, will you be in on this date? But this one, it's just too far to the other side of the truth for my liking. You know, they're making it official warning, you're making it you're under some duty to respond to them. Yeah, and then TV receiving equipment. No. Yeah, this is one of their worst ones because, well, I suppose start off on the right foot, get all your cuntishness out at the start, guys, and then it's only downhill from there. So, right, just a couple of things left to do with it, as always. And because this is one of their more cunty letters, we're just going to go with nice and simple, because they are one. Right, let's dispose of it.
Now I've just realised something. This letter talks here about how I can stop this investigation. It gives me 3 options. Buy a licence, tell them that I've recently moved, or tell them that I don't need a licence. There is, however, a 4th way. I can freeze this investigation. In a block of ice! Yes! Let's put that in there, like that. Yep, you live in there. Yes, look at that. Right, put the lid on. I suppose this isn't really disposal. I'm sort of keeping it longer than I need to, but fuck it, it's funny. You go in there. And I shall check on you in the morning. It's the following day. Let's have a look. That is just rock solid. Oh, dearie me. Let's see if we can get it out. Hang on. Oh fuck, it's not that solid. Oh shit. Well, I needed to mop the floors anyway. Oh, that's a bit of a fail. Oh. It looked rock solid. It's not. Oh, it's full of slush. I should have given it a bit longer. Still, I have sufficiently destroyed the letter. That can go in the recycling bin now. Oh, dearie me. I'm having maybe a bit too much fun with these. Alright, thank you for watching. See you in the next one.
Hello and welcome to another TV licensing video on doing stuff and filming it. I'm almost caught up with these now. And we're back on the big scary red envelope. Alright, so it's not that scary because I've had so bloody many of these now. And the days when a red envelope actually meant something are long gone, because people like TV licensing just use them so frequently, and if I'm honest, I bet half the time it just looks like a birthday card or a Christmas card. That's all there is to it, really. So yeah, I wouldn't worry too much about it. Right, so it's the usual format. We've got the legal occupier at my address. The little window this time is an official notice. Again, they seem to think that they're in some way official. They're not. They're just a bunch of sleazy salesmen trying to get you money. But, you know, whatever we'll call it. A sleazy notice, we'll call it. Yes. Overleaf, it's the usual as well. Darlington return address, sustainably sourced paper that didn't need to be sent to me. So, let's just dive straight in. More scary red lettering. So, we've got, this time my status is under investigation. I think we've had unlicensed in sort of a purpley green colour. We've had, I don't know, all manner of variations on whatever it is they're threatening me with. I think it's like visit scheduled or something like that is another one. Yeah, again, status means nothing. Please read carefully. You are in breach of the Communications Act 2003. If you... we've covered what I don't like about this in previous videos as well. You're in breach of the Communications Act, and they put that in bold, and then it's if you, just, you know, just a bit smaller. Yeah, everything about this is designed to just trick you in subtle ways. I mean, going a bit off topic here, what these letters remind me of is, say, Atomic Shrimp scam baiting videos. Now, the scams are so obvious to 99.9% of us. They just are scams. It's the usual, you know, dying widow or embezzling funds from an account, small fee to pay and you get millions back, complete stranger on the internet, all that sort of thing. I'm a big fan of his scam baiting work. His reasons for doing those are similar to my reasons for doing these, in that it's there to protect the vulnerable. But those scams, like I said, are really obvious to 99.9% of people, but they're not targeting that 99.9%. They're targeting the 1% which are susceptible to that type of scam. You know, and that can be, he explains it a lot better, that can be, you know, reduced mental capacity, you know, through age, illness, disability, something like that. So they're not going to notice the finer details which to the rest of us make it stand out as a scam. It's the same here. You know, they put, you are in breach of the Communications Act. And, you know, if you are vulnerable to these sorts of scam letters, you're not going to miss the you're not going to see the two little words at the end here. So you're immediately going to go into a panic and think that you're breaking the law and you're in trouble. And that's what they want, really. They'll never admit to it in Among the Sundays, but that's what they want. They want you to be tripped up, panic, or rather they want our grandmothers to be tripped up, panic about it, and then rush into buying a license that they don't need just to try and make it go away because they think that they're going to be in serious trouble. That's what these letters remind me of. They're just worded, and it's subtle, but it is there. They're just trying to trip up the vulnerable, and it's absolutely despicable that this sort of shit is legal. Disgusting! Anyway, let's carry on. So, as we still have no record of a TV license at this address, and you ain't going to, by law we have no option but to continue with our investigation. I don't know if there is a law. And also, you've done loads of these investigations, and I never get an outcome letter at the end. You just seem to start again. Have I got several investigations, or do you close them down and just don't tell me and start again in case the results change or something like that? But given that your investigations are, let's be honest, non-existent, they're just a series of letters being churned out by a computer, There can't be a law that says you have to do that. So you're chatting shit there, aren't you? There's no investigation and there's no law. And you do have an option, and that's to shut your gob.
Shut your fucking mouth.
And stop sending me this shit, but whatever. You should now expect a visit from Cambridge enforcement officers. No, I don't think I will. If enforcement officers find evidence of illegal TV viewing, you know what, we're just going to edit this as we go. So, Scam Artist. And so, if enforcement officers, I'll change that one to GITS, just cause you could be interviewed under caution. Again, under caution, they have zero authority in any matter. Anyone can just read out the caution, you know, the whole anything you say may be given in evidence, blah 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 blah. Any Tom, Dick and Harry can say the words, it doesn't mean anything. So yeah, you could be interviewed under caution, which could lead to prosecution. Maximum penalty, it is correct, is that it's not a lie, £1,000 fine plus legal costs and compensation, but it never is that. That, I would say, is a lie by omission.
You told the truth, up to a point. But a lie of omission is still a lie.
Yes, what they have said is the truth, but they've left out the actual facts of the matter. Anyway, to stop a visit to your address, buy a licence, tell us you don't need one. The only one that actually stops this bullshit is buying one, and I'm not going to do that because I don't need one. Please get in touch now to stop this non-existent investigation. We can help you check if you need a TV licence, don't need your help, and choose the best way to spread the cost. If you need one, don't need one, so don't need to spread the cost. If you don't need a licence, we will, of course, stop our non-existent investigation. See Overleaf to find out about how to stop our visit. Then go to TV licensing or call us. Don't call us on that number. Never call them. Calling them is the same as talking to them at your door. Don't do it. Do not engage with these people. Yours faithfully, the non-existent Scott Robson. And Overleaf, what have we got? Oh, I think this was the same as last month's letter. Yeah, it's the same. Sometimes it's in red, sometimes it's laid out a little differently, but it's always the same information. Buy a licence, move a licence, tell us you don't need one, which we'll ignore anyway. Banging on about VHS. What does live TV mean? What does on-demand mean? And, of course, you've got the accessible formats that you're not allowed to have, concessions, which they'll probably try and talk you out of, other languages which you can't have, and you especially can't have Welsh. Right, so I think I'm all caught up now. I was a good few months behind, but I think I'm caught up now. Only a couple of things left to do, and then normal service can resume. So, we need to, please do not write below this line. What shall we go with this time? I know. Alright, let's dispose of it. So this particular letter has been selected for a rather gruesome fate. We are going to boil it alive. Yes. Now it seems only fitting that we're using the red one for this, because it's most like a lobster, because apparently that's the correct way to slaughter a lobster, is in the most painful way possible, and not just quickly and painlessly like we do with literally every other animal that we eat normally. But there we go. Rant over. Now we've got a nice big pan of water. It's cold water from the tap as well, so its death is going to be especially long and brutal. So, hob on. There we go, and you know what, we'll separate it out a little. Envelope can go in first, like that. Yep, in you go, lovely. And we'll stick the letter in there as well. Even cleaned the pan. Now, because, as the saying goes, a watched pot never boils, we are going to leave this moderate fire hazard completely unattended, go and do something else, come back in a bit. that is well and truly boiling now. Just going to give it another minute or so just to make sure it's fully dead. Right, I think it's safe to say that is dead. I was kind of hoping it would break up a bit more, sort of turn into a TV licensing soup, but no, unfortunately not. Let's give it a stir. Oh look, now it's breaking up, look. Let's stir it around a bit. Yes. Look at that. There we go. Look at that, that's boiling away nicely. I like the way it's sort of rising in the middle and down at the sides. That's quite a cool effect, is that? I'm having maybe a bit too much fun disposing of all these letters. Yeah, that's broken up nicely. Look at that. Yeah, give that a good stir. Maybe I should write my own recipe book for this shit. Although it's spread across several videos, I've filmed most of these more recent disposals all in one evening. I've had one smoothie, one I just ate for Strange Things from Across the Pond, and now I have TV licensing letter soup. Mmm. I wonder if I've got any gravy granules. I'm all out of gravy granules, which offends me as a northerner, but let's chuck a fucking bay leaf in. I amuse myself far too fucking much with this. Oh dear. Look at that. Mmm. High in fibre. And gluten free. I've no idea if TV licensing letters are gluten free or not. May contain plastic. I don't know where the little plastic window's gone. Oh dearie me. Right, that's enough of this shit. The water's slowly turning pink. I'm probably going to ruin my pan if I haven't already. Thank you for watching. See you in the next one. Welcome back to Strange Things from Across the Pond. Today we've got something a little bit different. That's right, we're doing a crossover episode. Right, what have we got here? This is a TV licensing letter. Ooh. This is specifically the IN010A39 flavour. This is probably one of my favourite flavours. I have, full disclosure, tried these before, quite a few times. Round about one a month for the past however many years, but I've finally decided to bring it to you on this show so that everyone can have a flavour of it. Right, we'll do what we always do. We'll have a quick look at the packaging and the ingredients. So the front of it, fairly standard thing. We've got, you know, legal occupier and some QR codes here on the front and a scribbled out address and serial number. Flavour across the front, as I said, the IN010A39 flavour this is. Flip it over and as always we'll have the nutritional information over here. We'll read the ingredients out over here, and those ingredients are sustainably sourced or recycled paper that didn't need to be sent to me. That's it. There's only one ingredient, and it's that. Remarkably simple product, this. Yeah, I'm quite curious to open it up and see what's inside, really. I mean, normally I would talk a lot more about this, but it seems like such a simple product. Not much to it. It's not very heavy. Quite thin and flexible. I imagine it's designed for, well, adults and children. I bet you could feed this to a child and they could chew it up quite nicely, even with their little baby teeth. Alright, let's open it up and see what's inside. Alright, so it is... Well, that's interesting. Yeah, it's as I expected from reading that rather short ingredients list. It's a piece of sustainably sourced or recycled paper. It's as simple as that, really. There's some weird markings here on it. I'm assuming that's down to the cooking process or something like that. Can't say I've ever tasted scribbled out QR code before, but could be interesting later. Yeah, and I believe the bottom part, yeah, that's probably going to taste of arse. Now, I'm hoping that's not going to overwhelm the rest of the flavours that are going to come with this, because I have to say it's not my favourite flavour in the world. Yeah. Then again, I'm also expecting quite a simple flavour from this, because, I mean, it's only one ingredient. How complex of a flavour can it be? Appearance, pretty much as the packaging suggests. Very thin product, paper thin, in fact. About the size of an A4 piece of paper, again with these weird colouring and markings on both sides of it, all over this particular product. I'm not sure if they'll affect the flavour or not, or the nutritional value. Really not sure. I don't know enough about it, to be perfectly honest. Feel of it, it's quite smooth. Yeah, it's quite smooth in the hand. Let's see what it's like. Is it? Well, it's quite easily broken up. There's a little bit of resistance when you first start, but then once you make that first tear, it goes all right, actually. You feel it resist, and then it just rips. Yeah. The tearing makes me think it's going to have an almost crunchy texture, but feeling it and the flexibility, I don't believe it will. So, yeah. Let's give it a sniff. Well, it smells like arse, if I'm perfectly honest. Yeah, I can't really smell anything else. Just shit, really, is all I can smell coming off of this. Yeah, doesn't bode well for the flavour. I get the feeling there's just going to be one overwhelming flavour with this. We'll give it one more sniff and, yeah, see if we can get all else from it. Yeah, still just the same thing, it just smells of shit. Yeah. Alright, well, there's nothing for it. Let's start off with a small piece. Let's go with that bit to start with. Let's just see what it just dive in and see what it tastes like. Oh, that's awful. That tasted exactly how I thought it was going to taste by looking at it and smelling it. Tasted like complete and utter repetitive bullshit. That's awful. It has almost no texture. When you put it in your mouth, the moisture from your saliva makes it shrivel up into a tiny, unchewable ball that then just goes rock hard. And aside from the flavour that I've already mentioned, there's nothing else to it. I'm not even going to give it a second bite. I think this is a first for strange things from across the pond. I've had one bite and I just can't do anymore. Yeah, that is just minging. Sorry, but that is going straight in the bin. Alright, let's do conclusions about this TV licensing letter IN0100A39 flavour. Marks out of 10. It's going to have to be a 0. Just a flat 0. I mean, I was so hopeful. Really, you know, it's one ingredient. How can you get that one ingredient wrong? All it's made from is sustainably sourced or recycled paper that didn't need to be sent to me. I mean, yeah, it's just so simple and it could have been so much better. But no, 0 out of 10 for everything. Flavour, texture, smell. It smells like arse. Yeah, probably the worst thing I think we've ever had on this series. And quite possibly ever will do. Yeah, Do I recommend? Absolutely not. Ugh. Yeah, it's just minging, and it has no nutritional value. It's a completely pointless product. Yeah, no. This is the first for strange things from across the pond. I hate wasting food, but that just doesn't count as food. It's minging, and it's going in the bin. Sorry. Hopefully, next episode, something actually counts as food. Thank you for watching. Hello and welcome to another TV licensing video on doing stuff and filming it. Today is an exciting day. I've had another letter, and this one's a bit different. Okay, here we go with this one. Now, I do promise this is different to all the other ones. Now, from your point of view, the audience point of view, I've had a bit of a catch-up on my TV licensing letters, released, I don't know, half a dozen yesterday. This one arrived as I was uploading all of yesterday's videos, and yeah, it is different. It's one we haven't seen before, so let's have a look at it. So, at the front, it doesn't look any different. I was like, oh, another bloody letter. You know, you've got legal occupier at my address, you've got the numbers and the QR codes. Overleaf, we've got the usual crap, Darlington return address, sustainably sourced paper that didn't need to be sent to me. Inside, though, is where it gets exciting. As always, I've skimmed this so that I can scribble out my address and identifying information, but other than that, I haven't properly read it. So, top bits, we've already covered, legal occupier, my address. Got the reference number here, also scribbled out. This is dated 14th of December 2023. So this has taken a long time to arrive, but yeah, whatever. We'll go through this in some detail because this is, we haven't seen this one before, or if we have, I've completely forgotten about it. But no, there are changes to it. Anyway, local investigation active in your area. I doubt that, really, but whatever. As there is no record of a TV licence at your address, we have authorised an enforcement visit. Fairly standard threat from them. You know, they say words to that effect in pretty much all of their letters. It is a criminal offence to watch or record live TV programmes on any channel or device, or download or watch BBC programmes on iPlayer without being covered by a TV licence. Yep, standard stuff. This could result in prosecution, and yeah, in Scotland, criminal law applies. Yep, Scottish criminal law. And a fine of up to £1,000, it's never that much, lie of omission again, plus any legal costs and or compensation you may be ordered to pay. Now this is something which I've seen before, but they've been leaving out of their letters recently. Maybe they've decided to throw it back in. Last year we visited an address every 10 seconds, and I bet that guy is properly pissed off with you. Officers were in all parts of the country, including your area. No, you fucking weren't. Every day they knocked on around 5,000 doors, weekdays, evenings and weekends. Yeah, of course they were. How to stop a visit in your area. Buy a TV licence, move an existing licence to your current address, or tell us you don't need one. For help with any of the above, don't call the number. Visit our website for more information. The website is just more of this, just more walking the line of the truth. And of course that is just a sales line. They'll do their best to get you to buy one. If you do not do any of the above, you can expect a visit soon. Yeah, they always have to get that little bit of a threat in at the end, don't they? Fucking cunts. Right. This bit though, yours faithfully, Ross McTaggart, Customer Service Director. What happened to Scott Robson? I want Scott Robson back. Where the hell is Scott Robson? I mean, have you sacked him? Were these letters not working? Has Ross had to come up with some different letters, which are almost the same as the old ones? Or, I don't know, maybe he died. Maybe he was working so hard to being the bullshit letter director for the whole country, it seemed, that, yeah, he dropped dead. TV licensing has killed Scott Robson. Scott Robson's blood is on your hands, TV licensing. I hope you're proud of yourselves. I made myself laugh. Alright, flip it over, and this bit's changed as well. It's much the same information, but there is a couple of bits. Seems to have been simplified at the top. In fact, the whole thing seems to have been simplified front and back, which I'll talk about in a minute. But yeah, go online to pay, update and check. I'm not going to do any of those. When do you need a TV license? The wording's subtle in here. You need to be covered by a TV license to do any of the following: watch or record TV programs live on any channel, stream programs live via an online TV service. So now I work in the telecommunications, your broadband, TV, all that sort of thing. And the next generation TV won't have an aerial. It will be entirely streamed through your broadband. Similar to your Amazon Fire Sticks, Google Chrome, all those sorts of things. So they've included that, stream programs via an online TV service, because that's all there's going to be going forwards. You can scrap the aerials on your roof, you're not going to need them. It's all going to be through your broadband in the next 10 years probably. And then the usual download and watch BBC programs on iPlayer. So that's good that they've included that, because they are keeping up to date with it. Because I have had people ask me, you know, what about streaming? Do I need a TV license for this? It's like, well, if it's as it's being broadcast, then yes, you do. But I think a lot of people still think of live TV as you need an aerial. You know, there has to be a signal. But no, it can be streamed and still be live. It's not necessarily on demand. So, but I also wonder if they've started including that because the TV license is here to stay, and perhaps the legislation is just going to be updated to include things like Fire Sticks and Rokus and all that sort of thing. Anyway, you know, I thought I'd point that bit out. I don't think I've seen that in there before. This applies to any device you use. They've actually stopped banging on about VHS recorders. Oh, okay. What if you don't need a license? We'd like to stop writing to you. No, you fucking wouldn't. Or anyone else living at this address. Yeah, we'd like to stop writing to you if you or anyone else living at the address are not watching, recording or streaming any live TV. So please let us know at that. You can do that. It seems to stop the letters for a short time, but then they just start up again. I've told them enough times, I'm not repeating myself. Could you get a concession if you're blind, severely sight impaired, age 75 or over, and receiving pension credit? You may qualify for a concession. If you have sight problems, you get this by email or in braille, large print audio by calling the number that you should never call. And yeah, they do the same for deaf, hard of hearing, and speech impaired. And you can also get your correspondence in Welsh as well. So that's about it. Now, the individual paragraphs on this are things we've seen before, like it is a criminal offence, blah 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 blah. Seen that plenty of times. As there's no record of a TV licence, and of course they like to get the threat. And if you don't do any of the above, we're going to come and kill you. All that sort of thing. It's all fairly standard, but I have to say this is a much more transparent letter. Well, actually, no. Transparent's the wrong word. There's nothing transparent about them. They're still murky and evil and trying to get money out of you. But this is a lot simpler. It's just plain black text on a white piece of paper. There's no like red lettering or boxes and jazz on it. And it's more to the point as well. It just says, you don't have one, we may be coming to visit you. They're definitely not, but you know, whatever. And the back bit especially. Remember the old letters? This was filled top to bottom, and it had so much information. I think my first ever TV licensing video went through everything word for word. It took forever. But they have certainly simplified this down, which I have to say I kind of applaud them for, because, you know, like this bit. This applies to any device you use. That's all that needs to be said. They didn't need to be banging on about VHS recorders, DVD players, fucking smoke signals, all that jazz. Just say any device you use. And I've said time and time again, I think I've said it in just about every video I've ever made on these letters, these people target the vulnerable. You know, it's only the vulnerable that would fall for something like this. And simplifying it in this way helps them. So, yeah, maybe they've listened. Maybe they've maybe their message has finally got through that they need to knock it off. We'll have to see. See what next month's letter brings. Yeah, that'd be good. I don't think they have changed. I think next month's will be just the same old shite. But yeah, interesting. There's a new type of letter, and I have to say it's not as bad as some of the ones I've had from them. I mean, it's still pretty. You know, it's still threatening. We've authorised a visit. If you don't do as we tell you, we're going to batter you. Blah 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 blah. But I'd say it's a step in the right direction. It's a small step in the right direction, but it is getting there. Also, what's happened to Scott Robson? I think they've killed him. I think they have worked him to death, and you know the great Soviet TV licensing union or whatever they're fucking called decided that he had failed, and TV licensing does not tolerate failure, so they've had him shot. So yeah, that's my headcanon. That's what they've done. Right. Well, as always. Oh wait. I just realised. Oh fuck. I don't have a line to write below. I always used to say, do not write below this line. They've been watching my videos, haven't they? They're taking it out, so... Well, that's it. I'm going to have to stop now. Fucking hell, I'm going to just stop. This is probably the last ever TV licensing video that I can't make anymore now. They've ruined it. Just kidding. I'm never going to stop. Suppose if I can't write below the line, I'll just make up other silly shit to do right. I think we'll start with this Ross McTaggart, who definitely doesn't exist. Let's go with Ross McTaggart. Isabel End. Right. I need to go think up a way of destroying this now for your amusement, don't I? Now, a few people, or maybe it was just one, I don't really recall, but I'm sure somebody said it in the comments, that all these letters are for is free toilet paper. I haven't really tried them as toilet paper until now. I do kind of really need a shit, so it seems only fitting that we use Ross McTaggart's debut letter for the purpose. You're just going to have to trust me on this one. I'm not filming myself having a shit. Well, I can confirm TV licensing letters can be used as toilet paper, but as with the smoothie and the strange things from across the pond episode, you really shouldn't. There are better ways of doing it. Now my arse hurts as well as my guts. Ugh, fucking hell. Hello and welcome to another biking video on doing stuff and filming it. Now, something a little different today. It has been a little over a year since I got my first ever motorbike, the Life and King. I've made quite a few videos about this motorbike, all the various things that I've done to it, modifications, repairs, etc, a bit of maintenance in there too, and I thought seeing as it's now been a year, it'd be good to sort of look back at those videos and look back on the bike as well, how well it's done, how I'm getting on with it, etc etc. Now, I'm not going to call this a review video, mainly because I don't feel that I'm in any way qualified to review motorbikes, at least not yet anyway. I've been riding about as long as I've had this motorbike. I've done a CBT. I am working towards my full licence at the time of filming, but it's taken a while because it's winter and getting a test booked is a nightmare at the moment. So yeah, I'm not going to call it a review, it's more of a retrospective look at a year's worth of ownership of this bike and just talking about some of the good points, the bad points, all that sort of thing. I'm also going to talk about my first year of riding. It seems like a good thing to do. We'll say there have been some good things and some bad things that have happened. There have been some good things and bad things that I've done, and there have been some lessons learnt along the way, so I'll talk about all of that as well. I feel it's good sometimes to sit and just
outline your thoughts on something. Certainly if you're looking to improve in a particular area as well, it's always good to look back and be honest with yourself, so we'll do a bit of that as well. Now, it may be a bit long, a bit rambly, but most of my videos are. Actually, no, all of my videos are. And as always, it is completely unscripted. I'm just going to talk about the bike. So, yeah, hope you enjoy it, and thank you for watching. Oh, where's my cup of tea? Right, well, I just realised something as I was just setting it all up. This is going to be your first glimpse of my new workshop slash motorbike showroom that I've been building for a few months now in the background. I haven't really been doing much recording about it. But yeah, this will be subject of another video in good time, but yeah, I'm sitting here for now. Since it's windy and rainy outside, I thought I may as well do the video in here. So yeah, a whole year with this girl, the Life and King. I mean, if you want a summary, it's been good. It's been great, in fact. I love this bike. For a cheap Chinese 125 that I paid 900 quid for, I think it was. Oh, my ring light's just died. Never mind. Yeah, it's been absolutely brilliant. I can't fault it at all. Well, I can, because I've made several videos of all the various faults that have been on it, but that's not the point. I've loved it. It's been fantastic. So, yeah, if that's what you're looking for, thank you for watching. I'll see you next time. If you're looking for a bit more from me, then, yeah, keep watching. So, where to start? I suppose we can talk about both the bike, my riding, and, well, we can talk about the content as well. So, yeah, because it hasn't just been a biking journey this past year, it's been, well, something of a YouTube journey as well. I like to think that I'm getting better with my videos, I'm learning how to make them more interesting, more engaging. The editing should be getting better, although I still spend hours and hours on it. I was hoping to get faster as well as better, but never mind. And I'm hopefully getting a little less rambly than I was in my earlier videos, although this video is going to fly completely in the face of that. Never mind. So let's look back on the content. Let me just remind myself of everything that we've done. Right, so on the biking playlist I have done 24 videos. That does include a few HD remakes, so yeah, 6 of those are HD remakes, because partway through this past year I've upgraded my editing software to work in 4K. I have 4K cameras, so it made sense to use it. So I re-exported some of those videos, so yeah, with 6 taken off, so we've done 18 videos, which is a little over one a month. Not bad, really. I've been aiming for one biking video a month for it, so yeah, so I mean, we started off, when was this one released? Oh, look at that, almost to the year. Yeah, 11th of January 23. I got the bike in December. I know that because my insurance has just renewed about 2 days prior to filming this, which was great, just before Christmas. I've also had to buy heating oil this month, which was great, just before Christmas. But anyway, so yeah, we started. Our first video was the 11th of January, new motorbike introducing the Life and King. I mean, I look back on that video now, and it's hard to believe how different the bike looks. Unfortunately, it's all in the wrong ways in some instances as well. It's so clean and shiny. I mean, at the moment, the bike is unfortunately filthy, like properly filthy. Yeah, I took it for its MOT and it was windy and rainy and muddy because of where I live. The roads are just caked in mud at the moment. It's terrifying going out on the bike at the moment. And of course it then dried onto everything hot, like the exhaust, and I just haven't had the time or the patience to give it a good clean. But also things like the exhaust were nice and shiny. And they're just not now. They're rusty and I need to do something with them. Still though, I'm happy with how the bike looks now. So yeah, I don't really regret it. There's still some work needs to be done. There's a few bits like this plastic thing here is broken, which is quite unsightly, but finding a new plastic surround is proving difficult. And yeah, the other thing with the video, I think I go into extreme length. How long is this? Nearly 27 minutes, 26 minutes 58 seconds talking about the bike, and I go through like every knob and button. I think in future, if I'm going to introduce a bike or something like that, or maybe one day I'll do reviews of bikes, I won't go into every knob and button. I could have probably done that in half the time. So, but that was the start. It was the start of my biking career. So I don't regret it. I don't have any regrets this past year. Well, none that I can think of right now. That may change. Second one was why you should avoid budget action cameras for moto vlogging. Yeah, I had a little camera, it's like made in China, action cam. It was supposed to be 1080p at 30 frames per second. The computer said it was 1080p, but it was a poor 1080p. So if you'd taken, say, 480 and just blown it up to 1080p, it weren't right good. Yeah, decent camera gear. Not necessarily expensive camera gear. I'm recording this on a Casio V50X, and they're great. 4K, 60 frames per second, image stabilization. I think I've said it before in other videos, it's 9 out of 10 what an expensive GoPro is, but 1 out of 10 on the price. It's fantastic. But yeah, that is 3.5 minutes long, and if you're thinking of getting into moto vlogging and you've got these cheap cameras, don't use them, and that will show you why. They were pretty terrible. Building my own top box, yes. Yes, so that's probably my most plugged video. This came out in February 23. It's probably been my most useful modification to the bike. At the moment it's got tools and spare oil and fluids and such like in it. That's pretty much what it does permanently now. I just carry little things like that around. Always handy to have, especially if you're on a long ride. But yeah, it just seemed to come up a lot when I was making all my other videos, so one of my longer videos. So it was a nice learning experience. I really enjoyed making it. It's one of my first projects. Yeah, highly recommend it. I was talking to a chap recently. He had a bit of trouble on his... Blimey. I think there's a hurricane forming outside. He was having a bit of trouble on his bike. It lost some of its oil, but we can't figure out where from. It just... but... yeah, he's carrying a bottle of oil with him now, but he doesn't have anywhere to put it, so it has to go in his rucksack with his packed lunch. I'm like, need an ammo can top box, so he's thinking of making one now. So, yeah, spread the word. Everyone should have one. It's fantastic. Alright, and we're just going to skip through a few here. So we had, yeah, headlamp switch repair. That was kind of the first real fault, and it happened, I think, like the day or like the day after I got it, or I started noticing it. Yeah, I couldn't put full beam on. I forgot the alarms on. I couldn't put full beam on with the headlight switch, or rather I could, but I think it would just turn the lights off entirely. I can't remember what was wrong with it, but it needed fixing. So yeah, that was the first thing that went wrong. We had to replace this arrangement here. Fixing the Life and King indicators was next. Oh, fixing the indicators, sort of. That was a good one. So the indicators have been something of a running saga. Yeah, I ended up doing 2 videos on it. Fixing the Life and King indicators, sort of. And then the Life and King gets new indicators. Yeah, over time, it's now actually got 4. Oh, actually, no, it's got 5 on because one of the new ones broke as well. It's typical. But yeah, we started off, I wanted to change the bulbs in them, and the back ones were rusted out, the bulb holders, and there was no fixing them, so we changed the rear indicators, and then later on I tried doing the same with the front indicators, and they were the same. So it's eventually got 4 new indicators on it, and interestingly I've had to wire up the front ones differently to the back ones. The front ones are wired up with a single wire setup, and the back ones, because they're mounted to a plastic mudguard, fender, whatever you want to call it, they have to be set up with a 2-wire setup, because reasons. Oh, and we also had the issue with the indicator relay. Looking back now, that's
that's a perfect illustration of the quality issues that you get with Chinese motorcycles. Now, I'm not going to say that they're deliberately making cheap crap. I mean, some Chinese companies probably are, but I think the ones that are exporting to Europe and North America, but to the West, they're not trying to make cheap crap, because why would you do that? We expect a certain level of product here in the West, so. But they are somewhat inexperienced at it. What had happened to the indicator relay was where it mounted on a little rubber hook, it had moved and was vibrating against a bolt at the back under the seat. Unfortunately, that vibration over time ruined the relay to the point where it seized up inside, and then when you're trying to use it, your indicators would either be off, just wouldn't work, or would just come on as a solid orange light. But if you revved the engine up a bit, then you could get them to work, but depending on how fast you rev the engine would determine how fast they would flash. It was very, very strange. And of course the relay was getting very hot and it actually melted slightly, so something of a lucky escape there. But I can't help but think if I had, say, a Suzuki or a Yamaha, for example, that wouldn't be an issue. They've learned through trial and error in the 60s, 70s, 80s, when they were the new face bringing cheap crap into the West, or cheap crap, that things like that just can't fly. They would have put the bolt somewhere else, or the relay somewhere else, or some sort of little rubber grommet to stop the two touching each other. So yeah, I think that is the first sign of the sort of issues you're going to face with Chinese motorbikes. At least at the current crop, this sort of age, they're getting better day by day. So yeah, little quality issues like that, and I don't think there's anything deliberate about them. I put it down to inexperience. I like to give them the benefit of the doubt on that. Alright, what did we have after that? Yeah, next was the HD remix. We'll skip past all those. So, the brake light saga. Fuck me. Yeah, that was quite a frustrating ending. Was that we had a right do getting the brake light to work on the rear brake pedal down here. I spent fucking ages. I think I went through. I ordered one genuine switch because I was convinced it was the switch, because the light would work, but you had to jiggle the switch in a certain way. So the only thing it could be was the switch, which is just on the back of the pedal down here. So I ordered a new genuine one. No difference, didn't work. That one, the new one, didn't work at all. Yeah, it was even worse than the old one, which at least worked intermittently. Anyway, so sent it back to the guy that I ordered it from, said, sorry mate, it just doesn't work. And I checked the continuity through it with a tester, and yeah, it was just dead. So yeah, sent it back. Sent it back at my own cost as well. I mean, it wasn't very expensive, but still, as well as spending an hour waiting for fucking Mildenhall post office to open. By the way, the post office is shit. It really is. Their opening hours, I swear, are like 10 AM to 2 PM, right, with 2 hours for lunch, and they wonder why their business is shrinking all the time. It's because they're just never fucking open. And this place, they advertise their opening hours on both the post office website and on their own website for the shop that it's in. I go there, and the guy at the counter's just like, yeah, we're opening late today. What? It says you open at X time. Yeah, well, yeah. So it's normally quiet on these days, so I decided I'd open a bit later. But yeah, come back in an hour. I'm like, oh, okay, yeah. And the few times that I have used the post office as well, it's very hit and miss. You either get someone who's great to deal with and really helpful, or someone who's just got their own little empire in this post office and they don't like people being in it at all. I found the ones that are inside the larger stores, like say Co-op and upwards, An Asda, where I used to work, used to have a post office inside it as well, which is quite unusual. Yeah, they were always great. But then my local village post office, I remember when I was trying to tax my very first car back when I was 17, and I went down to the post office to do it because doing it online wasn't a big thing at the time. It was possible, it had been for a while, but my parents and grandparents had always taxed their cars at the post office, so I went to do that. And the guy behind the counter was so unhelpful. You know, it's like you have to take certain documents with you, but being 17, didn't know that. So I went there and he just says, you haven't got the documents, and that was it. And then he literally just went, next. I'm like, great. So I'll go all the way home and I think, right, well, these are all the documents I have for this car, and I'll take them all with me. No, these are all the wrong ones, next. And in the end I ended up going to this post office 3 times, still didn't get the car tax because he just wouldn't do it. You know, he just fucking wouldn't have it. And in the end I did it online. I've done it online ever since. So there you go. But yeah, that is unfortunately the sort of attitude you get with the post office. But yeah, anyway, so I posted it back to him, and it gets back to him, and then the guy goes on holiday, keeps my sodding brake light switch, right, so I'm sat waiting with no brake light on the rear brake, and then he sends me the same switch back again, the one that I just returned to him. Oh, for God's sake. So I looked up and got some non-genuine ones, just like generic brake light switches. I think they were made for like kids' dirt bikes or something like that with these things. Thought, screw it, that'll do, it's just a switch. And then after all that faffing around and getting it to work and cutting up the wiring harness to accept the plugs, to accept the little connectors on the new brake light switches, turned out it was nothing to do with that at all. I can't even remember what it was now. So, oh yes I can, it was a connector under the seat that wasn't sitting properly, and that was it. I just plugged it in properly and the brake light worked perfectly ever since, so I never needed a bloody switch ever in the end. And the faulty one that he'd sent me and then I'd sent back and then he sent back to me, turned out wasn't faulty anyway, so it's got the new genuine switch on there now. Whatever, that was yes, that's why it's called the brake light saga, with a frustrating ending. Anyway, that was a bit of a rant. And then we started having a bit of fun. Well, we had the Life and King chain tension adjustments. That was something new. Yeah, they noticed the chain was getting a bit slack, so we went through the process of adjusting it. Yeah, it lasted a while. We would find out later, however, that the chain was on its way out, so it didn't stay at the correct tension. By the way, if you're getting a lot of noise in the background, it has all of a sudden started blowing a gale outside. The door is shut, but yeah, there's a reason I built myself this little showroom. I don't want to be outside filming in this. Fucking hell. Alright, yeah, then we started having a bit of fun. We had Life and King gets the eBay treatment. Well, I think only half the stuff was actually off eBay. Some of it was off Amazon, all sorts of places. But yeah, I'm trying to think, what did we stick on it? What's come off eBay? Well, most of the stuff has come off eBay. The top box, they came off eBay. These saddlebags were eBay. The little tool roll on the front forks, that's eBay. The screen wasn't eBay, that came from the parts supplier, but I ordered it online, so I think I included it in that as well. Oh yeah, there's USB power under here. I think that was eBay, although that did get its own video in the end. Yeah, half the stuff that I've bolted to this bike has been eBay or Amazon or something like that. I quite enjoyed that one. Yeah, big haul of stuff. Well, it wasn't that big, but yeah, a lot of stuff, and just spent ages tinkering and putting it together. That was a good do, wasn't it? Ah, yeah, and then we had the big one. We had to do this as a two-parter. The chain and sprocket replacement, which turned into a lot more than that. We ended up like servicing the brakes and all sorts on it. Yeah, that's probably the biggest job I've done so far on this bike. And at one point, the bike looked to be basically cut in half. It barely looked like a motorbike anymore, you know. All the back wheel was off, the chains, the sprockets, all of it gone, parts everywhere. Yeah, we ended up servicing the rear brakes, and then of course putting it all back together, readjusting the rear brakes which had broken. Yeah, that was it. When I keep saying we, when I, it's a one-man band this, when I did the chain tension adjustment in the previous video, we had the issue with the broken brakes, the back brakes stopped working, and we finally got it going, but of course had to do the whole job all over again. But yeah, it was a two-parter, 37 minutes and 30 minutes 13 seconds, the two of them, so over an hour's worth, and that was cutting down a lot, as I remember. I took a lot of footage out of that. But yeah, that's probably the biggest job I've had to do so far on this. Besides maybe the 3,000 mile service, because that's the big service on this bike. But at any point I could have just left the service items and the bike would have still worked. I mean, you know, obviously can't do that when I've already drained the oil out of it, for example, but I could have done those items separately or over a longer period of time. The chain and sprocket, once you've started, you ain't got a bike until you finish. So, but yeah, it was a big job, and I've got quite a few. I'm lucky enough to have made quite a few biking friends over this past year. And to my knowledge, none of those have done that job on their own. They've just had it done. They've just paid for it to be done at a garage. So, and whilst I'm quite mechanically minded, I'm really good with my hands. It was still a completely new area. Biking is completely new to me, so yeah, I'm quite proud of myself for doing that. Oh yeah, we had a couple of outtakes. Slightly drunk while doing the editing. So I was actually a little drunk whilst I was doing the editing. So, but I mean, I try not to get drunk on camera too much. So, although I've been filming some episodes of Strange Things from Across the Pond, and yeah, there's a bit of drunkenness in those. But yeah, slightly drunk while doing the editing.
Out to brake, and then yeah, well, it's starting to do it. Look, all right, we'll let that penetrate and do its job.
Penetrate.
Let's get a bit more on first.
Alright, that's moving on. So, what did we have then? USB power supply and saddlebags fitting. Yes. Now, the USB power supply it's still in there. It's under the seat behind this plastic cover. It still works, but I haven't used it once since fitting it. Not for any particular reason, just the opportunity hasn't come up. I don't really have a reliable way of mounting a sat-nav or my phone to this bike, not yet anyway, partly because decent phone mounts for motorbikes are so much money. Everyone goes mad about the bloody quad locks, and I look at the price, I'm like, what the fuck? There was a fairly decent Fortnite video recently that looked at different ones, and even they pointed out that the quad lock was far too much fucking money. So, and there were other cheaper alternatives, although none of them were that cheap. But you know, I'll get something like that eventually. So the saddlebags, though, still here, still in use. Pretty much every time I go out. I think one of them, well, maybe it doesn't at the moment. Oh no, it's up there on the shelf at the moment. Normally, if I'm going out for any sort of good distance, you know, like a long ride out to the coast, I'll take my little 1 litre jerry can with me, make sure it's full, and I'll go in one of the saddlebags, and we'll have like lunch sandwiches in the other. So yeah, they're still there, they're still doing really well. They need a wash, but they're still nice and waterproof as well. Not bad for East German. So, yeah, and then we had the oil change and 3,000 mile service. Well, that is my longest video, hour and 16 minutes. But again, glad I did it. The oil change, as I stated in the video, it needed to be done. I didn't really have any service history for this bike. Well, I do, but I can't be bothered to go and dig it out of the filing cabinet. So, but it never details everything that's been done. They normally just sign it off and say, oh, you had an oil change at this point. So I wanted to do all of it, though. I've been enjoying learning about this bike. And then the most recent ones we did Bentley versus Lifan, because I just love a good bandwagon, really. That was actually the first bit of filming I did in here. I'm still working on getting the lighting correct. It's probably starting to show on this video because it's getting dark outside now. But yeah, I'm still working on getting the lighting right in here. I think I need some floodlights on the roof to do proper filming in here, especially in the winter. And last one is the Lifan King overheating issue that we had. Yeah, it hasn't overheated since I made that video, so I guess it's fixed. But I mean, it's winter at the moment, so it's a lot harder to make the thing overheat when it's fucking freezing. I'm not really riding that much at the moment because mud on the roads, it's cold, it's wet, it's miserable, and nobody I know is really riding that much unless they have to. Nobody's riding for fun at the moment, so yeah, at the moment it's put away. And I'm really fucking busy. Oh, and of course, yeah, I did a supercut because I always do a supercut of things. This video will end up in a supercut in a year's time, so yeah. Right, so that's been the content. Like I said, 18 videos, or 24 if you include the HD remakes, and I don't regret any of them. I've really enjoyed making them. So yeah, it's good to have a good recap of them, I think, sometimes. Yeah, hopefully many more to come. I've got a few ideas on the go. I'm always in a bit of a knife edge situation with my content creation on the bikes, in that I'll have an idea and I'll act on it and make the video of it, but I only seem to have one idea at a time, so my scheduling is never that far in advance. So other series like Strange Things from Across the Pond, I'm nearly a year ahead on that. I've done so much filming this past month, and I've been slowly working through and editing all the episodes together. I'm well ahead on that because I have all the items I want to try, and it's a monthly series. But with this, they take a lot longer. There's a lot more planning has to go into them. I have to order things, spend a lot more money. So yeah, I'm trying desperately to keep to the monthly release schedule for the bike, but it is getting harder at the moment, unfortunately. But I'll figure something out. Alright, so I suppose the second part of this may as well be, let's talk about the bike. And this is probably going to overlap with my riding as well, I suppose. Thoughts on this bike, the Lifan King, or the LF125-14F is the actual model code, but we'll call it the Lifan King. And it's Lifan as far as I'm concerned. I know some people will call it Lifan or Lifan. It's Lifan. Yeah, whatever. Thoughts on it? I love it. I absolutely love this bike. It's just great. I love how it looks. I love how it feels to ride it. I've always liked cruiser bikes over anything else. I mean, granted, I'm only recently getting really into them, but I've always liked the look of cruiser bikes, which is why I bought this, really. Yeah, I was looking, after doing my CBT, I was looking at 125 bikes, and there was so much shit out there. You know, so many people are putting just death traps on there. You know, like, oh, a great bike, runs great, a few minor issues, brakes don't work. It's like, what? So it's a death trap then? You're selling a death trap? Or my personal favourite is something like, was running when parked, don't know what's wrong with it, but being told it's an easy fix. Like £10 on parts and 5 minutes work. It's like, but you don't know what's wrong with it, so how can you know that? So, and then they'll put it up at like £2,000. It's like, mate, it's a piece of shit. So it was just endless things like that, just endless crap, and people wanting stupid money. It's like, mate, either fix it or at least tell us what's wrong with it, and then price it accordingly. If you're saying, oh, don't know what's wrong with it, but easy fix, I think you do know what's wrong with it, and you know it's something catastrophic. And you're just hoping to offload it onto someone and get a shit ton of money out of them. There's some right scumbags out there. But yeah, anyway, so I saw this, fucking loved the styling of it immediately. I thought, that is the bike I want. and it had a year's MOT, or like 11 months or something like that. It's close enough. And it ran, and it had low mileage, and it wasn't stupidly priced. Like I said, it was 900 quid, and the guy gave me 2 motorbike jackets to go with it as well. So yeah, it was great to finally find someone. So I actually took out the insurance the day before I went to see it. I hadn't even seen it, but I knew I was riding this bike home that day. So as long as it started and ran and the brakes, and as long as everything worked on it when I got there, you know, it was as described, I was riding it away. I gave the guy the money and brought it home. So yeah, I absolutely love this bike. It's fantastic. I mean, you do have a few niggles, like I wish 125s weren't so weak. I mean, I know I've only done a CBT, and these sorts of bikes are aimed at teenagers, and bikes are dangerous, teenagers are stupid, I know, but I mean, if it could have, say, like a 250 engine in it, that'd be nice, but I wouldn't change it. I did look, they do make a 250 version of this, but you only get like 2 more horsepower, and I'm like, it's not worth it. I thought it'd be double the horsepower, but it's something to do with the 250 engine being air-cooled, whereas this is water-cooled, so yeah. I don't think it was even 2 horsepower, I think it was like 1. It was literally 1 horsepower. It just wasn't worth changing the engine, because I'd need so many other parts that just were not available, so. But yeah, I wouldn't change it from being a 125. I'm definitely keeping it. As I mentioned earlier, I am working towards my full bike licence, the unrestricted Category A licence it'll be at my age. But I'm still keeping my 125. I love this bike. It's superbly comfortable, even on the longest of journeys. When I did that Norfolk coast run in the summer, we were riding for, it must have been 12 hours we were out. I mean, we weren't riding for 12 hours, but for a sizable chunk of that, we were on the bike. I was comfortable the whole way. I was loving it. It's such a comfy bike to ride. I love how far it goes as well. It's got a massive tank on it. I look at other people's bigger bikes when I go out. I was admiring someone's Virago the other day. Tiny tank on it. They can do 100 miles and then they have to fill up. This thing does like 250 miles on a tank. And even then, I bet I could squeeze it to 300 if I was gentle. Yeah, massive tank on it. And of course, because it's small engine, yeah, you hardly use any fuel. So it's great for cruising about on, because you can cruise for miles and miles and miles. It's wonderful. And if you do what I've done and take the pillion passenger seat off, well, I've put it back on now for reasons, but yeah, you've got all this space for luggage. So if you are looking for a small bike but you want to go on adventures with it, this is brilliant. I mean, it's not an adventure bike, so you maybe want to avoid off-roading, but if you just want to go places, and all you say, if you're young and all you can have is a 125, or you've only got a CBT, I would definitely have one of these. If you can get one, they're quite rare in this country, which is part of the reason I wanted it. But yeah, I would definitely have one of these. And there may be, you know, a lot of people will say, well, you know, you can get a used Honda and it'll be far more reliable. It's like, yeah, but it'll also look like shit, because when bikes are common, people treat them like shit. And people will then turn around and say, oh yeah, it's a Honda, so it's worth more because it's reliable. The used vehicle market, used car and bike market at the moment is just, it's just insane. People want so much money for just crap. Utter crap. It's ridiculous. But yeah, I'd definitely say I have one of these. I love this bike. The only thing that I would say when it comes to recommending it, mind, is it's maybe not the best for brand new riders. I remember, and I still think this as well, when I did my CBT, I was on a Honda CBR, or I think it was CBF or something like that. Honda CB 125, naturally. And that's a great bike. It's not too loud, the engine sounds like a little sewing machine, really easy to get on with and use, and fantastic bike to be teaching people on. And then I went and got this, and it felt so heavy and unwieldy, and I have gone from a nice lightweight, sporty-ish bike to a big old heavy bastard, which perhaps wasn't the best move for my first few ride-outs. I perhaps should have spent 6 months on something different and then got this, but someone else would have bought this if I hadn't have done, so that's just something to be aware of. You are going to have to learn to, to trust the bike that, you can lean this big heavy thing around. Because when I first went out riding on it, I was riding perfectly perpendicular to the ground and slowing down so much for the corners, and I'm still working on my corners. I still don't trust myself that well with them. I much prefer to just gently cruise around rather than go flying along like some people do. But yeah, that is something to be aware of. It's maybe not the most ideal bike for a complete novice, but it's not that bad. Just if you want one, get one, you'll manage. Yeah, good points. I'm going to say reliability as well, because whilst I've made all these videos of various things that I've done to it and fixed on it, it hasn't been that bad. It's never let me down, like, at all. It just hasn't. I mean, yeah, we had the chain stretch out, but all bikes do that. We did have a bit of an issue with the overheating. Looking back on that now, I don't think that was at least entirely the bike's fault. I think that might be because I changed the sprocket and it spends a lot more time at higher revs. But we did find some issues with it, so I'm glad we looked into it, but it perhaps wasn't the bike's fault that it overheated. Anyway, yeah, a few quality issues, like I mentioned with the indicator relay failing because it was vibrating against that bolt. I'm not too happy with these plastics and the way it's rusted to fuck, especially on the exhaust. But the main bit, the engine, the gearbox, absolutely perfect. Like I said, I did a 12-hour ride out on it, and it spent most of that pinned, as you do a 125, and it was fine. Absolutely perfect it was. It just didn't skip a beat the whole time I was out on it. So, yeah, I'm going to say good point, reliability. It's great. And the other good point is, I'm sorry, but you look fucking cool on a bike like this. If you're on a 125 sports bike, yeah, you look alright, but once people realise your top speed is 55, so it's not that cool. This looks cool regardless. And it turns a lot of heads. I'll go to places like Walker's Cafe, biker cafe that's not too far away, and people look, and they're like, is this a 125? I'm like, yeah, and go, they've never seen a 125 like this. You wouldn't know it was one until you get up close to it. Yeah, it's a cool bike, and I love it. Downsides of it, it is cheap. It's been made to a budget, so I've already mentioned things like the exhaust, this chrome it's basically just rusting and flaking off in chunks now. I need to do something with it. I'm thinking of just taking the chrome off, just blasting it off and painting them black or something like that, or replacing them entirely. So yeah, quality isn't the best on things like that. We've got this broken bit of plastic up here. The radiator grille has two of its mountings are broken. I noticed when I was making my Bentley versus Lifan video the other day. Yeah, that's just randomly broken away. The little chrome surround on the Speedo, it's metal, but it's somehow peeling itself. I don't get that. I wonder if maybe it's been prized open or something. Well, I hope it hasn't. Well, no, the MOT history matches the mileage. At least I hope it does. Yeah, it does. I know it does. Whatever. Yeah, anyway, that's peeling away. We had the issue with the coolant bottles, that were a bit pants. I've had to do a fair bit to this bike. Like the exhaust bolts, stud bolts, came undone once when I was on a short ride out. The exhaust didn't come off, but I'd lost 3 of the 4 little nuts that held it on, so the bike sounded like a fucking tractor as I was riding it along. Coolant hoses, it's all little things which, if I had a you know, a modern Western bike or a Japanese bike, I probably wouldn't be having issues with. And this is where it gets, and this is where I'm a bit weird. I'm kind of glad of those sorts of little issues because then I get to tinker and fiddle with it. I think it'd be quite boring if I had a perfectly reliable bike. I mean, for one, I won't have any content to make. So yeah, I'm quite glad those things happened. I mean, there's other things as well, but they're too small to really go into. Like, I've never liked the position of the brake pedal for the back brake. It's far too high up and you have to sort of lift your leg and crane your foot. But there's not a lot I can do about that. I could try ordering a new brake pedal, but it's too much like hard work. Yeah, that's all I can say about it, really. I mean, I can summarise it as, I love it, it looks great, it's perfectly reliable, it has not let me down. I have not broken down on it, not even close to breaking down. It's never skipped a beat, all the stuff I've done to it this past year. But you do have to accept some quality compromises. I think that's the summary of it. It's good, but that's what I'd say. So I suppose final thing to talk about is how I think my riding has progressed. To fill you in case you didn't know, I passed my car driving test when I was 17. So we're talking back in 2007 now, to show me age. And at the time, I'd looked at motorbikes, so it was scooters and mopeds back then when I was 16. But I was kind of more into my computers. I did have a part-time job, but by the time I was kind of in a position to start looking at getting a moped or a scooter, yeah, it was time to start driving lessons. I was 17 and that's what I did, and I've had a car ever since. I haven't been without a car since I passed my test, and now I have 4 of them. So when I came to do my CBT last year, which was very kindly paid for by my employer at the time as a perk of the job. There weren't many perks and it was a pretty awful job to have, but yeah, I took them up on that one. Yeah, the offer to do my CBT came round. I'd wanted to get into bikes pretty much the whole time. That feeling never went away, but it just always got put on the back burner. You know, I got a car and then it was time to go to university. And then you leave and it's time to look for a job, time to look at, you know, renting a house, getting married. That was a mistake. Spending 10 years in an abusive relationship, finally getting out of it, and then finally in a position where I can start looking at getting into my bikes when I'm already over 30. Fucking great. But yeah, so I was finally in a position to do it. And I've gone off, done my CBT, aced it. Yeah, really enjoyed the day. I did it at AAA with a woman called Amanda. Highly recommend. Yeah, I'm actually doing my motorbike training with her. I've got my Mod 1 test coming up in a few days at the time of filming. But yeah, I did my CBT there. Really enjoyed it. And at the time, I was thinking, well, I just want to do it, and you know, and if I like it, I might get a bike, I might not bother. But I did it and I loved it and I had to have a bike. So that's how I got into it. And for a time I was happy to just have a CBT and then do it again in 2 years' time and just keep riding a 125. But now that I've been riding a while, I would like a full licence. I'm not overly interested in having a bigger bike. Like I say, I'm keeping my 125. I may get a bigger bike, I may not. But I'm going to be a 125 rider for life. I just want to take my L plates off because they look a bit stupid. That's the only reason I'm doing it. In terms of my riding, I think back then, and at the time when after doing the CBT, and this is testament to Amanda's teaching, I was feeling pretty confident in myself. Then I came to going out riding on my own, and yeah, I wasn't that confident. So. Well, that's partly because when I got the bike and I was trying to ride it, it was so cold and icy at the time. And I remember my first few rides, especially the one riding it back as well, I was so slow on it and I was concentrating so hard. Didn't want to lean the bike at all. It was almost like I was still riding on the pad, doing the manoeuvres like you do on a CBT, but I'm out on the road holding everyone up. And yeah, I used to slow down so much for corners. I'd be out with other people, and I'd be the one going down like 3 gears to go around a simple bend. But I think I have improved in that area. I'm much more confident on it now. It just came with experience. I'm still not keen on thrashing it round corners and leaning it well over. It's not that sort of bike. But I am at a point now where I don't hold people up when we go out riding either. In fact, once or twice I've overtaken the group leader, which is a bit of a faux pas, but he was being slow. He's got a 3 and 600 for Christ's sake. Go faster. So, there have been a few bad points. Quite early on, we were riding over to Walker's, and we came to a roundabout, and I'm at the back of the group, which wasn't the best place for a new 125 rider to be when you're out with bigger bikes. We now put the 125 riders at the front every time, regardless of their experience now. Yeah, at the front behind the group leader, and then all the bigger bikes behind them. But yeah, we came up to a roundabout. Everyone in front of me went round it quite quickly, and I was like, oh, come on, Stuart, you know, their bikes will go around, yours will too. And so you've just got to have the confidence to do it. You know, you can keep up with them. So yeah, I went round the roundabout, and the back end went. I didn't come off, but it was a big slide, and that was a bit of a wake-up call to say I need to be riding within my limits in a group. I did catch up to them, got off the roundabout without dying, and caned it back to, you know, catching up to them. But yeah, I haven't done that since. I haven't ridden beyond my limits in order to keep up with a group now. If they want to fuck off and leave, then fine. I'll bumble along and get there when I get there. But it's not really an issue now because we put the 125 riders at the front, so everyone can wait for me. But yeah, you know, it was one of those things that I promised myself I wouldn't do, and then I almost immediately did it. So that was a nice learning experience that day. I'm trying to think other things. I have developed a few bad habits as I'm learning doing lessons with Amanda again. Like, because I'm not a big fan of throwing the bike round corners, I just don't have that sort of confidence yet. I've picked up the habit of just straight lining things, like roundabouts, straight line, corners, straight line. And I'll be having the intercom and like, Stuart, stop fucking doing that. It's like, sorry. Of course you can't hear me, I can't speak back, it's a one-way communication. So it's just, stop fucking doing it. Yeah. And I have completely forgotten my shoulder checks. My God, what a lesson. The amount of times I'll hear, Stuart, shoulder checks! Oh, fuck. Although, in my defence, because I have an open face helmet, my shoulder checks are like that. Whereas in a normal, regular helmet, you have to make them more obvious. You go like that to see. So I'm just like, yeah, there's no one there. So, you're not doing any shoulder checks. Fine, I'm doing my shoulder checks. Yeah, that's better. It's not though, but whatever. But yeah, that's about the only bad points I can think of. I'm still building my confidence. It's slowly getting better, but I learned early on that I'm not too keen on pushing myself really hard either. Yeah, I'm not in a mad rush to become some speed demon, which I think is maybe slowing my progress in certain areas, but whatever, that's life. I'm happy with it being like that. So yeah, I think that about closes it off. Yeah, we've gone through all the content. We've talked about the bike, upsides and downsides. Summaries, I love it. I highly recommend you get one. Just be aware. Riding, a couple of mistakes, but not too major. Yeah, that's about all I can say. Plans going forward. Well, I've got another video on the go at the moment. I've had another idea which I'm researching into, and that can be a video if it pans out. But beyond that, I don't know. We'll have to see what comes up. Let's say if and when I get my full license, it's not going to affect this bike other than I can take the L plates off it. I'm still going to have it, I'm still going to look after it, and I'm still going to ride it. Yeah, we'll just have to see what the future holds. Right, I need to get on with editing this, because I've been talking for quite some time, and this is probably going to be very long and rambly and boring. But I did warn you that when the video started, so if you're still here, it's your own fault, really. Right, drink my lukewarm cup of tea, and I'll see you in the next one. Thank you for watching.
Hello and welcome to another TV licensing video on doing stuff and filming it. Now, I've got something a little different today. It is another letter from TV licensing, but this one has been left by one of their enforcement officers or salesmen or goons or whatever you want to call them. It wasn't sent to me. They haven't come to visit me. I feel quite left out. I found it on Facebook. Somebody shared it on there and I thought I'd talk about it on here. I'm not going to say who it was given to because I don't know their situation, and obviously if they are getting visits then they're in a bit more of a precarious situation than me, so I'll keep them anonymous and we'll just talk about the letter. Right, let's have a look. Right, so this was left by one of their, we'll just call them enforcement officers for now, whatever. So there's no identifying information on this, likely because the salesman, whatever, just carries a bunch of them. I've said it before, I strongly suspect these people just go from house to house, and 90, 95, 99% of people just aren't in. The majority of people go out and work during the day, so they're just going around knocking on doors of empty houses. So yeah, they probably carry hundreds of these around, and yeah, just post them in every door that they don't get an answer at. So yeah, there's no legal occupier, there's no barcodes, it's a fairly generic letter. It looks like it's been folded and put in an envelope, but again, so what? I doubt that there was any interaction between the poster and the salesman, because why would they leave a letter like this? You know, normally they write things on a clipboard, and the guy seemed pretty switched on. I reckon he would have just shut the door, so I reckon he's come home and this has been laying on his doormat. So let's have a look. Our records show your property has no TV license. I visited today to find out why. Who are you? For one, you have not replied to our letters, so my visit today was the next stage of the official investigation into why your address doesn't have a TV license. Well, the simple answer is he doesn't want one. So, and he actually put in the post, doesn't need or want one, so yeah, he just stopped paying for it by the look of it. Don't risk prosecution and a fine of up to £1,000, and they've got two qualifying marks there, and at the bottom it just says, in Scotland, Scottish criminal law applies. The maximum fine is £2,000 in Guernsey. I didn't know that. And then the rest of it just seems to be standard TV licensing letter shite, really. You are breaking the law if you watch or record live TV programmes on any channel or device, or download and watch BBC programmes on iPlayer without a TV licence. Maximum penalty is £1,000 fine plus any legal costs and or compensation that you may be ordered to pay. And it's the same mark again about it being £2,000 in Guernsey. As we saw in letter number 17, the one where they have murdered Scott Robson, they're just now putting any channel or device. It doesn't matter what you use. At least they've stopped banging on about VHS recorders. Side note, there was quite a few people in the comments on this picture that were saying, well, I never watch BBC, so I don't need a licence. Like, it is any channel, guys. You know, stop broadcasting your crimes. But yeah, anyway, yeah, the law is, whilst it's silly, it is quite clear. It's any channel. But yeah, some people still seem to get that wrong. But that's one of the primary reasons why I make these videos, is education as well. Anyway, let's carry on. To stop this investigation, act now. You can buy a licence. I mean, the guy didn't need or want one, neither do I. Transfer your current license, and it just says do them on their website. If your property doesn't need a license or is currently unoccupied, go to tvlicense.co.uk/no TV. We may still need to confirm this with another visit. Yeah, come back to that as well. If you don't take action, we will continue our investigation. You can find out more about our enforcement and prosecution process at tvlicensing.co.uk/visit. I don't think I've seen that web address. All the letters that I get talk about, you know, /pay, moving, no TV. Yeah, I don't think I've seen that one that says visit, but then again, I have never had a visit, so there we go. And it's signed off, yeah, look here, TV Licensing Enforcement Officer. Doesn't give the chap's actual name because these are just generic letters. I have them when I'm out in the work van. If I go to a customer for their appointment and there's nobody in, I leave a little slip saying I've called and what they have to do to get it rearranged, etc. Oh yeah, and then the bottom bit is fairly generic. We see this a lot on these letters. Ways to pay for your license, pay in one go, spread the cost. We've talked about direct debit payments, how you overpay for the first 6 months and then don't, and then apply for a TV licensing payment card. I still keep trying to get hold of one of those cards, but I have to promise to have a license, or I have to make one payment before I can get the card. I was hoping to just apply for it, they send it to me and then never put any money on it, but never mind. Alright, so few things here which are pretty seedy. I get leaving something to say that you've visited. Like I say, I do it all the time. The difference being is that I'm going to customers' properties because they have an appointment. You know, I'm there normally to fix something or install some services. They're expecting me, they want me to come, and people are generally happy to see me. But with this, however, I can only imagine that they're leaving this to keep the fear going. That's the only reason I can think for them leaving this letter, really, because the majority of it is just the same crap that we see in their regular monthly letters. It's slightly different format here and there, but it's just the same crap again and again. You know, especially this bit. You know, you are breaking the law if you want. That's there on everything that they. You know, that's there on everything they send out. I visited today to find out why. Why is none of your business. I don't want one, so bugger off. So, yeah, they're leaving them to keep you know, oh, they could come back. This is the next stage of our investigation. I can't think what the next stage after the failed visit would be. You know, they have no evidence whatsoever to prosecute you with unless they do a visit, you know, or put your crimes on the internet. But generally, if they need a visit and they need you to incriminate yourself, so they turn up at a house, there's nobody in, there can't be any more stages after that. The investigation has failed unless they're going to visit again. I just think, you know, I visited today to find out why. They want you to be in fear of them roaming around. It's like the whole detector van myth. They were never real, but they put out this myth that they could, you know, detect who was watching what, who had a TV without a license. And there was that old advert where, you know, they're in the back of the van and some alarm goes off and goes, oh, there's a TV at number 2 and they're watching Columbo.
Yes, there's a TV set on number 5. It's in the front room. And they're watching Columbo.
If you don't have a TV license, it won't take us long to find you.
It was never real. That's what they're doing here. They want you to think that they're prowling around, and you need to watch yourself.
There's someone prowling around here.
That's their main, well, it's not their main weapon, it's their only weapon is fear, to get you to buy these. Just utter scumbags. Alright, so yeah, moving down, we'll skip over this bit, the, you know, don't risk prosecution, because we see that all the time. The middle bit, stop this investigation, act now. Now, they normally have 3 boxes on the letters. This only has 2, and then the text is slightly smaller. Again, subtle little things with it. They're just trying to trick the vulnerable that are more likely to fall for this, you know. Your only option to stop this investigation is to buy a license or transfer one you already have, to keep giving us money so that we'll leave you alone. We'll stop prowling around your house trying to get in. And yeah, if your property doesn't need a license, that's left in the smaller text underneath. But even if you tell them to stop this investigation, tell us you don't need a license, but we may still turn up and do you in anyway. Why? I've told you, fuck off. Unless you have some other evidence that say I'm lying about needing a license, don't come around. Just piss off. Stop presuming everybody's guilty. If you don't take action, we will continue our non-existent investigation. And do what? What is the next stage of your investigation? You have no evidence. Your visit has failed. The guy can come back as many times as he likes, but until he gets a successful visit and their victim confesses or it self-incriminates himself, self-snitches, as Bruce Rivers would say, there's nowhere else for you to go other than go back to sending you stupid letters. So the only way I think this could possibly progress from here, other than them sending another visit, is if they just lie and make it up and try and get a warrant. But I think even TV licensing won't do that. That's too toxic even for them. So yeah, your non-existent investigation is going nowhere. But yeah, and then, like I said earlier, not signed off in any sort of name, just signed off as TV licensing salesman, and that's the same we've seen plenty of times. It's maybe a bit more brief. The bigger letters that are double-sided have more about how you can spread the payment, but that's all fairly generic. So yeah, just that middle bit and then the very top bit, I visited today to find out why. The two main things they're doing wrong here to try and beat up our elderly and vulnerable grandmothers. So yeah, that's it. That was, like I say, I found this on Facebook. Someone had put it in a group that I'm in. Interestingly, nothing to do with TV licensing. It was just a completely unrelated group, but someone happened to put it in there. I wasn't out looking for it, just came up in the feed, and I'd never seen it before, so I thought I'd share it like I do all my letters that come my way. I think what I'll do is I'll have a look at that web page in another video. I had a quick skim of it just before pressing record. There's quite a lot of information on there for us to digest, so I think that'll be another video. Yeah, maybe pick through their website over a series of videos. But yeah, that's about it really. I just thought I'd share that, so thank you for watching. See you next time.
Welcome back to Strange Things from Across the Pond, now with multiple angles. Yeah, I bought a second camera. Today we are taking a look at... oh, yeah, I can't say that word. Oh, that's not okay. Okay, here we go. So this is a packet of yes, that word. Now, if you're in the UK, you probably already know what word I'm thinking of, and that, even though it's spelt differently, is pronounced how you think it's pronounced. If you're outside the UK, it's kind of like the N-word in America. You just can't say that here, so I'm just not going to. So we've got a purple packet of spicy chips, fiery chili lemon, or limon, yeah, real peppers, real heat. This looks quite cool. I mean, when I first got this, I thought it was going to be an imitation of the Takis that I absolutely love, but no, it's not, because they're flat. I'd say these are closer to Doritos, really. But yeah, looking forward to trying these. So we've got, so just have a quick look at the packet. We've got, up in the corner here, we have non-GMO project, or verified non-GMO. And then we've got super hot, let's hope so. Net weight 2 freedom units, or 56 grams tortilla chips. Oh look, we've got a nice gauge here. We've got not hot, kinda hot, hot, super hot, freaking hot, and we're just to the upper end of the super hot scale. Now I expect there is at least 4 other flavours which fit into these, or maybe that's just completely made up and they only do one. Who knows? Chili peppers, fuel our fire, and these come with a twist. Can you handle the flames? I think the twist is going to be this here. They're chili and lime, which is the same flavour as my favourite flavour of Takis. So I'm hoping for good things here. Ingredients and nutritional value coming up on the screen. Maybe that side, somewhere. Ingredients: ground corn, Expeller pressed canola and or sunflower oil. Okay. And or, do you not know? Whatever. Vinegar powder, which is maltodextrin white distilled vinegar, sea salt, rice flour, paprika, paprika extract, yeast extract, onion powder, cane sugar, citric acid for flavour. Flavour spelt wrong. Chili pepper, garlic powder, chili pepper extract, lime juice powder, and lactic acid for flavour. Right, so apart from them not knowing whether it's canola and or sunflower oil, those all seem like pretty reasonable ingredients. I mean, things like onion powder and, you know, paprika I have in my kitchen. Some of these things I have on this show, it's just a list of chemicals. It just never ends. But yeah, not bad. And what else we got? Gluten-free, suitable for viewers of any age. Vegan, I suppose well, yeah, from the ingredients list, I don't see how it wouldn't be vegan. No artificial ingredients, no artificial flavours, and no preservatives. No preservatives, also no use by date. Oh, hope they're still okay. I've been putting off filming this for a while. Right, let's open them up and have a look. Right, well, they look, if I'm honest, quite unremarkable, unfortunately. Yeah, they look just like regular. Well, I tend to compare the weird and wonderful foods I get with the regular standard equivalent that you can get here in the UK. And in this case, it's Doritos. Apart from being a fair bit larger, they look pretty much exactly the same. A bit less in the packet than I was thinking. And this is a snack pack. It looks bigger than you would expect because American. But yeah, this is just a snack pack. Let's have a sniff of one. They smell just like spicy Doritos as well. There is, however, that hint of lime coming through. That sort of citrus on the sniff test. So that is something different. Yeah, so far they're looking somewhat unremarkable. Just first impressions. Right, let's find one that looks like it's got plenty of flavour to it. Yeah, that one's nice and orange. Right, taste test. Yeah, okay. They don't disappoint on the taste test. Oh, right. Oh, I need a drink. Yeah, so not bad those actually. Initial flavour is the lime. It says, I'm guessing that means lime, not lemon.
Wow, Stuart, you are such a monolingual.
The initial flavour is you get the lime first, which, from what I remember of, say, let's compare this flavour to Takis, because they're the same flavour. You get the heat, and the lime is the aftertaste. They've somehow reversed it with these, which is interesting. You get the lime first, and then the heat comes later, and it builds quite quickly, and there's quite a lot of it. I'm going to have another one. That's sort of in 3 stages. First few seconds, you get just regular tortilla chip flavours, you know, and then a few seconds after that you get the lime coming through, that nice citrusy flavour, and then it slowly builds after that, mainly at the back of your throat, and these are quite spicy. Oh, I mean, they're very nice. They weren't joking about them being super hot either. I'd like to know what the freaking hot is, and I'll have to see if I can find some of the freaking hot ones and see what they're like. Oh, almost forgot to mention, these are manufactured for Amplify Snack Brands in Austin, Texas. So, yep, properly across the pond, this one. Let's have another one. It's interesting as well. Now, I'm going to eat the whole packet, but so far, as I'm eating these, the heat has sort of reached a certain level and it's staying there. A lot of the time when you eat something that's really spicy, the more you eat, the worse it gets. But these are quite good. Let's get a nice gobful. Well, that's even better. don't bother with the large ones. Get a handful of all these broken bits, stuff them in your gob at the same time. The lemon, not the lemon, the lime, that keeps tripping me up. I'm such a monolingual.
Wow, Stuart, you are such a monolingual.
The lime comes through really strong if you get a good handful of these bits. Let's get a few more. I mean, the kick at the end is a lot stronger. But yeah, that's nice. Let's get a bit more. Yeah, the lime flavour is actually really nice. You've got to give it a chance to build up on you, but the lime is actually really nice. I really like chilli and lime, and yeah, this is good. Other things, I mean, like I said earlier, the smell is fairly unremarkable, apart from the hints of lime in them. Texture, they're just tortilla chips or tortilla crisps. They're fairly unremarkable, but they are good. Definitely want some more of these. Let's have another one. Yeah, now that I've eaten a good few of them, the lime is coming through almost straight away. It's a lot stronger. It seems you've got to eat half the packet before you get the full flavours of these. And the heat is now just a constant burning at the back of my throat and around my cheeks. Yeah, not so much on the tongue, which is clever. I mean, I don't know the science of it, but some spicy foods burn your whole mouth and your lips and everything, and you can't taste anything. This is a nice heat to the back of the throat and around the cheeks, but I can still taste all the other flavours just as well as it was the first one. I'm sure there probably is some science behind that, pick the right chilli or something like that, but they've done well. Yeah, these are actually really nice. Yeah, they're gorgeous. Definitely need to get some more of these. Right, let's do conclusions. Have another one first. Right, so, conclusions on word I can't say on the internet, spicy chips. Really good. Yeah, initial impressions, they're quite unremarkable. They're no different to anything I can buy anywhere else. But the flavour really sets the... Oh, I've eaten too much. Let's do that bit again. Flavour really sets these apart. I mean, yeah, appearance, Doritos, no different. Texture, the same. I mean, there's probably a million different products of tortilla chips / crisps out there on the market, and these are no different on that front. But the flavour is really, really nice. You've got to give it a chance to build, but once you've had a good few mouthfuls like I've had, the lime really comes through nice and strong, and the heat it's strong, but it's not overpowering. And I don't know how they've done it, but it's only burning back of the throat and around the cheeks. So with each bite, the chilli and the lime, they build, they get stronger, but I can still taste both of them. A lot of the times when it comes to spicy food, within a few mouthfuls, the heat overwhelms everything and the flavour becomes irrelevant because it's just burn, and if I'm honest, at that point it's pretty pointless. But these, they've done really well with these, despite the somewhat racist name. It's not, it's Spanish, it just happens to sound that way. I'm being a monolingual again, as my partner tends to call me, but I'm still not going to say it because the YouTube police will probably send TV licensing around to beat me up or something like that if I say it.
FBI, open up!
Would I recommend? Absolutely. I mean, they are a fair bit bigger than, say, Doritos as well. I mean, look at that one. If you had a nice dip for this to go with, that'd be good. I mean, I don't really go for dips. I think they're just messy, and oftentimes the crisps have a good flavour to them already. But if you're the sort of person that likes dip, have at it. All in all, they're very nice, those. Right, I'm going to get on with stuffing these in my face, because they're gorgeous. Would I recommend? Absolutely. If you see these out there, get them, give them a try. I imagine there's plenty of other flavours that I'm going to be on the lookout for. They'll be in future episodes. So for now, these are going in my gob. Thank you for watching. Hello and welcome to another product review video on doing stuff and filming it. I haven't done one of these in ages. Now, the other day, went to get the motorbike out, and the battery's flat. Fortunately, it has a kickstart, but I thought I'd best do something about that. So I've got me send one of these. Alrighty then, what have we got here? Well, I mean, you can read the box. It's a motorcycle battery charger from Halfords, or Halfords Advanced. I don't really know the difference between like regular Halfords and Halfords Advanced, other than they come in black packaging rather than orange. Yeah, whatever. And yes, I do occasionally buy things from Halfords. No, I don't call it Halfords. It's not big and it's not clever, so shut your head. Yes, their range does seem limited compared to what it used to be. Some of it is overpriced, but occasionally they come through with things like this. And the stuff that they do sell does actually work. It's not half bad stuff, really. I can't remember how much this was. I want to say £25, but I'll put it sort of scrolling across the screen. In the meantime, let's have a quick look at the packaging. So, I mean, the front of it is fairly standard. Motorcycle 1A amp, so it means 1 amp, smart battery charger, battery maintenance charger, suitable for 6 and 12 volt batteries. Mine's 12 volt, which is fine. 2-year guarantee. It's a good job I bought this online, because otherwise I would lose the receipt well within 2 years. And we've got 9-stage charging. I've never seen anything that says 9 stages on it. It said that on the website as well. I mean, I thought there was like charge and maintain, and that was a smart battery charger, but this is 9 stages, so yeah, whatever. For engines up to 1200cc, that's nearly 10 times the size of my engine, so that'll do. Takes 20 hours based on a 20 amp hour battery. Now, when we go and fit this to the bike, we'll look up what amp hour my battery is, but when they say things like that, that's normally from dead flat, and that's normally about the limit of what the charger can do, a 20 amp hour battery, so I would expect it to be less than that. So, oh, and it also has a winter mode, which I'm assuming is the maintenance side of it. You know, a lot of people shut their motorcycles away for the winter for 3 months or more, and you would hook something like this up to it to just keep your battery maintained throughout. Otherwise, you end up having to buy a battery every year for your motorbike whenever you want to ride it when the weather picks up again. So, or if you're like a friend of mine who's got a Harley Davidson, he buys a new battery for it every 6 weeks. Suitable for battery types lead acid, gel, calcium, AGM, EFB and lithium, which is maintenance mode for long-term connection. Good, that's what I'm looking for, because whilst I do ride all year round, I am riding a lot less now it's winter, but there we go. Weatherproof, well, that's not really a big deal for me, but it's good to know. 6 and 12 volt batteries, suitable for up to 1200cc engines, suitable for up to 2000cc engines, but that's not this one, that's only the 2 and 4 amp versions. I don't picture myself ever having a 2000cc motorcycle, so that really doesn't mean anything to me. Also, my past experience with battery chargers, if you've got one that's suitable, it says suitable for up to 1200, you can put it on something bigger, just expect it to take a lot longer to charge it up. For example, I've got one that's a car battery charger that's rated for up to 1200cc. I'll stick it on the 1600 Mini and it'll happily charge it, it just takes it a little longer. Same with the Mazda, that's a 1600, the Corsa's a 1400. I haven't actually owned a 1200cc car for years and years, so there we go. Now we'll have a quick look at the back. That is pretty much the same as it says on the front. Smart battery maintenance charger, up to 1 amp charging. Now the 1 amp doesn't seem like a lot, and it's not. But remember, this is for motorcycle batteries, which are tiny. I mean, they're probably only about as big as this box, half of them. So that's more than enough. And I'm not looking for rapid charging. I mainly got this for the maintenance side of it. 1 button operation, ideal for long-term connection, protects against overcharging. Good, they're 2 things I'm looking for. Yeah, that's all the different types of batteries. Quick connectors with clamps and O-rings included. That's another reason I bought it from what I saw online. Yeah, I wanted to be able to just clip it onto the battery, but also I was looking for some sort of permanent connection. Ah, this is the 9 stages of the, yes, Yeah, 9-stage charging. This is it. Excellent. So what are those 9 stages? That'd be good to know. Number 1, diagnosis. Analyse whether the battery will accept a charge or not. Well, okay, that's a nice feature. Desulfation. Pulse charges the battery to break down built-up lead sulfate crystals. These crystals occur when a battery has been discharged or left unused for a period of time. Okay, that's not bad, actually. Probably going to be quite useful, given that my battery was a bit flat. Not completely flat, but flat enough to stop it starting the other day. Okay. Soft start. Start charging at a lower current to better protect the battery. Bulk charge. The majority of the battery charging, I'm assuming that just means it goes up a bit on the power side. Absorption. Reduce charging current to allow the battery to absorb more power. Equalization. Additional stage for calcium batteries. Removes acid stratification. Yeah, I don't believe my battery is calcium. I'm sure it's lead acid, but we'll have a look. Battery test conducts an automatic discharge test. If further charging is required, the battery recondition function is automatically selected. If fully charged, the battery goes into the float stage. And the recondition, an additional automatic charging stage to help recover deeply discharged batteries. Okay, fair enough. And the float maintains the battery at 100% charge without overcharging or damaging the battery. This allows the battery charger to be left connected for an indefinite period. Oh, right, okay. So essentially it checks whether the battery is good or not, which is useful, and it helps sort of cleans the insides. You could say it gives it a few pulses. It starts off gentle, then ramps it up to full charge when the battery is ready. Then it sort of comes down. It probably gets you up to about 80-90% on the bulk charge. Then it comes down just to top up the last bit. If you've got it set on calcium mode, I'm assuming it's going to have something like that, or maybe it can detect them. It helps deal with that, and then it sort of tests, and it will deliver more if it needs to, or it will maintain, depending on how well the battery has charged. Yeah, so they're the 9 stages, although unless you have a calcium battery that's been completely discharged, it's not going to use all 9 of them. It's probably going to skip 1 or 2 of them. Anyway, it's still quite clever that it can do all of that in something that costs less than 30 quid. It's not half bad, that, really. Caution, consult your vehicle handbook. I don't actually have a handbook. Never mind. Not suitable for charging high voltage systems. Do you know, I see that on I think I bought a car battery charger. Yes, I did, because I did 2 reviews of it that were really long videos. And it actually said not suitable for charging electric cars. I thought, if you're buying a 12-volt battery charger to charge a full-size electric car, you know, with hundreds of volts in it, then you deserve what happens to you. Anyway, only 1 battery can be charged at a time. I don't think I've ever seen that on something. I really want to try and do 2 batteries at the same time now. Mind you, probably won't be able to do it. Worth a try, maybe. Do not attempt to start the vehicle with the charger connected. I have done that before, not with this, but with a car charger. You just blow the fuse on the battery charger. That's it. You're not going to die. And technical, that's just like voltage input, output, what it's rated for. Yeah, minimum and maximum battery capacity. Interestingly, 20 amp hours for charging, but it can maintain a 60 amp hour. That makes me think it could probably charge a 60, but it will just take it a very long time to do it. Right, okay. Well, let's open her up and have a look what's inside, shall we? Let's open her up from the top. Right, that's instructions. Yeah, I don't think we'll read the instructions for this. It's a battery charger. I've used them plenty of times before. So what have we got here in the box? Now that surprises me. The pictures online show you this bit and a little bit of the wire coming out the bottom, but they don't show you the back of it. For some reason I thought there was going to be another wire somewhere that went to the wall, but no, you put the whole thing straight into the wall. I quite like that. Nice little design feature. Got a decent length of wire here to go with it, and I like this as well. You get 2 connectors. So that one is your O-ring. That's designed to be permanently attached to the battery. That one is your traditional crocodile clip for temporary fitting, and they both connect via this plug here, and they only go on one way as well, so you can't put them the wrong way around like that.
And of course that can just be taken off as well. So that bit becomes a permanent part of your motorcycle, and that can just be kept in your workshop. I quite like that. Let's take this down to the workshop, get it hooked up to the bike, and see what it does.
Right, we're down here at the bike. The bike is outside rather than in the studio slash garage slash workshop right now. I'm doing some painting in there at the moment, so the bike's had to come outside. I've removed the seat and uncovered the battery, because you don't need to see that, that's easy enough. I have noticed, however, one big problem with this. These O-rings are nearly the size of the terminals on the actual battery. I mean, I don't see how I'm going to be able to securely screw those on there. I could really do with a smaller set. If we look closely, look, they're just... I'd have to put washers on, and yeah... So I'm not going to use those. Not a big deal. I'm not overly concerned about having a flat battery on this bike because it has a kickstart and it starts really well on that. So having it permanently attached isn't that much of an issue. So we'll keep that for a later date. I may at some point try and change the O-rings, try and get this permanently fitted, but we're not worried about it at the moment, and it's not going to make any difference for the test. My God, this bike is filthy. Fucking hell. So that's the other reason it's outside. She might, if she's lucky, get a wash. Probably not, though. So, get my multimeter. We'll see what the voltage is now. And if we look on the bike, it has one. It measures between 9 and 15. Turn the bike on and it comes up, I don't know, what should we say that is? 10 volts. Interestingly, the bike will turn over at this point. So I'm not sure how accurate that actually is, because it will just keep on going. Even if I put, say, the headlights on. Yeah, it's not starting because the kickstand's down. But yeah, we'll get the multimeter out, see what the actual voltage is, and then we'll just plug the charger in and see how it behaves. There we go, 9.86, which is about in line with what the gauge says on the bike. Okay, so the gauge on it is fairly accurate. Bit confusing now though, because the other day it was reading sort of 11-12 volts, wouldn't turn over. I had a flat battery and I had to kickstart it, but now it's on seemingly less voltage, and yet it will just turn over. Yeah, whatever. I'm not going to turn this into a video of farting around with voltages and, you know, working out Chinese electrics, but it needs a charge. It should be at least 12 volts. I mean, I rode it for close to 3 hours yesterday. It should be charged, but it's not. I don't think this bike is designed to charge its own battery. It's a stator, not an alternator, so yeah, whatever. Let's get the thing on and let's get it charged up, see what it does. Quick note about these crocodile clips. They may not look like much. They may look like cheap plastic, but that looks to be just this casing. They clamp on, they're really well. They're quite stiff springs in there, so that's a good, yeah, good mark there. Good points for them.
I have difficulty formulating my words.
That's a positive. That's the word I'm looking for. They do stay on. I've got no concerns about them coming off or anything if this is disturbed. Let's plug her in. Okay. Right, okay, interesting. Did some sort of start-up cycle. It's immediately identified it's a 12-volt battery in its winter mode. That's flashing. Okay, let's just press start. Now that's flashing. And that's... Okay. And we're back now that the United States Air Force has decided to stop flying over my house while I'm trying to film. It's having a bit of a fiddle with this, so the red flashing slowly as it is doing there, indicates that it's detected low voltage and it's charging. According to the instruction, that's below 11.6 volts, which is in line with what we just measured. And it looks like what you do, if you want to change the mode, you press the start,
and that begins flashing, and then you can cycle through them. So now it's gone to 12 volt LFP, which we don't need. 12 volt winter, it's 6 degrees, doesn't feel cold to me at all. I suppose it is January, we'll leave it on the winter one, but we'll go through these, and if you put it to the 6 volt one, give it a second to lock in, you just get an error message. Now that's supposed to be if you've got the terminals the wrong way around, but obviously it knows, because we're already at 9 to 10 volts or whatever it was, it knows that this can't be a 6 volt battery, so it's just shut off, not doing anything. Cycle through it, 6 volt LFP, 12 volt LFP. We'll go with 12 volt winter. It's a normal battery. There we go, it's gone back into charging mode. Excellent. Also, early in the video I said I'd look what battery this was. I thought it was lead acid. It is, if you look there, PB for lead. Now, I was going to try and show you what sort of voltage it was putting in when it was on flashing red. But in the, I don't know, 5 minutes that I've been doing this, it's already gone to flashing green. And this is reading 12.4, fluctuating a little bit. Yeah, this is really coming up and quite quickly. But then again, it's only a tiny battery. This is a 125 motorbike. So, right, going to leave this alone for a bit, otherwise the video will just end up far too long. It's already probably 10 minutes longer than it needs to be. And we'll come back when this has gone to solid green, and we'll see what's happened. And there we are. It has been about 3 hours. And it's gone to the solid green, which is the maintenance mode. Obviously it's still in 12 volt winter mode. That's it, it's done. It's charged the battery up in that time. It may have been less. I haven't been checking on it very regularly. I've been doing other stuff about the house and doing some painting. But yeah, that is it. It's done the job. We'll do a quick voltage check, then we'll disconnect it. There we are, look, so it's still on. I've just stuck the probes in, and it's holding at 12.88. That's sort of fluctuating a little. We call it 12.9 volts, so just over the 12 volt target, which, were you trying to charge this, it would take hours and hours, maybe even days, to bring it up, and even then it may never get to it. But now that it is charged, just putting in that 0.9 of a volt more will keep that where it needs to be. And like it said, it can be left connected probably indefinitely. If I had the time or the inclination to do long-term testing on that, we might see that drops or shuts off entirely, and then later it will bring it up when the voltage drops a little, and it'll just keep it topped up over time. But yeah, that is doing exactly what it said on the box. It's gone into maintenance mode. Right, let's disconnect the whole lot and see how the bike behaves now. Now, she won't start because the kickstand is still down. I don't want it to start just yet. I just want to see how well it's cranking over. So, on. That immediately goes up to just over 12 volts, so we know that's accurate. Let's give it a go. That's exactly what I was hoping. Good, strong cranking over. It's just going for it. Let's put the kickstand up and on the button. Perfect. One last check before I go inside and do conclusions and then do the editing for this video. I've hooked her back up, moved the bike inside because it feels like it's going to rain outside, and I'm just curious what happens if you plug it in on an already fully charged battery. Does it go through the whole cycle? Does it skip straight ahead to maintenance mode? I have sort of farted around with it for a minute or two, filming it cranking over, but, well, actually it wasn't even a minute or two, it was like 30 seconds, so I think it's going to go straight to maintenance mode. Let's give it a try. You go in there. Does it start up? It's deciding what mode to be in. So flashing, that's charging mode. Okay, so I bet it'll spend a few minutes in that, then go straight to maintenance mode. But it looks like it goes through its cycle.
It probably does that battery check, which was the first of the 9 cycles. And maybe it's just identified that it can put a little bit more charge in before it goes on to maintenance mode. Fair enough, can't complain. Right, upstairs to do the conclusions.
Okay, conclusions. So, what do I think of the Halfords Advanced Motorcycle 1A Smart Battery Charger? I really like it. I think it's a great purchase. $24.99. Well, at least I think that's how much it was. Yes, it definitely was. Probably. And you get a lot of features in it, really. Yeah, you've got all those different stages of charging. Obviously, there's no way that we're going to be able to observe all of those, especially since one of them relates to a type of battery I don't have, and I'm not going to go out and buy a battery just for the sake of it. But the fact that it can recognise a faulty battery, recognise when you've got it on the wrong setting, because we put it on the 6 volt option when it was already on a 12 volt battery, even though the battery was only at like 9 volts at the time. Yep, it can recognise the difference. It is suitable for different types of battery, like your lithium, your AGM, EFB batteries, all those sorts of things. Yeah, a lot of battery chargers of old, like my 2 car ones, aren't suitable for those. They literally just dump power into it until it's up to a certain level, and that's it. And they cost a lot more than this did. I think one of them cost me close to 50 quid. You know, it's a much simpler product in terms of features compared to what you're getting with this. So yeah, I'd say if you have a motorcycle and say it's a secondary form of transport, right, i.e. you own a car, I think this is essential garage equipment. I'm gonna say that. Obviously other products are available, but I don't see any reason why you wouldn't buy this. You're not going to get anything much cheaper, certainly not with all the features that you get with this on it. I say that because if the bike's ridden every single day or close enough, then you're almost never going to have an issue with a flat battery, and if you do, it's going to be a symptom of something else, like the battery is faulty or you have an issue with the bike. But if it's your secondary mode of transportation, or in my case, biking as a hobby, there's bound to be long periods of time when the bike isn't ridden and the battery will go flat. It just will. Batteries do that. Even when there's nothing connected to them, they manage to go flat. I consider myself an all-weather biker. I'll ride day and night. At the time of filming this conclusion section, the night before last, I was out at a friend's playing D&D, Dungeons and Dragons. Rode home at about 1:30 in the morning down unlit country roads, and it was about 3 degrees. Just fucking did it. I wanted to ride there on my bike, so I did, and then dealt with riding back in the pitch black as well, with a really crappy headlight, which may end up being the subject of another video. Anyway, I consider myself an all-weather rider, but I will admit, through the winter, the bike has had a period, I think it was getting on for 2 months, and I just didn't ride it, because I was either working, or, you know, if I was going out for personal reasons, just take the car. You know, it's icy, why would I bother? I just didn't want to. It's not like I was going to a biking event or anything that required the bike. It was just more logical to take the car, and unfortunately, yeah, I just sort of put it off. I just didn't want to. Biking's a pleasure activity for me, it's a hobby, so... But it's not to say I won't ride in those conditions. I have done, but I just didn't want to, didn't feel like it. And yeah, as a result, the battery was flat, and I had to use the kickstart, but now I've got one of these. So, what I'm going to do, as soon as I come home, it goes away in the showroom, as I call it, and onto this, and then I don't have to worry about my battery, probably for years and years. So, yeah, highly recommend, to the point where it's essential equipment, really. If you're a biker, you need one of these. You just do. And for the price and what you get with it, you can't go wrong. It's a decent quality bit of kit. Can't really say any more than that. Right, that's enough rambling. Thank you for watching. I'll see you in the next one. So, for those of you that saw my review of this battery charger last week, I didn't get to demonstrate the fault light on it. Partly because at the time I didn't have a faulty battery. Or at least I didn't think I did. But if you're wondering, that's what it looks like. I'll show you what it's doing. It's hooked up to the bike already. You press start, it goes through. Yep, select 12 volt.
red, into the charging cycle. It's testing it. There we go. And it's just refusing to put out any power now. Not a fault with this. This is doing what it's supposed to. But evidently I have a flat, well, not a flat battery. Well, I do have a flat battery, but that's because it's knackered. So I need a new one of those. But at least I know this works.
Hello and welcome to another video on doing stuff and filming it. Now, I wanted to make this video quite some time ago now. It's about a news story that caught my eye, admittedly a few months back at the time of filming. I've sort of been putting off making it and then I forgot about it. I was distracted by motorbikes. And I think it's an interesting point of discussion. I imagine some people are going to see this as entirely black and white. Some people will probably see it as I do, in the sort of shades of grey and what do you do, and just quite how concerning it really is. But the point of this series that I'm thinking of making, I am thinking of turning this into a new series, is to invite discussion about these subjects. I really do like reading people's comments, and I like to see some of the debate. I don't want to be starting firestorms, and if you're going to be a keyboard warrior, just fuck off. But I thought this was worthy of discussion, and it'd be interesting from my point of view to see what people have to say about it as well. So let me show you the article. So this is it. And yeah, Bingley teacher sent hundreds of personal email to student. I'm sure that should be emails, plural. But anyway, that's not the point. Now this appeared right down the bottom of the page. It wasn't headline news, but it caught my eye because this is my old school, going back to the early 2000s. Yeah, I recognise that entrance. That's the main entrance into the school, and that's the logo as well. So yeah, that's why it caught my eye. I was like, oh shit. Now I have looked. It's not a teacher that was there when I was there. That's just, yeah, he started years after I'd left the school. It's actually quite a long time since I was at secondary school, which makes me feel old. But there we go. Yeah, that's why it caught my eye. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't have noticed it. Now, it talks about a teacher, now former teacher, by the name of Matthew Kelly, and he sent hundreds of emails of a personal nature. I think it was over 560 or something like that, to a pupil. And these weren't professional emails. Now, when I was at school, emailing your teacher just wasn't done. That wasn't a thing. Yeah, times have changed. I suppose everything's done on a fucking smartphone nowadays. I'm really starting to sound old talking like that. We had smartphones when I was at school. I remember when the first iPhone came out. Fuck off. But I don't know, maybe emailing your teacher outside of hours is a more commonplace thing. I seem to remember only ever doing it when I needed to hand work in electronically. I would send an email to them, but I'd do it through the school intranet. That was about as close as we got. There was no out-of-hours communication. I mean, part of me feels like a line has been crossed there as well. I mean, for one, teachers are overworked as it is. You don't want them feeling they have to answer emails, day and night. They're at work, they go home, it stops. That's how it should be in whatever job you do. But anyway, that's not the discussion I'm trying to have. So, yeah, this guy, Mr. Kelly, he was an assistant faculty lead at the school, which is, I don't know, he's like assistant head of English or something like that. I don't think it says what faculty he was a part of, but that's what it means. The different subjects are like the departments. And, yeah, he was sending inappropriate emails, it says here, and eventually 2 sixth form students raised concerns to one of their teachers, and fair play to the school. They've immediately been taken seriously, and they've had procedures in place. They actually had a head of safeguarding or something like that, who, as I understand, isn't a teacher, is a member of the admin staff, but whatever, the school had procedures in place, and they've kicked in immediately and done a fantastic job of protecting this pupil. And yeah, that's how he got found out. Now, this goes on to say that, yeah, he resigned from the school after an internal investigation, and obviously it was reported to the police as well, and his devices were forensically examined by West Yorkshire Police in July of 2021. And this is the part where we get to the discussion. Now, it says here they found images which included pictures of the pupil in question. It doesn't say what sort of pictures, I imagine taken from her social media, and 3 other images of what appeared to be pre-teen or pre-pubescent females performing sex acts, which, whilst not illegal, could indicate an interest in the sexual abuse of children or be borderline on a decision regarding subjects being of legal age. As in, they didn't really know how old these girls were. They were definitely young, but may have been over the age of consent or over the age of 18, but just looked young. And yeah, the police eventually advised that there was nothing illegal on his devices, on his computers, and that no criminal charges were to be pursued. You know, concerning, but not illegal. That's the point. Anyway, the police have done nothing they can do. No crime has been committed. Can't really fault them for that. And then they've had basically a disciplinary hearing, except it's a bit more involved when it's teachers, as it turns out, and because of what they were trying to do. Now, you can download a copy of the professional conduct panel meeting. It says outcome, but it's, as you can see, it's 27 pages long. So I'm not going to go through this in any sort of real detail, but it's out there. If you just Google the guy's name and the name of the school, it's like the 2nd or 3rd one down. You can just download it. I have read it. Some bits, admittedly, I skimmed because it's 27 pages. But they do go into a lot more detail about what's happened. You know, it says here, yeah, there were legal advisors, president, you know, a solicitor. The teacher in question, Matthew Kelly, didn't show up, and he wasn't represented by anyone either. But yeah, it goes on, and it goes on and on and on, and it talks about, you know, when the emails, see here, 139 exchanges at the weekends or during the holidays, 170 after 9 o'clock at night, and then it highlights some of them. Yeah, it seems I can't even turn the radio on without being reminded of you. And it goes on, it discusses some of the things he said. So yeah, you know, how much he loves her smile, and he loves her more than anything in the universe, and I mean, yeah, there's a lot like that, and it goes on. It does discuss more about the emails that he sent, and there's a lot of bits where it's redacted. That's obviously to protect the innocent, you could say. Like this person is referred to as pupil A, and yeah, and it goes on. It goes on like that. We're not going to go through this too much. I've talked too much about it already. Now, the bit that I think is worthy of discussion, and this is quite concerning as well. Now, if you read the news report and you read the disciplinary minutes, should we call them, you know, whatever you want to call that document, and it's obvious from the start, especially once you've read the emails, he was grooming this girl. That is exactly what he was doing. And if anyone's watched, say, To Catch a Predator and read the chat transcripts, or there's literally hundreds of videos out there of people doing deep dives into those shows, it is textbook groomer material. That's what he was, grooming this girl. There can be no doubt about that, and I think that was obvious to the disciplinary panel as well. That's what he was doing. Now, fortunately, or I'm going to say unfortunately, and I'll tell you why. Unfortunately, he's attempted this with a girl. It doesn't say her age. It says that she was a 6th form student, which in the UK is 16 to 18. If you read through the full 27 pages, I think she was towards the higher end of that, 17 going on 18. They don't directly state it, but that's the impression I get from some of the things that were said. And yeah, so he was grooming this girl, and definitely unfortunately for him and unfortunately for the world, she had a bit more about her, and it wasn't actually reported by his victim, it was reported by two of her friends. So yeah, she's had a bit more about it, recognised that something's not right here, this isn't normal behaviour. I think she's talked about it with her friends, with her support network, which is a great thing that she's had available to her. They've also recognised that this isn't right. Yeah, there's something else going on here. This isn't just getting help from a teacher outside of hours. And then, like I said, the school has taken over and it's had proper safeguarding measures. I mean, it's rated, and has been since I was there, as far as I know, it's been rated outstanding by Ofsted, and you cannot get anywhere close to that if you don't have proper safeguarding measures. So you're automatically unsatisfactory at the bottom grade if they find any deficiencies in your safeguarding measures. So yeah, I can't fault the school for anything they've done in this. They've done absolutely everything right. But yeah, anyway, yeah, she's had a bit more about it, and this grooming hasn't worked. If she'd been younger, 5 years younger, maybe even just a couple of years younger, far more impressionable, perhaps this would have had a far more sinister outcome to it. Quite fortunate that he chose this girl, because yeah, she was able to rebuff his advances, you could say. Now, the outcome of that hearing, it says in the news report, basically he's sacked, he's gone, he'd already resigned from working at the school, and as far as I know, he hasn't taken up employment at any other school. I mean, what would be the point? But he's also now banned from teaching for life, and that's any establishments at all, not just schools. You know, like teaching children's homes, things like that. He's banned from teaching for life, and he'll have to apply to the High Court within 28 days if he wants to appeal that, which, as far as I can tell, he never did. So he's gone. He's never going to be a teacher again. His career is over. It's his own stupid fault. It looked like it was a promising career. He's not that old. But yeah, he was an assistant faculty head at a great school. I'm going to say it. You know, I by no way enjoyed my time at secondary school. It was hell on earth every single day. But I will say that Beckfoot School was a great school whilst I was there, compared to others in the area. But yeah, he was an assistant, and it's all gone. You know, the whole career is just for nothing now, and it's his own stupid fucking fault. But that's the limit of the consequences for him, and that's the concerning bit. That's what needs to be discussed here. Now, the police said no crime has been committed. Fair enough, alright, you know, if the evidence isn't there, then there is no crime. You're innocent until proven guilty. They have found no evidence of any crimes. That's it, that's the end of it. That's the way it works. The problem is he did have some images. In the news report, they describe them as Category 6 images. Now, I didn't spend too much time Googling that, because I don't really want all that in my search history. But I thought images were categorised as A, B and C, A being the most severe, that gets you in prison for years trying not to drop the soap. You Google Category 6 and there's no information at all about them. Whether it's just not out in the public domain, but that sort of stuff normally is. There's normally a law website that tells you what that means. I think maybe it's a typo. I tried another website, the Yorkshire Post, which reported it exactly the same way, Category 6. I get a feeling maybe they just copied and pasted from the BBC, because it was pretty much the same report. But anyway, they did find some images which, whilst not illegal, did indicate an interest in, well, it was prepubescent teens, but kids, fucking kids, right? But that's it. That's all they can do. They can't do any more. And this man, whilst his career is over, is free to go about his business, and the police have no right to put any restrictions on him. You know, he can't be made the subject of any order, like a sexual harm prevention order, because he's done nothing wrong. No crime has been committed. Even if they were inclined to covertly surveil him, what it would be illegal. You can't just go around monitoring citizens. That's, you know, it's you can't be doing that. You know, you can't be spying on people. And I don't think the police have the time or the resources for it. You watch any programs like To Catch a Predator or something like that, you know, the more modern ones. Police are completely overwhelmed by the number of nonces on the internet. The fact that he hasn't committed a crime, he's probably low down their list, if he's even on it. And that's it. There's been no, apart from losing his career, no consequences. And the worrying thing is I don't think he will stop now. He clearly, this wasn't just a stupid infatuation with one of his pupils. You know, like he's met this girl, she may have, you know, for whatever reason it's triggered something in his brain and he was acting on dick brain and he was just infatuated with her and he made some stupid decisions. There is evidence that he is a nonce, basically. He has an interest in young girls, not just this one. So what is he going to go on and do? I honestly think he's going to go on and commit further offences. I would not be surprised at all if he resurfaces in the next 5 years within that, and he's been caught with, you know, like thousands of images of kids or something like that. You know the story. You know, there's no physical offending, but you know, they got reported by their ISP or something like that, and they've been caught with thousands of images, and they're looking at a length of time in prison potentially. I think that's going to be the next step for him, but there's no way to prevent it. We know it's likely to happen, but he hasn't committed a crime right now, so there's nothing you can do. And that's what we need to discuss. Should things be done? I don't think you can deny he's a danger to children, like, at all. But right now he hasn't committed a crime. And you're innocent till proven guilty in this country. It's a freedom-based society. If you've done nothing wrong, there's nothing the state can do to you. They're not allowed to track you or put restrictions on your freedom or anything like that. That's not how society works. But yeah, he's out there, and in all likelihood he's going to do it. What do we do about that? That is the question. You know, you have to weigh it up between protecting society, protecting children from future offending by this man. I mean, it might never happen. He might have learnt his lesson and go, oh shit, yeah, this I need to sort my life out. And it might never happen. He might go on, change career, and we never hear from the man again. Fair play to him. You did a stupid thing and you paid the price for it. Now fuck off. But I honestly think that he will. I mean, I've done too many deep dives into, you know, To Catch a Predator and all manner of other police shows, and this sort of behaviour is a compulsion for a lot of people. I think he will re-offend, or offend for the first time. I suppose he's not technically re-offending because he hasn't offended yet. Semantics. Now, I suspect some people are just going to be like, oh, they should have just locked him up anyway, you know, or, yeah, he should be on a tracker for life, and, you know, they see it as very black and white, and I suppose that's fair enough. You know, you do have a strong moral justification for it, but at the same time you don't. But then, you know, should laws be tightened? You know, should he have been prosecuted for something like that? We don't know. I think what this guy has done, and it's, you know, lucky for him and unlucky for the rest of the world, is he's walked the line and may have sort of slipped one side of it once or twice. But yeah, I mean, like I say, the girl's between 16 and 18. I think probably 17 going on 18, towards the upper end of that. Over the age of consent, but he is in a position of authority as a teacher. Yeah, he's in the sort of legal grey area. Yeah, he's walked the line and just about managed to stay the right side of it. You know, she was over the age of consent, etc., etc. He hasn't really said anything overtly sexual in the emails, at least not that I remember from reading the disciplinary outcome. But he was grooming this person, but yeah, not to the extent that there was anything there to prosecute him with.
Yeah, very worrying. Very, very worrying. What do we do about him? That is the thing. And other people like him, which, you know, they do bad things, but they don't quite cross the line. Don't quite, yeah, break the law. Yeah. So, yeah, discuss it in the comments. What do we do? I'm interested to see. You know, don't be starting flame wars with each other. I don't want bloody keyboard warriors exploding. And watch your language, because YouTube is going mad with the moderation of comments at the moment. If you say fuck even once, your comment won't get posted. So, yeah, live with it. Alright. Yeah. I look forward to your comments, and I'll see you in the next one. Hello, and welcome to a... What the actual fuck has happened to my hair? Oh, good lord. That's a bit better. What the fuck? I've had a hat on all day. Anyway. Where was I? Oh, never mind. Anyway, I wanted to talk about another news story that I've come across. Yeah, continuing with the... this is more of an opinion piece, really, than a discussion, although, as always, I invite discussion in the comments. I'm just going to jump straight in and show you what I've found. It's kind of... but also actually quite good. Yeah, let's have a look. So, it's this here, Barnsley... No DNA test after man mixed sperm to conceive child. Fucking Barnsley, really. It goes on. A Barnsley man who mixed his sperm with his father's to help his partner get pregnant will not face a paternity test, a judge has ruled. Alright, let's just pause there for a second and just go... what the fuck? What the fuck is wrong with you? I thought it was going to be, like, mixing it with, I don't know, another man that he knew was fertile or something like that, or, I don't know, maybe there was, what's the term now? Maybe there was 3 of them in the relationship, you know, 2 men, 1 woman, and they were trying to have a child as a triplet or thruple or whatever you call it. No, he's got his dad in on it. Yeah, no, it's fucking Barnsley. Anyway, we'll go on. I'll read the whole thing, because it's important, is every bit of it. It's not very long. So, the man and his then partner had experienced fertility problems and went on to have a son. Then partner. That's going to be important later. Barnsley Council discovered the situation and brought legal action demanding a paternity test. However, a High Court judge ruled the council had no stake in the outcome of any test. The man, his partner and father cannot be named, and the court was told the 3 had always intended to keep the arrangements surrounding the child's conception secret. Okay, yeah, fine. I mean, that in itself doesn't seem that unusual either. Plenty of children are adopted and not told that they're adopted. You know, someone might use a sperm donor, perhaps, and never tell the child, or at least not until they're an adult. Yeah, you know, keeping it a secret. I mean, mixing it with your dad's is a bit fucking weird, but yeah, anyway, that bit on itself, fine, alright, keeping it a secret. At a hearing in January, the court was told the man, known as PQ, had a father and son relationship with the 5-year-old known as D. Barnsley Council had discovered the issue during separate proceedings and requested the High Court in Sheffield order DNA tests. Now, those separate proceedings is why I said it was important when it said then partner. I wonder if there's some sort of family court going on, or if social services are involved. It doesn't say, we're not going to know, and I suppose it's not really that important. But yeah, whatever, Barnsley Council has found out and decided it absolutely has to know. Okay. In his ruling, Mr. Justice Poole
dismissed their request and said the authority did not have parental responsibility or a personal interest in the boy's biological parentage. Essentially, it's none of your fucking business. It may wish to know who is Dee's biological father, but it has no stake in the outcome of its application. That's legal speak for it's none of your fucking business. A wish to uphold the public interest in maintaining accurate records of births does not confer a personal interest in the determination of such an application. Now that is interesting, because normally you hear in the public interest, that's normally decisions to prosecute and such like. But I'm guessing the standard here is there has to be an actual personal interest, i.e. you have to have parental responsibility or something like that. So, yeah, that's interesting. The judge has said, basically it's got naught to fucking do with you, Barnsley Council. Alright, it goes on. Unique child. The judge said the family had created a welfare minefield. Yeah, I suppose they have. He said, I cannot believe that JK, the mother, PQ and RS, his father, properly thought through the ramifications of their scheme for JK to become pregnant. Otherwise, it is unlikely that they would have embarked upon it. Yeah, that's true. He continued that the boy is a unique child who would not exist but for the unusual arrangements made for his conception. But those arrangements have also created the potential for him to suffer emotional harm were he to learn of them. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Yeah, judges do tend to be right about this sort of stuff. Not always, though. He added, it must be acknowledged that the circumstances of Dee's conception cannot now be undone. No, this is true, you absolutely can't do that. Without testing, his biological paternity remains uncertain, but there is a strong chance, to say the least, that the person he thinks is his grandfather is his biological father, and the person that he thinks is his father is his biological half-brother. Yeah, that is a mindfuck just to get your head around, yeah. Mr. Poole said it was down to the child's family to manage the situation. He concluded that the family may wish to undergo a paternity test to tell the child at a later date, but that is a matter for them. Fantastic, I think about that. I mean, it's fucked up. I mean, what the hell were you thinking? But I like that ruling, because it just... I can't help but think that, you know, people in authority, local authorities like councils and other branches of government, or the police, nowadays just seem to think they have some God-given right to stick their nose in things that don't concern them, and they need to learn to fuck off when they're told to. And that's pretty much what this judge has said here, and said, yes, it was a bit silly and also pretty disgusting, and they've created a fucking minefield for themselves. I mean, yeah, if this kid finds out, they're just going to be like, what the fuck? But it's also their business. It has got fuck all to do with the council and the government, and the judge has pretty much told him that. I mean, I do wish judges could be more direct. I mean, I get why they're so well spoken and such like, but sometimes I do like, I would like to hear them say, it's none of your fucking business, Barnsley Council. Now get lost. So yeah, I'm going to say that it's a defeat for common sense, but also a victory for common sense, or victory for the rights of the common folk not to have the government sticking its government nose in where it doesn't belong. So yeah, it's a wild story, but I do like the conclusion. It's a good one. Alright, I'll see you next time. Right, this is a story that cropped up in my news feed a few days ago, 3-4 days ago at the time of filming this, and I think it just perfectly illustrates how the government has it in for the public, and how they're treating you, and how they're just the cause of everything. So we're going to talk about the story, and then I'm probably going to start ranting more widely about how it's all their fault, and Well, actually, no. Fault is the wrong word because that implies that there may have been an accident to it. They're doing this on purpose. There's no other explanation for it. They're just a bunch of cunts, and they've got it in for the public. Right, let me show you the story. British Gas sees profits increase tenfold. This is the same British Gas which was breaking into vulnerable people and pensioners' homes, just smashing their doors down in order to fit prepayment meters and beat money out of them, even though that's illegal and they weren't meant to be doing that, and they've also faced zero consequences from it. They're allowed to fit prepayment meters again now. The courts that are meant to protect us from these evil bastards do fuck all as well. They just rubber stamp it through. Yeah, this is the same company, obviously. So yeah, increase tenfold. What the fuck? Alright, let's carry on. British Gas has announced its profits for 2023 increased tenfold to £750 million. So the jump from 72 million in 2022 was due to, and you're gonna fucking hate this, due to regulator Ofgem allowing it to recover losses of £500 million it racked up in the aftermath of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. They love to steer the narrative towards blaming it on Russia. That is part of the reason this happened, but they've made it 10 times worse. Let's carry on. While oil and gas firms made record profits because they're evil bastards, when energy prices spiked, suppliers that took on the customers of bust retailers made hefty losses. Boo fucking who? Centrica, British Gas's parent company, said its profits fell by 17% to a measly £2.8 billion. Diddums! Did the board of directors have to buy just 10 private yachts this year rather than usual 11? Oh no! The evil energy giant, which extracts and generates fossil fuels, followed BP and Shell in posting reduced, albeit still ridiculously large, profits for 2023 due to oil and gas prices falling back on levels seen in 2022. I mean, they still make billions a year, so don't feel sorry for them at all. They're still a bunch of evil cunts. Millions of households have been hit by higher electricity and gas bills in recent years. Yes, stupidly high, to the point where people are skipping meals and freezing to death in their own homes, having thugs sent round to smash their door down and either fit a prepayment meter or cut them off or just get money out of them through violence. And if you're thinking, oh no, that's not true, they're regulated. No, if you sign up for that sort of job, you're a cunt, and there's no way that there isn't violence involved. You know, or at least the threat of violence, you know, just to intimidate the money out of people. They're all a bunch of bastards. So, now this is something that we'll come back to in a minute. Energy has also been the main driver in the rising cost of living in the UK, and also the main driver of inflation as well, which is going to be important later. Evil Centrica said its retail business, British Gas, which has 7.5 million customers, made £750 million in profits as a result of Ofgem allowing it to claw back £500 million in losses. So what about the other £250 million? Do they just keep that, or do they give that back? Well, no, of course, they fucking keep it because they're a bunch of evil cunts. And, in case you missed it, as a result of being allowed by Ofgem, the energy regulator. So, Ofgem, which by the way is a government department, it is part of the government, it's not independent from them, it is a government department, actually allowed them to do that. Right? And it tells you how they fucking did it as well. This was due to the energy price cap, otherwise known as energy prices, because all energy companies are just charging the absolute maximum they can get away with, set by the government department, which is Ofgem, allowing energy providers to take a bigger slice of profits in the first half of 2023 to compensate them for debts on bills that they cannot recover from the customers even after beating them up. So what they've done there is kept the price cap, and therefore the prices, higher than they needed to be in order to allow the energy companies to make more money. 10 times as much money. What the fuck? What the actual fuck? The government's meant to be on our... We voted for them. They're meant to be on our side. They're meant to protect us from cunts like this. I'll show you in a minute. Ofgem's website is plastered with this statement that says, "We protect consumers." I actually reported Ofgem when all this started kicking off to the advertising standards industry, or whatever the fucking watchdog is for websites, saying they claim to protect consumers, but they do no such fucking thing. And they just ignored me as well, 'cause that's another government department. So, yeah, I was complaining to the government about the government. No doubt the government investigated the government and found that the government did nothing wrong. Just like the fucking police. And compensate them for debts on bills that they cannot recover from customers. Debts which were no doubt run up because Ofgem put the prices way too fucking high and kept them there. Fucking set of bellends. Stuart doing the edit here. Just one thing that came to mind but that I forgot to mention when I recorded this video at the start. Ofgem have kept prices stupidly high, higher than they needed to be, in order to allow these companies to make massive profits, 10 times the usual profit, as compensation for losses that they've incurred and debts, customer debts that they can't recover from them. Does that mean that those customers' debts have now been written off? I mean, surely they should be. They've said, oh, we're never getting them back. Government, punish the rest of the country so that we get our money. The government's gone, okay. So have all those customer debts now been wiped clean? Are they gone? Or are they still sending thugs round to try and get the money out of them? I think we all know the answer, don't we? It added it did not expect a repeat of the benefit in the future. I think it fucking does, because it's quite clear whose side they're on. The losses were incurred due to British Gas along with several other suppliers taking on customers and honouring existing contracts when dozens of small energy providers went bust in 2021 when gas prices surged and made price promises to customers undeliverable. I mean, they weren't. They could have just taken the loss, and then when the prices come back down, because they always do, they'll make money again. But I'm sorry, but why did they need to be compensated? What the actual fuck? I mean, as soon as they started beating up pensioners, they should have been down on British Gas like a fucking ton of bricks. You know, no compensation. This is how much you're charging, and that's the end of the fucking matter. And you're not allowed to break into people's houses or fit prepayment meters or switch smart meters remotely. We'll catch you doing that, we'll halve your price cap and keep halving it until you fucking stop it. That's the sort of attitude you have to take with these evil cunts. That's the attitude they would take if they were on the side of the people, like they should be, and not on the side of evil corporations. Anyway, Ofgem confirmed it allowed companies to charge more than they should have been charging so that they could get back some of the losses they incurred during the energy crisis, but the people don't actually matter. This is a one-off adjustment. Yeah, no, that's a lie. The lie detector test determined that was bullshit. This one-off adjustment is reflected in the first half of the year and will therefore show in the profits for the whole year, and this is why most suppliers are showing higher than usual profits for this period. Wait a minute, so they only did this for 6 months. Imagine if they'd left it there for the whole year. You know, in 6 months their profits went up 10 times. I think that just shows how much higher prices are compared to what they actually should be on the government's order. For the second half of the year, profits have returned to more normal levels allowed under the price cap. I would expect them to remain at such levels moving forward. Yeah, until British Gas needs to phone in another favour, and then they might even give them 20 times. Who knows? Oh, here we go, look. British Gas was at the centre of a scandal last year when it emerged debt agents working for the energy supply had broken into vulnerable people's homes to force-fit prepayment meters. And yet nothing was fucking done. The evil thugs that they sent round weren't prosecuted or anything like that. I mean, it should be, and I do this in my job, I'm expected to at least make some small effort to identify vulnerable people. And it is the bare minimum of effort. You know, it's not difficult at all. And then take steps to protect those people. So those debt agents or thugs have failed to do that. I mean, it's not fucking difficult, and yet they've done it anyway, and they haven't been prosecuted. British Gas, well, they pretended to punish them, but then they just let them go back to normal. They've seen no real consequences, and now they've been allowed to make £750 million in profit. Fucking bastards. Aaron Chiekri, oh fucking no. Equity analyst at investment firm Hargreaves Lansdowne, I mean investment firm, and it already sounds like a bunch of evil bastards, said British Gas's services arm, which includes things such as boiler installations, had been a sticky spot in recent years, plagued by scandals, yeah, beating up pensioners, and poor customer service levels. Yeah, beating up pensioners is regarded as poor customer service. You generally won't catch me beating up pensioners in the name of customer service. He said customer numbers had fallen by 8% in 2023 as cost of living pressures drove customers to search among providers to find the cheapest deals. And I wonder how much of that 8% are leaving just because they don't want to be associated with British Gas anymore, because they're a bunch of cunts. But he added the company had invested heavily in improving its service levels. It no longer beats up pensioners on a daily basis, and it's beginning to show through lower job rescheduling rates and complaints. And has it done anything to compensate the people it beat up to get its money? Invested heavily, what, all 750 million? I mean, that would be investing heavily. No, what it's probably done is spent 10 grand on some, I don't know, second-hand desks in an office, but it hasn't actually employed anyone to fill those desks, or something like that. That's what it will be. And when people leave the company, they're not replaced. That's exactly what it will be. They will have done fuck all. I mean, the biggest thing with companies like this is getting through to them on the phone. It takes hours and hours, and then it's a long, laborious process, say, to report a problem to them. It's always the same, and what they need is more people in the call centres, and for them to be more competent and not tied up in endless bureaucratic bullshits and jumping through the hoops. But they won't have done that. I guarantee if they've got a team of 1,000, they will have hired one extra person, or like 10 extra people. And oh, we've invested heavily. You haven't. You fucking haven't. It's all bullshit. It's just corporate bullshit, and it's the same whatever corporation you're at. Chris O'Shea, the chief executive of fucking Dr. Evil's lair, said the company had done a lot we can be proud of in 2023. You're proud of beating up pensioners, are you? Fucking wankers. Adding it paid more than £1 billion in tax. Oh, fucking good for you. He renewed calls for a social tariff to enable people on lower incomes to pay less for their gas and electricity. Or we could just all pay less and you could stop making an extra £750 million in 6 months. Because you don't fucking need it, do you? You were still making a profit even when you were supposedly taking on all these customers that had existing deals and you couldn't deliver on them. But you were still turning a profit, so you weren't doing that badly. The poorest in society are really struggling, and that's your fault. But it's not just the energy. It's energy, it's rent, it's mortgages, it's food and all manner of costs, he said on a call on Thursday. What I'm focused on is how do we fix this in energy, and that's why we need a social tariff. That's why we need the standing charge to disappear. Well, I mean, you could just stop charging it. They act like, you know, they're obliged to charge you this. They can just not. That would be fucking perfect. But they won't. They like to pretend that it's somebody else's problem and that they don't have a choice. But what he says there at the end, it's not just energy. No, you're right, it's not. It is rent, and that's another bunch of greedy bastards, is landlords. And I don't care how nice you are, or you know how much of a good terms you are with them. When you rent, you pay to support somebody else's lifestyle. You know, they may pretend to be all hard working and you'll be coming around to fix things straight away and everything, but most of the time they're just sat at home, just getting pissed in front of the telly, and you're paying for it.
Fucking cunt. But it has to be said, all the things he mentions there all come back to the government. All of it. So yeah, that has been... Well, it didn't just piss me off at the time. I've been pissed off at it for days now. Why do we have to compensate these evil bastards? I mean, I think the last 2 years has enabled energy companies to really show their true colours. And if anybody thinks that they're anything else other than money-grabbing evil corporations that don't care one bit about their customers other than how much money they can get out of them, you're a fucking idiot. You really are. I mean, it starts off, you know, they want their prices to go higher and higher and higher. Alright, there was a spike in fossil fuels, but let's say, like with my energy company, people legitimately said to my energy company, which is Octopus, but you're on 100% renewable energy. And Octopus have been banging on about that for years, ever since I've been with them. Congratulations, you're on 100% renewable energy. So people quite rightly said, well, has the price of sunlight gone up? Is the wind not puffing hard enough, is it? And then it turns out that the energy market is a scam. All of it is a scam. Because it's all charged out at the cost of the highest price. It's the cost of the highest unit of electricity generated anywhere. And the UK still has, I think it's one or two, gas power stations. And the price of gas went through the roof. Now, it didn't matter how cheap all the other energy was being created. That one power station set the price for everything. So being on 100% renewable energy made fuck all difference. You may as well have just had all our power stations running on coal and pandas for all the fucking difference it would have made when prices started to rise. And that's just the start, but it's exactly what they're like. It's absolute maximum price that they can get away with. It would make more sense and would be a lot fairer if it was the average. You know, alright, so the price of gas has gone up, but the sun is still shining because it has been for billions of fucking years, and the wind is still blowing, and the tides are still going in and out, and it doesn't cost us any money for those things to happen. You know, no one's flying up to the sun every couple of months and putting 50p in the back of it, are they? So, renewable energy should have helped save us. It should have helped keep the average down so prices didn't spike so much. But no, because the energy market is a scam and they're charging the absolute maximum they can get away with. Also, on that same vein, we find out that gas and electric prices are tied together. Why? Alright, gas has gone up in price, so your gas bill is going to go up. But electricity didn't rise by as much, or at least not the cost to generate it. But the two are tied together. So when one goes up, the other has to go up. Why? Why is it like that? This whole crisis would have been lessened so much if that wasn't the case. If, you know, one could have gone up, but then the other would have stayed much lower. It would have come up a bit, but it would have been much lower. Why? And I've been thinking about this for years. The only possible explanation is, once again, it's the absolute maximum they can get away with. It just gets as much money out of people as possible. And calls for the government to change it fell on deaf ears. They've done fuck all. They said they were going to do it, but it's like a scene in Yes Minister. They'll set up an interdepartmental committee that will investigate the possibility of doing it at some point in the future, and it'll take 2 years to reach its conclusion, which will then be lost in the floods of 1967 or some other bullshit. I mean, go watch Yes Minister and the sequel Yes Prime Minister. It's an excellent documentary on how the British government works. So yeah, that was the second thing. Once again, charging the absolute maximum they can get away with. And that's alright, so prices have gone up, but not to worry, the government's got us back. Ofgem sets a price cap.
Energy companies are not allowed to exceed that. That's the law. You cannot do it. And this was put in place to protect consumers. You know, to protect them from being put on stupidly expensive rates. So that's alright. The government's got us back. It will stop this from happening. No, it won't, because the government isn't on our side at all. It then just puts the price cap up and lets them charge even more. And this is great. Actually, I'll bring it up. I'll show you. Right, I'm rejecting your stupid pissing cookies. Get enough bullshit from you. Right, here we go. Look, we are the energy regulator for Great Britain. We work to protect energy consumers. You fucking don't, do you? So, especially vulnerable people. You did fuck all when British Gas was beating up the vulnerable, wasn't it? By ensuring they are treated fairly and benefit from a cleaner, greener environment. Well, we're fucking not benefiting from it, are we? But as I've just explained, we ain't. Like, at all. What the actual fuck? But yeah, there it is, right on the front page. And you can go through this whole website. I'm not gonna. But it says time and time again, we protect consumers. It's, oh, fuck off. What on earth is wrong with you? Oh, that's interesting. We operate in a statutory framework set by Parliament. There you go. The government are telling these cunts what to do. But yeah, it does. Oh, look, it says there on the Google page, we are a non-ministerial government department. All that means is they don't have a cabinet minister at the head of the department, like, say, Defence does. But they're still a government department. There is no way you can convince me that, say, the Prime Minister doesn't have the ability to ring up the head of Ofgem and say, hey, you know, you were thinking of putting prices up to stupidly unaffordable levels and putting the whole country into crisis and poverty. Yeah, let's not do that. There's no way you can convince me that that isn't possible. It's part of the government. Just fucking do it. But yeah, anyway, it starts putting the price cap up. And it goes up and up and up. And people are saying, that's too much. That's way too much. Stop. 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 People are saying to their government, don't do this. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. What do? Just fucking ignore you. And then it turns out that, oh no, we're not here for the customers. No, we have to protect the energy companies. What the fuck? What the actual fuck? The people that gave you your jobs, that voted for you, are telling you not to fucking do something, and you do the exact opposite and then keep doing it and making it worse. But yeah, anyway, so they've put the cap up, and it goes up and up and up and up and up and up, and at its highest, British Gas is smashing down people's doors when it can't get its money out of them through normal intimidations. It goes for physical violence against pensioners. And I'm going to keep saying that because it's true. And if you don't like it, British Gas, poke it up your fucking rich arse. I just don't care about you. As well as other companies, they were all at it. And then we find out smart meters that they've been trying to get us onto, you know, going on about the benefits, they can switch them by remote. They don't have to go through the courts and get a warrant like they're supposed to. They don't have to go through the safeguarding measures. You just hit a button on a computer. Balls to you. Well, that's not protecting the elderly and the vulnerable, is it? What was done about that? Absolutely fucking nothing. Who was supposed to do something about it? Well, Parliament and Ofgem. But has anything been done? No, fuck all's been done about it. So I won't have one. I thought about having one, but now I just won't. I'll refuse. Bollocks to them. Yeah, and well, that brings me on to the courts. Now, the courts are at least supposed to be independent from the government, although they normally back them up on fucking everything. Unless you're Boris Johnson. That was hilarious. They're supposed to be the final safeguard. You know, these companies want to apply for a warrant, your legal permission to go and smash down your door and beat up your grandma. And they're supposed to look at it, and there's meant to be checks and balances. Say, well, are there vulnerable people here? Have you checked? How old are these people? Either if they're over a certain age, you can't do this. Have you done A, B and C before reaching this stage?
And if the answer to any of those is we haven't done it, or no, then it should be no, you're not doing it. I'm not giving you the warrant. That is, of course, until we find out that magistrates are just rubber stamping them about 600 a day, not even bothering to fucking look. So the courts are about as useless as the fucking governments are right now. What is the fucking point of them? They are just utterly useless. And then the magistrates tried to defend it. Well, we don't really have a choice. Yes, you fucking do. You could not do that. And other magistrates then came forward and said, yes, we absolutely do have a choice. And other magistrates have gone on record and said that they will deny them. But what the energy companies start doing then is filing them in different courts so that they get the magistrates they want, the ones that will just rubber stamp it. It's just fucking bullshit, all of it. And yeah, so that's at the height of it. And now that they're coming down, these energy prices, they're meant to be lowering the price cap, which they shouldn't have put up in the first place. And there was a better solution, which I'll come on to in a minute, that doesn't involve putting the entire nation into fuel poverty. Stuart doing the edit again. Just coming in here because I didn't actually mention the better way of doing it that I said I would. I went off in a different direction. So, the Isle of Man. Fell short, it's the Isle of Man. Isle of something, but I'm going to go 90% it's the Isle of Man. Has its own energy supplier. You can't sign up for this energy supply if you don't live on the Isle of Man, and they, as far as I know, have a monopoly as well. That's your only choice. Fine, whatever. Maybe not ideal for consumers not being able to shop around, but whatever. The difference, though, is they have devolved powers, including setting their own energy price cap. Right? Now, the government out there has got it right. They're on the side of the people, not the evil energy companies. And what they said was, we're not going to increase the price cap. We're just not going to do it. They've done it a little bit. There was a little bit of push and pull, but not to the scale that it's... not to the same scale as on the mainland, as they like to call us, even though we're also an island, just a much larger one. And what they've said to the energy company is, you can either take the loss, sort it out yourselves, or you can borrow money from the government and pay it back over time. Why couldn't we do that? I mean, the government is no stranger to bailing out big corporations with billions of pounds. They've done it before, they've done it with the banks. And that was their own stupid fault. That was self-inflicted, what happened to the banks. Why couldn't we do that? Just leave the price cap unchanged where it is and say, sorry guys, times are tough, but we're not going to make them worse for the electorate because we actually care about them. But if you run out of money, we have set up a fund, you can borrow some from the government, but you will have to pay us back. It's a loan, not a grant or a gift, and not a handout. What's wrong with that? Because energy prices have been the main driver of the cost of living crisis, the main driver of inflation. So the main reason half of people's grandmothers are being beaten up by thugs at their doorstep because British Gas sent them. Why did prices need to go up at all? Why didn't they just say, no, sorry, we're not doing that, it's bad for the country, it's bad for the people, here's an alternative? Because the government hates you. It's the only answer. Right, back to the video. They're meant to be lowering it, but what they've actually done, and this is a classic evil capitalist trick, is drag their heels. You know, the price of generating this electricity and the price of gas is coming down, but we'll just keep our prices higher for just a little bit longer. You know, just so that we can give the, you know, these weary energy companies that they're only making hundreds of £1,000,000. Oh no! So just so we can give them a bit of a payoff of £750 million. What the fuck? To compensate them. Where's my fucking compensation for your bullshit the last 2 years? Can I have £750 million for no fucking reason?
Yeah. Oh no, times were hard and they didn't make as much money as they normally do. Oh, didums. So fucking what? That's life. That's business. Just fuck off. But it's clearly evident that the government is on the side of the energy companies, and there's no other explanation for it at all. They only care about how much money these companies can make. That's it. If there was any other explanation, they wouldn't have done what they've done. You know, they wouldn't have raised prices. They wouldn't have had the price of gas coupled to electricity. They wouldn't have held the prices up to allow these companies to make stupid amounts of money. They wouldn't have allowed them to go around beating up pensioners and vulnerable people. The courts would have been, would have had clear guidance, would have had laws, saying you have to check each one, and if they don't meet the criteria on every single one, you do not allow them. There would have been no rubber stamping of it. And when these energy companies were breaking the law, they would have come down on them like a ton of fucking bricks, like they're supposed to. But none of that has happened. What possible explanation can there be other than the government just doesn't give a fuck about the people that elected them? Well, we half elected them. We're on like our 4th Prime Minister in a row now that hasn't actually won a fucking election, but that's a rant for another day. But yeah, and I can't possibly think of another explanation. Either they don't care, or that for some reason they actively hate the people that elected them, and they're just doing this to hurt people, as many as they can. Those fucking maniacs. This is a long video. Anyway, that brings me on to the wider issue, the cost of living. And all I can think about is it all comes back to the government. They did all of it. We've talked about energy prices and what they've done. And this isn't things beyond their control or a lack of action that's led to it. They've actually taken positive action to make these things happen. So let's talk about, let's say, rent and mortgages. So inflation starts to go up, and the Bank of England reacts to that by making it worse, because apparently that's exactly what needs to be done. Now, I understand the need to try and keep a lid on inflation. That's perfectly understandable. You don't want to end up like fucking Zimbabwe or something like that. It's just insane. Inflation can kill a country. Look at like Germany, after the First World War, and look what fucking happened as a result. Not saying that can happen again. Well, there's always a chance, isn't there? Nutters like him are just waiting for the right environment to thrive. I'm sure that's a line from Star Trek. But yeah, inflation can kill a country. But in this case, inflation was being driven primarily by energy prices. Energy prices that the government was increasing, but which were also expected to come down in fairly short order. They were always expected to come down, and they are starting to come down now, because they always do. So inflation's going up because the government's putting energy prices up, and then the Bank of England responds to that by jacking up everyone's mortgages and rents, because that's fucking helpful. How is that helpful? If the inflation was just getting out of hand naturally, like it was, say, when the country started to come out of the pandemic, I would understand they needed to start raising interest rates and gently squeeze it back down. But this was artificial, and it was always expected to end. And a lot of people, I've read a lot about this, are saying that the Bank of England's actions have done fuck all about inflation. They've been completely ineffective, and that interest rates didn't need to go up. So all those people that have lost their homes because they haven't been able to pay their increased rent and stupidly increased mortgages, didn't need to happen. And before anyone goes and says, oh, the Bank of England's independent from the government,
Yeah, it is on paper, but let's be honest, it's not really. How does the Governor of the Bank of England get his job? Because I don't remember voting for any of those millionaires that somehow have the power to ruin millions of people's lives. I don't remember voting for those cunts. How do they get it? Well, it's given to them by the duchy. In other words, the king. The king gives him the job of the Governor of the Bank of England on recommendation from the government. And of course, we know that the king just does what the government tells him on such matters. So how did the Governor of the Bank of England get his job? The government gave it to him. And you expect me to believe that they hold no sway over him whatsoever? I mean, you know, if he doesn't do what they want him to do, what happens? Well, they'll just recommend somebody else for the job, won't they? But yeah, that's something else. How did this group of unelected millionaires get so much power over people's lives and the ability to ruin them with just the stroke of a pen? Well, it's not even a pen, it'll be a fucking spreadsheet that they sit and play with, counting their gold. So, oh, we don't seem to have enough gold. Oh well, just make another 100,000 people homeless. Fucking bastards. So yeah, don't give me that shit. And the Bank of England's response in this case was wrong. The country needed an increase in interest rates like a fucking hole in the head. It was just, you know, the Bank of England swoops in to just make things worse. So, but anyway, we're on the subject of inflation. It's primarily driven by energy prices, which are set by the government, and the government keeps putting them up, increasing inflation. And then the Bank of England, which pretends to be independent from the government, but nobody believes that it actually is, makes it worse. But then, because everybody's rents and mortgages are going up, some employers, although not all, started giving pay rises to their staff. Which then, of course, meant that they then had to charge more to cover that. Which then means that the Bank of England puts interest rates up again. Whereas if they could just knock it off and stop making it worse, it wouldn't be such an issue, would it? But there we go. No, their job is to make it worse for you for some fucking reason. And then also other things, like they start talking about the rising cost of food. Well, businesses, let's say a restaurant, for example, it's had to put its prices up several times. Why has it had to do that? Well, it's had to do that because its energy prices have gone through the fucking roof. And it's the same with bigger businesses like supermarkets. They're having to put food prices up because their energy costs have gone through the fucking roof. As well as the cost of fuel for the lorries moving it around and just general shipping and storage. It's all gone through the fucking roof. And it's all as a result of the government's actions. So the price of food going up ultimately comes back to the government. They're the ones doing it. It's all down to them. It would actually have been better if we'd had a modern day Guy Fawkes and the government just went away. That would have been so much better, because then they wouldn't have been around to do this to people. It's just... I can't think of any other explanation other than it's a deliberate act, and for whatever reason the government has it in for us. There really is no other explanation. I mean, someone in the comments say, give me a better explanation that explains everything, absolutely everything. You know, why are we letting evil corporations like British Gas that beat up everybody's grandmothers make £750 million in profit? Why? Why the fuck do we need to do that? We absolutely don't. What they're going to do? You know, oh, well, we might not want to be in the UK anymore. You're British fucking Gas. Where are you going to go? France? You know, they're not going to abandon it. You know, just fuck them. You know, yeah, and yeah, rent's going up as well. It's going up because, you know, your landlord has become accustomed to a certain lifestyle paid by somebody else. That's it. Yeah, it's just... Yeah, it's just fucking stupid. It really is. I mean, I get their mortgage has gone up, but we all know rents have gone up by way more than mortgages. What's the explanation for that? Well, greedy landlords, you know, want a nicer lifestyle off your hard work. That's really exactly what it is. One day I'll make a discussion piece about my plans for dealing with landlords. You'll fucking love it. So I will be the tightest salt of my day. So this was going to be a short video, but I'm looking at the timer. We're up to 40 minutes now. I'll try and edit some of it down. It may come down to like 39 minutes. Stuart doing the edit again. I made it longer. I've somehow managed to make it 2 minutes longer than when I first recorded it. Oops. I could go on. I could go on for fucking forever. But I am honestly of the view that the government just got it in for us. For whatever reason, they hate us, and everything that's happening, all your struggles, all the stress, the sleepless nights, everything you've lost, you know, all those people that have been beaten up by British gas, just all of it. Absolutely fucking all of it was a deliberate act by them. There is no other explanation that I can think of, just at all. And why? Just fucking why? And the thing is, I don't think it's going to stop. Even if we get a new government at the next general election, which, let's be honest, chances are Labour are going to win, I don't think it'll stop at all. You know, they'll claim to be the great reformers or something like that in their election pledges, but nothing will change. Absolutely nothing will change. It will always be the people versus the elite. Yeah. Someone once said there's nothing more dangerous than a man who's got nothing to lose. So my question to the government, whoever it is when you're watching this, is when you're quite finished, you know, when you put the entire country into poverty, we've all lost our homes and all our hopes, all our dreams have been shattered, and you've taken everything from us, you know, and you're sitting high and mighty and you're counting your fucking gold in the Bank of England or playing with your spreadsheets or whatever it is that you do. What are you going to do when all those people that you've made to suffer for no fucking reason, what are you going to do when those people come for you? I mean, you may think that you're safe in Downing Street, you've got men with guns guarding the gates. How much do you pay them? Is it enough? How loyal are they to you? How many bullets do they have in those guns, and will they actually use them to protect you? Think about that. Hello, welcome to another video on doing stuff and filming it. I still haven't decided what to name this segment that I've started doing, whether it's opinion pieces, discussion, rants. It's going to vary video to video, so it's the opinion, discussion, rant series. Something like that, anyway. Anyway, came across a news story, got home from work about an hour and a half ago, and had a look at the news because I seem to live on my laptop these days, and came across a story which piqued my interest for a second, but then a second later I pretty much figured out what the answer was and what it was all going to be about. And it's something that I do actually have some expertise in. It's in insurance. I worked in insurance for approaching 3 years on that car insurance and motorbike insurance as well. Well, motor insurance, I did all manner of vehicles. I did a tank once. You can get insurance on the road for a tank. And I know 3 years isn't that long, but insurance is not that complicated. It really isn't. A lot of people like to think it is and make out that it is, including insurance companies, but it's really fucking not. Anyway, Let me show you the article that I found. Here we go. This is from BBC Verify, which seems to be the BBC's own little fight against fake news. Car insurance quotes higher in ethnically diverse areas. They absolutely are, but not for the reasons suggested in this article. Car insurance quotes are a third more expensive in some areas of England with the biggest minority ethnicity populations, BBC Verify has found. Now it goes on, it says, oh yeah, we did thousands of quotes on identical information, just changing where the person lived. Yeah, the insurance industry body said ethnicity is not a factor. It's not. But citizens' advice is saying that it's added to the evidence of an ethnicity penalty, which is just bullshit. But yeah, it says here, oh yeah, they chose 6,000 addresses, which, who the fuck has time for this? From all different areas, including the most deprived and the least deprived, from each English local authority. And they say they left all other details the same, it was just the address that they changed. And they gave us this lovely little diagram. Teacher, aged 30, male, Ford Fiesta, and the only thing that's different is they changed the area, and then they tell us the Black, Asian and minority ethnic population, which is 11% in Zone A and 44% in Zone B. And there's a handy little map. Now, it does say in here that there's a number of factors that go into it, and there's a lot of factors go into making an insurance quote, especially car insurance, but insurance companies don't disclose how they calculate it. I mean, it's not a big secret. I mean, if anyone asked me how it was done when I was selling insurance, I'd just tell them. And no one ever told me not to. But believe it or not, it's actually calculated differently for every different company that you go to, and even down to the different schemes that they run. You know, each company doesn't just give quotes and you're insured with them. You'll go on a particular scheme that they're running, and they will have dozens each of them working differently. In this case, they're talking about where you live being a factor. Now, it absolutely is a factor. In fact, a lot of the time, it's one of the biggest factors, especially when I was working on motorcycle insurance, because I did cars, vans, specialist vehicles, modified vehicles, and then the same on motorbikes as well. I did just about every vehicle on wheels, or not on wheels, in the case of that tank as well. I did insure a tank once. Surprisingly cheap too. But yes, your address is a big factor, and it's drilled down. It's not just like, oh, Birmingham's higher risk than Cambridge. I mean, generally it is, but it's a lot more specific than that. It's down to the individual postcodes. Now, this picture here shows 2 different postcodes, and I don't mean like everybody's postcode is different. It's the first half of it. For example, where I used to live up in Bradford, I was in BD18. Now, all of Bradford's pretty shit, and all insurance was quite high there, but relative to the rest of Bradford, BD18 was quite a nice area. A mile up the road, however, and it's the same road, it was Rose Road, it was just a really long ass road, it was like 2 miles long. You moved into BD2, and you could have 2 people living next door to each other in different postcodes, and they'd get different quotes because they're in a different area that has different claim statistics. That's how it's worked out. So they say that this area here was cheaper than this area here, but they're not that far apart. And you're right, they're not, although it looks reasonably far. I wouldn't want to walk there. I mean, I don't want to walk in Birmingham anyway. It's fucking Birmingham. But you can bet your ass that this area will have way less car theft and vandalism, for example, than Area B. And looking at them with this picture, they look to have roughly the same population. This one may have slightly less, looks to be a bit more green space in it, but that doesn't really matter. This area, they say, is more deprived and more ethnically diverse. It's like, yeah, but it will also have higher claim statistics. And that's it. That's all insurance companies look at. Now, when I was selling insurance, sold thousands of policies. I was actually really good at it. And
I also talked to hundreds of underwriters, and by that I mean people working for the underwriting companies who are managing the policies. For example, if I couldn't get an automated price that I needed for the customer, or I couldn't quite find a product that meted their needs, I would start ringing around underwriters and talking to people. The computer system obviously didn't take ethnicity into account. It couldn't by law, and also how would it fucking know? But the people I talked to as well never did. And I must have spoken to hundreds of people and got thousands of quotes. They didn't. They don't even look at your personal details. They just don't. They are important, but not really for your price. It's more about validation of data and what they call data enrichment. That's completely different to how the price is determined. That's more to do with preventing fraud and such like. Mainly what they'd look at is there'd be a summary page, and the first thing they'd go to is postcode and go, oh, they're in Birmingham B4 or whatever. And then they'll look, oh yeah, no claims, no convictions, yeah, reasonable car, fully comp, low mileage, yeah, whatever, have this price. That is literally how fast they'd make the decision. Yeah, not once did someone's race come into it. If it had, I'd have called them on it and said that's not acceptable, and then immediately rung someone else who wasn't a cunt. But it just didn't happen. It just never did. But there were certain postcodes, as soon as they'd see it, they'd go, oh, fucking hell. They didn't want to do it. There is a particular postcode in Birmingham which is like top out of the entire nation for not just claims but insurance fraud. Crash for cash. If you live in that area, you're not getting insured. They will just refuse and say, no, we're not doing it. Because the claims are so high. And that's literally all it is claim statistics. Nothing else. So they say that, you know, oh, these areas give two wildly different prices and this one's more diverse. This one will have more fucking claims going on in it. And they do say that, you know, they had similar levels. They're probably going off government statistics for, you know, car accidents. But most car accidents aren't reported to the police, but they are reported to your insurance company. I would bet my left butt cheek insurance companies' accident and crime data is going to be vastly different, and in almost all cases a lot higher than government data. It just will be. I mean, you know, you have a bump in your car, you exchange details, you go home and swear about it and fall asleep in front of the telly or something like that, and then you ring your insurance company and they sort it out. The police never know about it. Unless you, like, roll it and block a major A road or something like that, they're never going to know it's happened, so it won't be on their statistics. But your insurance company will know about it. That's what's going on there. Now, I'm not saying that people from minority ethnic backgrounds aren't affected by this. They are, but it's not a question of insurance. And whoever wrote this article is trying to make out that all insurance companies are racist. That's not true. Insurance is, my experience of it has been, it's the great leveler. They just didn't care about you. It was all numbers and calculations and statistics. Everybody was the same in their eyes. They just worked out your risk, and that's it. Yeah, things like ethnicity just were not taken into account. And yeah, I can see how that's a downside. You're always just a number and a price tag to them and statistics, but you can't call that racist at all. That's like calling a computer racist. It's fucking not. It's like saying a spreadsheet is racist. It fucking ain't, is it? It's a spreadsheet. Yeah, so it's not an insurance issue, it's a society issue. Why are these areas got such high claim statistics? Well, because they're probably quite deprived areas. They're shit places to live. And the question then needs to be asked is, why are these areas so shit? You know, and why are they more diverse? Is there something that means that people from a minority are in some ways forced to live there? I mean, it's not like they're frog marched into a dingy flat in Birmingham or something like that, but other societal pressures and economic pressures like employment, for example, mean they can't live in more affluent areas
which are less diverse. That's it. It's a societal question, not a fucking insurance question. I think whoever wrote this wanted to make a headline and nothing else. And the thing is, it's quite dangerous as well, because it distracts people from the real issues, you know, the real societal issues that we have in this country, and instead just tries to blame an insurance company. Like, it's the quick fix mentality. It's just fucking not on. And the worst part about it is that Citizens Advice Bureau seems to be fully on board with this, and I honestly thought that they were smarter than that. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about that because it piqued my interest. I immediately knew the answer, and I just wanted to make the point that the article's fucking wrong. Take it from someone who knows. And it's not that long, it's less than 9 months since I left the insurance industry. It's not how that article makes out. It just isn't. I mean, what it says is true, but not for the reasons it says. Alright, just wanted to talk about that. Thanks for watching.
Hello, and welcome to Doing Stuff and Filming It, Yo Mama Jokes. Today's Yo Mama joke is as follows. Yo Mama's so dumb, I saw her putting a quarter in the parking meter and waiting for a gumball to come out. That's it for today's Yo Mama joke. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you again tomorrow. Hello, and welcome to Doing Stuff and Filming It, Yo Mama Jokes. Today's Yo Mama joke is as follows. Your mama's so fat, she went to KFC, the girl behind the counter asked her, what size bucket? Your mama said, give me the one on the roof. That's it for today's Yo Mama joke. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you again tomorrow. Hello, and welcome to Doing Stuff and Filming It, Yo Mama Jokes. Today's Yo Mama joke is as follows. Your mum's so poor, when she saw the bin lorry, she went running after it with a grocery list. That's it for today's Yo Mama joke. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you again tomorrow. Hello, and welcome to Doing Stuff and Filming It, Yo Mama Jokes. Today's Yo Mama joke is as follows. Your mum's so dumb, she tried to return a donut because it had a hole in it. That's it for today's Yo Mama joke. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you again tomorrow. Welcome back to Strange Things from Across the Pond. Today I've got myself a whatchamacallit. Right, here we go. So, what have we here? Well, it's literally called a whatchamacallit. Never heard of one of these before. I do like the design, sort of old cartoon-esque with this here, you could say. It says deliciously crispy, made with chocolate, peanut flavoured crisps and caramel. Interesting. Obviously this being from across the pond, crisps doesn't mean what I think it means. But yeah, net weight 1.6 freedom units.
Oh, freedom!
Or 45 grams. 230 calories per bar. No idea if that's good or bad, but, you know, whatever. Yeah, I'll put nutritional information on the screen. Ingredients are sugar. Okay, good start. High fructose corn syrup, because America. Hydrogenated vegetable oil, which is palm kernel oil, coconut oil and soybean oil. Rice flour vegetable oil, which is palm oil, shea oil, sunflower oil, palm kernel oil, and or sunflower oil. There they are with that and or. It's like they don't know what they're putting in it. What? Okay. Partially deflated peanuts. I thought that said deflated. Like, okay. There's an inflated peanut, but okay, right, yep. Chocolate. I mean, it's interesting. Chocolate is way down the list here, but then it's the first thing there, but okay. Skim milk, more corn syrup, corn syrup solids, contains 2% or less of dairy butter made from milk, whey milk, salt, malt extract, mono and diglycerides, lecithin, or soy, monoglycerides, molasses, vanillin, not vanilla, vanillin, okay, artificial flavour, disodium phosphate, distributed by the Hershey Company. I've heard of them. And, oh look, there's a QR code. We've tried these QR codes before. They don't always work, but let's give it a go, shall we? Let's have a look. So, let's see. What web page is this going to be? Look at that. Oh, it's one of those smart label things again. To use, this just says, Smart Label is an industry collaboration to deliver enhanced product transparency, leveraging mobile and web technology. At Hershey, we believe our iconic brands are about goodness and should be simple. Goodness is more than tasting delicious. It's about taking pride in our products and sharing what goes into them. We're excited to be one of the first companies to launch Smart Label. We are still building the Smart Label information for the product you scanned. Okay, so it's basically, yeah, we're really proud of this and the transparency, but we haven't actually put this label into this yet. I mean, how long does it take you to type it up, guys? I mean, it's taken me a couple of minutes just to read it out, but yeah, whatever. Alright, so that doesn't really tell us very much. Right, let's open it up then, shall we? Look at that. First impressions are, this is some sort of chocolate wafer bar, which is probably what the peanut flavoured crisps are that they're talking about, you know, crispy stuff. Now, this has been in my fridge for a week at the time of filming. These little spots here, what are those? they look like, when chocolate is really old, it doesn't really go off, but the sort of milk fats tend to separate and come to the surface, and you get that like white powder on the top. Some people say it's off. Personally, I'll just eat it. It doesn't really taste any different to me, unless it's years and years old, in which case it tastes a bit stale. But that's what these spots look like, so yeah, maybe you should have added a few preservatives or something there, Hershey's. But yeah, whatever. It just looks like a chocolate bar. Smells like a chocolate bar as well. It smells like it's going to have those sort of wafer crisp things in it, almost like a biscuit and then covered in chocolate. I can tell just by the smell of it, but we'll give it a taste anyway. Okay, not what I was expecting. I was expecting long, thin wafer biscuits down the middle. I can't remember the name of the chocolate bar that I'm thinking of, but I'll find out and put a picture of it somewhere around here on the screen. But it's not. It looks almost like Rice Krispies inside there. I was expecting sort of several layers, but it's not. That's nice, is that? Let's have another bite. I have to say, the Americans do peanut butter flavouring very well. It's a good job I like peanut butter. Oh, I'd be having a murder of a time making this series. That is nice. That is very good. The flavour you've got, the outside is just regular chocolate. Nothing fancy about it, really. The inside has the texture of Rice Krispie snacks, so you can get those here in this country. But yeah, nice, strong peanut butter flavour coming from within. In fact, if you look rather closely, you can sort of see it in there. You can see the outline of the various Rice Krispies, which are slightly hollow. But then there's this sort of brown, almost paste-like substance in there as well. That's the peanut butter. And of course, because it has peanut butter in it, it has a nice chewy texture to it as well. So you've got the softness of the chocolate, almost a velvety texture on the tongue. You've got the crunchiness from the crisps, or the Rice Krispies, and then there's a chewiness to go with it from the peanut butter. And you can taste all three things at the same time, which is really nice. So, not really getting the caramel that it talked about, although that's probably being drowned out by the other flavours and the chocolatey flavour. But yeah, that's nice, is that? Right, let's try another bite, just because it's really nice. And I think the caramel is between the top layer of chocolate and the crisp, so you can just see a little bit of it there. And now that I've taken in the biggest bite so far, and I'm nearly done with it, I am starting to taste the caramel, but it's not immediately evident when you bite into it. Alright, I suppose it's best to do conclusions before I scoff the lot. Alright, so that is, or rather should I say, that was the whatchamacallit bar. Oh no. Very nice little chocolate bar, that. Let's say you've got, well, it's like it says here. You've got the chocolate, you've got the peanut flavour, or peanut butter flavour, I would say. The crisp section is, I'm going to just call it, it's Rice Krispies, or puffed rice, I think is the technical, but it's Rice Krispies. And then the caramel's kind of a weak side of it, but if I'm honest, if you took it out, I don't really see what difference it would make. It's still really nice little chocolate bar, is that? And reasonable sized as well, which is unusual, because normally American stuff is bigger. I'm surprised there isn't a sort of a big share pack of this that you can get, but not that I saw. Oh, great. Well, I guess I'll finish on this camera, because the battery's just gone on the other camera, which is wonderful. So yeah, that is the whatchamacallit bar. Highly recommend. If you can get a multi-pack of them, they're great to take for packed lunches, for example. Yeah, definitely have that again. Thank you for watching. Hello, and welcome to Doing Stuff and Filming It, Yo Mama Jokes. Today's Yo Mama joke is as follows. Your mum's so dumb, she once opened a bag of M&Ms and tried to put them in alphabetical order. That's it for today's Yo Mama joke. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you again tomorrow. Hello, and welcome to Doing Stuff and Filming It, Yo Mama Jokes. Today's Yo Mama joke is as follows. Your mum's so dumb, when burglars broke into a house and stole the coffee machine, she followed them outside and yelled to them, "You forgot the coffee!" That's it for today's Yo Mama joke. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you again tomorrow. Hello, and welcome to Doing Stuff and Filming It, Yo Mama Jokes. Today's Yo Mama joke is as follows. Your mum's so dumb, she brought a spoon to watch the Super Bowl. That's it for today's Yo Mama joke. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you again tomorrow. Hello, and welcome to Doing Stuff and Filming It, Yo Mama Jokes. Today's Yo Mama joke is as follows. Your mum's so fat, last Christmas I took a picture of her, and it's still printing even now. That's it for today's Yo Mama joke. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you again tomorrow. Welcome back to another biking video on Doing Stuff and Filming It. This video was originally going to be a sort of workshop slash showroom walk around that was is an idea suggested to me by one of my viewers in the comments section. I called this the showroom because I don't actually do that much work in here, although as you can see it is kitted out with most of my tools. Unfortunately, however, despite 7 years that I've lived here and done nothing with this shed, for some reason in the last 3 weeks, this has happened. I literally never come down here until I started building this, and this has never happened. 7 years and in the space of 3 weeks, all of this. I did have my work smock hanging here, and it was furry. It's in the wash as we speak, having on like a 60-degree 3-hour wash. So I can't be working in here like this. I don't really want to put my bikes in here in case the mould gets on them, you know, ruin all the seat and all the soft furnishings, you could say. It's ruined my picture as well, whatever. Yeah, it needs a lick of paint to begin with. First things first though, all this shelving, all this wiring and all the electrical stuff that I've put in all needs to come out. My rubber floors, that's several days worth of work that I've got to undo now. Right, may as well make a start. I'm not going to time-lapse it because it just bulks out a video. I'll just update you as time goes on. So, not time-lapse, I suppose, time jump? Yeah, we'll go with that. Time jump. See you in a bit. Well, it's coming along. That's one wall done. I'm kind of deliberately doing a rough job of it because I just want to get this done so I can get back to working on my bike. So, like there's normally a shelf. I can't be bothered to go and find my fine paintbrushes, but I'm not going to be able to see it by the time I put the shelf back. I did get a bit on the floor, so I've painted the floor. So, I mainly just want it to look sort of okay in the background of future videos, so I really don't care that much. I should have this done by the time it gets dark. Muffin, as always, is being helpful. As you can see by the side of her, she really wanted to get between me and the wall and squeeze down. What's the matter, Muffin? Are you feeling a bit blue? Who's a good girl? You know that's not coming off. You're going to be blue for a long time, right? Fucking ridiculous animal. Right, one wall down. Got the ceiling and the other two walls to do. So, oh, actually, let's tell a lie. I suppose that counts as two walls, doesn't it? 1 1/3 walls. Let's carry on. It looks like I have an audience. One of my neighbours, I believe next door but 3 or 4, has 2 of them, a male and a female. I believe that to be the female because the male's already developed his tail. You know, peacocks like to display it. I don't know what the actual term for it is. Haven't seen them for a while. I assumed that they were indoors keeping warm or something. Don't know where the other one is. I normally see them as a pair. Hope nothing's happened to him. Anyway, crack on with it. There we go. She's done. Not the best paint job I've ever done, but like I say, that's not really what I'm aiming for. I kind of like that it's a bit rough around the edges. It's going to be a workshop. I mean, I call it the showroom, but it's going to be a workshop. Yeah, now I just need to put all this shit back. Right, I think I'm about there. Managed to get all the shit off the floor, brought everything out, and I've now put the floor back in. The rubber or rubberized panels, they're back in, and I've screwed them in as well so they won't move when I'm running the bike over them, hopefully anyway. The big toolbox is gone because most of the tools in the big toolbox are for my cars, so I've just kept the stuff that's specifically for motorbikes. You can see my little tool rack up there is a bit on the empty side. I will slowly stock it up. I will be duplicating some tools, you know, like a spanner set. I already have a spanner set, but I'll have another one just for in here, and the rest can be kept for my project cars and, you know, various other things. But that can come in time. Consumables up in the corner, and yeah, just a few more bits to clear out before I bring the bike back in. But yeah, it's looking good. I quite like it in here. Oh yeah, the lights are working. We've got LED lights up the top. Of course, we've got the ring lights on the side here. And another one there, not turned on at the moment. It's looking good. I'm going to bring the bike in, park it up, and a few finishing touches, and then we'll do a proper walk around. Alright, I tell a lie. I'm sort of going backwards a bit here. The bike is in, at least. It's off to one side though, because I've got tools all over the floor and hedge trimmer, which isn't working at the moment because I cut the cable with the hedge trimmer, which was rather silly of me. Never mind. I've done a few bits in here. Main thing though, we've gained a gazebo on the outside. Yeah. I've had it a while and didn't really know what to do with it, and then I had the idea of lashing it to the outside like I have there and extending the showroom. I don't plan on keeping much out here, but it's handy. It'll keep this space directly outside nice and dry. As you can see down here,
Well, maybe you can because it's getting dark. It's full of mud and stuff that I need to clear. But I'm not going to show that because this is supposed to be a biking series, not a gardening series. So yeah, I thought it was nearly done, but now I'm adding more to it. Back at work day after tomorrow. Kind of want to get this done now. Alright, I suppose I best carry on. Alright, I think I'm about there with this. Yeah. It's been about a week, or actually closer to 2 weeks, since the last segment of the video, about 4 seconds ago. But I think I'm about there with this now. I'll give you a quick walk around. We're stood out in the gazebo at the moment. You can probably hear it's raining. I've had to take the sides off. Fucking look at that. I need to do something with my garden at some point. I've had to take the sides off it because it seems the slightest bit of wind and this thing starts tearing itself to pieces. It was like coming off the ground. I've had to lash it to the shed there, weigh it down with bricks and all sorts. Yeah, I'm actually really quite disappointed in the quality of this thing. I mean, just look up here. That's just tearing apart for no reason. And yeah, and every day that it rains, I have to come and sort of push the roof up. Oh, there you go, and get the water off. Yeah, I'm quite glad I didn't pay full price for this. I can see why it was on clearance. Anyway, I'll give you a bit of a walk around. Got a ramp in, which is useful because it's a pain in the ass getting the bike up that step. I am slowly working on clearing the ground. This used to be a garden path. It's now just a bit of hard standing in the sort of, I'll call it the workshop annex or the showroom annex. I don't know, it's a sort of sheltered area that I've made out front. I do eventually want to extend this, but for now, what I'm doing is working through the wood chippings. I've ground up a load of trees that you can see over there because I'm working on clearing the garden slowly, and it slowly goes through my wood chipper and it helps to cover the floor and keep everything out of the mud. Old greenhouse, sort of pop-up greenhouse that I got from Wilco years ago. At the moment it's just got stuff stored in it like my ladder. Eventually I might turn that into something like, say, a spray booth, because there is some parts on the bike that I'm going to want to spray at some point, so yeah, that can stay there. It's all sort of lashed and tied to it, so that's fine where it is. A load of spare ratchet straps hung up just because I had nowhere else to put them. Yeah, they don't belong in here, they're just there for now, because again, I'm doing garden shit. Bin and such like. Go inside, because there's not much... Oh, there is one more thing to see out here. I had a random bird cage. It's not a real bird cage, it's a decorative bird cage. But at some point, I want to try and put a light in that, so that I can be in and out when it's getting dark in the evening. And I just sort of hung it there for now because I thought that might look cool rather than just a bare light hanging when I get around to it. Because, you know, it needs to look cool as well as look functional. Anyway, let's go inside. Here is the beast sitting there. The flooring I took up and redid. I think I mentioned that earlier. We've got the lights working. The glue hasn't stuck on all the wiring, but fuck it, it's staying up there. And you're not really going to see it in videos. The lights are working, it's functional. Probably some electricians tearing the hair out of my wiring, but you know what? Nothing's going to happen, it's safe. Fuck off. Consumables up there, mostly fluids and like gloves and earplugs. Tool rack up there. As you can see, I brought my biking gear down. I've got a place to hang the helmet up, just because this stuff takes up a lot of space in the wardrobe. I just thought it would be better to have it down here. Trousers and boots are down there. Yeah, tool rack I've mentioned. I still haven't got my second set of spanners, but whatever. Manuals and radio up there, because I do leave the radio on when I go, keep my bikes company. And of course I've got ring lights coming out my arse. That's about it. Oh yeah, that's something else I've been working on. My bag right there. Yeah, I've just sewn a load of patches on it. I've turned it into a rucksack. It's like a 1950s webbing pack from the British Army. I've turned it into a rucksack, put extra straps on it because I do things like that. Yeah, that's about all I can say about it. What a nice, safe, dry place to be keeping the bike. As you can see, there's room to be working on it as well, because I do intend to keep going with this biking series. The bike isn't yet finished. Still a lot of work needs to be done on it. This was a suggestion by a viewer in the comments section, you know, what I could do, because I am starting to struggle for some ideas. Yeah, let's have a
workshop slash showroom build. There you go. That's where I keep my bikes, and going forward, that's where you're going to see most of my videos coming from when I'm working on stuff. Will be in here. I think that's everything, actually. Doesn't feel like very long to talk about, considering how much work's gone into this, but there we go. Alright, well, thank you for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Hello, and welcome to Doing Stuff and Filming It, Yo Mama Jokes. Today's Yo Mama joke is as follows. Your mum's so ugly, she forced One Direction to go the other way. That's it for today's Yo Mama joke. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you again tomorrow. Hello, and welcome to Doing Stuff and Filming It, Yo Mama Jokes. Today's Yo Mama joke is as follows. Your mum's so dumb, I once saw her put 2 American quarters in her ears, and she thought she was listening to a 50 Cent record. That's it for today's Yo Mama joke. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you again tomorrow. Hello, and welcome to Doing Stuff and Filming It, Yo Mama Jokes. Today's Yo Mama joke is as follows. Your mum's so fat, when she steps on the weighing scales, it just says, I need your weight, girl, not your phone number. That's it for today's Yo Mama joke. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you again tomorrow. Hello, and welcome to Doing Stuff and Filming It, Yo Mama Jokes. Today's Yo Mama joke is as follows. Your mum's so dumb, when she was driving to Disneyland, she noticed a sign that said Disneyland left. So she turned around and went home. That's it for today's Yo Mama joke. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you again tomorrow. Hello, and welcome to Doing Stuff and Filming It, Yo Mama Jokes. Today's Yo Mama joke is as follows. Your mum's so fat, when she was told to bend over and touch her feet, she turned around and said, "What are those?" That's it for today's Yo Mama joke. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you again tomorrow. Hello, and welcome to Doing Stuff and Filming It, Yo Mama Jokes. Today's Yo Mama joke is as follows. Your mum's so fat that when she went swimming at the beach, a humpback whale thought she was family. That's it for today's Yo Mama joke. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you again tomorrow. Hello, and welcome to Doing Stuff and Filming It, Yo Mama Jokes. Today's Yo Mama joke is as follows. Your mum's so ugly that she tried competing in an amateur ugly contest, and they had to remind her, amateurs only. That's it for today's Yo Mama joke. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you again tomorrow. Hello, and welcome to Doing Stuff and Filming It, Yo Mama Jokes. Today's Yo Mama joke is as follows. Your mum's so dumb, I once caught her sitting on the telly to watch The Sofa. That's it for today's Yo Mama joke. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you again tomorrow. Hello, and welcome to Doing Stuff and Filming It, Yo Mama Jokes. Today's Yo Mama joke is as follows. Your mum's so fat, once she sat on an iPod and made the iPad. That's it for today's Yo Mama joke. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you again tomorrow. Hello, and welcome to Doing Stuff and Filming It, Yo Mama Jokes. Today's Yo Mama joke is as follows. Your mum's so fat, once she went to a swimming pool in a black swimsuit, and everyone cried out, "Oil spill!" That's it for today's Yo Mama joke. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you again tomorrow. Hello, and welcome to Doing Stuff and Filming It, Yo Mama Jokes. Today's Yo Mama joke is as follows. Your mum's so dumb, when her phone broke down, she called McDonald's. That's it for today's Yo Mama joke. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you again tomorrow. Hello, and welcome to Doing Stuff and Filming It, Yo Mama Jokes. Today's Yo Mama joke is as follows. Your mum's so poor, I stepped in a puddle the other day. She pops her head out and just yells at me, "Hey, get out of my bathtub!" That's it for today's Yo Mama joke. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you again tomorrow. Hello, and welcome to Doing Stuff and Filming It, Yo Mama Jokes. Today's Yo Mama joke is as follows. Your mum's so fat, when she fell in love, she broke it. That's it for today's Yo Mama joke. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you again tomorrow. Hello, and welcome to Doing Stuff and Filming It, Yo Mama Jokes. Today's Yo Mama joke is as follows. Your mum's so ugly, she once took a cow into Tesco. One of the employees goes, "Hey, get that cow out of here!" And the cow replies, "Sorry, my bad, won't happen again." That's it for today's Yo Mama joke. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you again tomorrow. Hello, and welcome to Doing Stuff and Filming It, Yo Mama Jokes. Today's Yo Mama joke is as follows. Your mum's so old and fat, when God created light, he had to get her to move out the way. That's it for today's Yo Mama joke. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you again tomorrow. Hello, and welcome to Doing Stuff and Filming It, Yo Mama Jokes. Today's Yo Mama joke is as follows. Your mum's so dumb. Once she walks into Walgreens and complained that the walls weren't green. That's it for today's Yo Mama joke. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you again tomorrow. Hello, and welcome to Doing Stuff and Filming It, Yo Mama Jokes. Today's Yo Mama joke is as follows. Your mum's so fat, she causes a tsunami when she sweats. That's it for today's Yo Mama joke. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you again tomorrow. Hello, and welcome to Doing Stuff and Filming It, Yo Mama Jokes. Today's Yo Mama joke is as follows. Your mum's so fat, when she gets in a lift, she can only ever go down. That's it for today's Yo Mama joke. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you again tomorrow. Hello, and welcome to Doing Stuff and Filming It, Yo Mama Jokes. Today's Yo Mama joke is as follows. Your mum's so fat, when she gets her BMI measured, the doctor gives it to her in acres. That's it for today's Yo Mama joke. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you again tomorrow. Hello, and welcome to Doing Stuff and Filming It, Yo Mama Jokes. Today's Yo Mama joke is as follows. Your mum's so old that Mary asked her to babysit Jesus. That's it for today's Yo Mama joke. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you again tomorrow. Hello, and welcome to Doing Stuff and Filming It, Yo Mama Jokes. Today's Yo Mama joke is as follows. Your mum's so fat, her belly button gets home 10 minutes before she does. That's it for today's Yo Mama joke. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you again tomorrow. Hello, and welcome to Doing Stuff and Filming It, Yo Mama Jokes. Today's Yo Mama joke is as follows. Your mum's so dumb. When a burglar broke into her house, she ran to the microwave, punched in 999, then couldn't find the call button. That's it for today's Yo Mama joke. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you again tomorrow. Alright, welcome to another video on Doing Stuff and Filming It. Now, I've been getting a few comments, quite a few people asking about the Halfords motorcycle battery charger that I reviewed some time ago now. Mainly asking what do the various lights mean, and do I still have a copy of the instructions. If you do want a copy of the booklet, it's literal pictures I've taken on my phone like you're going to see here, send me an email. The email is listed on the channel description and I'll forward them on to you, or I've decided to just make a video, so if you ask me in the comments I'll just put a reply, a link to this video so that you can have a look. It's not very long. I'll just quickly go through what it says, and where possible I've included videos of the actual charger doing what it says there. So, front page, yeah, battery charger. Yeah, unfortunately my copy has got coffee and such like all over it, but there we go. Alright, not much to read on this page. I love that there's a thing for handbrake here, and it's for motorcycles.
yeah, the option here, read the instructions, which I'm doing for you. And yeah, just general warnings about its usage, you know, temperature, charge one battery at a time, don't try and charge two or jump start from it because it won't work, it'll probably just pop the fuse. And yeah, list of batteries that it can be used with. If you're not sure if your battery falls into one of these, that, as far as I know, covers like 99% of them, but it will say on the battery somewhere. Even if it doesn't, there's normally a serial number or whatever. Put that into Google and you'll find out what it actually is. Next page, this is mostly pictures of what to do with it. So plug it in. The plug only goes in one way, so connect the O-rings or clamps to the charger, because you get two options. You have these permanently fitted O-rings or just the crocodile clips. You do red first to the positive or the little plus symbol on the battery, then you connect the negative, which is the black wire, and that'll be the, you know, the negative or the minus symbol on the battery, or contact point on the vehicle. Sometimes what they have you do is you connect the positive to the battery, and then the negative you just connect to like the chassis or the earthing point. If your vehicle has one of those, then I would advise use it. Sometimes they have a dedicated connection point, especially for jump starting, but if it doesn't, stick it straight on the battery. It's what I do. Nothing bad's ever happened. Number 4, plug the charger into the mains and turn the power on. Press the start button to select the required voltage and charging rate. That is important. The charger can tell, as I demonstrated in the original review video, if you've got the wrong type of battery on it. It will just refuse to charge. It will just start flashing red at you to say there's a problem here. So yeah, you need to pick the correct one. Nothing bad will happen if you pick the wrong one. It will just refuse to do it, but yeah, pick the right one for the right results. Here we go. This is a bit of mainly being asked about what the buttons and the lights mean. So that's shown on this bit up here. So after you have selected the mode and the charging rate, which is shown up here in 5B, you keep pressing the start button to scroll through the options of voltage and charge rate. The snowflake symbol represents winter mode and should also be used for AGM and EFB batteries. LFP mode should be the only mode used for charging lithium batteries. Those will be marked. You will know if you have a lithium battery. But yeah, you scroll it through. You just keep pressing the start button until you get to the one that you want, and then you just let go, and after a second or two it will start doing what you've told it to do. And this is it. So we'll work on the 12 volt because most batteries are that. If it's below a certain level, 11.6 volts, it will flash red, and then as it comes above that level it will go to flashing green. Both of those mean it's charging. It's when it goes to solid green, it's done charging. That's what it should be. You pick the mode. Let's say it's a completely flat battery, it will flash red as it's bringing it up to a certain point. Then it will go to flashing green when it's over a particular voltage. In this case, for both 6 and 12 volt, it's nearly fully charged. And then it will go over to solid green, which is when it's fully charged the battery, and it's now in that maintenance mode to keep it charged for long-term storage, for example. And here we go. And the other light is the warning light shown here in 5D. If the warning light is displayed when the unit is initially connected, the clamps may be connected incorrectly, so you go back to steps 2 and 3 and make sure you've connected them correctly. If the warning light is displayed and the clamps are attached correctly, then the incorrect voltage may be selected for the connected battery. That's what I said. You'll just get the error light come on and it will refuse to do anything until you pick the correct mode. And if the damaged battery light is displayed, then the battery may be completely discharged and may not be able to be recovered, which is what was happening to my Life and King battery. When I filmed the review, it charged it perfectly fine, but a few days later it started refusing to charge, and that's how I knew that I needed to put a new battery in it, which is actually part of the subject of an upcoming video at the time of recording. Here we go, this is just elaborating on it more. Yeah, when the charging light displays solid green, then the charging is complete and the charger can be disconnected from the mains power. To disconnect the charger from the vehicle, remove the negative clamp first, then remove the positive clamp. Clamps can be disconnected from the charger if required. It does have that little plug, so you could just unplug it, and then it don't really matter what order you take the clamps off in. That's just the correct way to do it. Next, oh yep, like I said here, after charging is complete and the charging light displays solid green, the charger will automatically go into long-term maintenance mode and can remain connected if required. So if you're putting your motorbike away for the winter, it's going to be in there for 3, 4, 5, 6 months, however long it's going to be in there. There's nothing wrong with leaving this charger connected to it for that whole time. It will keep the battery nicely topped up, so that when you come to use it again in however many months, she starts straight away. And yeah, I suppose cautions: consult your vehicle handbook for guidance with regards to hybrid vehicles. I don't think I've ever seen a hybrid motorcycle. I know there are electric ones, but I've never seen a hybrid one. Yeah, I'm not going to go through all of that and all of these. I think they could all pretty much be summed up with use your common sense and don't be a dick. Yeah, we'll leave it at that. And on the back, that is mud, honest, that I've managed to get all over it. One of the dogs stood on it. And that's just some details about the quality guarantee. So hit pause now if you want to read that. But that is it. Those are the instructions shown on screen. Like I said, if you want a copy, send me an email. The email address is in the description for the channel, and I'll forward the pictures on to you quite happily. Otherwise, just keep referring back to this video. It's got all the instructions in there for you. Alright, thank you for watching.
Hello, and welcome to Doing Stuff and Filming It, Yo Mama Jokes. Today's Yo Mama joke is as follows. Your mum's so dumb, she once cancelled a skating competition because there was ice on the field. That's it for today's Yo Mama joke. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you again tomorrow. Hello, and welcome to Doing Stuff and Filming It, Yo Mama Jokes. Today's Yo Mama joke is as follows. Your mum's so poor. Once I saw her walking in the park with only one shoe on. When I pointed out she's only got one shoe on, she replies, "No, no, no, I found a shoe." That's it for today's Yo Mama joke. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you again tomorrow. Welcome back to Strange Things from Across the Pond. Today, I think I'm going to regret this one. Yeah, I think I am going to regret this one. Alright, here we go, let's just get through this. So, what have we got here? Well, this is K-Woods or Cowwoods. I'm going with K-Woods. Yep. Dry salted, skinless and boneless salt fish. I'll tell you before all else, I can smell this even in the packet. I picked this up from the supermarket and I could smell it. And I was walking around with it in my basket and I could still smell it. So, Lord knows what's going to happen when I open it. Now, this is the perfect Caribbean cuisine. Once this cured and salted fish has been bathed and soaked to dissipate excess salt, it will remain a good source of protein, low in fat and sugar-free. Naturally high in protein, low fat, sugar-free. Net weight 200 grams. Okay. Right, it says to peel the label. Okay, well, maybe I can't peel the bloody label. Bloody hell. That took a lot more effort than it should. Alright, here we go. So, if I can manage to undo this. Right. So, ingredients: pollock, excellent, 99%, and the remaining 1% is salt. Excellent. I mean, it's saltfish, so that is precisely what I would expect. Allergy advice: for allergens, see ingredients in bold. And it says fish. I mean, why are you buying saltfish if you're allergic to fish? The clue is in the name. Scientific name: Theragra chalcogramma, caught in the Pacific fishing gear trawls. I've literally never seen that before on a label telling me where the fish comes from and everything. It's caught in the Pacific, so that is across the pond and then some, is that. Alright, now, I thought you just took this out of the packet and ate it, but there's preparation instructions here. So, soak fish in a basin with cold water for 5 to 6 hours? This is a 10-minute video. Bloody hell. Change the water several times. The product will rehydrate and desalt. Cook to your recipe. Okay, right. So I need to put this in a bowl for 5 to 6 hours. It's 3:30 at the time of filming. Oh, right, okay. This is going to be a long-ass video then. It's going to be me sitting here for 5 to 6 hours. Okay, well, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll open it up and have a good look at it first, and then we'll do what it says. We'll soak it. It'll presumably then rehydrate. And I think what I'll do is I'll just cook it plain. Just have it as it comes, and we'll just see how well the fish does being completely dehydrated with salt and then rehydrated. Alright, let's do that then. Worth noting as well, if I turn this over, you can see it along there. I don't know if that's just a residual moisture in the fish or if there's something else been added to it, some sort of syrup, but I don't think somehow there's just salt and fish in here. Whatever. Let's open her up. Oh, wow, that's quite a big bit of fish. Honestly, I should look into these things more when I buy them, shouldn't I? I saw it, I thought it was just going to be like tiny little bits of fish, almost like fish jerky, and then just incredibly salty. But no, that is, yeah, there's a whole size bit of fish. I don't think this is cooked either. I think this has just been salted and dehydrated. Alright, we're not going to do a taste test straight out of the packet then, if that's the case. We're going to wait until it's cooked. Have a good... Interestingly, the smell is not nearly as strong as I thought it was going to be. But what smell there is oh. I'm not sure what that is. I don't know how to describe that. But it's not nice. I think it's just... Ugh. I mean, it's fishy, but there's... I don't want to say it's off, because it's obviously not. It's well within date. But, yeah, this is... Yeah, I think it's just the way it's been dehydrated and salted. It reminds me a little of that squid jerky that I got. I don't think seafood reacts well to being dehydrated like this. I think it's a terrible idea. It's yeah. Ooh. Oh. Yeah, we're definitely not doing a taste test. I put a little bit on my tongue, it's just salt. Oh, why do I do this? Right. Let's go and prepare this how we're supposed to.
You're not having any, Bella. Knock it off. Alright, so it didn't say, no, Bella, you're not having any. Knock it off. Right, so the instructions were actually a bit vague. It didn't say how much water to put them in, so I've just gone with a massive mixing bowl. It also said change the water several times, but didn't actually tell me how often. So I'm going to go with once an hour-ish until the 5 hours is up, and then we're going to try cooking it, I don't know, fry it or something like that. So for now, we're just going to dump all that lot in there. And we'll come back and check on it in an hour. It also said to keep it refrigerated, so it can go in this spare fridge here. This is just my spare fridge that I normally keep like work lunches and such like in. So, alright, okay Google, set a fish timer for 1 hour.
Sure, a 1 hour timer called fish. And we're starting now.
Look at all that mess in there. That's just juices from the fish when it was dehydrating and leftover salt. This better turn out good. Hour number 1 is up. Let's have a look. Okay. Doesn't really look any different. I mean, it's turned the water slightly yellow, but doesn't really look any different. Let's take it out and have a proper look. Alright, let's have a look. Oh, it has to be said, it is certainly a lot softer. Look at that. Bella thinks that she's getting food. Okay, it is certainly rehydrating. When I first took it out, it was all solid and dehydrated. Kind of like jerky, but it has... Bella! But it has certainly softened up a touch. Alright. Suppose the rest of it is doing the same as well. Most of the salt looks to have dissolved off it. And now that I've disturbed it, the water has turned really cloudy as well. Alright, let's change the water like I said I would. Come back in another hour. Right, it's another hour down. Let's see what we've got. That looks pretty much the same as it did the last time. Fish is feeling even softer than the last time I was here. I thought this sort of white stuff on here was just salt, but I think it's maybe just where they've descaled it. You know, there's a bit of the skin left. I think it's safe to say it's reasonably rehydrated. The water, you're not really seeing it on the camera. It looks clearer on there than it does in real life. It's sort of a yellowy colour. Not as much as it was on hour 1 though. And there's less crud in the bottom. You can look in there. I think over the coming hours what we're going to see is this just getting clearer and clearer, and chances are by hour 5 or 6, if I decide to go to 6, the water will just be completely clear as we're done, and then we can cook this up. Alright, change the water and come back in another hour. Am I up to 3 hours now? Can't really remember. Right, well, it is... Oh, it's even softer than before. Feels almost like just a normal bit of fish now. There's still a little bit of, I wouldn't say jerkiness. So it feels like jerky in places, but yeah, it seems alright. And the water is clearer still. Alright, change the water, give it another hour. Hour number 4. How are we looking? It's looking good. Water's only slightly discoloured. Let's take it out. Yeah, it feels just like fish, maybe a bit softer than normal fish. I've decided I'm not going to change the water on this occasion. We'll come back and check at hour number 5, see how it looks. I may go to 6 hours of soaking, or I may just leave it at 5 hours. I haven't quite decided yet. But back in an hour. Right, hour number 5, or was it 4? I've lost count now. No, I'm fairly sure it's 4. I mean, it's 9 o'clock at night, so I think it's 4 or 5. No, it's definitely 5. I tell you what, if it's 4, then I'll be back in a second announcing it's actually hour 5. If it's 5, then we're going to skip to the next stage. Let's assume it's 5 and say that is fully desalted. I have to say, it looks like they've expanded a bit to the pieces of fish. They certainly look quite flaky now as well. They're fully rehydrated. So what we're going to do, assuming it is hour 5 of course, is drain this, and I've decided I'm going to cook one, just pan fry it plainly and see what the fish is like just as it comes. And then the rest, I think what I'll do is attempt to, well, I'll cook some sort of Caribbean dish, see what we can make of it, see if it's any good, because, well, there's quite a lot of fish here. I don't see the point in wasting it all, so, yeah, let's get this drained and see what we can do with it. Right, here we go, let's get some cooking done. So, it is the following day. Here is our fish. Look at that. It's actually looking a lot nicer now. It looks almost fresh again. Still smells just as strong, although earlier, the other day rather, I could smell the salt. It's difficult to describe. Salt doesn't have that much of a smell, but yeah, I could smell it. But that's gone now, so I'm looking forward to this. I am going to fry the whole lot. Reason being, bit of a side note, I'm not going to have time to go out and get some proper Caribbean ingredients that I need for this. You only get like 2 days after desalting it to eat it before it goes off. So I'm going to cook the whole lot and just go out and buy another one. Right, let's preheat the pan. And I'm just going to cook this completely plain. No pepper, no salt, definitely no salt. Just a little bit of oil so it doesn't stick to my pan. Fry it till it's cooked, and then we'll take it back to the studio and eat it. Coat the whole pan. Lovely. Let that get nice and hot. Right, I'd say that's reasonably hot. Certainly a fair amount of heat coming off it. Should have used the bigger pan. Hopefully it'll shrink down. So the smell in here is strong. Ooh, this house is gonna stink. Yeah, it's 7:30. I really hope the smell dissipates by the time my partner gets home at 1:30. I have to say, coming home from a closing shift at 1:30, sometimes 2 o'clock in the morning, to a house that stinks of fish, yeah, they're not going to like me. There we go. Oh, look at that. It's starting to flake and break up. It's not bad. I'll tell you what, if this is nice, or if I can make something nice from it later, I've always wanted to have a go at salting meat. As in, get some pork or some beef, something like that, and smother it in salt like this was, to dry it out. Then basically make, yeah, salted pork.
The salted pork is particularly good.
Salted pork.
Oh.
Now I'm going to give this a good length of time in the pan because I've never cooked this before. I mean, I've cooked fish before, obviously. That's fairly easy to tell when it's cooked, but that's fresh fish. This ain't fresh. It's salted. It's basically jerk fish. It's been dried out, so I want to make sure it's cooked through. I mean, I've eaten fresh fish that was out of date before, and I was perfectly fine, but this is another level. Interesting though, it's just flaking apart in places. Look there. Just make sure this larger fillet is fully cooked. Yeah, that's flaking apart nicely now as well, as fish does when it's cooked. Right. Right, back to the studio. Okie dokie then, let's have a look at what we have here. Well, I just kind of dumped it out of the pan, but see, we've got one reasonably large fillet. The rest of it's just kind of broken up on me. Never mind. But aside from the colour, and this is pollock. I don't often have pollock. I'm fairly sure it's not supposed to be brown, but I'm going to put that down to the dehydration process. But it's reasonably moist looking. It's not dried out. You can see it just sort of flakes apart because that's what fish is supposed to do when it's cooked. The smell has gone down somewhat now that it's cooked, although it's still quite pungent. Right, let's just start with this piece. Sniff test. Now it's cooked. It smells like any other bit of fish that you'll get in a nice restaurant. It's actually quite nice. Yeah. I can't say anything bad about the smell at all. Right. Moment of truth. Shove it in me gob. It's fish. Yeah. That is perfectly good fish. As good as you would expect from a chip shop. I was expecting it to be rather salty, but no, the saltiness has gone. Changing all that water over and over again really helped there. This is perfectly good fish. If I'm being perfectly honest, if it wasn't all broken up, you could batter this and serve it to me down my local chippy with some chips, and I'd eat it quite happily. Bit of curry sauce, job's a good one. Alright, that is nice. It said on the packet, skinless and boneless. No fillet of fish is ever completely boneless. It's just not possible. But the bones that are left are tiny, and it's just... There we go, there's one. But it's perfectly chewable, safe to swallow. Yeah, that's all there is to it. There are no large bones to worry about. Let's have another bite. Tell a lie. That's quite a big one. But that's the joy of eating fish. I'd say 50% of the time you get something that's supposed to be boneless, and it's not. So I've come to expect it from eating fish, and I still like it. It's a little greasy. I maybe overdid the oil in the pan, but I'm kind of keen for it not to stick. I'm going to get a chunk of the thick fillet, thickest piece of fish. I'm curious to know if we got the saltiness completely out of it. It's hard to say if I'm imagining it or not. There's maybe a slight hint of saltiness in that really thick piece of the fillet, but it's very, very slight, and I'll admit there's a good chance I'm just imagining it because I'm looking for it to be salty. But no, that's good as that. Definitely. Right, so conclusions so far. There's going to be another set of conclusions for the next phase of cooking this stuff. Actually, not too bad. I can see how a lot of people will be put off by it. You know, you've got the smell, the amount of salt that's on it. If you're not familiar with salted stuff, then I can see how that can be off-putting, and it's such a strong, fishy smell. And it's not the good kind of fish, like when you go down the fishmongers or something like that, or, you know, down to the docks when the boats are coming in. Be under no illusion, it's not fresh. It's not bad. It's dried, it is preserved, but I wouldn't call it fresh at all, really. But having tried it now, followed the instructions in the water bath, completely desalted it, rehydrated it, and properly cooked it. Not to toot my own trumpet here, but I've cooked this perfectly. It's actually a nice bit of fish. Yeah, it flakes nicely. I can chew it with my tongue, no teeth required. Skinless, yes. Boneless, no, it's not. So maybe not suitable for children, at least not very young children or ones that get squeamish about having bones in their food. But if you like fish, get it. I can't remember how much it was to buy, but it wasn't very expensive. Yeah, if you want to try something new and you like fish, definitely have this. Right, back in a minute. Well, from my point of view, 2 days, and we're going to try and cook this Caribbean style, and, if I've got the patience that is, try and make fish and chips with it. Or at least battered fish. I might not bother with the chips, but yeah. Alright, back in a minute. May as well, since I'm here, let's do the canine test. Find a bit that definitely ain't got bones in. Oh, there's a bit. I'll have that bit. Bella, down. Look at this animal. Get down. Get off. Right. Let's have that bit. Right, over here. Sit. Alright, Archer. Up. He likes it. Okay, let's try Bella. Really having my fingers off. Right. Muffin, you're being patient. Good girl. Now, Muffin almost always sniffs treats before I hand them over to her. There she just took it straight off me. I think they like it. Let's try a bit. Let's try again. Oh, you're watching me, aren't you, Bella? Look at those fucking ears. Right. And do you want that bit? There you go. Good girl. Alright, Archer, it's coming. It's coming. Oh, bloody hell. Fingers, Archer. Right. Muffin, good girl. Archer! Muffin. Stop being a git. Right, that's it. Go on then. There you go. Right, definitely canine approved. So they can't get enough of it. Hello, and welcome to Doing Stuff and Filming It, Yo Mama Jokes. Today's Yo Mama joke is as follows. Your mum is so skanky, she once tried dancing the robot and R2-D2 got HIV. That's it for today's Yo Mama joke. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you again tomorrow. Hello, and welcome to Doing Stuff and Filming It, Yo Mama Jokes. Today's Yo Mama joke is as follows. Your mum's so dumb. She once went to the Apple store because she was hungry. That's it for today's Yo Mama joke. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you again tomorrow. Hello, and welcome to Doing Stuff and Filming It, Yo Mama Jokes. Today's Yo Mama joke is as follows. Your mum's so dumb, she once tried to climb Mountain Dew. That's it for today's Yo Mama joke. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you again tomorrow. Hello, and welcome to Doing Stuff and Filming It, Yo Mama Jokes. Today's Yo Mama joke is as follows. Your mother, fair play to her, conclusively proved the existence of a parallel universe recently. Well, she's just so damn fat she doesn't fully fit in this one. That's it for today's Yo Mama joke. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you again tomorrow. Hello, and welcome to Doing Stuff and Filming It, Yo Mama Jokes. Today's Yo Mama joke is as follows. Now, I'm not saying that anybody was laughing when your mother fell over, but she's so far the ground was cracking up. That's it for today's Yo Mama joke. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you again tomorrow. Hello, and welcome to Doing Stuff and Filming It, Yo Mama Jokes. Today's Yo Mama joke is as follows. Your mum's so fat, she was sat next to everybody at the cinema. That's it for today's Yo Mama joke. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you again tomorrow. Hello, and welcome to Doing Stuff and Filming It, Yo Mama Jokes. Today's Yo Mama joke is as follows. Right, your mum's so dumb, right? Once, she comes around my house, right, and I'm not in, so she tries leaving me a voicemail by yelling at the letterbox. That's it for today's Yo Mama joke. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you again tomorrow. Welcome back to Strange Things from Across the Pond. A little bit of a new direction for the series this time. We're down in the kitchen instead of up in the studio. And we're doing saltfish again. Right, here we go. So, following on from the last episode where we looked entirely at this saltfish here, what we're going to be doing is making a proper, authentic, or as authentic as it can be, filmed in England in the winter, Caribbean dish with this saltfish. I've got 2 packets of it, because I really liked it last time. Found a recipe I like the look of online, and yeah, we're just going to cook it and see how it goes. The recipe I found, this is from BBC Good Food. It's ackee and saltfish. By the way, I apologise if I pronounce some of these ingredients wrong. As always, I am a filthy monolingual.
Wow, Stuart, you are such a monolingual.
I like this. Prep time 20 minutes. Well, it's not. It's like 5 hours with this stuff, but, you know, whatever. It's easy, good, and serves 4 to 6. Okay. Cook a traditional Jamaican dish, ackee and salted cod. Well, close enough. For a hearty brunch with peppers, tomato and garlic alongside the ackee fruit. It's full of flavour. Excellent. Also gluten-free. Fantastic. And, oh yeah, I'll put the nutritional values on screen as I go through the ingredients. 600 grams of boneless salted cod. I've only got 400 of skinless and boneless saltfish, but close enough. 2 tablespoons of vegetable oil. I thought I had vegetable oil. I don't have sunflower oil, but it'll have to do. 1 medium onion. It doesn't say what size medium is, so I got that. I'd call it large. Whatever. 4 garlic cloves. 3 spring onions. 1 Scotch bonnet pepper, de-seeded and finely chopped. They didn't sell just one, so I've got a packet of them. 1 teaspoon of dried thyme. I thought I had dried thyme, but I got fresh anyway, just in case, because, I mean, surely this is better, but whatever. Now, I'm also supposed to have 1 teaspoon of ground pimento, brackets allspice. I thought I had some of that in my vast pile of herbs and spices that hardly ever get used. But apparently I don't, so I'll try and go out and get some whilst I'm soaking the saltfish, but I may also just completely forget. But never mind, we'll carry on. Half a red pepper, half a green pepper, 1 large tomato. They had 3 large tomatoes at the shop, and they were all manky and horrible, so we've got 6 medium-sized ones. And then we also have 2 540 gram cans of ackees. Now these were £6 each, so this better be fucking good. Right, that's everything we need, except the allspice, which I may or may not go and get in a bit. First thing we need to do, desalt the fish. Now, the recipe says to put the saltfish in a pot, cover with cold water, bring to the boil, boil for 5 minutes, and then add fresh cold water to cover and repeat until you're happy that the saltiness has gone. I'm not sure I want to do it that way because the instructions on this do clearly say that you have to soak it in cold water, repeat for up to 5 hours, and it worked really well the first time. So we're going to do it the slow way, the 5-hour way. It is 11 o'clock in the morning, starting filming this, so by the time we've done that and prepped it, about dinner time. Excellent. welcome back. It has been, 3 hours? Yeah, but, no, well, about 4 hours. 4 and a bit hours. Between 3 and 4 hours. Don't really recall. So we are now at the stage where we need to boil the fish. So we're going to put that on. For some reason my hobs always appear purple on the camera. Oh no, that one's appearing to be red this time. It's mugging me off. Whatever. Right, put that on there. And we're just going to dump this in here. Will it all fit? That is the question. Probably not, knowing my luck. Just about. Oh, I might have to pour some of that away. Should have got a bigger pan. That'll do. There's a good amount of fish in there. Bring that to the boil. Meanwhile, I should have done this off camera, but I need to chop up my vegetables. So we need, start with the onion, finally chop it. Fucking hate chopping onions. Probably more than enough onion, and it's nowhere near finely chopped. But A, I hate chopping onions, and B, I generally like my food to be chunky, so fuck it, that's good enough. Garlic cloves. Now the recipe calls for 4 garlic cloves, also finely chopped. I really like garlic, so 4 is about 8. Yeah, you know what, fuck it, let's just use the whole garlic. I couldn't buy a single garlic bulb at the shop. I had to buy 4, so balls start using the whole fucking thing. Also, I know it says finely chopped, but I'm using a garlic press because it's better. Ah, good, the fish is slowly coming to the boil as well. Garlic done. Give the fish a bit of a poke and a stir. Oh, and get it all over the hob, Stuart. Good job. Onions, spring onions. More fucking onion. I've got way too much fucking onion in this. My God, my farts are gonna stink in the morning. Right, calls for 3 of these. Let's pick the 3 biggest, shall we? Yeah, there we go. Oh, fuck it. Fucking hell. Right. Turn that down. Right. Off the heat for a moment. Just clean this fucking hob as well. Right, spring onions done. Oh Jesus, the Scotch bonnet. Right, okay. That one looks a bit fucked. Yeah, let's use that one. This is a bit where I do this perfectly, then forget to wash my hands and touch my face or my bollocks and drop dead live on YouTube. Or something like that anyway. Right, what's next? I'll do the peppers. We'll do these on the other chopping board because this one's full now. Right, so half a green, half a red. I'd say that's about half. Get that shite out the middle. Now I am sticking to the quantity listed for the peppers, and the reason being is, it's not that I dislike peppers, I just find that they generally don't contribute much to a dish. I don't know what it is, but I find that all they really do is contribute a small amount of odd flavour and water. So generally, I don't add them to my food, unless it's something like this where I'm following a recipe. And even then I sometimes leave them out. But I'm already missing one ingredient from this, so I may as well at least try and do the rest somewhat properly. Right, that's the peppers. Now we'll best chop the tomato as well. I think we'll chop 2 of these. There we go. Right, next. Next part of the process involves a large frying pan. That'll do. Put it on a high heat. Bit of oil. I'm not measuring out the fucking oil. It's about that much. Once the oil is hot, turn it to a low medium. Add the onion, garlic, spring onions and scotch bonnets and cook until soft. Fairly sure I can manage that. Right, whilst that's heating up, I shall drain the fish. Look at that, that's looking nice, is that? Yeah. Let's taste a little piece. That tastes nice as well. I should have boiled it last time rather than fried it. It's still the same white colour, or whitish yellow. Last time it turned us off yellowy brown. It's very nice. Don't think I've ever boiled fish before. Right, I'd say that's pretty hot. Right, let's add in the onion. Yeah, that sounds hot enough. That's probably way too much onion. Never mind. And there's no such thing as too much garlic. And that's probably about the right amount of spring onion. And I'll let you know tomorrow when I've been for a shit if that's the right amount of scotch bonnet. And cook for around 5 to 7 minutes until soft. I'm not going to time it because, again, I don't believe in cooking being a science. I believe in it being an art. Granted, it's an art I'm not very good at, but yeah, timing shit, yeah, can't be fucked with that. Alright, so the onions are reducing down nicely there actually, so perhaps not the worst choice of onion in the world. Maybe I have just the right amount. Maybe I'm lucky. Good job I like onions. It has to be said, I love the smell of cooking onions and garlic. It's just fantastic. Whenever I'm cooking something, if the recipe calls for, say, 2 cloves of garlic, it gets like 4. So hey, it calls for 4 cloves of garlic. I just put the whole fucking bowl in. I love garlic. There is no such thing as too much garlic. If anyone says that there is such a thing as too much garlic, you're wrong. It's just as simple as that. You are wrong by default. Right, I'd say that's nice and soft. That's what we like. Now, add the fish. Oh, there we go. Let's break it up so it flakes nicely. That's what we want it to do. That's flaking up nicely. Right. That is looking good. I'm liking this. Battery's going on the camera, but it's looking good. Wang in the peppers. And the tomato. Making sure to get everything in, all the pulp and everything. Tomatoes adding some much needed moisture to this dish. turn the heat down a touch, and what we'll do is we'll open the ackee, and then that's the last thing to go in. Pan's getting rather full now. Look at that. Alright. Drain that out. I'm not entirely sure what ackee is. I should probably look it up at some point, but I'm not doing it right now. It says I have to gently fold this in so that it doesn't get mushy. I perhaps should have used a bigger pan, but never mind. Oh, this is way too much food for this pan. It's alright, I can work with it. We shall persevere. I perhaps should have used my wok or giant saucepan. Alright, I'm just going to leave that like that. Yeah, I'm assuming this ackee reduces down. I don't know. I'll find out in a few minutes, I suppose. Alright, let's have a look at this on the ackee. Caribbean choice ackees in salted water. Ackee fruit has a delicious taste and soft, delicate texture which resembles that of scrambled eggs. I suppose it does look a bit like scrambled egg, actually. Traditionally treated as a vegetable in cooking, ackee is an essential ingredient in the preparation of Jamaica's national dish of ackee and saltfish, which is what we're making now. Look at that. Oh, there goes one camera. Alright, we'll make do with this one. Battery is gone, I should have charged them. Preparation of Jamaica's national dish of ackee and saltfish, where it is cooked with flaked salted cod and aromatic herbs and spices. Serve as a delicious side dish or with fried plantain and dumplings as part of a healthy breakfast. I could have this stuff for breakfast. Hope I can find it cheaper somewhere. £6 a can. Fuck me, I felt ill buying that. Oh, fuck it out, it's going everywhere. Right, I'm just going to make sure it's all folded in and mixed up nicely, and then it's piping hot throughout, because I don't want to eat it cold. Right, this is a fuck ton of food, but let's eat. Now, I have to say, this does actually look, at least vaguely, like it does in the picture. Have a look at that. That's not half bad, isn't that? Battery's going on this camera now, so let's tuck in, get a big gob full, and see what it tastes like. Do you know, that's alright, actually. I think because I didn't have enough fish, that has perhaps been lost somewhat, but it's still there, and I'd say after a couple of mouthfuls, it's still the primary flavour, which is pretty good. It's a good mixture of textures. We've got the softness of the ackee here, and it is very soft. They're not joking when they say it's like scrambled egg. You've got the spiciness from that Scotch bonnet coming through. The tomato and the peppers are keeping everything moist because it was looking a bit dry at one point. But the bell peppers are still adding a bit of crunch to it as well, because everything else is soft. The onions have softened, obviously the fish has flaked away. It's nice, it's a good mix of flavours too. But yeah, you get the onions and the garlic coming through. The ackee, I'll be honest, doesn't taste of much. I'll just get a mouthful of just that. I have to say, it doesn't really impart much flavour. I don't know what to say about that. There's no real flavour to it. Just get just that, get another mouthful of it. I feel like that is perhaps just bulking this dish out. I can't really taste much coming through from there. It may be that it just has a very delicate flavour and it's been overwhelmed by everything else that's in here, namely the fish and the chilli. But I get the feeling it's maybe just been used to bulk this dish out, in the same way that you would add potato to a dish or something like that. It gives it substance. But whatever, that's fine. That is nice. That is very nice. The recipe said to add black pepper, but because I'm too cheap to have wireless microphones, I couldn't reach it without moving the camera. I don't think I need it. I'll put some on anyway. Now the other camera's died on me. Never mind. I'm looking real professional here, aren't I? Let's have another mouthful. See, that looks to be mostly ackee and onion in there, so... yeah, same again. The fish is the primary flavour. We have the heat more towards the back of your mouth from that Scotch bonnet, and the rest of it's adding texture. I can taste the garlic, but that's probably because I put like 10 times what it asked for. This is really nice as well. Nice and moist as well. I was worried at one point that it was going to be really dry, but adding the tomatoes and the bell peppers has really sorted that out. And I think the ackee imparted a lot of water into it as to boot. Let's have another mouthful. Yeah, that fish imparts so much flavour. I can't see any large pieces of fish in here. It's almost all completely flaked away and broken up. But the flavour is still there. I can see perhaps a little bit there. I think that's fish. Yeah, it's almost completely just, I suppose you could say, dissolved into the dish. And it's gone, but the flavour of it's still there, which is good. Right. Well, I hope you've enjoyed this. I'm trying to take this series in a slightly different direction rather than just looking at stuff up in the office and eating it and talking about it. Occasionally I'll do more adventurous things like this. I cook a lot and I do enjoy making, new dishes, or rather things that I haven't tried before, I should say. I've never really ventured into Caribbean food, but for a start, this is nice. I think I shall definitely do some more like this in the future. That's when I'm not getting drunk and eating takis on the series. That's probably going to be most of it. But never mind. Where I get the opportunity, I will do this. So, thank you for watching. I hope you've enjoyed this bonus round or bonus episode, and I shall see you next time. Right, I'm just cleaning up the kitchen because, well, look at the fucking state of it. And I just realised something. I completely missed the step where you put the thyme in. What the fuck is wrong with me? Stuart, you fucking idiot. Fortunately, I have enough ingredients to make this again. Well, I don't. I need some more saltfish, some more ackee. I might just buy 1 tin this time because it's expensive. And I'm going to have to make it again. I mean, it's fucking delicious, so I don't mind, but I'm quite annoyed with myself there. Right, back to the shops. Also, I thought I'd wash my hands well enough, but then I rubbed my eye, and it's burning from that Scotch bonnet. Fuck's sake. No, I can't. I'm dying. Why did I choose to do fucking food content? Why not stick to something safe like motorbikes? Fuck's sake. Alright, let's try again. Take 2. So, the fish is boiling. It's probably overboiled now because just as I was about to record this segment, I got a phone call asking me how satisfied I was with a recent power cut. Give the engineers 10 out of 10 because they're just hard-working people, and if I give them any less, that's just a stick for their bosses to beat them with. That's literally the only reason such surveys exist. So yeah, always give 10 out of 10. Fish is boiling. Ingredients are prepped. I will try and remember to add the thyme this time. I have managed to get some ground allspice or ground pimento berries this time. Excellent. I have remembered to wash my hands after chopping the chilli. And we've only got 1 tin of ackees this time. 2 reasons for that. One is it's £6 a tin. Also, there was a lot of food last time, and as far as I can tell, these just bulk it out, so I don't need that much. So 1 will do. Right, I'm not going to go through all the detail of cooking all this like I did last time, because you've already seen it once. I'm just going to do it, time-lapse it, tell you what it tastes like. First things first, I thought using 1 tin of Akis would make it smaller, but this is still a massive amount of food. I mean, yesterday I had 2 bowls. This is all of it and there's only 1 bowl, so I suppose I have halved it. But still, this is still a lot of food here. Yeah, they're not joking on the recipe when they say it serves 4 to 8. First impressions though, it's a different colour. Yeah, it's certainly it's browner than it was before. I don't think I've spent as long cooking it this time round, but that may just be that I prepped all the ingredients beforehand and I knew what I was doing this time. Whatever. As I was cooking it, as I mentioned, far more fragrant. This kitchen stinks now, mainly of thyme and the allspice, as well as what we had before, the fish and such like. But yeah, I'm right looking forward to this. There's not much else to say. Let's just dig in, straight at the top. Okay, I was expecting more than that. I was really hoping that remembering to add the allspice and the thyme would make a huge difference. It's made a big difference to the smell. Taste isn't really that different, if I'm perfectly honest. It's somehow spicier than yesterday as well, even though I swear I used a smaller chilli this time round. Whatever, let's try again. I'm going to say the flavour is stronger, but broadly the same. A bit disappointing, but never mind. Let's have a dig around, see if we can find a large bit of fish or something like that. I'm going to say, let's get a bit of ackee in here as well. I'm going to say though, we're going to have 1 more mouthful before I say it for definite, but I think that's going to be the conclusion. It's pretty much the same as yesterday. The ackee is the same. It has the texture slightly firmer than scrambled eggs. It looks like scrambled egg. It doesn't really impart any flavour at all that I can tell. Even when I tried it straight out the can, it didn't really taste of anything. Alright, that mouthful had quite a bit of fish in it. I think what's perhaps happened is it's added more flavour to the fish. The fish flavour hasn't diminished, but there's just more to it. It's more complex, but still the overwhelming flavour is the fish, which is good because I like fish. Alright, that mouthful I can taste the thyme. Maybe what I need to do is get some of the moisture off the bottom of the bowl. There we go. Alright, the thyme's starting to come through now. I've had a good few gobfuls of it. Oh, by the way, the weird noises you can hear in the background, I've left Revenge of the Sith on in the other room and I just can't be fucked to get up and turn it off. Well, actually I forgot before I started filming, but now that I'm eating, oh, I may as well. You watch, they'll go and fucking copyright claim me now, won't they? Fucking Disney. And I don't care what anyone says, I like the prequels. I might do a video on why I like them at some point. It's actually quite an interesting theory that involves James Bond. There we go. Right, another gobful. That's nice as that. Right, let's conclude again. Saltfish stew, or saltfish and ackee stew. I think on one side it was called ackee saltfish stew. I don't know. This thing that I'm eating now, if you like fish, very good. Quite spicy. The idea is that the tomatoes and the peppers balance out the Scotch bonnet. So if you're not a big fan of it, maybe decrease one and increase the other. Or if you want it spicy, you go the other way. Or you could leave the Scotch bonnet out completely. Don't recommend that though, because then it's probably just going to be quite bland. But you know what? Some people like it. I'm generally not friends with those people, but you know, whatever, they do exist out there. Does it make me think of the Caribbean? Yeah, I'd say it does actually. Yeah, it's quite nice. I can picture myself getting something like this served to me if I was in a Caribbean restaurant or something like that. Would I recommend it? Yeah, definitely. I always recommend stuff like this. I mean, the fish, as we found out in the original saltfish episode, once you've desalted it and cooked it, it's just fish. So yeah, if you like fish, you'll like this. The ackee, I mean, if you want it to be authentic Caribbean, then it needs to be there. Although I could rant for hours about people going on about whether or not it's authentic enough. I've cooked this in January in England. How authentic can it be? Really? whatever. But yeah, if you want to try something new, give it a go. The only bit I would maybe change if you wanted to is the ackee. You could probably swap that out for some potato, make yourself a nice potato and fish stew, but that's just me. Maybe I'll try that for another day. Anyway, we're going to call that it because all this cooking has reminded me that I've barely eaten today, so I'm going to stuff my face with this, and I will see you in the next episode. Thank you for watching. Hello, and welcome to Doing Stuff and Filming It, Yo Mama Jokes. Today's Yo Mama joke is as follows. Your mum's so fat she wakes up on both sides of the bed in the morning. That's it for today's Yo Mama joke. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you again tomorrow. Hello, and welcome to Doing Stuff and Filming It, Yo Mama Jokes. Today's Yo Mama joke is as follows. Your mum's so dumb, she turned up at the World Cup with tea bags. That's it for today's Yo Mama joke. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you again tomorrow. Hello, and welcome to Doing Stuff and Filming It, Yo Mama Jokes. Today's Yo Mama joke is as follows. Your mum's so fat, she measures in at 36, 24, 36, and her right arm's the same size. That's it for today's Yo Mama joke. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you again tomorrow.
Thank you.
Hello, and welcome to Doing Stuff and Filming It, Yo Mama Jokes. Today's Yo Mama joke is as follows. Your mum's so old she knew 50 cent back when he was only 25 cent. That's it for today's Yo Mama joke. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you again tomorrow.